Chapter 1, The World of Strange Tales. The world of strange tales, this is really bad news. Jiang Ran sat on the sofa, sighing helplessly. He had originally been just an ordinary citizen on Earth, but unexpectedly, while playing a game, he was mysteriously transported to this similar world Blue Star. This world has a spatial connection to the world of strange tales. As long as the country sends people to explore the world of strange tales, they can earn strange tale coins, which can be exchanged for key items that accelerate the country's technological development. The country hires people with huge amounts of money, and these people are called strange tale masters. Jiang Ran's previous self had been the only strange tale master in Dragon Country with an SSS level talent. This talent was something he obtained in the previous strange tale world, and its effect was to enter a parallel world without strange tales and enjoy a good life, ensuring that one would live in a peaceful superpower without war. The soul of the one being replaced would take on the identity of the new person. That's right, he ran away. Jiang Ran was the unlucky one. Although his predecessor had gained a lot of money and fame in the strange tale world, he had had enough of the constant anxiety and the risk of losing his life at any moment. No wonder he made such a decisive decision. Once a strange tale master signs a contract with the country, they must enter the strange tale world at least once every month, and they can only retire at the age of 40. This body belonged to a young man in his 20s, and his name was also Jiang Ran. It's no wonder he was chosen. Dragon Country Strange Tale Master Jiang Ran has successfully connected to the S-level Strange Tale world, Eerie apartment, not yet cleared, and previously there was one Strange Tale Master who attempted this challenge. At the same time, the scenes from the Strange Tale world were being streamed live, with countless high-ranking officials and netizens from Dragon Country watching the screen. The one in front of them was the only SSS-level talent in Dragon Country, so the number of viewers was also the highest. Go, Brother Jiang. Take down this world. Brother Jiang. I want to have your babies. I heard that yesterday, Sato Akishi from Sakura Country came full of confidence to challenge this world, and ended up not surviving the first day. Ha, that trash is just an A-level talent. How can he compare to my brother John's SSS-level talent? The barrage of comments flooded the screen above. Of course, Jiang Ran could not see these comments. Once a Strange Tale Master enters the Strange Tale world, they only have 3 chances to receive external hints. After that, they must go it alone until they clear the game. Victory means a huge sum of money, while defeat means immediate death. Since the Strange Tale world is broadcasted live, yesterday, people from all around the world had their eyes fixed on the Sakura Country livestream, expecting to gain some important information. But who would have thought, their challenger didn't survive the first day. The more Strange Tale Masters that attempt a world, the fewer rewards there are for clearing it. Once a Strange Tale Master clears a world, it will be permanently closed. Rule 1 *, please protect the fish in the fish tank from being corrupted by the strange entity, or terrible things will happen at night. Rule 2, you may go to the balcony, but please do not move anything there. This was the first day of the Strange Tale world, and only 2 rules had been revealed. The rules marked with an asterisk are definitely correct, though there aren't many of them, and they are just as deadly. Jiang Ran quickly processed the memories of his predecessor in his mind. These were valuable experiences directly related to whether Jiang Ran could clear the game. Yesterday, the Strange Tale Master from Sakura Country died because of Rule 1. The guy tried to hide the fish tank in the bathroom, but less than 2 minutes later, a ghostly hand crawled out of the toilet and crushed the fish tank. He also died during the night, when 100 ghosts attacked. As Jiang Ran was thinking about these 2 rules, the Strange Tale Master from Sakura Country once again initiated a challenge to the Eerie apartment. This time, the ghost story expert they sent was S-class talent Sato Hiten. Wait for it, I'll avenge my brother. A large number of Sakura Country accounts flooded into Lone Country's livestream, with netizens immediately calling out bad luck. Pa! They're definitely trying to steal information about Brother Jiang, a bunch of shameless scumbags. Sato Hiten didn't enter the world much later than Jiang Ran, so he quickly saw the 2 rules. My brother died because of this rule? He picked up the fish tank, thinking about where he could hide it. At the moment, the bathroom was the first place to be ruled out. Meanwhile, Jiang Ran had already walked toward the kitchen holding the fish tank. Long Country's Ghost Story World observer Lin Chongqing nodded. The bathroom was already ruled out, most of the other rooms were locked, and the kitchen was indeed an excellent hiding spot. Carrying the fish tank also showed Jiang Ran's caution. As expected of my Long Country's top ghost story expert, this strength really makes me proud. Ha. Did you see that? Brother Jiang has already figured out his next move, and that, what's his name, Hiten, is still standing there in a daze. The next moment, all the bullet comments fell silent. Jiang Ran suddenly grabbed the fish from the fish tank and slammed it onto the chopping board. He swiftly turned the knife in his right hand and instantly cut the fish into 8 pieces. I thought I clicked on a ghost story livestream, not a cooking competition? Brother Jiang doing this must mean he's got some serious issues. After a brief silence, the bullet comments exploded. Sakura Country's comments went crazy with mockery. Ha! The rule clearly says to protect the fish, and you just cut it into 8 pieces. Showing off your knife skills? Does this guy from Long Country not know what the star rule means? In the picture, Jiang Ran had already started cooking the fish in a pan, and under everyone's watch, he made a fried golden fish, eating it bite by bite. This isn't the right vibe? Who goes into the ghost story world not being cautious, fearing they'll get cursed, and here you are, acting like it's all about eating, huh? After finishing one plate of fish, Jiang Ran continued to do nothing, lying on the sofa. In fact, as long as you don't break the rules in the ghost story world, you are absolutely safe. Many times, it's just that the ghost story experts are overly nervous. On the other side, Sato Hiten made his own choice. He crouched under the table holding the fish tank, his eyes vigilantly scanning his surroundings. It's coming, it's coming. A pitch-black ghostly hand crawled out from the shadows, its cold touch slowly caressing Sato Hiten, sending a shiver down his spine. He quickly flipped over, and water from the fish tank spilled out, choking him into a heavy cough. And during this time, the ghostly hand swiftly grabbed the fish and squeezed it into a mush. No one cared about Sato Hiten, because the same situation had happened to Jiang Ran. Jiang Ran was casually crossing his legs, watching a ghostly hand rapidly attack him. Lin Changqing's heart was in his throat. Chapter 2, Nightfall. The ghostly hand suddenly shot up to Jiang Ran's face, and then, there was nothing. It flailed around in midair for a moment, then slapped its palm towards Jiang Ran. Wait, where's the fish? Lin Changqing finally realized the key. The rule said to keep the fish from being corrupted by the strange forces, not to protect it. Jiang Ran had already fried the fish and eaten it. The fish was gone, so what was the strange force supposed to corrupt? This is what they mean by striking down my teammate, leaving the enemy with nothing to work with? Brother Jiang is amazing. Everyone stop talking. 2 people from Sakura Country have failed consecutively. They must be pretty upset, let's go to their livestream. The ghostly hand resentfully retreated into the shadows and disappeared. Phew, as expected. Jiang Ran exhaled a breath. When the Strange Tale Master has not truly broken the rules, the weird creatures cannot hurt them, but after all this is such a ghost thing appearing in front of his eyes, so he cannot avoid feeling some nervousness. On the other side, Sato Riken has an extremely ugly face, it looks like maybe hiding the fish tank anywhere is useless, he must think of a way to protect it. But wanting to protect the fish tank in front of the ghost hand is extremely difficult. He is only a Strange Tale Master and not a ghost hunter. As long as night arrives, his fate will be the same as his younger brother, being swallowed by 100 ghosts. What a pity. I will not fall here. Sato Riken looks at the fish tank fragments on the ground with poisonous hate, then raises both hands, time rewind. That's right. This is his S-rank talent, time rewind. In every Strange Tale world he can use this ability 3 times, after using it he can make time rewind for a period, it is a rare life-saving god skill. Of course it also has disadvantages, for example you and a Strange Tale Master from another country enter the world at the same time, the 2 people originally have the same progress, after using this skill you will inevitably fall behind. Because of this, if the time progress gap between both sides is too big, basically you should not even think about clearing before the other side, unless the other side dies halfway. The whole space has wave after wave of distortion. After a moment, Sato Riken sits on the sofa, in his arms is an intact fish tank. He did come back, but how is he going to protect this fish? It is impossible to use all 3 chances to test mistakes, then will he even live the next few days? The Sakura Country observer shouts one sentence of trash, then uses Sato Riken's first hint chance. The hint time is very short, so the observer can only be brief and direct. Kill that fish. Shameless. As expected, coming to steal my brother Zhang's method. The bullet comments are full of curses, the Sakura Country observer's face is iron blue, this damn Sato Riken, if he were not so trash, would I need to steal the Dragon Country's clear method? That's right, as long as I kill the fish, those ghost things also cannot think of killing this fish. Sato Riken laughs loudly, the person who can think of this method is really a damn genius. Like venting, he lifts the fish tank and smashes it on the ground, grabs the fish to the kitchen and chops it into pieces with 2 hard knives, he of course has no mood to cook, so he pours all the fish meat into the toilet. When he confidently walks back from the toilet to the living room, he again accidentally steps on the fish tank fragments on the ground, and is stabbed so much that he screams loudly. Trash. At the same time, because the first rule has already been cracked by Jiang Ran, many countries after getting the information all decide to send Strange Tale Masters to enter. The earlier they enter, although the more dangerous it will be, but in time terms it is the most favorable. Jiang Ran at this moment has already stood up from the sofa, walked to each room door to check the doors. Inside the whole apartment there are still 3 inner rooms, but all are in locked state. At present the areas he can go to are only the living room, kitchen, toilet, and balcony. Rule 2, you can go to the balcony, but please do not move anything there. Jiang Ran does not plan to go to the balcony, but this does not stop him from glancing at it from far away. A small delicate key quietly lies in the center of the balcony. This must be the key of some room. Jiang Ran will not fall for such an obvious trap. Please do not move anything on the balcony. The key naturally also counts as one of them. Once you take it, you will definitely be finished. In the end, he still decides to continue lying on the sofa and start rotting. No other reason. This is only the first day. For the whole Strange Tale world, it can only be considered an appetizer. Many rules are unclear. Better wait until the next 2 rules are announced. The time setting when entering the world was already close to dusk, so night also arrives along with it. The time gap between the other Strange Tale masters and Jiang Ran has not been pulled very far. In the shortest case it was only 10 plus minutes, in the longest case it was no more than half an hour, so very soon night followed right after. After about a few more minutes passed, 2 rules appeared again before Jiang Ran's eyes. If in the previous plot the fish had already been eroded by the strange, then what welcomes the ghost story master here will only be 100 ghosts devouring. Rule 3, if you want to go to the bedroom, please be sure to bring that fish together. Rule 4, after midnight 12 o'clock please be sure to sleep in the bedroom, and absolutely must not leave the bed until before the next morning. After seeing these 2 rules, everyone was completely dumbfounded. That fish actually still had use? But among everyone present, not a single person's fish was alive. Because no one had confidence they could keep the fish alive under ghost hands, so everyone followed Jiang Ran and chopped the fish up. Sweat beads fell from Lin Shangqing's forehead, his heart was stretched to the extreme, his whole attention locked tightly on the screen. As the rules advanced one by one, killing intent gradually appeared. How many people died on decisions they once thought were correct? The Sakura Country account started mocking again. Let you Dragon Country be proud. Isn't there a problem now? Our Ritian has time rewind. Worst case we do it again, you all will just be completely dead lol. Stop barking like dogs. Our brother Jiang has SSS level talent. Can any trash come to rub against him? Lin Shangqing also nodded. After all, Jiang Ran had Dragon Country's only SSS level talent. Maybe even if he violated rules it would still be fine. Only Jiang Ran himself knew. What damn talent did he have? If you say this talent is awesome, of course it's awesome. Crossing parallel universes and still not awesome? The key point is, the awesome one is not him. Jiang Ran was now standing in front of the bedroom door, and he did not mess up his own rhythm. Neither of the 2 rules had an asterisk, which meant that bringing the fish together into the bedroom was not necessarily a correct rule, and as for rule 4 it was very likely the correct rule. According to the experience left by the former body, the chance that 2 rules announced at the same time are both wrong is extremely small, especially in the first few days of the ghost story world. It is almost impossible to appear. Then the next situation was, how should he enter the locked bedroom? Chapter 3 just changed to another way to stay with you. If the door is locked, then naturally you need to take a key to open it, and currently the only thing related to a key was only the balcony left. Just in case, Jiang Ran still searched every place he could reach, and the result naturally was nothing at all. Inside foreign live rooms, ghost story masters from several countries had already started sitting on the ground with heads lowered. The fish were gone, and entering the bedroom might not let them live either. Most of them were not like Jiang Ran and Sato Ritian who had talents above S level. When a ghost story master first enters the ghost story world they can only choose one from 3D level talents, and only by constantly clearing stages can they upgrade existing talents. So some people's talents actually did not have much difference whether they existed or not. For example, 1D level talent lets you get 1 extra bottle of beer during mealtime, leave with dignity. Don't look at there being over 20 ghost story masters challenging. In fact, besides the 2 Jiang Ran there was only one more with high level talent, Whips from the Northern Union. Sato Ritian had already prepared to use time rewind once again. Whip still stayed in place without any next action, and among the many live rooms, only Jiang Ran walked straight toward the balcony. A watcher from a small country saw this and directly prompted their own ghost story master. The purpose was to get ahead by 1 step, at least not fall behind the progress. Go to the balcony to get the key. Okay. That ghost story master nodded, and immediately ran, afraid of falling behind, but Jiang Ran stopped at the balcony entrance. Ah! A shrill scream rang out in the small country's live room, only to see that the moment that ghost story master rushed into the balcony. The whole body stood there like a sculpture, then blood flowed from all 7 orifices, and with a scream, it lost its life. The death of the Bizarre Tales Master Wadama from the Black Sheep Kingdom, currently the number of deceased Bizarre Tales Masters in this world, too. Lin Shangqing quickly noticed something was wrong, and then used the first hint opportunity. Instant death upon entering the balcony. A Bizarre Tales Master's success naturally depends on correct judgment, but how to use these 3 opportunities is just as crucial. Upon hearing the hint, Jiang Ran immediately knew that some unlucky person had died on the balcony, but it wasn't from dying after getting the key, it was dying directly after entering the balcony, right? He understood now, this rule was wrong. And the entire rule was wrong. By flipping this rule, it becomes, you cannot enter the balcony, but you can move the objects inside. Jiang Ran used chopsticks and a spoon from the kitchen to create a simple hook tool and successfully retrieved the key from the balcony. Seeing Jiang Ran push forward first, the Dragon Country's live stream room erupted again, and a large number of foreign live stream accounts began feeding information out. Almost all countries were using hint opportunities here. The Sakura Country's observer had originally hoped that Sato Ritian would come up with a solution, but watching him keep searching by the toilet, they finally lost patience. Why do these two brothers keep messing with the toilet? Relying on the second hint opportunity, Sato Ritian finally got the key, but it was only the first day, and 2 of the 3 opportunities were already gone, so he had to quietly comfort himself that at least tonight, he wouldn't waste any more time on a reset opportunity. Weps from the Northern Alliance, after receiving the hint, easily and gracefully retrieved the key, seemingly not even taking this challenge seriously. Even without the hint, he could pass relying on his natural talent, but his talent could only be used once, much more precious than a hint. Jiang Ran opened the bedroom door. The room was very tidy. Anyway, the fish was gone, there was no chance to come back, so he had no choice but to tough it out. Just as Jiang Ran fully stepped into the bedroom, a creaking sound came from under the bed, and at the same time, the bedroom door slammed shut. A chilling laughter echoed through the room. This laughter gripped the hearts of the viewers in the livestream, the sound growing louder, and a pale, ghostly hand stretched out from under the bed. "Look behind you." Just when the ghost hand under the bed caught everyone's attention, a pair of ghostly hands, identical to those from the living room, silently crawled from the shadows to Jiang Ran's back. "Ha ha ha. You Dragon Country people just." Sakura Country's viewers were just about to mock, but saw that the ghost hand, as soon as it touched Jiang Ran, suddenly bounced away as if electrocuted, vanishing along with the hand from under the bed. That's amazing." Lin Changqing let out a long breath. The tense situation had even made him forget to breathe. It was really too thrilling. Luckily, the ghost hand was just there to scare him. Wait, that ghost hand seemed to be about to attack him, but how did that kid avoid it? Everything came fast and left just as quickly, and after Jiang Ran froze for a second, he looked at his stomach. Could it be that the rule about needing to bring the fish into the bedroom was correct after all? With this thought, he rubbed his stomach. The fish hadn't left, it just stayed with him in a different way. Really, I'm crying to death. Even after being eaten, it still wanted to protect me. If I had a chance to do it over, I'd definitely steam it. That would be healthier. As long as the rule wasn't broken, he wouldn't be harmed by the strange creatures. Adhering to the belief that if you treat it like air, it doesn't exist, Jiang Ran simply ignored the ghost hand under the bed and lay down on the bed. Wish me sweet dreams. Sato Ritian also pushed open the bedroom door. He stood in front of the door for a long time, hesitating whether to go in. If he made the wrong choice, it would be a wasted opportunity. I absolutely cannot go back today. I said it. If I go back on my word, let me eat shit while standing on my head. He swore with a deadly vow to encourage himself, then shouted loudly at the live stream camera, "I'm going into the bedroom now. If there's something wrong with this move, please remind me right now." Although he couldn't hear the live stream could hear him. This was a way to secretly pass on information. The Sakura Country observer tilted his head and looked towards the Dragon Country live stream. Seeing Jiang Ran lying comfortably in bed without a hair out of place, he nodded in approval. "Don't worry, old friend. Absolutely no problem." 1 minute passed. Sato Ritian nodded in satisfaction. It seemed that today, he wouldn't even need to waste the hint opportunity. This was truly a cause for celebration. He lifted his head and walked straight into the bedroom. Hearing the creepy laughter, he felt uneasy. When the ghost hand reached out, it really scared him. It's fine. I must trust my country 100%. The message they passed to me must be fine. With this thought, Sato Ritian gradually regained his confidence and even crouched down, beckoning the ghost hand with his fingers. "Hey, come here." The ghost hand eagerly grabbed his neck. "Go back. Go back. Hurry up and go back." Clutching the fish tank with a dazed look, Sato Ritian finally shouted at the live stream screen. "Worthless observer. I'm going to kill you." Chapter 4, Leave It to Fate. Sato Ritian's shout made the observer slam his hand on the table and stand up, then directly entered the live chat to scold him. "Useless fool. Everyone else went in without a problem, only you have a problem. Giving you a hint was the worst luck of my life." Watching this dog-eat-dog situation unfold, the Dragon Country accounts lurking in the Sakura Country livestream started adding their own insults. "I remember that guy said he would eat shit while standing on his head, right? That's not okay. He has the samurai spirit, you know. We suggest he eats the shit, then immediately commits seppuku to avoid dishonoring his family name." The observer, whose own live stream was being flooded with Chinese comments, was desperately wishing that he hadn't learned this language. With the results from both sides combined, he finally had a vague idea of why Jiang Ran survived. Seeing that Sato Ritian was once again heading towards the toilet, enraged, he directly used his third hint opportunity. "Useless fool. Eat the fish." After saying this, the observer logged off in one swift motion. His job here was done. Whatever happened to that guy in there was none of his business. The hint voice echoed like a broadcast, and that useless fool lingered in the air, causing everyone in the livestream to burst out laughing. What do you know? There's definitely something suspicious about that toilet. Sato Rishianshin said passionately, hugging the toilet. My brother actually fell for it on this very toilet. Don't underestimate the bond between us brothers. In the end, to survive, he ate the fish. As a result, Sato Rishianshin, who had been following Jiang Ran closely, was now the furthest behind, almost 2 hours behind. After Jiang Ran got into bed, one by one, other countries' paranormal experts entered the bedroom. In fact, the death rate wasn't that exaggerated, because most of the paranormal experts perfectly copied Jiang Ran's actions, eating the fish without a second thought. They didn't even change the cooking method. The fact proved that copying someone's homework is the best way. Never think you can outsmart it with even the slightest modification. Over 20 paranormal experts, now only 15 remained. The morning sunlight shone through the window into the bedroom. In the end, Jiang Ran still didn't dare to sleep too deeply. Fortunately, the night passed quickly, especially after midnight. Jiang Ran felt like he had only lain in bed for less than an hour before the sky was bright. Of course, this is just a feeling of time displacement. The live stream screen truly showed an entire night passing by. Log in, watch how brother Jiang breaks through the second day. At this moment, Jiang Ran also saw an option in front of him. Do you wish to continue in the haunted world eerie apartment? If you choose no, you will immediately leave this world and receive 1/10 of the reward. You will no longer be able to enter this world again. If you choose yes, you will continue to advance and get a chance to draw a talent. Yes. Leaving immediately, this condition indeed tempted Jiang Ran. But he was currently progressing the fastest, and had only used the hint opportunity once. If he left now, he would probably have no room to survive in the real world. The country paid a large sum to hire him, not to let him come here and be afraid of dying. Moreover, everything was going well, and his predecessor had signed a contract as a haunted storyteller. He had to work until he was 40. If he was judged as a useless vampire, he would probably be thrown into an SSS-level haunted world in the next round. Jiang Ran's choice was not surprising to anyone. No one would think a haunted storyteller with SSS-level talent would give up. In the weighing of pros and cons, there was another important factor: talent selection. Every time a haunted storyteller survives for a day, if they have not used their talent in this world, they will get a chance to redraw their talent. The level of the talent drawn will fluctuate based on their current talent level. This opportunity to change talent was different from the rewards after clearing the world. It would not refresh a talent higher than their current level. Jiang Ran was too lazy to care about these things now. Even if it was just a B or A level talent, it would still be better than his useless flashy talent. Draw. 3 golden cards spun in front of Jiang Ran. The one on the far left was an S-level talent, while the middle and right ones were both SS-level talents. Lin Changqing shook his head, sigh, as expected, no SSS-level talent came out. I guess this kid won't change. Changing from high to low, unless the effect is really good, only a fool would do such a thing. Jiang Ran's gaze was instantly drawn to the card in the center. SS-level talent, leave it to fate. Effect: every time you enter a world or obtain this talent, a random SSS-level talent will be refreshed for you, lasting until this world ends. Leave everything to fate. The uncontrollability of this ability caused it to be classified as an SS-level talent, but in fact, its potential far exceeded most SSS-level talents. Jiang Ran briefly glanced at the other 2 talents. Not that they weren't strong, but they were rather standard, nothing too spectacular. Without hesitation, he chose leave it to fate to change his talent. This action left the live stream audience stunned. Lin Changqing spat out the tea he had just swallowed and stared at the screen in confusion. What's going on? This kid swapped an SSS-level talent for an SS-level talent? Brother Zhang's operation is really something we common folk can't understand. Ah, you guys from Longhua aren't so impressive after all. Can't even count the number of letters? Pa! SS level can still crush your toilet hero. The two sides began an intense verbal battle. Currently, all countries were closely watching the Longhua livestream, eager to see what talent Jiang Ran had chosen to give up his SSS level talent. Moments later, a silver-white handgun appeared in Jiang Ran's right hand. The countries immediately began searching for the relevant information, trying to deduce his abilities based on the SS level and the handgun. I know. That's the SS level talent Demon Hunter Pistol. It can repel eerie creatures when attacked. The chance of repelling on the first day is 100%, and every subsequent day, the chance decreases by 20%. An unlimited life-saving method would indeed allow him to rampage without fear in the early stages. But the problem is that Jiang Ran has already passed the first day, which is when he needed this ability the most. So why would he choose this ability now? The leaders of various countries began to show smiles on their faces. Choosing an ability that would be basically useless later on, this kid probably wouldn't last long. Jiang Ran looked up and down at the pistol in his hand, starting to check its attributes. SSS level talent physical exorcism. Effect: random bullets will refresh all over the world where you are. Each bullet can permanently kill one eerie creature. You have to admit, sometimes this thing is surprisingly useful. Chapter 5: The Contract Doll. Jiang Ran was satisfied as he spun the pistol in his hand. No doubt, it was an SSS level talent. If you think about it, each bullet could help him defend against one eerie attack. This made him feel much more confident. Of course, the pistol in his hand was currently without bullets, so he still had to be cautious. But where should I find the bullets? The talent description said they would refresh randomly in the world. There were only so many rooms. Jiang Ran was thinking this when the rules for the second day appeared right in front of him. Rule 5 *, between 8 a.m. and 9 a.m., water the flowers in the study every 10 minutes. Be sure not to mess up the bookshelf. Rule 6, after 9 a.m., you may browse the books in the bookshelf. However, if you find a page completely black, you must close the book and return it to its place within 1 second. You must not think about the book for 1 minute. The study, another locked place. Previously, to find the bedroom key, Jiang Ran had already searched almost everywhere he could go. So the study key must not be in the previous rooms, it could only be in the bedroom. Jiang Ran opened the bedside cabinet and began searching the room. Since the rules for the second day had nothing to do with the bedroom, there wouldn't be any new dangers. At this moment, there was still an hour left before 8 a.m., and he had to find the study key within this hour. At the same time, aside from Sato Ritian who was still sound asleep, the other ghost talkers from different countries had already gotten out of bed. 3 ghost talkers from small countries chose to leave, likely aiming for that 1/10 of the reward. The method to clear the first day was already clear, and a large number of ghost talkers poured back into this world. However, their progress lagged a full day behind, so they were no match for him. Oh, what a pleasant surprise. Jiang Ran weighed the silver-white bullet in his hand before loading it into the pistol. He didn't expect to find the key, but the bullet came early. With both the gun and the bullet, how could he not feel confident? So far, it seemed that finding bullets wasn't too difficult, which was good news. Jiang Ran continued rummaging through the drawers. Whether it was the bedside cabinet or the wardrobe, they were mostly empty, with no clothes or other items inside. Until the next drawer was opened, where a cloth doll was sitting quietly inside. The doll wore a cute dress, and its blue hair was styled into 2 ponytails, with a large pair of scissors on its back. Jiang Ran's gaze froze, and he instinctively took a half-step back. The eerie world wasn't just full of rules. It would also randomly refresh strange creatures, and these creatures were called individuals. Even 2 ghost talkers in the same world at the same time might encounter completely different types and timings of individuals. 70% of individuals harbor ill intentions toward humans, 25% are neutral, and only 5% are completely beneficial to ghost talkers. Fortunately, individuals that would kill on sight were rare, making up less than 1%. Most individuals, while harmful, required certain conditions to act. It could be said that individuals were the greatest variables in the eerie world. And they were also the lifelong enemy of copying others' work. Jiang Ran carefully searched through his past memories, and finally found the type of this little thing. Individual number 520, codename contract doll, neutral. As long as you don't touch the contract doll, you can completely ignore her, she remains quietly in place, like an ornament. But if you pat her on the head, she will happily answer one of your questions. However, there's always a price to pay. Lin Changqing thought that Jiang Ran would, like most of the strange talk masters, ignore it. After all, the price asked by this thing was always different, it was too creepy. Under the watchful eyes of the livestream, Jiang Ran only thought for a moment before patting her on the head, as if he hadn't even considered the consequences. Brother Jiang wouldn't have forgotten what this thing is, right? You think Brother Jiang is like you? The live chat exploded, with many worried messages flooding in. In the past, most people who made deals with this thing didn't end up well. What kind of information would be worth Jiang Ran taking such a risk? The doll grinned weirdly, the lines of its mouth stretched into an exaggerated smile, blood oozing from its body and staining its dress a deep red. Everyone's heart was in their throat, and Jiang Ran slowly spoke. Do you know where the study key is? What's going on, Brother Jiang? This thing is easy to find, is it really necessary to make such a big sacrifice? Ha ha ha. I think this guy from Longhua must have lost his mind. First, he chose a useless talent, then rushed to sacrifice himself. TSK, maybe his talent level dropping also dropped his IQ? Hee, at least he's better than some idiot eating shit upside down. The chat was filled with doubts about Jiang Ran. Although most of Longhua's netizens were still supporting him, they were also filled with confusion. These comments couldn't affect Jiang Ran. As his question was asked, the contract doll gave its answer. Her arm slowly lifted. The key you want is in the mattress's inner layer. He had been rummaging through boxes and cabinets for nothing. It was hidden so damn creepily. Just as Jiang Ran was about to turn around and grab it, his arm was tightly held by the doll. He turned around and found himself face to face with the doll's eerie face. He, big brother. I'm so hungry, could you get me something to eat? Like, your organs. Lin Chongqing's face darkened. This was bad, he had randomly hit the most dangerous option. Making a deal with the contract doll, the luckier ones would only lose a finger, the unlucky ones might lose an arm. But how bad was your luck if it cost you your life? Too bad he was just an observer, with the highest authority being 3 hints, and no hint could save Jiang Ran now. Longhua had finally produced an SSS talent. Well, fine, it was now an SS talent, whatever. Could such a genius really be lost here? He closed his eyes, unable to bear watching what was happening in front of him. Leaders from other countries had already started popping champagne, the disaster that had kept them on edge was finally about to die. Is this it? Progressing to the top, I thought this guy was amazing, but now he's gone the next day? Sakura Kingdom's account was frantically typing on the keyboard, and when they finally finished typing a long message and looked up, they froze in place. Jiang Ran took out a handgun and pressed it to the doll's forehead. You want to eat? How about a bullet for your meal? Chapter 6, Exploiting Child Labor. A subordinate poked Lin Chongqing's back, and he opened his eyes. Lin Chongqing froze, the doll froze, and all the livestream viewers froze. Can it really be played this way? He's betting on the 80% chance. The demon hunter's handgun had an 80% chance of repelling the strange creature. As long as Jiang Ran shot her before the contract doll harmed him, nothing would happen. With an 80% survival chance, Lin Chongqing swallowed his saliva. Though the 20% probability wasn't high, it was enough to make anyone nervous. Kill him, kill him, kill him. The high-ranking officials of various countries silently chanted in their hearts. They had pinned all their hopes on that 20% chance. The cold gun barrel pressed against his forehead, and there was a terrifying aura that even strange creatures feared. The contract doll closed her grinning mouth, transforming into a delicate little human-like girl. After forcing out 2 drops of tears, she immediately hugged Jiang Ran's leg. No, big brother, let's talk calmly. The live stream was filled with question marks, and certain accounts from Sakura country started cursing directly. Where's your dignity as a strange creature? Hurry up and kill him. It must be jealousy, right? Yeah, after all, no one wants to be friends with someone who eats shit upside down. It wasn't surprising that people from other countries were shocked. Because when you provoke a neutral creature, it essentially becomes no different from an evil creature. Such creatures, even if they have just a slim chance of survival, would fight humans to the death. But how did it come to this? The doll was in distress. She would have taken any slim chance to fight, but with an SSS-class gun pressed to her forehead, what could she even do? Was it easy for her to come to work? You can still transform into a human form? I guess, you all prefer this form? What a joke, she's got good judgment of people. But too bad, entering was all just fluff, no meaning. Still want to eat my organs? No. Can I leave now? She really must have had terrible luck to run into this guy. She'd better change worlds and need 2 people to calm down. Leave? That's not possible. At least compensate me for some emotional damage. The doll widened her eyes. I didn't even ask you for emotional compensation, and you expect me to pay you for emotional damage? I have no money. No money, huh? That's easy to fix. Jiang Ran grinned, lifted her like a little chick, and said, from now on, your name will be Gwen. You'll work to pay me back. Don't worry, stick with me and I'll make sure you eat well and live luxuriously. But I don't want spicy food. You don't want to? Jiang Ran blew on the gun barrel. Nothing serious, just a bit dusty. By the way, this gun's quality isn't great, so I can't promise it won't misfire at any time. I do, I really do. Ha, I gave you a name and found you a job. How do you feel, are you touched? I dare not feel anything. Gwen felt her life was turning a dull gray, and decided to find a weird fortune teller when she got back to get a reading. This move is really incredible. Bullet comments flew across the screen, and Lin Chongqing finally let out a sigh of relief. Knowing individual habits well, he knew things weren't as simple as they appeared, but everyone had secrets. This was the power of the strange story master. The survival rule of the weird story world: use everything you can. The contract doll's information was absolutely true and effective. Jiang Ran quickly flipped through the mattress lining and found the key to the study. Since it was still early, there was no rush to head to the study. There were still other things to do, like finding the other bullets. At this moment, Sato Ritian was still fast asleep. The keys hidden in the mattress lining were gradually being found by the strange story masters. After all, the room wasn't that big, and it wouldn't take long to search all the cabinets. Next came the trickier spots. An hour passed quickly, and Jiang Ran found 3 more bullets in the room. After loading them, it was like having 4 chances to kill a strange creature. Even if no more bullets could be found after this, these 4 chances were enough to rival most S-level talents. Jiang Ran first went to the kitchen and filled a cup with water. Then, the door to the study was opened. And so, he freed himself. No rush. Jiang Ran smiled, knowing full well what the little loli in front of him was thinking. The next rule will only be announced at night. Why are you in such a hurry to find the key? As he spoke, his stomach grumbled. If it weren't for the grilled fish he ate yesterday, he would probably be even hungrier today. In the world of weird tales, the source of food is also of utmost importance. There was once a weird world with a 1-month deadline, and many storytellers didn't die from the rules, they starved themselves to death. This was also the reason why he directly cooked the fish on the first day instead of throwing it away. It's best not to waste food here. Rules are never the top priority, survival is. Jiang Ran walked into the kitchen, and the fridge was empty. In fact, he had checked here yesterday, and it looked like it hadn't refreshed today either. Gwen chuckled softly. Heh, I hope you starved to death. What are you mumbling over there? Nothing, just praising how handsome you are. Of course. Jiang Ran smiled proudly, then waved at her. Come here. If there's something you don't know, why not ask the magical contract doll? Tell me, where can I find food to eat? Gwen puffed out her cheeks. This person had so many questions that never seemed to end. Her workload had already been seriously exceeded. But she couldn't not answer, and she couldn't lie either. This really was like pulling a doll to the point of exhaustion. In the basement. Go find it yourself. Sure enough, the next question came. Where is the basement? TSK, I can see how pitiful the doll looks. She's probably about to cry. It seems like these types of individuals have to pay a corresponding price to gain certain permissions. Brother Jiang is getting this little loli to continuously suffer losses. Spread the word, Brother Jiang is exploiting the little loli. Spread the word, Brother Jiang won't even spare the little loli. A moment later, Jiang Ran moved the large bed in the bedroom. The ghostly hand beneath the bed was already gone. Looking at the secret door, he muttered to himself, this is like something straight out of the underworld. If Gwen hadn't brought me here, who would have known there was a passage here? When Jiang Ran entered the basement, most of the other storytellers were still in the study, unsure of what to do next, but a few noticed something strange. The first to flip through the books was Wipes from Northern Union. The rules said you could flip through the books after 9 o'clock, but this rule wasn't necessarily completely accurate. However, Wipes didn't think too much about it and started flipping through the books. Naturally, he had his own trump card. There must be some important clue hidden in the bookshelf. A few others started flipping through books one after another. Due to the different order in which they flipped, Wipes wasn't the first to find that book. A storyteller from the Black Continent kept flipping pages until a black page stopped right in front of him. Without hesitation, he immediately closed the book in 1 second, slamming it onto the table, while warning himself not to think about what the book looked like. But that was beyond his control. The more he cared about it, the clearer the image of the book became in his mind. Bang! His head exploded like a watermelon, with crimson worms spilling everywhere. Watching this tragic scene, the viewers in the livestream felt a wave of nausea. Soon, the screen turned dark, signaling his failure. Just seeing the book page had already strained his mind to the breaking point. It's hard to imagine what kind of person could ensure they wouldn't think about the book's appearance within a minute. This was nearly impossible. Because the more you care, the less likely you are to forget. At the same time, Wipes' hand also touched that very same book. Staring at the same cover, the Northern Union observer broke out in a cold sweat. User is working on translating a story that involves suspenseful and supernatural elements, with characters navigating through intense situations. They aim to translate this into emotionally impactful English while maintaining the integrity of the original expressions. He hurriedly used his hint opportunity again. The book you're holding has a black page. Wipes immediately stopped his hand from flipping the pages, but he didn't put the book back right away. Because he could clearly sense a bump in the book. That's right, the key was right there. There was no possibility of passing through by luck. As long as the ghost storyteller found the key, the book would surely open. No wonder it's an S-class ghost world. I almost fell for your trick. Wipes' finger slowly brushed across the side of the book, not avoiding the book itself, just that one page. As long as he could precisely sense the position of the key, there was no need to flip through page by page. It's here. Wipes found the page with the key wedged inside and flipped it open directly. What appeared before him was not just the key, but also a completely black page. Whips had been careful, but he never expected the key to be mixed in with the black page. The sudden turn of events caught him off guard, and the book and key fell to the floor as he clutched his head in pain. I want to rewrite all of this. S-Class Talent Rule Deletion. Activate. Whips had the extremely rare S-Class Talent Rule Deletion, which allowed him to erase a rule, and the erased rule would no longer exist for him. This ability, if used well, could open gaps in multiple rules at once, offering great operability. However, if only used as a life-saving skill, it wasn't particularly impressive. Whip's face looked ugly. He had wasted a precious chance here. This was not good news. In the Dragon Kingdom livestream, Jiang Ran had already entered the basement, and before him was a woman hanging in midair. At this moment, Sato Ritian was still searching for the key. Chapter 8, The Last Key. Individual ID 072, Hanging Ghost, Malice. Jiang Ran looked at the woman hanging above and quickly identified her identity. Hanging ghosts were divided into male and female corpses. Male corpses would attack as soon as someone saw them, leaving bloodstains on the victim. The bloodstains would gradually erode the ghost storyteller's mind, easily causing them to make misjudgments and die in the ghost world. In contrast, female corpses could only sense their target's presence if they were extremely close. Once detected by the female corpse, there was only one outcome: death. Jiang Ran was unlucky. The basement passage was already narrow, and with the female corpse hanging like this, it completely blocked his way forward. He patted Gwen on the head. Good girl, how about you help me bring over the food? No, no, no. You'll really die. Gwen shook her head like a rattledrum. Hanging ghosts didn't care whether you were human or an anomalous being. As long as you got close, it was certain death. She remembered that there were ghost storytellers who once used hanging ghosts to deal with other strange beings. There was no need to think about a situation where death was guaranteed. Gwen was now afraid that Jiang Ran might point a gun at her. That would be the final death sentence. The contract doll's ability still had use, not to mention that in this situation where any move could lead to death, threats were useless. Don't worry. How could I force a cute little loli like you? You have to believe that Big Brother is a good person. He. Gwen's mouth twitched. If it were any other ghost storyteller, they would usually turn back the way they came after passing today's trial and leave directly, taking the mid-level rewards. After all, if they couldn't get the food, they had no reason to stay here any longer. But he was Jiang Ran, so he directly raised the gun in his hand and aimed it at the female corpse. If you had appeared somewhere else, I might not have cared. User has an interest in translating stories and creating emotionally compelling English versions while maintaining the original structure of the Chinese text. The audience in the live broadcast room watched as Jiang Ran raised his handgun, unable to help but feel a sense of dread for him. As long as the female corpse was attacked, regardless of the size of the range, it would immediately pounce. So, if Jiang Ran's shot hit that 20% chance, he himself would be in deep trouble. Bang! With a scream, the female corpse turned to dust. Gwen shivered and instinctively took a step back. Foreign leaders cursed silently. What luck! You could only show off for the first 2 days. Let's see if you dare gamble on the 60% chance tomorrow. And what about 40% the day after? Who knows, maybe Jiang Gu is a Three Kingdoms kill player. Phew, that was quite powerful. Jiang Ran blew on the muzzle of the gun with satisfaction. The female corpse had been paralyzed the moment she was hit, with no chance to resist. The fact that she could still let out that scream showed she had some strength left. Go, bring me the food. Okay. I'll go right now. Hiss, it was pitiful. Soon, Jiang Ran received a box of instant noodles. He looked at the label on it. Etong beef noodles, authentic good taste. Wait, Etong? Why does it seem a bit off? Jiang Ran opened the instant noodle box right there. When he felt how light the box was, he immediately had a bad feeling. And when he opened it, oh boy, it really only had one bowl of noodles. The only consolation was that this bowl was a bit larger. It was definitely enough for 1 day's meal, but what about the following days? Was he going to drink air in the days to come? Right now, no one knew how long this bizarre world would last. Forget it. Even mosquito legs are meat. This damn world is so stingy. Jiang Ran carried the instant noodles to the kitchen, filled it with hot water, and started cooking. Gwen wiped the saliva from the corner of her mouth. Her ability had been overused, and her stomach was empty. She had fallen to this state with no one to blame but herself. What, do you want to eat? No, I can't eat human food. What I want to eat is you, Big Brother, she thought. Well, that's good. Even if you wanted to eat me, I wouldn't let you. A joke, I'm not even enough for myself. One person and one ghost faced each other in this awkward situation. Gwen stared as Jiang Ran finished half a bowl of instant noodles, her resolve to kill him only growing stronger in her heart. Jiang Ran glanced at the clock on the wall. It was now 9:30 a.m. Forget about the evening, there was still a long time before noon. So, he wasn't in a hurry. He sat back on the sofa, legs crossed. Come on, Gwen, I'll tell you a story. I'm Little Red Riding Hood, and I've been reborn. I was reborn on the day before I was eaten by the big bad wolf. The viewers in the live stream suddenly felt something was off. Other storytellers were either staying in their study, racking their brains for the next move, or flipping through books for keys. Some had already met the king of the underworld. But here you are, telling a story? Actually, I've always thought Jiang Ji's psychological endurance is quite strong, but it seems a bit too strong. Gwen had initially resisted, but like everyone else, she was slowly falling for the irresistible realization law. Then what happened next? After Little Red Riding Hood broke through to the Golden Core stage, what did she do? Well, to know what happens next, you'll have to wait until the next time. After the storytellers had been neglecting their actual work for so long, they felt the flow of time in the world of strange tales speeding up. Before they knew it, Jiang Ran had already been talking about Little Red Riding Hood's adventures until 6 p.m. The livestream viewers had been listening to Little Red Riding Hood's 8.5-hour cultivation journey, witnessing her suffering through the humiliation of having her supreme bone dug out and the big bad wolf cancelling their engagement. She then joined the old lady's god cult from the village to seek revenge. Wait, what on earth have I been listening to for the last 8 hours? But, what happens after Little Red Riding Hood breaks through to Golden Core? I really want to know. Jiang Ran stood up and walked toward the study. It's getting late, and it's time to get the key. As his voice fell, the people in the livestream finally remembered they were watching a ghost story stream, and unknowingly they had forgotten this fact. The foreign spies hiding in the Longwa livestream woke up one by one, quickly replying to the messages above. I haven't been watching closely for too long, has there been any movement in Longwa? Does Little Red Riding Hood breaking through to the Golden Dance stage count? It wasn't until Jiang Ran completely entered the study that the netizens finally pulled their thoughts back and began to feel nervous for him. It seems like the rule violation this time resulted in self-detonation. Jiang Ji's marksmanship can't do anything about it. Jiang Ran's gaze swept over the rows of books. Indeed, searching for it himself was still too troublesome, right? Gwen. Key? I know. The 17th book in the third row from the left. Before Jiang Ran could finish speaking, Gwen provided the answer, making him exclaim that the little girl was becoming more and more useful. In front of everyone, he pulled out that book with black pages. Chapter 9: The Night of the Second Day. Lin Changqing had just picked up the microphone to prepare for his second hint opportunity when he saw Jiang Ran shaking his finger at the camera. Was this a signal for him not to waste the chance? Lin Changqing was extremely anxious. The information Jiang Ran had now was even less than what Wipes had at first, and he worried that Jiang Ran's confidence came from this. If Jiang Ran's next move was the same as Wipes, then no matter what, Lin Changqing would have to use this hint opportunity. Because the key actually has protrusions, so as long as you pay a little attention, you can find the key without opening any other book. In this case, if the black page and the key are not in the same book, it loses its meaning. It cannot be considered a major threat at all. Jiang Ran expressed the essence of the danger in 2 sentences, but everyone still felt a sweat for him. Wipes also knew this information, yet still could not escape the final blow. Everyone almost forgot to breathe. At this moment, Jiang Ran said again, no, just this is not enough. If I created this rule, I would definitely put the black page and the key in the same place. This possibility is not 100%, but since it was guessed, one must absolutely be cautious. Jiang Gu is awesome. Jiang Ran actually deduced the correct answer without any hints. Lin Changqing put down the tightly held microphone, and a smile gradually appeared on his face. However, at such a moment, there would always be a spoilsport voice. So what if he guessed right? Does he dare to turn to that page? If he can't get the key, isn't it the same? Surely he can't use that gun in his hand to shoot the book. Mocking and questioning voices were always around, but Lin Changqing decided to believe in Jiang Ran. In the livestream image, Jiang Ran had already begun the next move. He shook the book with one hand, and the key fell directly from the book's gap, making a crisp sound on the ground. Yes, the key wasn't glued inside the book. If you shake it, it will just come out. If that doesn't work, you can always close your eyes to get it. If you don't see the black page, isn't that no problem at all? The live stream room fell into silence at once. Do you think, did we overthink it from the very beginning? It's all their fault for flipping through the books. They totally led us astray. The observer from the North Union spat out the hot water he had just sipped. Earlier he was comforting himself that such a dangerous rule wouldn't be a loss even if they used their talent, but now it seemed utterly ridiculous. Jiang Ran threw the book aside and picked up the key from the ground. There were no other resources left in the study, so he left the place. In fact, in many cases, it wasn't that the ghost storytellers weren't smart enough, but they were too nervous to think calmly. Living in a world where a person's life could be taken at any moment. The pressure that ghost story masters endure cannot be compared to the viewers watching the livestream. Jiang Ran returned to the living room to finish the half-eaten instant noodles in the bowl. Since it had completely cooled down, he re-dipped it in hot water. The taste was undoubtedly much milder, but no matter how bad it tasted, it was still precious food. On the other side, Satoru Tian's stomach was already growling with hunger. Seeing that it was already past 4 in the afternoon, he was searching the entire house for something to eat. As for the key to the last room, there were currently no rules stating that he needed to go to the last room, so he simply cast that thought aside. He would look for it when the rules reminded him to do so. The bookshelf is haunted, absolutely do not touch it. After some twists and turns, he found himself back in front of the toilet. Wait, why am I here looking for food? The Sakura country's netizens were speechless, feeling that in other households it was ghost story masters, but in theirs, it was a comedy actor. He had almost turned over everything he could flip, but where was the food? Could there be a hidden room? After another half hour of searching, Satoru Tian finally discovered a secret door under the bed in the bedroom. Excited, he immediately looked up and bumped his head under the bed with a thud. In fact, most ghost story masters had already found the passage to the basement. In such a small room, if they had searched everywhere and not found anything, they should have thought about a hidden door. Satoru Tian hurriedly pushed aside the big bed and eagerly went down to the basement. As he walked, he suddenly felt he had stepped on something. Looking down, he saw it was actually a piece of human skin as thin as a carpet. Its 2 eyes were still glaring at him. Individual number 250. The first time I was flattened like this. Malice. The individual before him was undoubtedly one of the most dangerous bizarre creatures among all individuals, as it had methods of killing comparable to the rules. Just a little closer would cause one to be melted, a single glance could lead to an explosion. Satoru Tian was now standing right on it, and the result was something that needed no further explanation. Rewind. Rewind. Time returned to just before he entered the basement. Satoru Tian unconsciously took 2 steps back, lost his balance, and fell to the ground. He had already used up his 3 chances to rewind time, and he no longer had the courage to venture into the basement. He was even afraid to enter the bedroom, fearing that the thing would crawl up from below. Unable to find food, Satoru Tian could only choose to leave after getting through tonight. It was better than dying here as well. He hurriedly locked the bedroom door, then ran to the toilet, hugging the toilet and crying, "Brother, I cannot avenge you." Time flew by quickly, and night fell. Jiang Ran half lay on the sofa, and the Little Red Riding Hood in his mouth had already broken through the nascent soul stage. I saw Little Red Riding Hood's opponent using the blue-silver bind. As Jiang Ran spoke, 2 rules jumped out. Rule 7, please feed your kitten some cat food before 10 o'clock, and make sure to stay with the kitten tonight. Rule 8*, please treat the kitten well. Under certain circumstances, the kitten will protect you, but it is not trustworthy. Let's go, buddy, there's more work to do. Tell me more, tell me more. Gwen felt that there was no need to quickly finish off this guy. She was still quite curious about what Little Red Riding Hood would do next. I heard of the transformation stage. Let's hear about the transformation stage before thinking of a way to kill him. Both rules were related to the kitten. It was clear that Jiang Ran had not seen any kitten in the room, so there was only one truth: the kitten was in the last room. Jiang Ran picked up the key and opened the door to the last room. Originally, he had guessed this would be a guest room, but now it seemed to be a pet room. A pitch-black long-haired cat quietly sat on the windowsill, licking its fur. The moment he heard a noise at the door, he turned and locked eyes with Jiang Ran. In its eyes sparkled a strange light, just like a person. Chapter 10: Black Cat and White Cat. Tonight's 2 rules were all about cats, especially the 8th rule, which was particularly intriguing. This cat would protect them, so why was it not trustworthy? Could this cat have a split personality? Meow. The black cat jumped to the ground, circling its empty food bowl twice, signaling Jiang Ran to fill it up. Unfortunately, there was no trace of cat food in the entire pet room. Instead, they found 2 new bullets, and Jiang Ran turned to Gwen. I haven't sensed any trace of cat food yet. The contract doll couldn't lie, but since the rule said the horror masters had to feed the black cat before 10 o'clock, why was there no cat food? Could it be that this rule was wrong? No, saying this rule was wrong made no sense at all. It couldn't trick anyone. Meow. The black cat's meow grew more urgent, and the light in its eyes became even stranger. Jiang Ran pulled out his pistol and tapped its head. Isn't it still not 10 o'clock? Why are you panicking? The black cat looked a bit confused, clearly dazed by the tap. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks came from the apartment door, indicating that the plot was advancing. Jiang Ran glared at the black cat. Stay put, or I'll feed you a bullet later. Then he had Gwen keep an eye on the black cat while he went to open the door. There was no rule among the published ones that forbade him from opening the door, so he didn't have to worry about breaking any rules. Oh, this gentleman. Outside the door was a stranger wrapped up tightly. Heavy clothing almost covered all his skin, but if you got closer, you could smell the foul odor emanating from him. What do you want? As you can see, I am a businessman. Do you have anything you want to buy? The businessman smiled slightly and stepped aside to reveal a small cart behind him. The cart was full of rows of food, and at the end was a bag of cat food. Jiang Ran didn't agree immediately. The businessman made it clear that if you wanted something from him, you could only buy it, he wouldn't give it away. And the items for trading with these eerie things were definitely not money. Rashly agreeing wouldn't be a good choice. If I want that bag of cat food, what price do I need to pay? The businessman rubbed his fingers. Just a small price, and that bag of cat food will be yours. What a joke, killing you is also mine. Jiang Ran raised his hand and shot the businessman. Cat food must be fed, but it is absolutely not this bag of cat food in my hand. Maybe it needs to go through some steps to cleanse this black air. Right. Just like watering in the morning. Jiang Ran directly took a cup of water from the nearby toilet. Anyway, this cat food is not for him to eat, it does not matter at all. At the instant it met water, the black air and the cat food collapsed over a large area, the rotten smell became much lighter, and the poured water was completely absorbed. The time now is a little past 8 p.m, there are still almost 2 hours before the deadline to eat the cat food. It seems this extra time is left for them to cleanse this cat food. Water it once every 10 minutes, just like that pot of flowers. While Jiang Ran was waiting here, Bailian Wipes also opened the room door and looked at the merchant in front of him. The Bailian observer felt a bit uneasy in his heart. He originally wanted Wipes to copy Jiang Ran's action. He did not expect the other side to directly pull out a gun and shoot the merchant dead. The problem is they have no guns. So, have you thought it through, sir? You only need to pay a small price to get the cat food. You must really need this thing right now, right? I cannot be sure if this is what I need. Can you let me check the goods? Of course, no problem, sir. This is absolutely the real thing. But you cannot open it. Wipes held that bag of cat food in his hand, scanned the package up and down, confirmed that this was indeed cat food. Then while the merchant was not paying attention, he suddenly slammed the door shut and locked it. Right, if you can rob it, why bother trading? Wipes carried the cat food and walked toward the pet room. Although he no longer had talent he could use now, he still had his own brain. That kind of guy who panics after losing talent is no different from an idiot. Sato right and sneezed. He always felt someone was talking bad about him, but he still curled up on the sofa and did not dare to move. After losing rewind chances and hint chances, he felt danger everywhere. Mom, I want to go home. 1 hour passed. The cat food in Jiang Ran's hand had completely returned to normal. During this process, the black cat not only did not become more violent, instead it gradually calmed down. Now it was quietly lying on the floor. Come, time to eat, time to eat. After Jiang Ran poured the cat food, he tapped the bowl. The black cat walked over gracefully and ate the cat food in small bites. As the cat food went into its stomach, the color of the fur on its body actually began to gradually fade, first from pitch black to light gray, until after finishing the cat food it directly turned into a white cat. I am afraid the color of the fur also represents the level of strangeness of the cat. If it ate the cat food that was not cleansed, what it would become no one could know. The white cat gently rubbed against Jiang Ran's leg, looking very close and affectionate. Gwen for no clear reason felt a bit unhappy, put her hands on her waist and snorted. What, do you also want to eat cat food? Hearing this, the white cat looked at Gwen with alert eyes. Hard, the fist is hard. Rage. Chapter 11 in the end still failed to escape. It was already late, the cat had now turned into a white cat. This should mean that it was now trustworthy, and when its color turned back to black, that would mean danger had arrived. Once rules are announced, unless they are wrong, they will always be effective. It does not mean that after entering the second day you can ignore the rules of the first day. Jiang Ran still needed to sleep in the bedroom before 12 o'clock, since the rules told him to keep the white cat by his side, he did so. Stepping into the bedroom, the current Jiang Ran no longer had that fish to protect his body. It had already in the morning turned into a falling lump Shangzi and followed the toilet pipe to travel away. As expected, the ghost hand under the bed stretched out again. Jiang Ran was already prepared to raise the gun and shoot. At his feet, the white cat swiftly rushed up, opening its bloody mouth and swallowing the ghostly hand. So that's why, no wonder the white cat had to be kept nearby. If it were anyone else, they'd already be dead under this ghostly hand. Saving a bullet is always a good thing. Jiang Ran rubbed the white cat's head, lifted the blanket, and lay down on the soft bed. Once again, wish me a good dream. But at this moment, Gwen curled up and stared at him with her big, pitiful eyes, shaking his arm. Tell me more, what did Little Red Riding Hood do next? Little girl, you're deeply poisoned. This situation is just like those readers chasing the next update. After getting the cat food, Wipes quickly realized something was wrong. Even without being reminded, he quickly found the correct way to purify it and took the white cat into the bedroom. Others weren't so lucky. They had an innate fear of the eerie, and dared not forcibly seize the merchant's goods. One person chose to trade, losing an arm in exchange for the cat food, while another person was even more resistant to the eerie and refused to speak a word to the merchant. Compared to trading, he would rather believe the rule of feeding the cat food was wrong. Of course, many others had already died in the process of searching for the key, so only a few had the chance to see the merchant. Unfortunately, the first person didn't notice anything wrong with the cat food. He paid with an arm, so of course he believed the cat food was fine. After the black cat ate a few bites, its fur turned blood red at the edges, and then it grew 3 heads. When the Strange Tales master tried to escape, it was already too late, and his head was bitten off in one bite. The other one sat there waiting until 10 o'clock. Though the black cat was now incredibly irritable, it still didn't make any move to attack. He laughed heartily, thinking he had made the right choice, and took the black cat into the bedroom. Unfortunately, the black cat didn't protect him. It just coldly watched as his neck was snapped by the ghostly hand. From that moment on, only 2 people remained in the world of eerie tales: Jiang Ran from Lone Country and Wipes from North Union. Closely following them was Sato Written, still curled up on the sofa. The 7th and 8th rules appeared before him, and Sato Written finally gained a little motivation. For him, as long as he survived tonight, it would be a victory. The number of viewers in the Sakura Country livestream began to rise. After several colleagues had died, Sato Written's progress surged back into the top 3, giving the viewers something to look at. What's this idiot still doing sitting on the sofa? Who knows? Maybe he's scared stiff. An afternoon passed, and this guy hadn't gotten any food, hadn't found the key, and was just sitting there dazed. Viewers in Sakura Country had already lost confidence in him and turned to watch live streams from other eerie worlds. A knock on the door startled Sato Written, giving him a fright. Who's there? He dared not open the door, instead hiding himself under the pillow, looking like a turtle. Oh, sir, I am a merchant. If you trade with me, you'll get what you want, such as food. The word food finally sparked Sato Written's courage. Trembling, he opened the door and his eyes immediately lit up when he saw the food on the small cart. Well, sir, do you want to trade? Yes. Of course. Sato Written grabbed 2 pieces of bread with his left hand and a bucket of instant noodles with his right, not even glancing at the cat food. He was joking. He hadn't even found the key to the pet room, hadn't seen the cat once from start to finish. What good was cat food to him? Seeing Sato Written tearing open the bread packaging and starting to eat, the merchant couldn't help but laugh out loud. Well then, trade confirmed. With a piercing scream, Sato Written's entire right leg was chopped off by the merchant. The immense pain made him roll around on the ground, while the merchant silently placed that leg onto a small cart and left. So painful. So painful. I want to leave this cursed place. Who will save me? Blood dyed the floor red, and Sato Written fainted from the pain. If it weren't for the bleeding stopping contract, he might have directly gone into shock and died. There was no other way. The merchant was indeed very trustworthy. When he said he wanted a leg, it was just a leg, and he absolutely would not take your life. Sato Written didn't know how long he had been lying down. When he woke up, he quickly glanced at the clock on the wall, and it was already 11:50 p.m. Only 10 minutes left until bedtime at midnight, and the pain had already dissipated under the transaction contract. Sato Written struggled to support himself and stood up from the sofa, slowly moving step by step towards the bedroom. Although he was still afraid of that thing under the bed, not entering the bedroom was also a certain death. He really had no choice. It's so late, and that damn cat hasn't come out to bite me yet. Smart as I am, I can see this is a wrong rule. I don't even care to look for that key. Could that guy from the Dragon Nation already be dead? Ha ha ha. The viewers in the live broadcast room were already speechless. Come up with a cool way to go in and seal his mouth. After he comes out, who can help break his other leg too? Are there any noble warriors from Sakura Country willing to take this job? I'll pay 20 million Sakura coins. Although I want to earn that money too, do you really believe he can survive tonight? Sato Written frantically pounded on the bedroom door, just then remembering he had locked it from the inside, and the key was sitting on the bedside table. Let me in, let me in. The door to the world of strange tales could not be violently broken open like in the real world, otherwise, everyone would do it, so why bother with a key? Time ticked by, the malice in the corridor grew heavier, making him feel a deep chill in his bones. Finally, the time reached exactly 12:00. The entire corridor twisted, the walls cracked massively, and a multitude of pale ghostly hands reached out, completely engulfing Sato Written. The live broadcast room of Sakura Country fell into darkness. Chapter 12, The Third Day. Do you wish to continue in the world of strange tales weird apartment? If you choose no, you will immediately leave this world and receive 1/7 of the reward. You will no longer be able to enter this world. If you choose yes, you will continue to challenge the stages. On the morning of the third day, unsurprisingly, the same question popped up again. Jiang Ran and Wipos chose yes in unison. The rules from the past 2 days had already been thoroughly studied by everyone, so another batch of strange tale masters surged in. This batch of people basically had no qualification to compete for the completion, simply wanting to come in to grab the reward for clearing on the first day. In many countries' eyes, the lives of strange tale masters were incredibly precious. Although this kind of operation greatly reduced the rewards, it could at least maximize the preservation of manpower. And what if? What if the previous people all died out cleanly? Wouldn't the progress go up naturally? Rule 9. Today is the day your cohabitant returns home. Please warmly welcome him and prepare food for him. If possible, please talk to him about what happened these past 2 days. Rule 10. You do not have a cohabitant. Please do not trust anyone who claims to be a cohabitant, and do not let him enter the room. If an intruder enters the room, please be sure not to talk to him. Rule 11. Absolutely do not let the intruder know that you know he is an intruder. When the intruder goes to the bathroom, please lock him inside before he notices. Something will come to deal with him. P.S. From now on, besides this method, the intruder becomes immune to any other harm. Rule 12. As long as the owner of the house violates the rules, he will be countered by the house. But don't worry, as long as we drive away the intruder, the apartment will return to peace. It wasn't just 2 rules, instead, 4 rules were revealed at once, suggesting that this ghost story world was nearing its end, and everything would be completed by today during the day, without entering the night. The group of ghost storytellers who came in this time must be feeling helpless, calculated by this pacing. As long as Jiang Ran or Whipstone clears the level, they won't even snag the rewards for the first day. The 9th rule severely conflicts with the last 3 rules. Of course, Jiang Ran would prefer to believe that the 9th rule is wrong because this is clearly a single-person apartment, and there isn't even a guest room. How could it be shared by 2 people? The first piece of information obtained was that an intruder would definitely appear, and his task was to pretend to be a roommate and lock him in the toilet without being discovered. It's easy to understand, but it's not easy to accomplish. Because without being able to talk to him, the intruder might easily realize that you know his identity, leading to mission failure. Perhaps the challenge is how to scare him without violating the rules. It's truly troublesome. The intruder is immune to other forms of damage, otherwise, shooting him directly would require no rules at all. Jiang Ran rolled out of bed and noticed the cat squatting in the corner had already turned back to deep gray fur. At this rate, it wouldn't take long for it to turn completely black again. The current cat is undoubtedly not trustworthy. Jiang Ran returned to the pet room to grab the purified cat food. Details determine success or failure, and he couldn't let such a troublemaker squat in his home. It's time to eat. Jiang Ran walked into the bedroom with the cat food but received no response from the cat. When he re-entered the bedroom, a ghostly hand suddenly struck out. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the ghostly hand turned to dust and vanished. Clearly, yesterday, the white cat had already consumed 1 ghostly hand, but now another appeared. Can this thing refresh infinitely? It seems that as long as I enter the bedroom from the corridor without the protection of fish or the cat, I will be attacked by the ghostly hand. As for why the ghostly hand was absent when heading to the basement, it might be because the fish was still in my stomach at that time, so it didn't bother to show up and directly retreated. In the bedroom, only Gwen, who was still lying in bed sleeping soundly, remained. The cat had disappeared without a trace. Could it be that the cat was not needed for the 3rd day's rules, so it automatically ran away? Jiang Ran returned to the living room and momentarily paused, instinctively taking a step back. A gloomy man in a black coat and black mask stood right in the middle of the living room, locking eyes with Jiang Ran. Is this the intruder? This guy is all in black. At a glance, he doesn't seem like a good person. You really startled me by suddenly appearing. After the rules were announced, the live streaming room became lively again. Lin Changqing stared intently at the screen, and he still had 2 hints remaining to use. On the other side, Whipstone was progressing a bit slower. For now, he couldn't expect him to provide any important information and could only analyze it himself. The man in black waved his hands up and down as if signaling something, then pulled out a pen and paper from his pocket, quickly jotting down a note and handing it to Jiang Ran. I'm sorry I can't speak, but I'm glad to meet you, my roommate. Jiang Ran nodded, as a response to him. After Jiang Ran acknowledged him, the man in black directly turned his head, just standing there quietly, saving Jiang Ran from thinking about how to scare him. Nothing unusual happened, indicating that the man in black still didn't know that Jiang Ran was aware of his identity. On the other side, Whipstone hurriedly went to grab the cat food after getting out of bed. But he did not, like Jiang Ran, walk into the bedroom. Instead he knocked on the bowl directly at the door of the bedroom. He didn't even make a meow sound. He knew the cat was probably no longer there. Then he came to the living room, and his development was the same as Jiang Ran's. Why do I suddenly feel that the rules on the 3rd day are so simple? Yeah, it looks like there are 4 rules, but actually only one thing needs to be done. The barrage continuously flew by, and without exception, they were all complaining about the difficulty. Compared to the hidden dangers on the first 2 days, the rules of the 3rd day indeed seemed incredibly simple. Now Jiang Ran and Wipus had the same choice, sitting quietly in the living room, staring blankly at the man in black. As long as they waited for the kid to go to the bathroom, everything would be settled. Finally, after sitting for a whole hour, the man in black made his next move. He poured 2 cups of water from the kitchen, handed one to Jiang Ran, and placed one in front of himself. A note arrived again. Please drink. Jiang Ran watched his every move closely, ensuring he had no chance to poison him, but even so, he merely pretended to sip from the cup. The man in black, however, drank the cup of water in one gulp, and after another 30 minutes, he slowly walked towards the bathroom. Here it comes, is it time to operate? It should be. Brother Jiang has already followed him. Jiang Ran now felt like that kind of peeping man following someone else. Alas, there was nothing he could do, the rules forced him to act like this. As long as this door is locked, everything will end, right? Chapter 13, The Twist and the Clearance. Once the man in black completely entered the bathroom, Jiang Ran suddenly slammed the door shut. This door was a rare double-locking door, which could be locked from both inside and out, almost custom-made for the rules. Then the man in black began to knock on the bathroom door insistently, signaling for Jiang Ran to open it. Jiang Ran took a deep breath and leaned against the door outside. 1 minute passed, and the knocking sound from the bathroom gradually quieted. Jiang Ran did not dare to open the door rashly, until the world gave him a hint that he had cleared the level. Anything could happen. 2 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. There was already no sound from the bathroom. Had the man in black been dealt with? But why was there no report? Meow. A cat's meow came from behind, seeming to remind Jiang Ran to open the door and check the situation inside. Jiang Ran turned around, only to find that the cat's fur had turned pitch black, even more eerie than when he first saw it. If you don't understand what's going on, just open the door and take a look. A voice was tempting Jiang Ran to open the door, and his hand even strangely reached for the doorknob. No way. Jiang Ran quickly woke up. He then realized his body was already surrounded by wisps of black gas. He had come into contact with several things that carried black gas in the ghostly world, such as the potted cat and cat food, which led to himself being left behind during purification. Fortunately, he had not made many mistakes along the way, so he was not completely dominated by the black gas. Good boy, I fed you cat food, but you're trying to scheme against me, huh? Jiang Ran aimed his gun at the cat. Although the cat tried to dodge, this SSS-level gun, once aimed, did not care about the thoughts of the strange creature about escaping. The cat was hit and collapsed. The black gas ran rampant on its body. Unlike other strange creatures that died directly, it instead lay on the ground, looking resentfully at Jiang Ran. You hate me? Of course, you should hate me. The cat's flesh tore apart, and a mass of bloody. Not right. Doesn't the rule say that locking the intruder in the toilet is all that matters? Is this rule wrong? I don't quite understand either. Let's just keep watching Brother Jiang's actions. The man in black lay sprawled on the ground, his body in tatters, with no hope of survival in sight. Isn't it just because of that gun? I see you guys from Dragon Country can't do anything without a gun. The 60% chance on the third day really did hit the mark. A netizen from Pickled Vegetable Country was still frantically typing in the comments. Although their people had already died in the search for the key, he was a contrarian and couldn't stop typing. This time, Lin Changqing personally stepped in to debate with him. You only see the surface. Even if this gun weren't fired, the man in black had already lost. Lin Changqing's words left everyone dumbfounded, but fortunately, Jiang Ran started to explain. At first, I really didn't consider this issue, maybe because the rule misled me. Jiang Ran smiled while spinning the gun. Actually, I am the intruder, right? This indeed was a nice single apartment, but that didn't mean their strange talk master was the owner of the apartment in this world. The man in black never spoke a word to Jiang Ran because that rule was meant to restrict him. His last move was meant to lure Jiang Ran into the toilet. As long as he could lock Jiang Ran inside, he would be consumed by the strange forces within. Since the rule was announced, the intruder could no longer be harmed by other means. The cat was not protected by this rule, which is why it fell to the gun. But that no longer mattered. When Jiang Ran realized his identity, he naturally guessed the cat's identity. In other words, from that moment on, the cat had already lost. Black energy is the will of the apartment owner. All beings or items with black energy are potential threats. The black cat is untrustworthy because its aim is to drive away the intruder Jiang Ran. The white cat represents the apartment's will has been cleansed and will turn against the strange creatures in the apartment, thus it is trustworthy. The gray cat represents the middle ground, neither guiding Jiang Ran towards death nor protecting him. The cats don't possess high intelligence, they only know that eating cat food gives them the power to defeat the intruder, which is why they crave it. Once the cat food is purified, it loses its allure over them. However, influenced by the rules, the cats will still eat the cat food, becoming Jiang Ran's helpers. The final game between both sides ultimately relies on the infection and purification of black energy. Congratulations to Jiang Ran, the Strange Talk Master from Dragon Country, for clearing the S-level Strange Talk World Strange Apartment, with a comprehensive evaluation of 91 points, excellent. You will receive 99% of the rewards and an opportunity to change your talents. The 3 talent levels drawn this time will not be lower than your current talent level. On the other side, White Pussy, who was guarding the toilet door, was forcibly interrupted and kicked out of the world. He understood that someone had cleared it before him, so the Strange Talk world closed directly. Fortunately, even in this situation, he could still collect the next day's clearance reward, which was 1/7 of the total reward. The one ahead of me is that guy from Dragon Country, right? Maybe next time in a team dungeon, he could collaborate with him. Looking at the 3 SS level talents before him, Jiang Ran secretly thought that it was indeed not so easy to draw the SSS level talent. The thing is just too hard to get. Either you have to get your clearance evaluation to 100%, or your ancestors must smoke green smoke. These 3 talents had nothing particularly attractive to Jiang Ran, so he simply decided not to change. World ending in 10, 9, 8. Gwen ran out of the bedroom. Hey, hey, hey. Are you leaving? Of course, don't you see who I am? It's an easy way to get through. The Master of Bizarre Tales does not have the authority to take a strange individual out of the world of eerie stories, but even if he could, Jiang Ran wouldn't do it. In the next world, his talent wouldn't be physical exorcism. Without the means to intimidate, Gwen wouldn't truly be the harmless little girl she appears to be. Poof. Gwen placed her hands on her hips. If we meet in another world, remember to keep telling me stories. Otherwise, don't blame me for wanting my reward. Hee hee, then let's wish we never meet again. Chapter 14, Side Quest 2, Mountain Inn. After successfully clearing the world of Bizarre Tales, Jiang Ran surged to second place on the trending list. The first place was occupied by the story of Little Red Riding Hood and her adventures in cultivation. Upon returning to his villa, Jiang Ran began a month of enjoying life. This previous self really has a lot of money. Who knows how many layers of Bizarre Tale worlds contributed to such wealth? No wonder being a master of Bizarre Tales, despite the dangers, remains a dream job for some. The rewards are simply too high. A month quietly passed, and soon it was time to participate in the next world of Bizarre Tales. With a send-off from the higher-ups of Long Country, Jiang Ran entered the new world of Bizarre Tales. If things go wrong, find a good opportunity to withdraw midway. Prioritize your safety. MHM, I will. The Master of Bizarre Tales, Jiang Ran, has successfully connected to the S-level world of Bizarre Tales. Mountain Inn, not yet cleared. Previously there were 0 Masters of Bizarre Tales who attempted. The last time, Jiang Ran only received 99% of the rewards because a fool named Sato Akashi had rushed into the world first. This time, he directly seized the opportunity and was the first to enter the world. A chilling wind brushed past, sending a shiver down Jiang Ran's spine as he looked around. He found himself in a deep mountain forest, with a faint white mist swirling among the branches, adding an air of mystery. This world of Bizarre Tales is a team quest. The timelines of the masters are not independent. It begins when the number is complete, after which no one can enter. Current number, January 30th. The team quest does not mean that the 30 masters have to cooperate to complete the task. They are still in competition, and only the first person to find the way to clear it will receive all the rewards. Of course, cooperation is also an option, but one must always be wary that teammates may betray you. Moreover, in this world, since everyone starts at the same time, prior challenges will not reduce the rewards. Soon, masters of Bizarre Tales from various countries entered the world one after another, and after an hour, the number finally filled to 30. Thanks to his memory, Jiang Ran scanned through the 30 people and recognized several famous masters of Bizarre Tales. For example, Wipus from the Northern Alliance, Smill from the White Eagle, Kim Jinwan from Kimchi, and Hanamura-ku from Cherry Blossom. The talent levels of these 4 were at least S. Aside from Wipus, who gave Jiang Ran a friendly smile, the other 3 wore unfriendly expressions. Suddenly, Jiang Ran felt something strange in his pocket. He took it out to find a crumpled tourist guideline. Old Mount Immortal Tourist Guidelines. Dear tourists, welcome to enjoy the picturesque scenery of Old Mount Immortal during the day. However, if you accidentally get lost at night, please remember these key points. Rule 1, Old Mount Immortal does not provide any facilities for overnight stays, including hotels and inns. If you see such facilities, believe that you are experiencing a hallucination and do not pay them any mind. Rule 2, do not linger in the same spot in the forest for more than a minute at night. No matter where you are, do not sleep. Do not sleep. Do not sleep. Rule 3, there are no staff members inside the inn, and it is best not to try calling for staff. Rule 4, you may see various small animals inside the inn, and they might. Remember, the parrot does not speak. If you see a talking parrot, pretend you did not hear it. Animals are usually gentle, but you must absolutely not stay in a room with only one kind of animal for too long. Rule 5, if you feel a bit unwell or your memory seems confused, don't worry. You just need to go to the counter, take a sip of white wine, and then return to your room. Rule 6, from midnight to 3 a.m., please do not leave your room under any circumstances. If you hear a knock at this time, do not respond or open the door. Rule 7, the inn is recruiting staff. Interested parties can put on volunteer outfits. Rule 8, always remember. You are a living person, not something else. These are the 8 rules on the tourist guidelines. Most ghost story masters frown tightly, not to mention the conflicts between the rules. It seemed a bit too strange. I feel goosebumps rising. Especially the last sentence, do they turn into something else? No wonder it's a team dungeon. If a single person came to this place, they'd probably be scared to death after reading the rules. Jiang Ran was the first to walk into the depths of the jungle. Rule 2, do not stay in the same place for more than 1 minute at night in the jungle. After a quick scan of the rules, he knew it was time to move. Jiang Ran's departure, perhaps the time they have experienced is neither half an hour nor 5 minutes, both are wrong answers. Seeing Jiang Ran and Weipo stop in their tracks, the two behind them disdainfully walked past, with Smur giving a mocking smile. You can't last even 10 minutes? You might as well stay here. Having mastered multiple languages, his memory could basically serve as a translator. Jiang Ran naturally understood Smur's words. Less than 10 minutes? The four people have come up with 3 completely different times. Realizing this made the two feel a bit uneasy. But outside, the livestream was in chaos. Because a total of 10 countries' live streams had gone dark, even when they tried to use hints, it was futile. Logically, this should indicate that the ghost storyteller was dead, yet there was no report of failure. Originally, they thought the real test was inside the inn, but who would have thought such a thing would happen before even entering? This kind of situation had never occurred even in some SS-level ghost stories. The only recorded instance was in an SSS-level ghost world, and that time, no one survived. Lin Changqing listened to the two's conversation, knowing that under certain circumstances, their concept of time had become confused. In reality, they had only walked for less than 10 minutes. He could, of course, use a hint opportunity, but hint opportunities were extremely precious and shouldn't be wasted on such matters. Let's go, we can't stop. Jiang Ran looked at the increasingly thick fog. I'm afraid this white mist is affecting our judgment. Don't forget we can't stay in one place for more than a minute, and what we think is a minute may not actually be a minute. Unable to accurately gauge time, they could only keep walking. Once they stop, even if it feels like only a few seconds have passed, perhaps a minute has already silently slipped away. The cawing of crows echoed in the sky, breaking the tranquility of the night. After taking a few more steps, a bloodied arm suddenly shot up from the ground, pointing straight at the two. Individual number 246, please stay here, Malice. Once they approached a certain range of this arm, they would be pulled underground and suffocate to death. What should we do? Oh right. Your talent is the demon hunter's gun, isn't it? Anyway, it's the first day with a 100% success rate, just shoot it. Jiang Ran's face darkened. After leaving the last ghost world, he realized many people misunderstood his ability, which he found amusing. Let them guess blindly. But the problem was, he only had a hammer gun right now. Do he confront Weipos and say his talent had changed? No, he hadn't actually changed his talent at the end of the last world. If his talent had changed now, it would easily give away his true ability. Never underestimate the reasoning abilities of others. Weipos was just a temporary partner, that didn't mean Jiang Ran could trust him completely. Moreover, even if Weipos had no malice, how many other people from different countries were watching the livestream? Now we're confused about time. What if it's already the second day? What if we happen to hit that 20% chance? For the sake of safety, let's take a detour. Weipos nodded. They absolutely couldn't let their guard down. Taking a detour was the best option. Not knowing how long they had walked, the two kept checking the time. Fortunately, they found that as long as they kept talking to each other, their sense of time would almost align. However, the problem was that this might not be the correct time. Weipos held his head, his speed noticeably dropping. He felt waves of drowsiness wash over him, and that feeling made him want to lie down on the ground and fall into a deep sleep. No way. Can't sleep. Once I sleep, I'm done for here. If I stay in this white mist for too long, I'm afraid I won't be able to control my actions. The white mist has thickened several layers since the beginning, and Weipos can barely see Jiang Ran beside him. He immediately reaches out to pat Jiang Ran's back. Hey, brother. But just as his hand touches Jiang Ran, his body dissipates like mist. Weipos stands frozen in place, surrounded by heavy white fog, and he is the only one left here. A feeling of lightness spreads throughout his body, and all discomfort melts away, but in the next moment, he jolts awake and snaps off a branch from a nearby tree, digging it into his palm to force himself to stay alert. I am a living person. Not something else. Repeating this over and over, Weipos slowly continues forward. Jiang Ran walks in the mist. Just now, he absent-mindedly noticed that Weipos has vanished without a trace. Smale and others from Huatsuan have long disappeared, and now he is the only one left among the 7 who walked this way. A figure steps out from the mist ahead. Jiang Ran initially thinks it's another lost supernatural story master, but unexpectedly, it's a face he's never seen before. The person in front has skin that is extraordinarily pale, even whiter than his grandfather who died 3 days ago, but what stands out even more is his ancient attire. Hello, I am a staff member from Laoxian Mountain Inn. Are you lost? You are lucky to meet me. Let me take you to the inn. Don't worry, there are no charges. Rule 3, there are no staff members in the inn, and please do not attempt to call for staff. With this rule in mind, Jiang Ran does not trust the self-proclaimed staff member in front of him very much. Although Jiang Ran could immediately verify the truth of this rule using his abilities, he does not want to waste precious chances right now. Please hurry, sir. The inn will close soon, and I still need to pick up other lost guests. The effect of the white mist is getting stronger, and Jiang Ran realizes he must head to the inn quickly. Staying in the white mist any longer could have terrible consequences. Lead the way. Following the staff member, a large inn soon comes into view, with a plaque bearing 5 ancient characters, Laoxian Mountain Inn. Please wait at the door. I need to inform the front desk first. You can enter when I call you. After the staff member enters the inn, Jiang Ran follows closely behind. Make him wait outside? No way. Right now, Jiang Ran's sense of time is already off, and he doesn't dare stay in the same place. Even at the entrance of the inn, he is still surrounded by white mist. Chapter 16 Laoxian Mountain Inn. Entering the inn, there's not a trace of the front desk that the staff member just mentioned. Even the staff member himself seems lost. The entire first-floor lobby of the inn is empty, only a mouse scurries out from the shadows, peeking around before darting back to another shadow. There are no other supernatural story masters in sight, so is he the first person to arrive here? I've already entered the inn. What are you guys doing? Most leaders from other countries have dark expressions. In fact, more than half of the live broadcasts from various countries have already gone dark, and more people are lost in the white mist. Strangely, until now, no one has announced their elimination. After entering the inn, the absence of the white mist has definitely allowed Jiang Ran to regain some clarity, but the aftereffects of being in the mist for too long have not completely faded, and he still feels a sense of heaviness in his head. Rule 5, if you feel some discomfort or if your memories are a bit confused. Don't worry, you just need to go to the counter, take a bottle of white liquor, take a sip, and then return to your room. Jiang Ran's gaze was directed at the counter, which was filled with drinks, but if you observed carefully, you would find only 2 types of drinks on it, white liquor and fruit juice. In this ancient backdrop of an inn, the appearance of these 2 drinks is indeed somewhat out of place, but in a world of strange tales, one becomes accustomed to oddities. To resist the influence of this strange world on the mind, one undoubtedly needs an external substance to break free. The rules are not always correct, so what needs to be done now is to choose between white liquor and fruit juice. The choice between the 2 is crucial, directly affecting whether you can reason in a clear state later on. Use the talent of the prophet. I want to verify the 5th rule. This rule is correct. After obtaining accurate information, Jiang Ran picked up a bottle of white liquor and took a sip. Is Brother Jiang so reckless? Is he that sure white liquor is the right choice? But it seems like he really is fine after drinking. Just pure luck. The people in the live broadcast did not know that Jiang Ran's talent had already changed. While they were still pondering whether to choose white liquor or fruit juice, Jiang Ran had already gulped down his drink. Though it was white liquor, it wasn't particularly spicy, rather, it had a flavor similar to a white liquor beverage. That dizzy feeling lessened quite a bit. When Jiang Ran set the bottle down, a person suddenly appeared at the previously empty counter. This person had similarly pale skin and wore the same clothing as the one before. Here is your room number, sir. Room number 1 of the ground floor. Rule 5 has stated that to fully eliminate the influence, one must go to their room after finishing the white liquor. Jiang Ran took the wooden plate representing his room number and glanced at the wooden wall clock. He was sure he had not seen this thing just now, as if it had appeared out of thin air along with the counter. The current time was 10:12 p.m. Room number 1 was located on the 3rd floor of the inn. Jiang Ran pondered another rule while climbing the stairs. Rule 3, there are no staff members in the inn, and it's best that you do not try to call for a staff member. Clearly, Jiang Ran had already encountered 2 different staff members. Since the first part of the rule was incorrect, could he call for a staff member then? Or, to think deeper, were those 2 people really staff members? Until everything was clear, Jiang Ran decided it was better not to attempt anything rash. Matching the doorplate number, Jiang Ran walked into his own room. The lighting in the room was dim, and Jiang Ran felt it should be designed as a modern inn with an ancient backdrop. A gentle force washed away his fatigue, making him feel incredibly relaxed. Jiang Ran then noticed a list on the bedside table and picked it up after setting down the white liquor. Notice to guests. The Old Immortal Mountain Inn offers free accommodation and food for tourists lost in the Old Immortal Mountain, but we kindly ask all guests to abide by the following rules during their stay. Rule 9, all food is stored in the warehouse, but to ensure guests do not waste food, only staff can enter and exit the warehouse. If you need food, please call a staff member and state your needs. Rule 10, to rest at the inn, you must have a room that belongs to you, and you may only enter your own room. Rule 11, if you encounter a person who is confused in the inn, please stay away from them. If you have a kind heart, you may offer them a bottle of white liquor. Rule 12, you may let the crows fly into your room, they will not harm you. Be extremely cautious of spiders. When you see a spider, no matter what you are doing, you must hold your breath and don't move until the spider leaves. Rule 13, the old immortal mountain has ghost stories. It is said that mountain spirits wander around. But don't worry, it's just a legend. Rule 14, if you suddenly feel an unbearable itch on your body and see wounds like claw marks, please return to your room immediately, drink white liquor, and disinfect the wounds with it. During this time, you must avoid rats and absolutely must not have any physical contact with them. Rule 15, if you see a flying parrot in the inn, please closely follow its pace, the parrot will lead you to some vital things. Rule 16, you can move freely within the inn during the day, but remember not to leave the inn. My goodness! 8 more rules announced? This adds up to a total of 16 rules on the first day. Isn't the total for an S-Class strange apartment only 12 rules? 16 rules on the first day, are you sure this is just the S-Class Strange Tales world? The Dragon Kingdom's livestream was packed, as only Jiang Ran had entered the inn, others from different countries could only come here to watch for the latest information. I am a person. Not some other thing. A man pushed the door and entered, and Wipos became the second Strange Tales writer to arrive at the inn. At this moment, his arms were covered in blood, and his eyes were blood red. He stumbled into the inn, half squatting on the ground and gasping for air. The Northern Union observer did not hesitate to use the first hint opportunity. Quick, drink the white liquor and return to your room. Wipos struggled toward the counter, twisted open a bottle of white liquor, and drank it all. Refreshing. Amazing. Seeing Wipos regain his composure, the Northern Union viewers also breathed a sigh of relief. This is your room number, sir. Wipos took the wooden plaque for room 3 and carried the empty liquor bottle up the stairs. White mist filled the air, the inn's door slowly closed, and the empty hall returned to silence. Chapter 17, The Hidden Things in the Corner. The rules mentioned 4 types of animals: crows, spiders, rats, and parrots. From the rules, crows and parrots seem beneficial to them, while spiders and rats are harmful. However, nothing is absolute. For example, Rule 4 warns to be careful of talking parrots, indicating that parrots also pose some danger. Are these 4 types of animals really just animals? Do they represent something else? More clues need to be searched for. Jiang Ran gently patted his head. The discomfort had disappeared, and it was time to explore the inn. Jiang Ran walked out of his room, and a rat ran toward him. The moment it saw Jiang Ran, it stopped and bowed, then quickly disappeared at the end of the corridor. This rat is quite polite. The rat's eyes flickered with a strange red light. It did not pose a danger yet before violating Rule 14. Jiang Ran turned to look in the direction the rat had run and walked straight toward it. At the end of the corridor was an upward staircase. Jiang Ran followed the staircase to the 4th floor, where the first room was marked Room 1. It seemed this floor was still for guests. Jiang Ran did not enter to investigate, as the rules restricted them to their own rooms. A squeaking sound came from ahead. Jiang Ran peeked and saw a spider rapidly crawling on the wall, close to him. The rat jumped high and pounced on the spider, swallowing it in a few bites. As if sensing Jiang Ran's gaze, the rat scurried back into the darkness. Just as Jiang Ran wanted to chase it, a hand landed on his shoulder. Sir, the area of Room 1 is currently not open in the inn, please move elsewhere. Of course, returning to your own room is best, it is late. The sudden appearance of the staff surprised the viewers watching the live stream. Jiang Ran turned back and met his gaze. What area is ahead? It's just a completely normal guest room. The staff responded to Jiang Ran with a blank expression. I just saw a mouse. The staff's face visibly darkened, but he continued, Sir, you must have seen it wrong. The inn is always clean, there shouldn't be any mice. Please return to your room. The staff urged him repeatedly, and with him blocking Jiang Ran, he could not move forward, so he had no choice but to nod and return to the 3rd floor. By the way, we have a special pest control service. If you see a spider, please call us. After leaving this sentence, the staff's figure disappeared again. This was not Jiang Ran's first time seeing a mouse. So what exactly is a mouse, and why does it want to hunt spiders? Fortunately, his greatest strength is that he doesn't listen to advice. After the staff disappeared, Jiang Ran quickly returned to the 4th floor, heading straight for his previous location. Tianzi number 4, Tianzi number 9. Passing through the doorways of several rooms, Jiang Ran quickly reached the end of the corridor. An iron door blocked his path. For large characters were written on the iron door employee dormitory. The 4th floor not only has Tianzi rooms but also an employee dormitory. Why did the previous staff member choose to conceal that? The iron door was locked, making it impossible to enter for now. But there was an unexpected delight in the gap of the door. Jiang Ran took out the note that was wedged in the door's gap. No matter who sees this note, go to the corner left of the door in the lobby, there are certain things you want to know. The corner left of the door in the lobby? Jiang Ran put away the note. Since the employee dormitory was locked, he would not waste time here. A red eye silently watched Jiang Ran leave. When Jiang Ran arrived in the lobby, the third paranormal master entered the inn. Smil from the White Eagle Nation. After entering the inn, Smil appeared exceptionally calm. He did not go crazy like Whips and didn't even feel slightly dazed. It was as if he had not been disturbed at all. I didn't expect you to arrive at the inn before me. It's a pity you didn't die in the white mist. After all, I haven't witnessed you kicking the bucket, how could I leave first? Smil snorted and took the room number from the front desk. Room number 5. He did not take the white wine on the counter, nor did he need it at all. Smil's talent is the S-level divine veil, which allows him to be immune to mental disturbances from the world. This is also why he can sense the correct time in the white mist. So he had no need to distinguish between white wine and juice. He felt he wouldn't use either until he cleared the levels. The Flower Village's Niku, who was with him, was not following behind at this moment. Smil had long noticed that Niku was somewhat lost in the white mist. However, if he wanted, he could easily bring Niku along to the inn. However, Smil ultimately decided to let him get lost on his own. Their collaboration was optional, and it would be better to take the opportunity to eliminate a rival. Your name is Jiang Ran? Listen carefully, the last time you shone in the strange apartment and cleared it first was for one reason: I didn't participate. This time, I will let you know a fact: only the paranormal masters of my White Eagle Nation are the true paranormal masters. You are nothing but a mob. Smil's arrogant words instantly angered netizens from other nations, who rushed to the White Eagle Nation's livestream to start a verbal battle. And Smil unexpectedly picked up a stool from the ground and suddenly smashed it toward the counter. If the white wine and juice on the counter were originally full, now there wasn't a single bottle of juice left. The white liquor was missing 2 bottles, and Smith quickly judged that the liquor was a tool others used to resist mental disturbances. As long as he destroyed all the white liquor, regardless of whether he could clear the game or not, the others would have no chance. Sir, the supplies are precious, please do not damage our inn's drinks. The front desk staff appeared just in time, grabbing the bench that Smith held with one hand. TCH, is it really not going to work? Smith wasn't discouraged. If he succeeded, that would be great, and if he failed, it wouldn't matter to him. Well, good luck, kid from Dragon Country. Smith took the wooden tablet to his own room. Although he didn't need the room to sober up, he couldn't let any clues slip by. Jiang Ran ignored Smith and immediately rushed to the location specified on the note after he went upstairs. When he looked at the note before, he intentionally tucked it into his chest, hoping to prevent the livestream from seeing the contents of the note, to stop other countries' observers from using their prompt opportunities to help their own storytellers. If he hadn't been careful, it would probably be him and Smith competing for the item right now. Well, what exactly is hidden in this corner? Chapter 18, The Crow. If it weren't for the note's reminder, no one would have thought that there was a hidden compartment under the floor in the corner of the hall. Inside the hidden compartment were 2 items, one was a notebook, and the other was a scroll. The scroll was a product of Jiang Ran's talent, and this notebook was likely recorded by the person who left the note. Jiang Ran didn't immediately open the notebook to read. Instead, he first searched the other 3 corners of the hall, and after finding nothing useful, he returned to his own room. Opening the notebook, it contained messy handwriting detailing the owner's experiences in the inn. Damn! How could there be an inn in these deep mountains? Forget it, this inn doesn't seem as terrifying as that white mist. Besides, I guess I had no choice at all. Damn it! Why are the staff here so strange? I can't trust them, but I have to ask them for food. I met a staff member dressed in black, and his attitude was surprisingly good, different from those other fools. He even kindly gave me some roasted meat. Something's off. Why do those staff members look at me so oddly? Ugh, I'm so itchy. Be careful of the staff. They will kill you. The handwriting got messy towards the end, especially the last sentence, which could only be vaguely deciphered. And the last page of this notebook was mixed with a spider's leg. Jiang Ran's practiced posture kept the audience in the livestream from clearly seeing what was written in the notebook, leaving them anxious. What does it say? I really want to know. Can Jiang go let us see? Are you stupid? If you could see it, then who couldn't? The staff in black clothing? From the contents recorded in the notebook, it seemed they could indeed summon staff members, and the notebook's owner had clearly done just that. Currently, all the staff Jiang Ran saw were dressed in beige ancient clothes. Perhaps the staff was actually divided into 2 types, with another type being those in black clothing. No, maybe they weren't staff members at all. With a scroll in hand, Jiang Ran gained another chance to verify the rules, but he decided to keep it for more useful moments. On the other side, Whips had also finished reading the note on the bedside table and was analyzing the total of 16 rules when a crow flew in through the window. Even though the rules stated that crows wouldn't harm them, Whips still didn't see it as a good omen. Go, go, go. Wipes waved his hand to drive away the crow, which cawed twice, hopping left and right on the windowsill, refusing to leave. What bad luck! Wipes put the list away and tucked it into his pocket. Since staying in the room wasn't yielding any useful information, he decided to go out for a stroll. After Wipes left, the crow bounced over to the empty wine bottle and licked the leftover white wine at the bottle's mouth. Look, the live broadcast from the Country A3 is back. The observer from Country A3 had almost lost hope and was playing with his pet lizard, but suddenly, the screen that had gone black unexpectedly came back to life, surprising him with joy. I knew it. Although Ifusi has only a B-level talent, his intelligence is far beyond others. Ifusi was the first observer to have the live broadcast return to normal after it had gone black, so when the news spread, almost all the observers from the countries whose screens had gone black switched to their live stream immediately. Where am I? In the broadcast, Ifusi lay on the floor scratching his head. Looking around, he realized he had entered some room's interior. As expected of Ifusi, he managed to arrive at the inn without us knowing and found a room. It looks like we will have to reward him greatly when he returns. Wait, is this really his room? In the live stream, it was clear that there was no list on the nightstand in Ifusi's room and there was a bottle of finished white wine. Could this be Wipe's room? Why is Ifusi appearing in Wipe's room? Ifusi's screen went black only a few minutes after he entered the jungle, and his next appearance is in Wipe's room. What on earth did he go through during that time? At that moment, the door was pushed open by someone. Ifusi instinctively turned to look, and standing at the door was not Wipes, but a staff member. Sir, this is not your room, is it? Nonsense. This is my room. Ifusi sensed the staff member's unfriendly gaze and immediately insisted that this was indeed his room. Is that so? Then please show me your room card. I lost it. Can you help me get another one? Lost it? The staff member stepped closer, and Ifusi grew increasingly panicked, blurting out, "If you dare to lay a hand on me, I will report you." Report? Please do. But from the moment you lost your room card, you are no longer a guest at this inn, and those who do not qualify to rest will be removed. I will kill you. Get lost. Wipes kicked him far away, brushing his shoulder in disgust. The observer from Sakura country, at this moment, could not care about anything else, hurriedly used a reminder opportunity to alert Flower Village's Naiku to go get some white wine to drink. The sound of the reminder briefly snapped Flower Village's Naiku back to reality. Confused about why his chest hurt so much, he quickly grabbed a bottle of white wine from the counter. Just as he twisted the bottle cap to drink, Wipes suddenly rushed over, snatched the wine bottle from his hand, and smashed it down on his head. You drink a hammer. Chapter 19, The Black-Clad Staff. The smash of the bottle not only stunned Flower Village's Naiku but also left everyone in the live stream dumbfounded. Especially the netizens from Sakura country, who were so anxious they jumped up and down, grabbing their keyboards to fight back. Finally encountering a seemingly somewhat reliable ghost talker, although he didn't seem that reliable, at least he could find an inn, right? Team-based ghost story instances prohibit ghost talkers from engaging in serious fighting. If they seriously injure the opponent, they would lose their own qualification. Of course, at the moment, Flower Village's Naika's injuries were far from reaching that level. Wipes knew Flower Village's Naiku. After clearing an A-grade ghost story world last time, he had upgraded his talent to S-grade, making him a notable opponent. As long as he could get him offline now, he could directly take his talent to the grave. White wine splashed everywhere, and with his last bit of consciousness, Flower Village's Naiku wanted to lick the spilled wine off the ground, but Wipes wouldn't give him the chance. He first kicked him down, then locked his throat to control him. No wonder you are a fighting nation, I respect you. While others are racking their brains to use the rules to kill, this guy directly resorts to hands. Poor Flower Village's Naiku, all I can say is, well done. In just a few seconds, Flower Village's Naika's eyes regained their blurry look, and Wipes felt a strange force rush through him, prompting him to instinctively let go of Naiku. Next, Wipes saw Flower Village's Naika's body twisting as he began to grow black feathers, his flesh grotesquely tore apart, and finally, he transformed into a large crow. 2 seconds later, the crow in front of him rapidly shrank in size, becoming no different from an ordinary crow. Wipes took 2 steps back, realizing the crow was a transformed human. A bit dizzy. It seems that entering the inn doesn't completely protect us from mental disturbances, or maybe because of this boiling frog situation, it's even harder to be detected? He took a small sip of white alcohol and returned to his room to refresh himself. It was time to go to the counter and grab a few bottles of white alcohol to prepare. It was a necessity to survive in the inn. As Jiang Ran went downstairs, he bumped into the hurried Wipes heading upstairs. Nice to see you again, brother. Wipes took a deep breath and continued, my country just gave me the second hint. First, Smil from the White Eagle has arrived at the inn. You should know this intel too, right? The observer from the North Alliance would obviously not pass on information just because of this intel, so. Brother, you have key information here, right? Like that notebook. Wipes spread his hands. I hope our partnership is not just for show. I will naturally share my intel too. Smil is not a fool, he must be acting while we are, too. It's a pipe dream for one person to find all the clues. Compared to him, I'd definitely prefer to cooperate with you, brother. Wipus and Jiang Ran each held information unknown to the other. The North Alliance observer was even willing to use a reminder opportunity to promote their cooperation. Given the earlier friendly relations between the two countries, Jiang Ran nodded, but still signaled for Wipus to go first. Wipus quickly described what had just happened in the hall to Jiang Ran. If they couldn't figure out why the flowers in the village turned into crows, they shouldn't be in the business of storytelling at all. So the crows represent the identity of the lost ones. Anyone who fails to drink the white alcohol in time will ultimately become a crow. The lost are harmless to everyone, they won't hurt anyone, so there's no need to be wary of them. Then, Jiang Ran handed the notebook to Wipus. Be careful, don't let the live feed see it. Don't worry, I understand. After reading the notebook, Wipus's expression became serious. So, can we trust the staff? I think it depends on us, Jiang Ran said. As long as we don't break any rules, the staff should be harmless to us. But there is one exception, like the black-clothed staff mentioned in the notebook, the death of the notebook's owner must be connected to him. As the two were discussing the known intel, suddenly someone tapped their shoulders from behind. Gentlemen, please do not stand at the stairway, as it will block other guests who want to go up or down. The staff member in front of them wore a big smile and was dressed in a strikingly different black modern uniform. Why are you looking at me like that, gentlemen? It's getting late, you should hurry and rest. We have our own plans. The warm reception did not deter the staff member in black at all. He smiled slightly and took out 2 pieces wrapped in leaves from behind. I bet you must be hungry. No worries, this roasted meat is our inn's specialty. It's not only delicious but also fills you up. Wipus was about to refuse, but Jiang Ran took the roasted meat instead. Make sure to eat it while it's hot. The staff member in black vanished at the end of the hallway, and Jiang Ran fell into deep thought while looking at the roasted meat in his hand. Receiving the roasted meat didn't mean he had to eat it might be an important clue. Chapter 20, The Mouse. Jiang Ran opened the outer layer of leaves, and an enticing aroma spread out, revealing a piece of roasted meat sprinkled with spices in front of them. What do you think this meat is? It certainly doesn't look like pork. You don't think it could be human meat, do you? In the world of horror stories, this is just normal. Thinking this, Wipes felt a wave of nausea. Even though the roasted meat smelled delicious, he had no desire to eat it at all. Feeling nauseous is a good thing. The smell is clearly enticing us to eat this roasted meat. It's not just simply fragrant, it's mixed with some mental disturbance. You should wait a bit before having another drink of the white wine. The things the horror world wants them to eat are definitely not good things. Wipes had already downed the last bottle of white wine, but luckily he had just grabbed 2 more bottles in the hall. So what do you plan to do with this roasted meat now? Throw it away? Don't rush, this is an important clue. Jiang Ran smiled, then directly yelled into the hall. Waiter! I need food. Jiang Ran's shout startled everyone in the live broadcast, as Rule 3 advised them not to attempt to call the staff. Foreign viewers perked up, secretly wishing these 2 guys would be dealt with at once. Unfortunately, this was impossible. After reading the notes, Wipes naturally didn't think this action was inappropriate, but he was a bit puzzled as to why Jiang Ran wanted to call the staff. Could they get some information from them? At Jiang Ran's call, a staff member quickly appeared in front of them, carrying a white basket. Sir, this is the food you requested, please don't waste it. If you finish and are still not full, you can call for me again. Thank you. Jiang Ran took the basket, which contained some bread and bottled water, simple food indeed. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. No, there's one more thing. Jiang Ran grinned, handing the roasted meat in his other hand to the staff member. This was given to me by another staff member, you see. Before Jiang Ran finished speaking, the staff member directly snatched the roasted meat from his hand. A flash of anger crossed his expressionless face, then was quickly hidden away. This roasted meat was given to me by a staff member in a black uniform. Is there a problem? Jiang Ran certainly knew there was a problem, but he could now pretend to be unaware, and then explaining it would be the staff's job. How the staff member took a deep breath. You must be hallucinating, all our staff uniforms are uniform, there are no staff members in black uniforms. Moreover, you shouldn't eat this kind of roasted meat anymore. Why not? It looks quite delicious. Because, this is rat meat. After dropping that statement, the staff member turned and left, but he did not return to the hall. Instead, he ascended the stairs. Rat meat? White still felt a chill. Although it was slightly better than human flesh, it was still not on his menu. Don't just be disgusted, chase after him and see what he's up to. The staff member's unusual behavior was definitely the key to breaking the situation. Jiang Ran immediately chased after him, with Wipes closely following. Jiang Ran and Wipes silently descended a level, standing at a distance to watch him. Suddenly, black fur sprouted on his body, his nails grew long, and an ugly tail emerged behind him. Like in the flower village where a cool change became a crow, the staff twisted into a large mouse before the two. The mouse gradually took on a normal size, but its blood-red eyes fixed intensely on them. Yes, the end of the 4th floor is the staff dormitory. The mouse will hunt spiders. The staff suggested exterminating spiders but tacitly allowed the presence of the mouse. Plus, with this scene before them, the mouse is the embodiment of the staff. And the claw marks on the staff are the key to why he is turned into a mouse. Not good, this beast seems to be charging at us, run quickly. The mouse showed a vicious look and directly pounced at the two. Jiang Ran had seen mice many times before, but never had he seen one so aggressive. At this moment, he felt a bit itchy. Not good. They must not come into contact with the mouse now. The two took off running, but how could their speed be faster than the mouse? The distance between them was quickly closing. Brother! Quickly shoot him! Jiang Ran really wanted to curse. If he could shoot, he would have done so long ago. Why would he be running then? No! If I draw my gun now, during that motion, the mouse will surely pounce on me, so we can only run. The two quickly ran to the 3rd floor, not continuing down the stairs. In a critical moment, Wipus directly charged toward a nearby wooden railing, and with Jiang Ran's shocked expression, he broke a thinner railing. Get away from me! Wipus tightly gripped the broken wooden stick, swinging it like a baseball bat. Bam! The mouse was precisely knocked away by the stick, crashing heavily onto the corridor floor. We need to disinfect now. Brother, go back to your room and meet up later. Jiang Ran nodded and immediately rushed to his room, while Wipus went downstairs from another direction, heading back to his own room. After returning to his room, Jiang Ran immediately locked the door. He could feel something outside slamming into the door. It must be that mouse. Jiang Ran lifted his shirt and indeed found a claw mark wound on his lower abdomen. This was the reason why the mouse attacked them. He recalled the eerie staff member in black. He thought that only eating the roast meat would lead to trouble, but perhaps the moment he was touched on the shoulder by that person, he was already cursed. Chapter 21, Mountain God? He must be more cautious, otherwise, even a small action might cost him his life. After returning to his room, Jiang Ran felt as if someone was watching him. Turning around suddenly, a staff member was standing right behind him. According to the theory, the mouse is the staff member. Now in his current state, would the staff member attack him like a mouse? Sir, I'm just here on routine duty to check the room, hope I'm not disturbing you. The answer is no. The staff member merely nodded slightly in apology and then walked toward the room door. Sir, if you're injured, please disinfect quickly. He opened the door and stepped out, even grabbing the mouse at the doorstep to prevent it from rushing into the room and harming Jiang Ran. As Jiang Ran sat on the bed disinfecting, he contemplated the events that just occurred. He clearly saw that staff member transform into a mouse, which meant there must be some connection between them, but their behaviors were completely different. He should have been infected by something now. If he didn't disinfect in time, he feared he would undergo an irreversible change into something else, let's call it becoming an infected. The mouse attacks the infected, and the staff will not. This is very important information. From this, it can be seen that the staff intentionally want to protect them. So the next time they accidentally get infected and haven't had the chance to disinfect before encountering a mouse, perhaps calling for the staff is a better choice. The liquor is running low. It seems that I really need to go to the hall to get 2 more bottles. Jiang Ran re-examined all the rules. He still has a scroll in hand. So which rule should he validate to get the best value? At that moment, Lin Changqing used the first hint opportunity. Rewind time 2 minutes back. While Jiang Ran and Wipus were still negotiating with the staff, Smil from the White Eagle country had also basically explored the inn. To his surprise, he discovered a brightly colored parrot. Rule 15, if you see a flying parrot in the inn, please follow its steps. The parrot will lead you to something crucial. The parrot in front of him must be an important clue. When the parrot noticed Smil's gaze, it fluttered its wings and flew in another direction. Smil hurriedly followed. Soon, the parrot flew through a door, with Smil closely behind. The parrot landed on an iron rack, preening its feathers. Stopped? Does that mean there are important clues in this room? Smil looked around. The iron rack was filled with cardboard boxes. He opened one of the boxes, and it was packed full of bread. On the other side, there were several boxes of bottled water stacked up. Even Smil, if he were dull, should realize this is a warehouse. The focus isn't just on this food. Is there something else here? Smil squinted at the parrot, trying to see through this dumb bird. Clearly, the parrot did not want to play along. Come here, little parrot, tell uncle what's special here. The parrot gave him a disdainful glance, then surprisingly started to speak. Are you willing to heed the mountain deity's guidance? Several question marks appeared over Smil's head. He completely could not understand what the parrot meant. Although he had indeed called this guy to speak, he never expected it could actually talk. Rule 4, you may see all kinds of small animals in the inn. Remember, parrots do not talk. If you see a talking parrot, please pretend you didn't hear. Most animals are gentle, but you must not stay in a room with only one kind of animal for too long. Smil did not answer, pretending he could not hear. The parrot looked him over again, then finally continued to preen its feathers, ignoring Smil. Just when Smil thought he had escaped a disaster, another person walked into the warehouse. It was a staff member with a pale face. "Sir, this is not a place for you to come. Rule 9, all food is stored in the warehouse, but to prevent guests from wasting food, only staff can enter and exit the warehouse. If you need food, please call for the staff and clearly state your needs. The key point is that only staff can enter the warehouse." Smil clearly violated this rule. He looked at the parrot, feeling somewhat unwilling. After finally learning there were clues in the warehouse, would he be kicked out without finding anything? I lost something inside. I will leave after I find it, okay? It's alright, sir, I never intended for you to leave. Smil broke into a cold sweat. The originally friendly staff member's eyes were now filled with killing intent, as if he would devour him the next moment. His talent could only make him immune to mental attacks, if the staff member attacked directly. He had no way to resist. Smil quickly looked around and finally found a deeper door. He ran towards that direction in a panic, and fortunately, the door was not locked, giving him a glimmer of escape. As soon as Smil entered the room, he immediately closed the door. Before he could catch his breath, he suddenly felt a chill rushing to the top of his head. Where is this place? He slowly turned his head. The dark room was only lit by flickering lights. Rows of hooks hung from the walls, resembling those in a slaughterhouse, but instead of pork or beef, they were hanging with fat, dead rats. In the corners of the room, large spider webs had formed, and a few spiders were perched on the walls. Smil didn't dare to breathe, for according to the rules, spiders were undoubtedly the most dangerous creatures. With staff outside and spiders inside, was he really going to die today? Let me see who has wandered into my territory. Oh. It's just a lost guest. A staff member in black walked over with a smile from the darkness. Smil felt fear at the sight of the staff member, but behind him was the door, leaving him with nowhere to escape. No, you're not a staff member. What exactly are you? Smil quickly noticed something was off about this staff member. He was dressed completely differently from the other staff, and his face was not as cold as theirs. Everything about him, especially appearing in such a place, seemed to indicate that he was far from ordinary. Before Smil could react, the staff member in black had reached his side and gently tapped his shoulder. Are you worried that those guys outside will kill you? Don't be afraid, I will protect you, because I am the mountain god who blesses this land. Chapter 22, The Gambler. A mountain god who blesses the land? If Smil believes this, then he must really be seeing ghosts. Would a mountain god who protects the land cover the mountains with white fog, turning all humans into lost souls? Moreover, this terrifying atmosphere doesn't seem to fit a kind character at all. But at this moment, survival is the most important thing. Smil awkwardly smiled. Thank you, mountain god. You're welcome, it's what I should do. The staff member in black let out a strange laugh, patted Smil again, and then gently pushed him aside to open the door. No. Smil could foresee himself being torn apart by the staff member, but that didn't happen. The staff member in black stood in front of him, smiling at the staff outside. All is well, little mice. The staff member outside suddenly distorted, opening a mouth that was over 3 times larger than before. Even his fingers turned into crimson tentacles. Even such a terrifying scene did not change the expression of the staff member in black at all. He simply raised his finger, and the staff member in front of him instantly returned to normal, falling to the ground. The parrot flew to the staff member's shoulder and locked eyes with the staff member in black. In the end, the staff member in black closed the door. Smil swallowed hard. Having experienced several bizarre worlds, this was the first time he had seen 2 strange beings fighting. It was much more thrilling than watching a horror movie. I told you not to worry. Smil realized that this man who claimed to be the mountain god was likely a crucial character in this scenario, so he prepared to extract more information. Run, hurry up and run. The sudden message notification stunned Smil for a moment. He was in the critical moment of gathering intelligence, so why was the observer telling him to run? Unbeknownst to him, the viewers in the livestream were already covered in goosebumps. At this moment, Smear had grown a full set of 4 arms and 4 legs, and the scariest part was those 8 eyes. The death of Smear, the monster storyteller from the White Eagle Kingdom. Until the live broadcast from the White Eagle Kingdom completely went dark, Lin Changqing immediately used a hint opportunity to convey what happened here to Jiang Ran in the most concise way. The staff in black claimed to be the mountain god, and it was certain that he was in an absolute opposing relationship with the workers. Was the final form of the infected a spider? No wonder the rats would hunt the spiders. Currently, there are 3 factions known within the inn. The first is the guests led by them, also known as the identityless. Those lost in the white mist would turn into crows, and those infected would turn into spiders. The second faction is the staff. From the intelligence relayed by Lin Changqing, the parrot and the staff should exist within the same faction, but what role it actually played has yet to be discovered. After being infected, the staff turn into rats, and rats cannot accurately discern the relationship between the infected and the spiders, so they will hunt both. While the staff only hunt spiders, they will remind the infected to disinfect themselves to regain their identity as guests. The third faction is the black-clad staff who claims to be the mountain god. Jiang Ran believes this identity is not trustworthy, but in his multiple confrontations with the staff, they seem to always be at a disadvantage, and he appeared unable to eradicate the staff due to certain factors. Poor Smear, the staff wanted to kill him, and the black-clad staff were merely looking for some fun, having no intention of leaving him a way out. The parrot is a crucial clue, but to find the parrot, they must enter the warehouse. However, if they break this rule, they will probably meet the same end as Smear. How to bypass this rule to enter the warehouse? Before that, let's go to the hall and replenish some baijiu first. As soon as he spoke, Jiang Ran no longer felt that itch. The claw-mark wounds had disappeared, suggesting he had already been disinfected. In the center of the hall sat a strange old man. His eye sockets had been dug out, his left hand was also cut off, and he sat half-slumped on the ground, with only his right hand holding a few blood-meat dice. Individual number 140, the gambler, neutral, line. Many strange creatures seem to play this game. Both sides hold 3 dice, first rolling 2 to take the maximum number as their score. If the 2 dice show the same number, the sum of the 2 dice becomes their score. Players can choose whether to roll the third die. If the third die matches one of the first 2 to form a pair, they can add all matching points to their score. If a straight is formed, they win immediately, unless the opponent has a larger straight. However, if the third die neither forms a pair nor a straight, the player loses this round, and their score for the next round decreases by 1. When gambling against the gambler, the way to determine the winner is 2 out of 3 games. Come on, I can't wait any longer. The gambler rolls the first 2 dice, the fleshy cubes rolling on the ground, finally stopping on 2 numbers. 4 points, 4 points. Looks like my luck is good. Chapter 23, Change of Camp. Both of the gambler's dice show 4 points, meaning his score for this round is 8 points. Wipers only needs the 2 dice to show different numbers. Even if one die shows the maximum 6 points, he is still 2 points behind the gambler. Wipers glares wide-eyed. Did you cheat? Of course, he is just saying that. In this contractual duel, whether human or strange creature, there is no chance for cheating. The fleshy dice are merely tools for gambling and are not controlled by the gambler. I'm all in. Wipers immediately rolls his 2 dice. The fleshy dice roll on the ground twice before finally stopping. 2 points, 5 points. According to the rule of taking the maximum value, Wiper's score is now 5 points, which is certainly not enough. He has one last chance to choose whether to roll the die in his hand. He must roll a 5 to win. Wipers grits his teeth. I choose to roll the third die. The gambler's smile becomes even brighter. A 1 in 6 chance is not so easy to bet on. Roll for me. The dice roll, finally stopping at 1 point. It seems the goddess of luck does not want to favor Wipers. He awkwardly laughs, signaling Jiang Ran to shoot if anything seems off. Looks like Wipers isn't having much luck this time. What a joke. If you had seen the replays from earlier in the bizarre tale world, you would know his luck has never been good. The atmosphere in the live room is quite cheerful, as they share Wipers' thoughts. Anyway, with Jiang Ran's demon hunting pistol, losing doesn't matter. Jiang Ran holds his head, unsure of what to say. Go ahead, bro, I will burn incense for you on Qingming Festival. Alright, Balian doesn't seem to celebrate Qingming Festival, so forget it. In the first round, the gambler won, and since Wipers rolled the third die without winning, it means his score for the next round will be reduced by 1. I don't believe my luck can be this bad. This time, Wipers rolls the dice first, but this time, the dice seem even less favorable, showing 2 points and 3 points. Damn, can I be this unlucky? Jianggu can prepare to shoot now. Here's a suggestion, Wipers should just walk around when encountering any individual. Then I'm sorry. The gambler's expression has become somewhat crazy, unable to wait to throw the dice in his hand. 1 point, 1 point. Good news, a pair is formed. Bad news, pairs are useless. 2 ones only add up to 2 points, so Wipers' score this round is 3 points, which, when reduced, becomes 2 points. Both sides' points are exactly the same. In this case, the first 2 dice from both sides are invalid, and the outcome is determined by the third die. I think I figured out why this gambler had his left hand chopped off. It's hard not to lose with such luck. Look, this is the result of blindly chasing pairs. What I mean is, we may not get along, but he has to have big wins. Ugh, get out of the live stream room. The live stream room was still chatting, while both sides of the gambling game had already thrown the third die. Wipus, 4 points. The gambler, 2 points. The gambler angrily slammed the ground. How could he lose such a great opportunity? He hadn't had a full meal in ages. A passing staff member came over and slapped him twice. Don't damage our end's floor. This old man wasn't even a guest, so the staff didn't want to be nice to him. I'll gamble. I have to gamble. This last round will be my comeback. The gambler was totally crazy. He didn't want to wait and hurriedly started the final round of betting. 6 points, 6 points. Wipus's face darkened. What was he even playing for? Damn, has this old man thrown pairs 3 rounds in a row? Is his luck really that good? Could it be that Wipus's luck is just too bad? Sharpshooter Jiang is getting ready to log on. Jiang quietly mourned for Wipus. Holding on to the thought that maybe he could throw 2 sixes, Wipus threw the dice in his hand. 1 point, 2 points. What kind of dice are these? Are you seriously trying to sabotage me? Wipus completely lost hope. He just threw the 3rd die away, thinking it wouldn't win even if he threw a pair. Better let Jiang deal with this guy. The dice slowly stopped, and the smile on the gambler's face froze instantly. 3 points. Holy crap. 6, 6, 6. I thought the gambler was cheating, turns out it's you who's cheating. A straight is greater than a pair, no matter how high the pair's points are. Wipus's 3 dice formed the numbers 1, 2, 3, he threw the only number that could lead to victory. Ha ha ha. Old man, do you still want to gamble with me? The gambler clutched his head and howled, seemingly unable to accept this fact, but soon returned to normal under the rules adjustment. Rule 7, the inn is recruiting staff. Interested parties may directly put on volunteer uniforms. This rule is correct. As soon as he finished speaking, the gambler sank into the ground and disappeared. Wipus was still immersed in the joy of victory in the betting game, and Jiang briefly shared the information he got from Lin Changqing, pulling Wipus's thoughts back to the world of eerie stories. So we need to go to the warehouse to find that parrot, but we can't enter the warehouse. Wipus pondered for a moment. If there's no other way, I can just delete this rule. But wasting the only chance like this would be a shame. The world of eerie stories won't have levels that require some kind of talent to pass. Deleting it is a method, but it's definitely not the only one. Jiang continued, perhaps the key to this rule isn't that it limits us from entering the warehouse, but that it restricts anyone who isn't staff from entering the warehouse. What's the difference? Jiang's words almost left Wipus confused. Did you forget the information the gambler provided earlier? What did he just say? I was too excited to hear. If it's only you, what's the point in winning this gambling game? Jiang was speechless for a moment, restating the gambler's words to Wipus before continuing to explain. The faction identities in the inn are never fixed. We can switch from guests to lost ones or infectees, and of course, there's a way to become staff. Wipus nodded. So where should we find these so-called volunteer uniforms? If I'm not mistaken, they should be at the front desk. The 2 rushed to the front desk, where the staff guarding it had once again disappeared. 2 people searched under the counter and finally found neatly stacked work uniforms. And beneath these uniforms, there was a piece of paper titled Staff Code of Conduct. Chapter 24 Staff Code of Conduct. Staff Code of Conduct. We are glad you are willing to become a staff member at the old Xianshan Inn. May the mountain god bless you. Once you join, some of the other rules will no longer apply to you, but you must understand the responsibilities and duties of being a staff member. Rule 17, after your shift, you will no longer need to follow the following regulations, but please do not disclose any of the staff rules to non-staff members. Rule 18, staff members are blessed by the mountain god. The white mist will no longer affect you, but be careful not to drink white liquor. Rule 19, mountain ghosts still wander in the inn. If you are unfortunate enough to be infected, drink fruit juice within 1 minute. During this time, avoid mice and do not have any physical contact with them. Remember, do not harm the mice during this process. If you cannot escape in time, call for the parrot's help. Rule 20, as a staff member, you cannot harm normal guests. You can drive away crows and feed them white liquor. If you see a spider, use any nearby tools to kill it. If mice attack guests, protect the guests, but if guests violate the inn's rules, you must kill them. Rule 21, you can go to the warehouse to retrieve food, but you absolutely cannot enter the rooms deeper inside the warehouse. Rule 22, all staff uniforms are uniform. If you see a staff member wearing black clothes, please stay away from them. Rule 23, since staff must check the rooms, you can enter all guest rooms. However, if there are occupants, you need to leave quickly. Rule 24, thank you for your continuous efforts in safeguarding the inn with your life. As it approaches midnight, you may feel some unusual sensations. Do not doubt it, it means you should clock out. The staff code of conduct now included 8 new rules. As long as they put on this uniform, they became staff members, which meant being bound by these 8 rules. Should we wear it? Why find it if we don't wear it? Jiang Ran casually put on the work uniform. This is a necessary step to move forward. If we give up our identity as staff to avoid the rules, we probably won't find the parrot. That seems to be true. In the moment they donned the uniforms, Jiang Ran felt more energetic than ever, in the best state possible. Seeing that the 2 had discovered new rules, the viewers in the live broadcast gasped in surprise. Although I can't see the specific rules clearly, this time there are a total of 8. So far, there are 24 rules in this world. If it were me, I probably wouldn't even remember the rules, let alone analyze anything else. While the live chat continued to discuss, the two had already headed to the warehouse. Now almost everyone's eyes were locked on the live broadcast of the two. Smur had already died, and the others were still lost. Only Jiang Ran and VIPs remained among the 30 talkmasters. Transforming into a crow still offered a glimmer of hope, but if infected and turned into a spider, there would be no turning back. The time was now 11:30 p.m. Jiang Ran remembered that when he first entered the inn, it was 10:12. Had over an hour already passed? To be honest, he felt like it hadn't been that long at all. It seemed that the 2 drinks of white liquor and the disturbances to his mind caused a misjudgment of time. But it didn't matter, staff members were completely immune to this kind of trouble. At least now they could accurately keep track of time. Rule 6, do not leave the room between midnight and 3 in the morning. If you hear a knock on the door during this time, please do not respond and do not open the door. Rule 24, thank you for your constant efforts, safeguarding the inn with your life. As midnight approaches, you may feel some physical discomfort. Do not doubt, it is time for you to finish your shift. Both rules mention midnight as the time, thus, within half an hour, whether they have received clues or not, they cannot take any further action. While thinking this, White suddenly stood in front of Jiang Ran with a puzzled expression and waved his hand. Brother? Is something wrong? Jiang Ran was undoubtedly more confused. Why did this guy stop? But White seemed to not notice Jiang Ran. He looked around searching for Jiang Ran's figure, but Jiang Ran was clearly standing right in front of him. What are you doing? Jiang Ran lightly tapped his shoulder, which startled White. He reflexively swung a punch back, and fortunately, Jiang Ran had some instinct to dodge, otherwise, he would have likely ended up on the ground. Damn, are you trying to kill me? Brother? Sorry, I thought you were that guy in black, but where did you just go? I didn't see you. Where did I go? Haven't I been right here all along? But you really just vanished all of a sudden. Whites was really puzzled. Why would I lie to you? It doesn't benefit me at all. Whites wanted to explain more, but saw Jiang Ran's pupils suddenly shrink. He took a step back and said, I believe you now. Are you still there? I can't see you now either. With Whites patting Jiang Ran as well, this strange situation lasted only a few seconds. The two of them being like they were invisible was indeed unexpected. In the world of strange tales, such unusual situations were mostly not good. Jiang Ran then recalled that other staff members also suddenly appeared and disappeared, but they always showed up for a moment before long periods of disappearing. For the two of them, this vanishing time was already considered extremely short. No, the duration of the effect may not just be a few seconds, it might be our contact that made this state disappear. This might be a trait of the staff. From the moment they put on their clothes, their identities had already changed, but other staff members also had this issue, so it seemed they should be fine in the short term. Let's not separate. As long as we can't see each other's presence, we must remind each other immediately. Yeah. As long as the invisible person actively touches the outside world, the state can be lifted. At least they still held the initiative in their hands. Temporarily putting this matter aside, the two walked into the warehouse, where another staff member was counting the supplies on the iron shelf. Are you new? Have you read the staff rules? You can take the food here at will. If a guest calls you, just hand over the food. If you find any other guests breaking in here, then kill him. By the way, do not enter the deep room, you will die. Chapter 25, Mountain God. After the reminders, the staff member in front had already disappeared from sight. What he said was merely what was written in the rules, nothing particularly noteworthy. Jiang Ranske scanned the warehouse and quickly spotted the parrot standing on the iron shelf, organizing its feathers. Seemingly sensing Jiang Ran's gaze, the parrot turned its head and stared straight at him. Are you willing to heed the mountain god's guidance? The parrot asked the same words as Smur before, and Wipes felt a surge of alertness, suddenly recalling the rule to pretend not to hear if the parrot spoke. However, Jiang Ran held a different opinion on this. Rule 4, you may see various small animals in the inn, but remember, parrots do not speak. If you see a parrot that does speak, pretend you didn't hear it. Animals are mostly gentle, but you must never stay in the same room with only one type of animal for too long. I want to verify Rule 4. The reason why the Prophet has an SSS level talent is not only because he can verify whether a rule is true or false, but also because he can break down the truth or falsehood of rules one by one. After all, besides completely true and completely false rules, there are also many half-true, half-false rules. When encountering such a rule, the Prophet can accurately give the correct and incorrect information from the rule. This rule is half-true and half-false. You may see various small animals in the inn, correct. Remember, parrots do not speak. If you see a parrot that does speak, pretend you didn't hear it, incorrect. Animals are mostly gentle, but you must never stay in the same room with only one type of animal for too long, correct. Sure enough. The most critical part is incorrect. After all, a normal person's first thought when encountering such a situation is to remain silent, as responding to something that shouldn't be responded to could lead to death. This has happened many times in other strange story worlds. As long as they do not respond to the parrot, they will miss this only opportunity. Bringing experiences from other strange story worlds into the challenge is not necessarily a bad thing, but blindly believing in past experiences can only lead to failure. Every strange story world is a unique existence. With the accurate information in hand, Jiang Ran took a step forward and faced the parrot directly. What exactly is the mountain god? White Pussy was scared to a cold sweat, and he silently poked Jiang Ran from behind. Brother, the rules. Have you forgotten? The atmosphere in the live broadcast room was tense to the extreme because previously, Smur did not respond to the parrot, and nothing happened. So everyone instinctively thought this rule was correct. What's wrong with Brother Jiang? That parrot looks off. Netizens from the White Eagle country also got excited at this moment. Their own failure was indeed concerning, but others' success was undoubtedly even more painful. Although their Smur was gone, as long as this strange story world ended with 0 clearances, no one could say anything to them. Die. 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 For most of the people who were hostile towards Jiang Ran, the death of their country's strange story master did not matter. The best result would be if Jiang Ran could die together. Lin Changqing's spirit was also at its peak of tension. Due to the first hint's time being too short, many pieces of information had not been fully explained. He really wanted to use the second hint opportunity to remind Jiang Ran, but it was already too late. All he could do was believe in him. Jiang Ran once again reiterated his question, what exactly is the mountain god? The mountain god is the spirit that protects this land. To everyone's surprise, the parrot actually responded to Jiang Ran, and besides that, nothing else happened. Damn! This guy got it right again. No wonder my brother Jiang is so lucky. Our White Pussy from the Northern Alliance must be green with envy. While everyone was praising Jiang Ran's good luck, Lin Changqing's thoughts were completely different from theirs. Once or twice might be called luck, but could so many times truly be just luck? Far across the ocean in the capital of the White Eagle country, in a luxurious room, a young man in a shirt was sitting with his legs crossed, watching the screen in front of him, with a row of well-dressed bodyguards behind him, not daring to breathe. Mr. Arceus, what do you think of this person? Arceus squinted his eyes. He definitely has some method to determine the truth or falsehood of the rules. I can see that kind of confidence in his eyes, a look that no one else possesses, a demeanor full of assurance. As the only SSS-level talent strange talker in the White Eagle country, Arceus watched the screen with a serious gaze, which surprised the bodyguards behind him. Perhaps you all haven't noticed a detail, it seems he has never pulled out his demon-hunting handgun in this world. Arceus cradled his chin. His talent is definitely mysterious, this is beyond doubt. If possible, I really want to compete with him in the same world, regardless of nationality and stance, just a duel between two top strange talkers. Sir, please say less of such things. So what if I say it? Do those people up there dare to act against me? Attack the only SSS-level talent of the White Eagle? Don't be silly, they need me now, not I them. Arceus ignored the bodyguards behind him and continued watching the livestream, even sending a wave of Gojiang in the comments. The bodyguards behind were nearly scared to death. Dude. It's fine to post, but don't use the main account. Whoa, did a fully leveled account just send a comment? Gojiang? Oh, it's our person. No, wait, why is there a string of English names? Whoa. Officially certified strange talker, first in the White Eagle region. The higher-ups in the White Eagle country watching the livestream turned dark-faced. The comments were buzzing, and Jiang Ran had already posed the next question to the parrot regarding its words. Blessing? I don't feel K is blessing the world at all, the disorienting white mist and the murderous in, is that K's blessing? The parrot fell silent for a moment and continued, you can still stand here and talk to me, that is the blessing of the mountain god. Originally, this mist would cause instant death upon contact. The mountain god is not all-knowing and all-powerful, it can only delay the mist's effects on you as much as possible. If there had been no inn on this mountain, there wouldn't be a single living person here. Jiang Ran nodded, acknowledging this statement, then continued to ask, so what is the cause of this mist? What role does that man in black play? These are all due to the mountain god's curse. Both of them and the viewers in the livestream were stunned for a moment, because according to the parrot's previous words, the mountain god should be a good person. Why then would these be the mountain god's curses? Chapter 26, Midnight 12 o'clock, the moment of demise. I can only tell you this much. Even though they had reached the most crucial part of the matter, the parrot suddenly fell silent. The information they obtained was indeed limited, which made Wipes frown. Just say a little more, how can anyone understand you like this? The last thing I can tell you is this, go find the 4 keys, may the mountain god bless you. The glow of humanity in the parrot's eyes completely vanished. Wipes wanted to ask something more, but Jiang Ran knew that the parrot had likely turned into an ordinary animal, no longer useful for anything. The guide's task had been completed, and the parrot could exit the storyline. Jiang Ran remembered a rule among the staff, if a worker was infected, they could seek the parrot's help. Now it seemed the parrot could provide no assistance, and they had to be more careful after this. 4 keys. That was the most crucial thing. He thought that after meeting the parrot, they would be close to clearing the game, but perhaps only now were they truly delving into the storyline. No problem, today is just the first day, they still had plenty of time. Are we going to look for those 4 keys now? By the way, I don't even know what the keys look like. How would we know that the keys we find are the ones he asked us to look for? For now, I don't know either, but it's best we clock out early. Jiang Ran could feel an uncomfortable sensation in his body, as if his soul was slowly leaving his shell, and with time, it would turn into nothingness. Rule 24, thank you for your continuous effort, guarding the inn with your life. As midnight approaches, you might feel some abnormalities in your body. Do not doubt it, it's time for you to clock out. Perhaps this is why they suddenly vanished and then reappeared. Jiang Ran did not know what would happen at 12 o'clock, but it was best not to spend this time in the role of a staff member. The two left the warehouse, took off their uniforms, and at this moment, their identity changed back from staff to guests. There are almost 20 minutes until 12 o'clock. Let's return to our rooms and meet again tomorrow. All right. Jiang Ran took 2 bottles of white liquor from the counter, then thought for a moment and also grabbed a bottle of juice just in case, before finally returning to his room. When he returned, he found that he had tightly closed the window earlier, but now saw a crow hopping around outside, seemingly wanting to come inside the room. The lost souls are not dangerous, the rules mention not staying in the same room with the same type of animal for too long, so Jiang Ran had no intention of letting the crow into the room. The two closed the door tightly, waiting for midnight to arrive. 11:50, the inn's front door was pushed open once more. The Class S talent ghost story master from Pickled Vegetable Country, Jiang Ran. The live broadcast room of Pickled Vegetable Country instantly erupted. They thought there was no hope left, but surprisingly their ghost story master managed to squeeze into the inn just in time. How could he have gone so long without becoming a crow? Everyone had no idea how Jiang Ran managed it. That's definitely because everyone in Pickled Vegetable Country possesses strong willpower. After all, our country has a rich history. Nonsense. Not a single word in that statement is correct. Jiang Ran, who entered the inn, looked extremely weak. The observers from Pickled Vegetable Country immediately used the first hint opportunity to have him drink a bottle of white liquor. Jiang Ran gulped down a bottle of white liquor and then suddenly squeezed his wrist. A blood-red long worm crawled out of his skin and was held tightly in his hand. Individual number 342, Blood Leech, neutral. Blood leeches do not actively attack ghost story masters, but as soon as they come into contact with the master's skin, they will immediately burrow into their body to suck blood. The master's body grows weaker, but during this time, their mind remains alert. Jiang Ran managed to avoid getting lost in the white fog thanks to the blood leech's ability. Now that he had arrived at the inn, he found a better substitute in white liquor and forcefully expelled the blood leech from his body. It is indeed partly luck to encounter a blood leech, but it also relates to the talent Jiang Ran possesses. Class S talent, Individual Summoner. Every world has 3 opportunities to randomly summon a neutral or kind-odd entity to appear before them. A neutral entity can provide important assistance in clearing the challenge if used properly, and one that is kind needs no further mention. By the way, the talent to randomly summon an odd entity is Class C, and simply eliminating malicious entities can elevate a talent from Class C to S, demonstrating just how undesirable these things are. To say he had bad luck, yet managed to randomly summon a blood leech, but to say he had good luck, he had spent so long in the fog before encountering staff to guide him. The location of the inn does not change, staff will only look within a certain range to guide lost people to the inn, meaning if you stray off the path. Basically, it's goodbye. Jiang Ran had almost flipped the entire mountain over, and only then did he find the inn at the last moment. Sir, this is your room number. The front desk appeared for less than a second, tossed the wooden sign on the counter, and hurriedly disappeared. Jiang Ran picked up the wooden sign and walked towards his room 4. Midnight struck at 12 o'clock. Jiang Ran lay in bed listening to the continuous sounds of running in the corridor, as if someone was chasing something, followed by a knock on the door. The knock lasted for more than a minute, and perhaps after a long time without a response, the thing knocking finally left. A wave of drowsiness hit him, and Jiang Ran took a sip of white liquor to wake himself up. He must never fall asleep, this rule, he kept firmly in mind. On the other side, Jiang Ran finally breathed a sigh of relief when he heard the knocking stop. His body, already incredibly weak, collapsed onto the bed wanting to sleep, but suddenly he remembered the rule about not being able to sleep. No, I can't sleep. Jiang Ran forced himself to stay awake, slapping his cheeks hard, but the drowsiness surged like waves, again and again. He quickly realized this was not because he was tired, but because some force was trying to force him to sleep. Damn it! I forgot to grab a few more bottles of white liquor. He absolutely could not leave his room between midnight and 3 a.m., so he had already lost the chance to restock on white liquor, and the blood leech was thrown in the lobby on the first floor. Could he really rely on his will to survive this 3-hour stretch? What a joke! This was simply impossible. Chapter 27. The next day. Helpless, while he still felt relatively clear-headed, Jiang Ran used his second gifted ability. Although the hope of summoning a useful bizarre entity was slim, this was his last hope. Come on. A thread of evil energy dispersed, and in the empty part of the room appeared an upside-down statue. It was an angel with a hideous face, showing sharp teeth, its body bound by chains to a stone pillar behind it, with arms stretched straight forward. Entity number 003, Fallen Angel Statue, Benevolent. That's right, benevolent. Because this thing looked too bizarre, the first encounter with K made the storyteller think it wasn't a good thing, until K appeared a second time, allowing everyone to truly understand K's ability. A human holding the fallen angel statue can be immune to all threats in the world of bizarre tales, whether breaking rules or teasing bizarre creatures will not cause any harm. The principle is that the fallen angel statue itself is so bizarre that other bizarre beings can only bow their heads in front of K. Such a bug-level ability, of course, is not permanent. The fallen angel statue will automatically disappear within 1 minute after being touched by a human. Jiang Ran was instantly overjoyed. Although the fallen angel statue was not enough for him to last through these 3 hours, that minute was enough for him to go to the lobby and grab a few bottles of white liquor. He wasted no time, clutching the fallen angel statue and rushing out of the room. A flood of accounts poured into the Pickled Cabbage Country livestream, and the next moment, the viewers in front of their screens exclaimed. The hallway outside had unknowingly formed a thick spider web, woven together making it difficult to move. Jiang Ran struggled to push through the web, creating a path for himself, which seemed to attract some attention. He could feel the spider web trembling. A spider larger than a basin lunged at Jiang Ran's face, startling him into a shriek. Perhaps realizing he was invincible at the moment, he quickly swallowed his disgust, grabbed the spider, and threw it aside, not daring to stop, immediately racing to the lobby. Finally, he passed through the hallway and reached the stairs going down, but as soon as he stepped on the first step, he tumbled down. The wooden staircase was already deeply decayed. Inside were chunks of black flesh and spider eggs. He couldn't help but vomit and cold sweat broke out on his back. What kind of cursed inn is this? The desire to survive overcame the terrifying scene before him. Jiang Ran didn't care about the decaying stairs, tumbling and rolling down to the hall on the first floor. The staff in black stood in the center of the hall with arms outstretched. The moment he saw Jiang Ran, he shot him a fierce glare. Perhaps wary of the fallen angel statue, the staff in black did not approach. At this moment, Jiang Ran had no time to worry about that. He was too tired to care what the staff in black wanted to do and grabbed the white liquor and ran. As he fell again at the stairway, a trace of despair arose in his heart. The stairs were completely damaged. He could roll down them easily, but how was he supposed to get back up now? Come on. He's not some martial arts master who can fly up. The staff in black approached with a grin. This gentleman seems to be unable to go up. Do you need my help? See, can you? Of course I can. After all, I am so helpful. At the same time the fallen angel statue disappeared, the staff in black smashed Jiang Ran's head with a single slap. In the live stream room, blood flowed onto the floor, adding a touch of dazzling red to the entire hall. The master of horror from Pickled Cabbage Country, Jiang Ran, has died. No one expected such an ending. After all, when the fallen angel statue appeared, everyone thought Jiang Ran was saved. Did you notice something strange? This guy in black clothes seemed to rely only on infection to eliminate others before, but now he can attack directly. No wonder we can't leave the room after midnight. Without any useful abilities, it's a guaranteed death. With Jiang Ran's death, there were no more livestream scenes showing the hall, and no one knew what the staff in black would do next. Morning came the next day. Jiang Ran pushed the door open, and to the astonishment of everyone in the livestream, the corridor had returned to its original state. Not a single strand of spider silk remained from last night. The stairs that Jiang Ran had damaged were also restored. Jiang Ran walked on them without any issues collapsing, making the previous night's events feel dreamlike and unreal. Only the announced failure of the Pickled Cabbage Country reminded everyone that everything had truly happened. Wait, our livestream screens have actually returned. So do we. With the arrival of morning, the livestream screens of those horror masters who had lost themselves in the jungle miraculously restored. And it wasn't just one or two, but everyone. The moment the livestream screens appeared, those who were still excited felt as if they had been doused with a bucket of cold water. There was no one in the scene, only twisted crows turning to ashes under the sunlight. Death notifications rose in livestreams from various countries. They had initially planned to directly inform their horror masters to quit the challenge the next morning to cut losses, but the horror world clearly did not intend to give them this chance. Getting lost was almost equivalent to death. As the second day arrived, Jiang Ran and Pussy could now choose to leave the horror world directly and receive 1 out of 10 of their reward, but neither of them chose that. Instead, they decided to continue the challenge. Pussy had never used his ability, and now he was given a chance to change it. He gently drew a card, and wow, 3B grades. What a joke, why would he change anything? Indeed, White Pussy's luck has never been good. At least his ability level is S now, TSK. He didn't even get a single A, talk about unlucky. Wait. Why didn't Jiang Gu have a talent change interface pop up? In their impressions, Jiang Ran hadn't used the demon hunting pistol from start to finish on the first day. Since he hadn't used his talent, why not give him a chance to refresh it? Arthurius secretly nodded. His guess was indeed correct. Jiang Ran's talent was definitely not the demon hunting pistol, and he had already used it. Recalling the scroll-like items mixed in with the notes, Arthurius quickly thought of an SS-level talent related to those scrolls, but then shook his head. His performance doesn't seem like he has such a talent. Instead, it's more like an SSS-level prophet. The bodyguard behind him replied, "Sir, you're joking. We saw that guy choose an SS-level talent this year. How could he suddenly turn into an SSS-level one? After all, there are so many undiscovered talents, he might have grasped a new talent." What the bodyguard said made some sense, and Arthurius decided to analyze after watching this bizarre world unfold. Chapter 28, For Spirit Keys. Jiang Ran knew that not getting a chance to change talents would definitely raise suspicions among many. As the saying goes, never underestimate the wisdom of others, and Jiang Ran didn't expect to keep it a secret forever. Even if someone guessed that his ability was left to fate, so what? Can you accurately guess every random ability in each world? Furthermore, he still had the chance to change his talent later, so Jiang Ran wasn't worried at all. So far, out of the 30 bizarre masters who entered, only 3 remained alive. This ratio, even in an S-level bizarre world, was extremely rare, and this was just the first day. The higher-ups of Long Country wanted Lin Changqing to remind Jiang Ran that it was okay to withdraw midway. The difficulty of this bizarre world was clearly not on the same level as before, but seeing that Jiang Ran had no intention of quitting, they didn't want to waste a hint opportunity. At this point, we can only trust him. Oh, right. Besides Jiang Ran and Wipers, the last survivor was the Sakura country's Hanamura Naku. His S-level talent allowed him to resurrect at a random location after dying. He just happened to revive on the toilet in the inn restroom. With his state refreshed, he managed to escape a calamity. The netizens from Sakura country were overwhelmed with excitement, shedding tears. Never mind how he survived, at least he was really alive. After experiencing the double blows from Smear and Wipers, one directly sold him out, and the other hit him with a wine bottle. Hanamura Naku had developed psychological trauma. Jiang Ran walked into the hall, originally intending to take 2 more bottles of liquor, but he noticed something seemed to have appeared on the counter. Upon closer inspection, the originally smooth surface of the counter had inexplicably sprouted 4 keyholes. Jiang Ran was sure he hadn't seen this yesterday. 4 keyholes, 4 keys. Jiang Ran remembered the last words of the parrot. The 4 keys he was supposed to find must correspond to these 4 keyholes. The clues behind these 4 keys might just be the real key to breaking the case. Around each keyhole was a character, and from the top keyhole going clockwise, they were cloud, mist, plague, moon. No matter how they were arranged, it was obvious that these 4 characters couldn't form a complete sentence, so what they actually conveyed were 4 different pieces of information. Is there anyone watching the live broadcast? Can any expert bizarre masters explain what this means? I really don't understand. If it were that easy to understand, you might as well apply to be a professional bizarre master. The 4 characters corresponded to the 4 keyholes. Jiang Ran guessed it was reminding him of the locations of the 4 keys, but how could he deduce the exact locations from just 4 characters? This was far too vague. Sunlight streamed through the windows into the hall, and Jiang Ran pushed open the inn's front door. The dim hall suddenly brightened, and the long-awaited sunlight brought a little warmth to Jiang Ran. But unfortunately, under this warmth, hidden was a deadly danger. When he got up, he personally saw the crow on the windowsill turn to ashes in the sunlight, plus Rule 16. During the day, you may move freely in the inn, but please remember not to leave the inn. Everything proved the danger of this sunlight. Wife soon came downstairs as well. He looked at those 4 words, thought for a moment, and finally shrugged. Well, I completely don't understand. If he were to analyze the rules, it would still be somewhat in his field of expertise, but this riddle-solving game was completely not his strong suit. Wipe stood at the door, looking up at the clouds in the sky. What do the clouds mean? Are we really supposed to go up to the sky to find out? In the sky. Seeing Jiang Ran's serious thinking expression, Wipes was confused. He had just said it casually. Could it be that you could really fly up to the sky? Even if you could go to the sky, you still couldn't leave the inn. That's right, the cloud represents the sky. Jiang Ran suddenly slapped his hand. It doesn't mean we need to go to the sky, it refers to the sky-numbered room. Previously, they had almost searched all the places they could go in the inn, but hadn't seen a single shadow of a key. Since the guests were restricted from entering other rooms, they didn't have the chance to go in and search. The thoughts couldn't just stop at these 4 words, they had to consider what places were previously inaccessible but now could be accessed. As long as they donned the staff uniforms and switched sides, the rooms that had originally blocked them would now allow them entry. No matter if this guess is correct or not, we should at least go and see. Wipes nodded, and after the two put on their uniforms, they immediately rushed to the fourth floor, not forgetting to cover the keyhole with a tablecloth. After the two left, Watsuan Naiku poked his head out with a cool demeanor, scanned the hall, and then scratched his head in confusion. It doesn't seem like there's anything noteworthy here. I still think that toilet has something wrong. Since I revived there, it must have some deep meaning. The observer from Sakura Country quickly used a second hint opportunity, conveying a part of what had already happened in the simplest way. Finally informing him of the location of the keyhole. Cloud, fog. Looking at the first two characters, Watsuan Naiku fell into deep thought. The word cloud had been solved by Jiang Ran. Watsuan Naiku worried that if he went for the sky-numbered room to snatch the key now, he would probably get beaten up by wipes, so it was better to find another key first, which would serve as a bargaining chip. I know what fog means now. As soon as Watsuan Naiku said this, the observer from Sakura Country finally nodded in satisfaction. It seemed that although this guy looked a little unreliable, he was at least an S-class talent, so he should have some strength. Fog means to swallow clouds and spit fog. Yes, it's about smoking. Watsuan Naiku recalled memories from his high school days, remembering how he would always hide in the toilet to slowly enjoy the beauty of cigarettes, but the toilet management there wasn't very good, and smoking always had a faint odor. The second key must be in the toilet. Watching Watsuan Naiku go back to the toilet again, the observer from Sakura Country suddenly spat out a mouthful of water, looking incredulously at the big screen. Forget it, just go ahead and destroy it. The two soon arrived at room 1 of the Sky series. To say they were not impressed would be a lie. The interior was far more luxurious than that of the Earth series. After searching for a while, they found no trace of the key, but discovered a notebook instead. I once thought this was a refuge for lost souls, but the hope I believed in only pulled me into another despair. This is not an inn, this is a cage. Anyone could bring you to your death. If by chance you see this notebook, never trust the mountain god. The spirit keys seal hidden secrets, I am powerless to explore them. I hope you won't encounter any staff when you enter this room, otherwise, you might come to keep me company. Chapter 29, The First Key. So what role does the mountain god actually play? Is he good or evil? Did the owner of this notebook die at the hands of the mountain god? The task of finding the key was assigned by the parrot, and the parrot is undoubtedly allied with the mountain god. Can finding all 4 keys really lead to a victory? What if this is just a trap set by the mountain god? No, perhaps the so-called mountain god isn't the true mountain god at all. Jiang Ran closed the notebook. We have spent a night in this inn, did you see anyone who might be the mountain god? Even if a person stands in front of us claiming to be the mountain god, how do we judge if it's true or not? Jiang Ran recalled the last few words Lin Changqing had hinted at. Though just a few words, they could basically convey the message he wanted to share. The staff in black claimed to be the mountain god. Don't forget, there's a rule, the mountain ghost is still wandering. So that staff in black is actually the mountain ghost, but he has always referred to himself as the mountain god, leading to misunderstanding. Are you saying the owner of this notebook actually died at the hands of the mountain ghost, but he mistook his identity? Such matters have no 100% certainty, they can only guess the more probable outcome. Let's find the key first, perhaps we can discover other clues. The two of them searched the rooms in order, and it turned out Jiang Ran's guess was correct. They found a dark blue key in the nightstand of room T6. Next to the key lay a piece of broken jade, which seemed to fit together with other broken pieces to form a complete jade pendant. Although the parrot hadn't mentioned this piece of jade, anyone with a brain could see it was an important item, so Jiang Ran kept it. But now the problem arose, they needed all 4 keys, and finding just one was useless because without that one key, they couldn't proceed. What do fog, disease, and moon represent? Hua Village's Cool still hadn't found any trace of the key while hanging out in the bathroom, which made him doubt his judgment for a moment. Could it not be in the bathroom? No, what on earth does the fog mean? Just as the three were pondering the meaning of fog, the discussions outside among the viewers began. Do you think the fog refers to the white mist in the jungle? No way, don't forget, we can't leave the inn, we must search within the rules. The netizens engaged in fierce debate over the last 3 words. Perhaps someone had already given the right answer, but the sheer volume of information made it hard to discern right from wrong. After searching all the tea rooms, the two still hadn't seen any sign of the second key. Jiang Ran decided to check other rooms because any place they hadn't been to could hide a key. It was still morning, the time was still ample for them. Hua Village's Cool also began to wander around the inn. Has anyone noticed something strange? There aren't any staff visible right now. That's right, and there aren't even any mice. Even that staff in black hasn't shown up again. Could it be that those staff were? And Jiang Gu and those two took turns being invisible last night, yet so much time has passed and nothing has happened since. Jiang Ran and the others have searched every room in the world. It seems there is only one key in the guest room, and due to not wanting to overlook every tiny detail, this search has already brought them close to noon. They were about to head to the warehouse to get something to eat when they saw a spider quickly climbing up and down a pillar. Rule 20. As staff members, you cannot harm normal guests, you can drive away crows, you can feed them white wine. If you see a spider, please use the tools around you to kill it. If there are mice attacking guests, protect the guests, but if the guests violate the inn's rules, please kill them. As staff members, hunting spiders is their responsibility. If they turn a blind eye, it might as well be considered breaking the rules. Weepus grabbed a nearby broom and smashed the spider, just as someone patted him on the shoulder from behind. Bugs are also alive, why can't we protect them? I'll protect your grandma's leg. Weepus turned and swung the broom, and the staff member in black, holding the broom with one hand, still wore that annoying expression on his face. Earlier, they had said they hadn't seen this guy, but unexpectedly he was causing trouble again. Both of them were accidentally tapped by him. His elusive speed made it hard to defend against. Being touched meant being infected, and if they didn't quickly use white wine to disinfect, given their current identity as staff, they would end up turning into mice. If the two of you have time, you can come to the room by the warehouse to find me. I would be very happy to host you. The staff member in black vanished again, and the next moment, appeared in the live broadcast room of Cherry Blossom Country, right behind the Cool of Flower Village. On the second day, the black-clad staff took action for the first time and directly infected all three of them. Luckily, it was just an infection, not like the attack on King Jean the night before. I protest. This guy is targeting us from Pickled Vegetable Country. Why is it that everyone else just gets infected, but for us, it's a direct attack? Alright, I know your brain isn't working right. If you go out after midnight, who can you blame? In my opinion, this guy can only directly kill people between 12 and 3, at other times, he can only infect. And he definitely can't continuously infect one person. There must be either a long time limit in between, or there's some cost to him infecting. These should be restrictions made by the world of monster tales to prevent him from being too invincible. The two had already been infected before, and logically they should disinfect with white wine now, but they both remembered that rule. Rule 19. The mountain spirit is still wandering in the inn. If you are unfortunately infected, please drink juice within 1 minute. During this time, please avoid mice, do not have any physical contact with them, and remember, also do not harm the mice during this process. If you really can't avoid them, please call upon the parrot for help. The staff rules require the infected to drink juice instead of white wine. Guests infected will turn into spiders, and staff infected will turn into mice. Does this indicate the difference between the two? White wine can disinfect guest infectees but may not be suitable for staff infectees. These staff members are no good. Weepus wanted to take off his uniform to return to being a guest and then disinfect in the room, but the uniform simply wouldn't come off. There was some force preventing him. Chapter 30. The counterattack of the Cool in Flower Village. Upon entering the infected state, they surprisingly couldn't switch identities again. The ancient attire that was originally cumbersome to put on and take off was now completely stuck to their bodies. They probably wouldn't be able to remove it until the infected status was lifted. In the entire inn, not a single mouse could be seen now, which might count as good news, but the more important choice before them was whether to drink white liquor or fruit juice. Guests and staff are different in many ways. If forced to bet, Whites is more inclined to bet on fruit juice. Two kinds of drinks, each must have its purpose, right? I want to verify Rule 19. Rule 19. The mountain ghost still roams in the inn. If you are unfortunately infected, please drink the fruit juice within a minute, and during this time, avoid the mice and do not have any physical contact with them. Remember, do not harm the mice during this process. If you can't avoid them in time, please call for the parrot's help. The arrival of the next day also gave Jiang Ran another chance to verify whether the rules were correct. In fact, by the time they had progressed to 4 keys, they had almost made judgments on most of the rules, and the prophet offered no substantial help in finding the keys. So Jiang Ran did not hesitate and directly used the third verification opportunity. This rule is half true, half false. The mountain ghost still roams in the inn. False. If you are unfortunately infected, please drink the fruit juice within a minute. False. During this time, please avoid the mice, do not have any physical contact with them, and remember not to harm the mice during this process. True. If you can't avoid them in time, please call for the parrot's help. False. Goodness, of the 4 parts, 3 parts are false rules. Jiang Ran had to admit that the deceptive nature of this rule was indeed too great. Even the staff could only disinfect with white liquor, the existence of fruit juice was merely to mislead them. Use the old method to disinfect, don't drink fruit juice. Why? If you trust me, just do it. Jiang Ran picked up 2 bottles of white liquor and dashed back to his room. Whites gritted his teeth and finally gave up on taking the fruit juice and grabbed 2 bottles of white liquor instead. I trust you so much, buddy, don't let me lose miserably. After the two returned to their rooms, Huasi Yuan Niaiku arrived late to the hall, but when he picked up a bottle of white liquor and prepared to return to his room, he suddenly froze in place. Wait, where did he get a room? Being able to enter the inn was purely luck, as the respawn point was refreshed here, but no one had ever given him a wooden sign symbolizing a room. Even if a room had no other occupants, without a wooden sign, there was no proof that this room belonged to him. Looking at Hua Cun and Yiku standing there stupidly not knowing what to do, the Cherry Blossom Country's observer was sweating profusely. Now there were no staff members. Where could he get a wooden sign? Wait, the staff are all gone? Hua Cun and Yiku immediately received the third prompt from the Cherry Blossom Country. There are no staff members left. Quickly find a room and disinfect. That's right, in the past, fearing to violate the rules mainly came from the threat of staff taking one's life. Now that there are no staff members, why should they still fear the rules? Soga. You are really a great genius. Hua Cun and Yiku laughed heartily and quickly ran to the second floor, randomly entering a gabled room. To be on the safe side, he didn't forget to lock the door tightly. Then, like the others, he took a sip of white liquor and smeared the remaining liquor on his wounds, quietly waiting for the disinfection to complete. Time passed second by second, and just when all the Cherry Blossom Country viewers thought Hua Cun and Yiku had successfully overcome this crisis, suddenly, 6 eyes appeared on his face. How is this possible? The Cherry Blossom Country observer stood up, slamming the table, staring incredulously at the screen. The other two had shown no problems with disinfection. Why was it that only Hua Cun and Yiku could not disinfect? The steps for disinfection are to drink white liquor, apply it to the wound, and return to one's own room. This is not the cool room of Hua Cun, so he did not complete the last step. The staff's collective disappearance indeed gave him the chance to enter other rooms at will, but this did not mean he could complete the disinfection. An ugly spider replaced the man in the scene. This moment was truly disgusting, causing many online viewers to involuntarily close their eyes. Hua Cun did not notice this. When he closed and opened his eyes, he was shocked to find himself in the jungle. What is happening? It's simple, turning into a spider represents the disappearance of consciousness, which means death. Hua Cun activated his talent and revived once again in a random place. But this time, he clearly wasn't so lucky. Dying in the jungle and reviving in the inn, then dying in the inn and reviving back in the jungle, everything seems to have a predetermined fate. Ah! Sunshine poured over Hua Cun, and his body began to burn massively. The extreme pain made him roll on the ground and scream. This condition lasted for a full 10 seconds before finally ending. In the end, Hua Cun found himself back in the bathroom. The pain from the sunburn deeply imprinted in his mind, causing his whole body to twitch uncontrollably. One infection consumed 2 revival opportunities. This means Hua Cun had exhausted his chances of using his talent. He shivered, recalling what the higher-ups of Sakura had said to him before he left. Hua Cun, I believe you surely possess the spirit of the samurai. Listen carefully, last month we became a laughingstock in the S-class horror world, and this month we have finally refreshed it. Even if we must die gloriously in there, we absolutely cannot withdraw halfway. Do you understand? He couldn't understand either. Is there a choice? Damn Longwei Jiang Ran, it's all you. Hua Cun's face showed an expression of resentment. Even if I have to die, I will drag you along. He went to the counter, smashed a bottle of white liquor. The broken bottle became a sharp weapon. Killing someone would mean losing the chance to clear the level. He actually wished for that, being able to eliminate Jiang Ran, and maybe he could even get a reward when he returned home. Hua Cun hid the bottle behind his back. Step by step, he walked up to the second floor. Although he did not know which room Jiang Ran was in, it didn't matter. He would come down eventually. As long as he waited at the staircase, he would see how Jiang Ran could escape. Hua Cun's sneer was cold, and soon he heard footsteps coming down. Here he comes, die. Chapter 31, Speculation on the key's location. Hua Cun laughed maniacally, his body lunging forward, the broken bottle in his hand thrusting forward suddenly. How shameless. Does this guy really think he can succeed in the assassination? Hua Cun was full of confidence himself, but when everyone compared the 3 live stream screens, Jiang Ran was still sitting in the room and hadn't come down at all. On the other side, Wipos had just exited his room and hadn't even reached the staircase yet. So whose footsteps did Hua Cun hear coming down? The bottle was firmly gripped. A staff member in black was frowning. In this inn, he had always been the one to scheme against others. Now someone dared to scheme against him. A mere bottle couldn't possibly harm a strange creature. Even a machete would fail to breach their defenses. If it were that easy to kill you, why bother with horror masters? Just send in a squad of special forces. The bottle was crushed to powder in the black-clothed staff's hand, and Hua Cun was taken aback in shock. He turned and ran toward the hall. He had no chance of revival now. Once infected, he would undoubtedly die. The black-clad staff could definitely reach Hua Cun and Yiku from such a close distance, and yet they didn't infect him. It seems there must be some kind of restriction. Seeing that the black-clad staff did not follow him, Hua Cun and Yiku finally let out a sigh of relief, half squatting in the hall while slapping his own forehead. Some high-ranking officials in Sakura country did not think there was anything wrong with Hua Cun and Niku's decision, although it would further tarnish their reputation. It was already quite stinky, so it didn't matter. But if you are going to attempt an assassination, at least make sure you have the right target. What are you doing shoving a bottle toward the big boss? Hua Cun and Niku felt a slight itch at his ankle, as if something was crawling up. Looking down, he was shocked to find a spider larger than his palm. Ah ah ah. He showcased a wild dance to the audience in the livestream, almost jumping into the air, and the spider was flung off him in his frantic movements. However, he seemed to have forgotten a certain rule. Rule 12, you can let the crows fly into the room, they will not harm you. But be extremely careful of the spider. When you see a spider, no matter what you are doing, please hold your breath and don't move until the spider leaves. In the entire inn, only one person had the ability to infect others, and that was the black-clad staff. The spider was merely a product of infection. As long as you calmly follow the rules, holding your breath and not moving, just like how Smith managed to enter the spider's stronghold without being attacked, you would be safe. Hwatsuan Naiku was undoubtedly panicking, completely forgetting this rule. All he could remember was that the spider was extremely dangerous, and he had to get away. He ran, he chased, he couldn't fly away. Sometimes the more you want to escape, the less you can. The spider's body suddenly grew enormous, about more than a meter tall, and in the next moment, it lunged at Hwatsuan Naiku, pinning him to the floor. Spider-san. I was wrong. Don't eat me. It was not until this moment that the spider grew larger that everyone noticed it had a human face on its abdomen, causing them to feel a chill run down their spines. This is Smith. Indeed, this spider was the one transformed from Smith. Hwatsuan Naiku started off getting betrayed by Smith, and in the end, he was consumed by him. What kind of sin had he committed? Sakura Country's ghost story master Hwatsuan Naiku dies. From then on, among the 30 ghost story masters who entered the ghost story world, 28 had perished, leaving only Jiang Ran and Whips still alive. Too many people lost themselves in the mist, never even catching a glimpse of the inn. If everyone had come to the inn from the start, the death rate would definitely not have been so exaggerated. As one ghost story master said, to survive in the ghost story world, you need both luck and strength. You never know what awaits you ahead. Jiang Ran sat on the bed in his room, pondering a certain question. The mountain ghost was still wandering in the inn false. By verifying Rule 19, he unintentionally also verified this first statement, but what Jiang Ran never expected was that it was wrong. There was no mountain ghost in the inn. What exactly was that black-clad staff? What did the remaining 3 keys correspond to in terms of Chinese characters? Jiang Ran looked out at the white mist in the forest from the window. The hint for the second character was already very clear, and it seemed the only remaining thing related to mist was the white fog outside. Previously, they wondered if it referred to the windowsill's position, but searching every room in the inn revealed no trace of the second key. They say the more impossible it seems, the more likely it is. Is the key really hidden in the jungle? Going out during the day would turn you to ashes under the sun, and going out at night makes you a lost soul. This seems to be an unsolvable problem. No. There's a loophole. Lost souls are transformed from those who wander astray, as the white fog continuously harasses the mind, but there is a way to resist this. As long as you drink white liquor periodically to disperse the mental harassment and avoid lingering in any specific spot in the jungle for a minute, the white fog isn't as dangerous as they think. Since there is a solution, it is very likely that the key is indeed hidden in the jungle, and it can't be too far away. Although the rules say that staff members are immune to the white fog, this rule has not been proven right, so for safety's sake, it's better to bring white liquor along. It is noon now, and there is still some time until night. If the fog indeed represents the jungle, then what do plague and moon mean? The 4 keys are likely located in 4 completely different directions. Since housing and jungle have already been ruled out, the most probable remaining places are the hall and the warehouse. They've searched the hall countless times, and considering that the warehouse seems to be the highest probability area, it still doesn't connect with those 2 words in any way. Could the moon represent mooncakes, using mooncakes as a substitute for food? Come on, Jiang Ran didn't even believe this ridiculous guess. If there was a certain character to represent food, many words could fit, but it definitely wasn't the moon. Jiang Ran quickly put his guess into action. After meeting up with Wipes, the 2 turned the warehouse upside down, leaving only the deepest room unexplored, yet still not finding the key. Do you think that the key might be hidden in that deepest room? After all, we haven't been in there at all. It shouldn't be. Jiang Ran shook his head. This room should be completely off limits. Entering it would mean certain death, and a place of certain death will never hide a key item. Time flew by, the sun slowly set, and dusk arrived. Chapter 32, Midnight. When the sun had completely set, and the night covered the entire mountain, the 2 cautiously left the inn. Indeed, as long as we can ensure we stay awake, the jungle is an area we can explore. The 2 walked in a circular route around the inn, gradually expanding their search area, and just like last time, they didn't find the key but spotted a notebook first. The notebook was largely blank, with only the last page containing a few sentences. We are deeply sinful. Perhaps most of us have long forgotten where we were born, but those who do not respect nature will eventually face its backlash. Oh, those who come to the inn, is the mountain god trustworthy or not trustworthy? The keys from all directions can resolve a momentary crisis, but if you wish for this place to return to its original state, we need to return certain things to the mountain god. Is the mountain god trustworthy or not trustworthy? These completely contradictory words appeared here, and Jiang Ran felt something in his mind align at this moment. White shrugged. Could it be that this mountain god has a split personality? Perhaps we can be bolder. Jiang Ran lightly tapped his fingers. Why can't there be more than one mountain god? From all the previous clues, the black-clad staff is positioned against the mountain god. Jiang Ran had always believed him to be the mountain ghost, but this guess was denied by the prophet. Given that all known identities have been ruled out, the remaining answer can only be one. It is not a confrontation between the mountain ghost and the mountain god, but a conflict between two mountain gods. The black-clad staff represents the evil mountain god, while the parrot behind symbolizes the good mountain god. Only in places with keys will such notes appear. The second key must be hidden among these jungles. Sure enough, after about 20 minutes, the two found the key hanging from a branch. This key was entirely dark green, with a piece of broken jade dangling from the bottom. Along with the previous piece of broken jade, the two pieces almost formed 2/3 of a jade pendant. This means, if the next key has nearby broken jade, they can assemble a complete pendant. The broken jade warmed in the palm of their hand, seemingly dispelling some kind of power. They still couldn't guess its significance. Perhaps they would only know its effect after assembling the pendant. Half of the 4 keys had been found. Jiang Ran looked up at the moon hanging high in the sky, discarding the impossibility of the heavens. What location does the moon truly represent? That said, does it necessarily refer to a place? Jiang Ran couldn't really think of any place in the inn that could connect to the word moon. Gazing at the dwindling liquor, the two returned to the inn, and the second day was coming to an end. They couldn't say it was completely fruitless since they had found 2 keys, although the progress on this second day was indeed much slower than the first. Jiang Ran was still pondering the meaning of the moon. Moon. Night. Perhaps the moon didn't refer to a specific place but a time period, a time when the keys would appear. If the moon signifies anything, it can only be deep night. Think about it, what appears along with the keys? Besides the jade pendant, there are also notes. Yes, notes. The first note Jiang Ran found was indeed in this hall. Connecting these two, the third key must be in the hall at deep night. But being deep night, there must be a time limit. If they had to pinpoint a dividing moment, it could only be midnight 12 o'clock. But after midnight 12, we can't leave the room. Even if the key is in the hall at that time, how can we get it? If his reasoning was correct, there had to be some kind of tool to help them leave the room and move around the inn at midnight. However, they currently had no clues about such a tool. The available information was too limited. Just as Jiang Ran was troubled, Wipus patted his chest and laughed. No worries, don't forget, I haven't used my talent yet. Even if they couldn't find that tool, Wipus could simply erase the rule of not being able to leave the room after 12 o'clock, allowing them to smoothly obtain the key hidden in the hall. Of course, this also carried risks. If Jiang Ran's guess was wrong, Wipus would be wasting his chance to use his talent. But failing in an attempt was just one less use of the talent. If they didn't try, they might end up permanently trapped in this inn. Now, both were certain that there were no other surviving Han storytellers in the inn, so during their conversation, they didn't deliberately lower their voices. Lin Changqing, after hearing their plan, seemed deep in thought and then used his second hint opportunity. This time, Lin Changqing briefly told Jiang Ran about Jin Wang's encounter last night within the limited time, hoping it would help his judgment. Combining this piece of information, Jiang Ran quickly identified a flaw in the plan. First, what identity should they use to pass the time? A guest? Or a staff member? Even if they could leave the room, the entire inn would be filled with spiders by then, and spiders would be fatal for guests. Finding the key would be impossible without moving. This also violates the rules corresponding to the spider, and their only ending is a dead end. If it were the staff, they truly need not fear the spider. They could even turn the tables and hunt the spider instead. But another problem arises. When the staff arrive at midnight, something will definitely happen. Today, not a single staff member has been seen, and who knows if they will directly vanish after reaching midnight. Both identities undoubtedly lead to a dead end. White Pussy felt a bit discouraged. He had thought he could take a shortcut using his talent, but now it seemed that deleting one rule was still too little. Damn! If only I could delete a few more rules. If he could delete a few more rules, he could walk sideways in the world of strange tales. Such an ability would surely start at least SSS level. Balian and Longwa still have one hint opportunity left each. Now both countries are seeking help from other strange tale masters at home, determined to give the most useful hint with this last chance. However, most strange tale masters suggest playing it safe, doing nothing tonight and simply getting through it peacefully. Tomorrow, they will focus on finding the item that allows them to act freely at night, making the final breakthrough on the third night. Of course, some people feel that this strange tale world has already exceeded S-level difficulty, and the best choice for both is to survive tonight and leave directly tomorrow morning. Though there are no rewards, they save their living force. As the saying goes, if the Green Mountains remain, one needn't fear a lack of firewood. So what kind of choice will the two make? Chapter 33, The Third Key. The Complete Mountain God Jade. In the end, Jiang Ran still shook his head. The rules interweave like a dense net. Even if White Pussy can delete a certain rule, in other worlds this might solve the crisis, but looking at the rules one by one, they found they had no way to start. No matter which rule they delete, there is another rule that limits them. Moreover, from the message passed by Uncle Lin, during the period from midnight to 3 a.m., the black-clothed mountain god can directly kill people. Even if we successfully leave the room and escape the threat of the spider, we still cannot get through this last barrier. Currently, the only way to break the situation is to follow the plot. Jiang Ran has realized that this strange tale world has a solution, but only one solution. If they do not find this item, then all other efforts would be in vain. Perhaps we should first find the key representing epidemic. Jiang Ran took out the piece of fragmented jade he was keeping. Now the two of them hold a total of 2 pieces of fragmented jade, each holding one to feel more at ease. He had a premonition that once this jade pendant was pieced together, it would play a significant role. From the size of these 2 fragments, only one more fragment would be needed to complete the pendant. Of course, if that last piece had to be divided into 2 to go to both keys, Jiang Ran truly had no way to resolve it. But if it really were like this, then why divide it into 3 parts instead of 4? Whether correct or not, they must first find the 3rd key. What is your first impression of the character for epidemic? Epidemic? Plague? I'm not very clear on this. I've heard that when many people died in ancient wars, plagues were prone to appear. White Pussy is not an expert in this field. If asked like this, he can only say he doesn't know. Perhaps this character does not represent the plague but refers to certain things that can cause epidemics. Jiang Ran thought for a moment and reviewed everything he had seen since arriving at the inn, finally confirming that item. Rats. See? I told you it was rats. Brother Jiang and my guess are exactly the same. Hee, I didn't see so many people just now saying it was a mouse. A group of Jiang fans, that may not even be right. I'm not boasting, it's you who is boasting, Jiang. Who are you anyway? If you've ever cleared a ghost story world, then today I'll recognize you as my father. Mouse. Lin Chongqing also pinched his chin, starting to think, could the mouse refer to the room inside the warehouse? There, rows of them were all hanging mouse meat. But what's the point of having the key in a room that absolutely cannot be entered? It's basically impossible to clear, right? Maybe I've been missing something all along. Jiang Ran clapped his hands. Just because I couldn't get in the first time, I subconsciously considered that place a forbidden area, but maybe it's inaccessible just because certain factors haven't been met. This statement left Wipes confused. If there was anywhere Jiang Ran went that he hadn't, it could only be before they met. Follow me. Jiang Ran didn't want to waste much time and headed straight for the 4th floor. The mouse represents the staff. So the place it refers to is most likely the staff dormitory. Jiang Ran ran breathlessly to the dormitory door, and in the corner, a spider was coldly staring at him. Jiang Ran directly stomped it to bits. What are you staring at? Did I give you permission to stare? A spider even dared to show attitude towards the staff. This world has really turned upside down. Jiang Ran placed his right hand gently on that iron door and pushed. With a creak, the heavy iron door opened in response, and damp dust rushed at him. Cough, cough. Do these staff not live here? How long has it been since anyone cleaned? Fortunately, Jiang Ran's guess was correct. The reason the door couldn't be opened before was that his identity was that of a guest. Even though this iron door lacked a keyhole and fingerprint verification or any identity-checking items, but in this ghost story world, where even mountain gods exist, opening a door without a key is normal, right? Inside the dormitory, the beds were covered in dust. Judging from the arrangement of items, it was fairly neat, but unfortunately, it was just a bit dirty. If I'm not wrong, there should be a notebook somewhere here, and it must be much more conspicuous than the location of the key. Sure enough, a dusty notebook was quietly lying on the desk, with only a few lines written on it. They are not without sin, just like thieves, though bad, they do not deserve to be beheaded. If we do not give people a chance, how can we persuade them to be good? Perhaps we were wrong, there are many who do not repent, too many for us to dissuade. The mountain god will always protect this land, it will never change. No matter which mountain god it is, K deeply loves this land. Perhaps we should not stand against K. Anyway, I do not regret my choice. This is our fate as staff. It is time for me to welcome my end. Future visitors, the mountain god is inherently good, do not force it into evil. It's clear that this notebook was written from the staff's perspective, and it is the only one among all the notebooks, and the information it reveals is even more intriguing. There's not just one mountain god. What this thing is crucial. Isn't this just too contradictory? Whips grabbed his hair. The clues contradict each other, and aren't the staff and that guy like fire and water? Whips felt like he was playing a decoding game, managing to figure out a rough idea, only to be suddenly told that everything before was wrong. You know, a person's thoughts and their actions don't necessarily match. Jiang Ran stepped forward, taking a dark gray key from the drawer. In the world of strange tales, everyone is limited by certain rules. The staff and the black-cloaked mountain god are on different sides. No matter their inner thoughts, they can only be enemies. All the answers might be within our grasp tonight. Next to the key lay the last piece of shattered jade. Chapter 34, The Mountain in Challenge. Whips took out his piece of shattered jade. The three pieces connected, a gentle light linked the broken edges, and a complete jade pendant appeared. It seems I wasn't wrong. Clearly, there are 4 keys to find, but there are only 3 pieces of shattered jade. Doesn't this just mean that to find the last key, we must rely on the power of the jade pendant? Everything was ready, just missing the final touch, but the last problem was that there was only one jade pendant. It was obvious that it couldn't support 2 people acting together. The puzzle had been solved, and perhaps the alliance between the two should come to an end. The mountain god jade lay quietly on the table, and no one reached out to take it first. If the people standing before Whips were from Sakura country or White Eagle country, he would first teach them a lesson with his fists before snatching the mountain god jade. But in the end, he couldn't cooperate with those people. Even if he agreed, they wouldn't trust him. From a competitive standpoint, it was perfectly normal for the two to tear apart their facade, but thinking deeper, they not only represented themselves, but also the countries they belonged to. Even if Whip snatched the mountain god jade, Jiang Ran could still easily live until tomorrow and leave. The next time they encountered each other in the same world, cooperation would be much harder. The relationship between Dragon Country and Northern Alliance would also be slightly affected, and at this moment, whether to take action was no longer a decision either of them could make. The higher-ups of Dragon Country and Northern Alliance were discussing countermeasures. The rewards that could be obtained from the S-level Strange Tales world were enormous. Just a few visits could cause a leap in a nation's power. The two countries have always been on good terms, and they wouldn't tear their faces apart over such matters. In fact, this wasn't the first time they encountered such things. There were many precedents, and both sides were just negotiating conditions. The rewards could only be given to one Strange Tale practitioner, but once the rewards fell into the hands of the country, how to use them was up to the country to decide. If there are no objections, then let's do it this way. If we can clear the challenge, your country will take 40%, and our dragon country will take 60%. The mountain god jade will be handed over to Jiang Ran. The Northern Alliance side nodded. In their cooperation, Jiang Ran indeed contributed more, but the most important thing was that just obtaining the mountain god jade didn't mean they could clear the challenge. The holder of the jade still needed to obtain the last key. The holder of the jade had both risks and opportunities, while the other person only needed to stay in their room until dawn the next day. Regardless of whether the jade holder could clear the challenge, they would be able to safely leave the Strange Tales world. A 60-40 split was very reasonable. It was even less for Dragon Country than expected. Even if they took 70%, it wouldn't be unreasonable. It could not be considered greedy. Whips, the deal has been made. You should give up. After returning home, you will receive your reward according to how you cleared the game. No problem. With the guarantee of returning alive and receiving the full reward, Whipus certainly had no reason to refuse. He smiled slightly and gestured for Jiang Ran to take the mountain god jade. Pleasant cooperation. Looking forward to our next collaboration. Pleasant cooperation. It was already night. After saying goodbye to Jiang Ran, Whipus returned to his room. There was only one piece of mountain god jade. In this strange world, only one person was destined to clear the game, while others could at most just manage to keep their lives. Who? Success or failure hinges on this one moment. Jiang Ran took a deep breath, waiting for midnight 12. The wait was not long. The mountain god jade continuously emitted a soft glow. Every time Jiang Ran nearly showed signs of invisibility, it would be forcefully suppressed. Over time, this situation miraculously disappeared. Midnight 12 had come. Jiang Ran stepped out of his room. The corridor was once again covered in cobwebs, just like the night before. The light from the mountain god jade spread out, forming a nearly 2-meter wide spherical aura with Jiang Ran's body at the center. The cobwebs touching the aura vaporized in an instant. Under the protection of the aura, Jiang Ran arrived at the hall. The black-clad mountain god stood in the center of the hall, as if waiting for him to arrive. Has my strength become your support? That's truly bad news. His expression darkened, and his right hand transformed into a long tentacle that struck out, but it caused Jiang Ran no harm. Instead, he staggered back in pain. Until this moment, Jiang Ran's tense heart finally relaxed, and he let out a long breath. It seems now you can no longer pose a threat to me, right, mountain god? Jiang Ran looked up, and the last key hung from the ceiling by a spider thread. He casually threw a bottle of white liquor upward, accurately cutting the spider thread, and the key fell into his hand. The last key, a dark red one. The 4 keys flew out uncontrollably, steadily inserted into their corresponding 4 keyholes, and the black-clad mountain god showed a trace of despair but had no power to stop this from happening. The entire ground shook violently. Dark green chains coiled around the black-clad mountain god, dragging him into the abyss as he struggled in unwillingness. The inn floated with a shimmering green light, and Jiang Ran finally understood where the other mountain god was. The incarnation of K was the entire inn. Child, do you want to know the story of me and K? Don't rush, let me tell you slowly. The space in front twisted to form a large screen, and everyone in the live broadcast room could clearly see the images above. Long, long ago, in an unknown dynasty, there was only one mountain god on this mountain. People rested under the trees, taking shelter from the mountain, coexisting with the mountain. The mountain god protected this place and its people. Kay thought it would continue like this, but unfortunately, the tide of time overwhelmed him. For a mountain god, hundreds of years were like the blink of an eye, but for humans, it was enough to bring about a huge transformation in their civilization. Tall trees were cut down, and the resources on the mountain turned into stacks of money in human hands. The land was so destroyed, which undoubtedly enraged the mountain god. Kay sent a dream to the construction workers, saying that disrespecting nature would lead to nature's punishment. Nature's punishment? Don't joke with me, what could be so terrifying? The next day, white mist enveloped the area, and the entire construction team vanished without a trace. The logging on the old immortal mountain came to a halt. People developed the front mountain into a tourist attraction while the rear mountain, where hundreds went missing and died, became an absolute forbidden zone. The consciousness of the mountain god split into two. One part became the black-clad mountain god, while Kay, dressed in modern clothes, wanted to remind others of humanity's endless desires. Kay wanted to protect this land. But absolutely not the people on the land. Kay sees humans as the enemies of nature. Anyone who steps into this place will be swallowed by the white fog and turned to ashes in the sunlight. Secondly, as the mountain god of the inn, Kay firmly believes that humans are inherently good. One cannot harbor hostility towards all humans due to the actions of a few. Humans are still the beings Kay wishes to protect. Therefore, Kay transforms into the inn, dispersing its consciousness into the staff, solely to ensure the safety of the humans in this place. The staff, dressed in ancient clothes, are a reminder of the goodness humans once had to the black-clothed mountain god. The two mountain gods began a long-term confrontation. The black-clothed mountain god established its own territory within the inn, using its divine powers to pollute the humans who entered, transforming them into spiders. However, the divine power is split in half, and the black-clothed mountain god ultimately commands only a fraction of the power. Thus, Kay cannot freely spread pollution. Kay begins to invade the inn's interior, establishing many rules. Those who break the rules will be surrounded by divine power, causing the staff to see them as enemies. Over time, even though all the staff were created by the mountain god, they have developed their own ways of acting, no longer controlled by the mountain god. As for the mice, they are products infused with even more black-clothed staff's divine power. They no longer follow order, driven only by a mad bloodlust towards spiders and the infected. The staff mechanically executes the mixed commands from both mountain gods, ultimately being destroyed at midnight. The next day, new staff will emerge, repeating these mechanical orders. Until Jiang Ran and others encountered the parrot, the last concentrated embodiment of the inn's mountain god. After the parrot lost its final divinity, staff would no longer appear. This is why no staff could be seen the next day. The gentle voice of the inn's mountain god resounded once more. The four-way spirit key will seal Kay for 100 years. This is not a fundamental solution, the true method has always been in your own hands. When humans return this natural appearance to nature, the two mountain gods will unite once more, again protecting the people of this land. Congratulations to Long Country's Ghost Story Master Jiang Ran for clearing the S-level Ghost Story World of Deep Mountain Inn, with a comprehensive evaluation of 96 points, excellent. You will receive a 100% reward and the opportunity to change your talent. The 3 talent levels drawn this time will not be lower than your current talent level. The next copy will not just be pure reasoning. Let's add something nice to make the brothers happy, and also ask everyone's opinion. Do you prefer hardcore copies, or lighter, humor-oriented reasoning ones? Chapter 35, The Eternal Key Immortal. I didn't expect it to be like this. I thought it was only a confrontation between two mountain gods, but I never imagined such a story was hidden within. Looking at the barrage filled with those who disrespect nature will face nature's punishment, the observer from Sakura country simply left the machine, out of sight, out of mind. Lin Changqing also felt emotional, but a man in a suit behind him dismissed it, saying, "It's no big deal. After all, this is just something that happens in a ghost story world. Mountain gods don't exist in reality. It's a joke, his dad's company is in this business." Calling this out also boosts his own courage. Lin Changqing looked at him meaningfully. Everything must be done in moderation. Always taking from nature may not create mountain gods, but sooner or later, another kind of mountain god will come to settle your accounts. Ah, yes, Uncle Lin, you are right. Lin Changqing shook his head. Words of advice are often hard to hear, so most people choose not to listen. Many only wake up when it's too late, but what use is that? Lin Changqing felt it was time to reflect these issues to the higher-ups. When the observer was just his interest, he claimed that saying a few words still made people listen. Brother Jiang has been challenging the S-grade eerie world for 2 consecutive months, right? This seems quite rare in the world. It's not just seems, it is. Although there are 2 levels above S-grade, those 2 levels are even more scarce, often not seen for months, leaving S-grade as the highest level most eerie storytellers can access. Even eerie storytellers with SS or SSS talents would not idly challenge the eerie worlds above S grade every month. Life is one's own, so it's better to cherish it. The retirement age for eerie storytellers is 40, living to such an age is the lifelong dream of all eerie storytellers. Many who have been professional eerie storytellers for several years have only managed to challenge the C-grade eerie world at most, but even so, it earns much more than most professions. Jiang Ran carefully examined the total of 3 replaceable SS-grade abilities before him, among which one ability could grant him immunity from 5 bizarre attacks. Who wouldn't feel dazzled by 5 chances of survival? But in the end, Jiang Ran still did not replace this ability, mainly because sometimes the eerie world wants you dead not by sending a bizarre to attack you, like in the eerie apartment where those who looked at the black page died from head explosions. Don't even talk about 5 immunities, not even 50 would help you. Moreover, the most feared thing for human beings is the sudden arrival of confidence. Thinking of those overconfident guys, TSK? I choose not to replace my talent. Congratulations! You have obtained a special clearing item, Mountain God Jade. Mountain God Jade, no other creature can snatch this item by any means, and this item only works for the uniquely bound wearer. In each eerie world, it can negate the first death threat for the wearer. Holy crap! It's actually a special item. Brother John's luck is just too good. After clearing an eerie world, the clearers have a chance to obtain a special item, but except for the SSS grade eerie world, which guarantees this item, the probability is pitifully low. The probability for S grade is 6.3%, for A grade is 0.3%, and there are no precedents for dropping such items in lower level A grade or below eerie worlds. It's nearly equivalent to having no chance. Among the eerie storytellers still alive worldwide, fewer than 10 people possess special items. Without exception, they are all top eerie storytellers with talents not lower than SS level, important figures in any country. For example, Arceus from the White Eagle has a special item. Although this ability only provides a small immunity to death once, the problem is that you have it and others do not, which equals an extra chance to save your life. A chance to save your life. Converted to talents, it is roughly equivalent to an A grade, though not among the stronger A grades. The rarity of items makes them valuable, and the important thing is that as eerie storytellers continuously clear eerie worlds, there is the possibility for special items to upgrade. Jiang Ran held the Mountain God Jade in his hand, feeling a warmth spreading throughout his body. They say special items are extremely hard to drop, but Jiang Ran felt otherwise. As long as you can achieve a high enough clearing evaluation, the drop rate of special items might not be 100%, but at least the probability will greatly increase. Forget it, anyway, this is considered a pleasant surprise. Jiang Ran always upheld the principle of doing serious business seriously and playing seriously when it was time to enjoy. Another large sum of money came in, so he should enjoy it and not put on any air of profundity, lest he ends up taking a hefty sum to the coffin. He would be mourning in vain. Half a month later, Jiang Ran visited Lin Shinqing's house. The two brewed a pot of tea. Recently, on the internet, something happened. It all started when a netizen with the username Eternal Sword Immortal posted a little essay, belittling Jiang Ran, saying he only cleared levels by luck and that he could do it too. Although this guy was immediately insulted and criticized, he became more and more bold. Jiang Ran couldn't be bothered to respond. If he started arguing back, it would lower his status. Soon, this person's account was banned, and his essay was forced to be deleted. Just when everyone thought this matter would come to an end, he created a new account and continued posting, quickly making the situation escalate online. What's worse, his article was frequently quoted by foreign websites, causing an extremely negative impact on society. To insult important figures of the country is something that can sadden anyone, so the country's higher-ups took this matter very seriously and personally came to ask Jiang Ran for his opinion. If Jiang Ran had a strong attitude, they would handle it strongly. If Jiang Ran was not that firm, they would still deal with it firmly behind his back. Xiao Ran, you shouldn't take online matters to heart. There are always these kinds of people everywhere. Don't let these pests make you unhappy. Uncle Lin, it's not a big deal. I wouldn't put him in my eyes. To be honest, with Jiang Ran's current financial power, finding out this person's identity would be as easy as pie. Following the internet connection to track him down would be simple. Jiang Ran smiled and said, "This guy said I've had it too easy and haven't really suffered. Suffering is a blessing, so I truly wish his whole family happiness as vast as the East Sea. So, Xiao Ran, how do you want to solve this? Don't worry, we will always stand by your side. If he thinks he can do it, then let him try." Jiang Ran chuckled mischievously. "Look here, Uncle Lin, he says he can do it. I remember there's going to be an S-level supernatural world coming up soon, so let me see what skills he really has. If he really manages to clear it and come out alive, then I can say I've discovered a talent for the country." Jiang Ran's tone shifted, and the smile faded from his face, but he said he wanted to go in. If something happens inside and he can't come back, well, that has nothing to do with me. Chapter 36, Dungeon 3, City of Night Demons. With nothing else to do, Song Zhong continued tapping away at his keyboard at home. Oh right, his online name was Eternal Sword Immortal. In my opinion, Jiang Ran doesn't dare to challenge this month's S-level supernatural world. He will surely choose a B-level supernatural world to transition. Sigh, after all, he is the lucky dog king, it's expected he would make such a choice. Satisfied with his post, Song Jong was getting ready to go downstairs to buy a cup of instant noodles when he heard a knock on the door. Who is it? Is this Mr. Eternal Sword Immortal? We are from the Dragon Country Supernatural Masters Association. Recently, we saw your insights online, and our higher-ups unanimously decided that you are a rare talent. We have decided to recruit you as an honorable supernatural master. Song Jong was completely dumbfounded. Are you kidding? He was just bragging, who would have thought they would actually call him over? Fortunately, the Dragon Country prohibits any forces from coercing people into becoming supernatural masters, a dangerous profession. Just as he was about to refuse, he saw rows of livestream cameras set up behind them. Hello everyone. This is Mingyue. The streamer is now at the door of Eternal Sword Immortal. Since this deity says he can do it, let's witness whether he will accept the association's invitation. Is this the Eternal Sword Immortal? No way. I remember this guy posted a selfie. Wasn't he a muscular guy around 1.8 meters tall? How did he end up looking like a fat pig? No matter what, an official organization wouldn't mistake the person, right? TSK, be cautious while playing online. Song Jong's face darkened. He could already imagine the storm he would face online after he refused. The key point is that even my identity has been exposed now, and if this person encounters me in real life, it's going to be trouble. Is the gentleman afraid? It's alright, feel free to refuse boldly. After all, the Ghost Storytellers Association doesn't take in faint-hearted ghosts. The visitor was the vice president of the local Ghost Storytellers Association. He had no good feelings toward the person in front of him, and every word he spoke made him feel disgusted. If it were just some online trolling, he wouldn't have minded. After all, that sort of thing happened all the time. But the problem was that this guy posted non-stop, and he was almost becoming a role model for people outside the internet. Such a negative social impact was practically rubbing their ghost storyteller image in the dirt. They had worked tirelessly, risking their lives, only to get this kind of evaluation? Some people just had too much free time and had to be taught a lesson. I agree. Song Jong had made up his mind. He would just casually roam the D-level ghost story world every month. After all, the danger level there was practically zero, and the only thing that mattered was who could finish the levels first. Earning some side cash didn't seem so bad, right? With that thought, Song Jong began to feel that being a ghost storyteller wasn't so terrifying after all. That's great, sir. Please get in the car, we'll take you to the ghost story world portal right now. What? Go directly into the world on the first day? Otherwise? The vice president smiled faintly. What's wrong, are you afraid? Don't worry, we'll choose the ghost story world based on your abilities. Who said I was afraid? Let's go. Hearing the vice president say they would choose the world based on his abilities, Song Jong let out a breath of relief. He even shouted at the livestream camera, I told you, I can do it too. Just watch me. If I finish it, then I'll be awesome, if I don't, it's just bad luck. Either way, I'm right. I won't die in there, right? Song Jong first went to the association to get a professional ghost storyteller ID. The staff member took his ID and clicked his tongue. Song Jong? Your name really suits you, it really suits you. Song Jong's face turned red with anger, and he pointed at the staff member, cursing, what the hell are you insulting me for? Oh, this Mr. Funeral, I was just repeating your name. Is your name some kind of insult? Wait till I become a top ghost storyteller, I'll be the first to come and deal with you. After Song Jong left, the staff member sneered disdainfully. Some people just watched too many livestreams and always judged others from an omniscient perspective. Let him try it himself. He'll see soon enough. I hope you don't die too quickly, I want to laugh a little longer. Song Jong, filled with unease, activated the portal. The vice president patted his shoulder. Don't worry, Jiang Ran is going into the same world as you. If you're lucky enough to meet, maybe he'll even look out for you. Jiang Ran? Song Jong suddenly felt something was wrong. Jiang Ran had SS-level talent. Even if he needed to switch to a different world for a break, it would definitely not be to a D-level world. Wait. What level is this world? S level. I remember you, Mr. Song, said many times that as long as you have hands, you're fine. Don't worry, we never let talent go to waste. Then who's my observer? Don't worry, we've assigned you the most professional observer, Officer Lin Chongqing. You don't need to worry about this. But isn't he Jiang Ran's observer? It's fine, trust your Uncle Lin. Multitasking is no problem. Of course, if something goes wrong, it's perfectly normal. Don't take it personally. Take me back. I'm going to die, I really am going to die.
Dragon Country ghost storyteller Jiang Ran has successfully connected to the S-level ghost story world City of Night Ghosts, not yet cleared.
Previously, there were 0 ghost storytellers who challenged it. Dragon Country ghost storyteller Song Jong has successfully connected to the S-level ghost story world City of Night Ghosts. A challenge had been made but not cleared, and there was one ghost talker who attempted it. This ghost talk world is a team instance, the timelines of the ghost talkers are not independent, and once the number of players is gathered, the world begins, and no one can enter again.
Current number of people, February 30th.
Jiang Ran stretched lazily, hearing that guy Weibus was going to challenge a B-level world. Sigh, it was boring, he was hoping they could cooperate again.
A team instance again? Speaking of this, does he still have a chance to meet that unlucky guy?
The Dragon Country livestream was suddenly filled with viewers, but many netizens were surprised to find that there were actually 2 live streams in this world of the Dragon Country.
Song Jong? Who is this? I've never heard of him. Wait, how is he choosing a talent?
Being able to choose a talent at the beginning of the Ghost Talk world only happens if this is the first Ghost Talk world entered by the Ghost Talker.
Those 3 gray talent cards also prove this point. Are you kidding? A D-level talent challenging an S-level Ghost Talk world?
If you want to die, I suggest you jump off a building, it's faster. You must know that even some Ghost Talkers with S-level talents dare not challenge S-level Ghost Talk worlds.
How could a newcomer dare to do this? Is the new generation of Dragon Country this fierce? Chapter 37, The Nightless Coin.
S-level, S-level, S-level. These 2 words kept swirling in Song Jong's mind. This sudden change left him almost in tears. If he had known this, he wouldn't have come to be a Ghost Talker. Compared to life, internet violence is nothing. He could only hope his talent was a little useful. Looking at the 3 gray cards in front of him, they were really D-level.
It can't be that good. D-level talent, Suicide Maniac. Effect, after using, you will definitely die painlessly within a minute.
Death is often not the scariest thing.
Song Jong felt like he was going to throw up. What does this mean? How could there be such a garbage talent? Would anyone really choose this? Who would purposely choose a dead end at the start?
Directly eliminating the first talent card, Song Jong immediately looked at the second talent.
D-level talent, Reflective Damage. Effect, when you are attacked by an eerie entity, you can make it suffer the same attack. Actually, an eerie entity hitting another eerie entity might not cause any problems, but you cannot be hit by an eerie entity. Although the livestream audience couldn't see which 3 talents Song Jong had refreshed, just looking at his expression, they could already predict his emotions. What use are these abilities? Reflective damage can only make the opponent suffer a little injury, he would still be completely vulnerable, and it only works against eerie entities. Local eerie creatures can simply ignore this ability, so what is the point of this talent? Holding a feeling of despair, Song Jong looked at the 3rd talent. D-level talent, Heavenly Task. Effect, in this Ghost Talk world, tasks will be randomly refreshed for you. After completing a task, a new task will be refreshed, and upon completion, you can verify the truthfulness of one random rule. Sometimes, the heavens might play small tricks on you. Song Jong's eyes lit up. Could there be such a reliable ability within D-level talents? Could it be that he is the chosen one? Ha ha ha. My ancient sword fairy life should not end. Every time he completed a task, he could verify a rule's authenticity. Such a talent can't be said to be weak. So, should he think about why this is just a D-level talent? Team instances always filled up quickly, and soon 30 people were gathered. Jiang Ran was currently in an ordinary room, looking down from the balcony. It seemed to be a community. At the same time, he activated his talent ability and drew a random SSS level talent from this world. SSS level talent, you seem to have a serious illness. Jiang Ran's eyes narrowed. Why did this talent feel like it was insulting him? Something was off, let's look again. Effect, random tasks will refresh in the world. If self-esteem could be exchanged for money, I would have already become the richest person in the world. Jiang Ran was very sure this was an SSS level talent that no one had ever obtained before. Moreover, it seemed that this ability could only be used in the corresponding world of Strange Tales. Once leaving, it would be entirely useless. The effect was simple and crude, but why was this talent named "You seem to be quite sick"? Jiang Ran expressed confusion, but it didn't matter, he would soon understand. Unexpectedly, this time, the Sakura country did not send anyone. Instead, they went to conquer another A-level Strange Tale world, as they unanimously believed Jiang Ran was a bit eerie and better to be avoided. The Kimchi country did not believe in this evil and still wanted to join in the fun, but the Strange Tale master they sent this time only had A-level talent. Clearly, it was a team instance, yet Jiang Ran didn't see a second person around. It seemed that this Strange Tale world's map was unusually large. Since the instance was called the City of Night Ghosts, could there really be a city that big? A voice rang in his mind, announcing the first day's rules.
Rule 1, welcome to the city that never sleeps, dear visitor friends.
Here you can earn night coins through various means. This is the only currency of the city, all other currencies are considered invalid.
You can use night coins to buy corresponding items at various stalls. Of course, if you see stalls with blood red flags, please avoid them.
Rule 2, please remember, there are no people here. If you see people, pretend they are just people. Do not let them discover your difference, and do not tell them you are a visitor.
Rule 3, if you are about to enter any place where sunlight does not reach, please make sure you are equipped with sufficiently powerful weapons.
If not, it is recommended that you avoid all shadows.
Rule 4, before night falls, all food in the city is safe.
However, please do not eat dog meat.
No matter how warmly invited, refuse all food related to dog meat. After night falls, please do not eat anything.
It seems this time the rules in the Strange Tale world were issued similarly to the Eerie apartment, rather than being thrown out all at once like in the remote mountain inn.
Of course, it cannot be ruled out that there are hidden rules waiting for them to discover.
The night coins mentioned in Rule 1 should be the currency related to Jiang Ran's talent.
At present, it seemed that night coins would play a significant role in this Strange Tale world, but merely increasing his source of currency, could this match the strength of an SSS-level talent? Jiang Ran picked up the map on the nightstand and calculated that this Strange Tale world should be about the size of a small county, which was quite large compared to other worlds.
Next to the map was a job advertisement.
Jiang Ran glanced at it roughly and saw one job offering 10 night coins for delivering food, and another offering 100 night coins for helping someone carry cement.
Goodness, even in the Strange Tale world, one still had to work?
City that never sleeps. In Jiang Ran's impression, the city that never sleeps referred to those bustling cities that remained lively even at night. But it was clear that here, never sleeps did not mean the same thing.
The design of the room was quite clever, ensuring ample sunlight could shine in.
However, there would still naturally be corners that did not receive light. Rule 3 mentioned, if one were to go to places without sunlight, please be equipped with sufficiently powerful weapons. However, even if the Strange Tale Masters did not move, once night fell, no place would receive sunlight. The scorching sun hung high in the sky, clearly it was noon, so all of them had to earn enough nightless coins before night fell to buy weapons. Everyone should have thought of this, as Jiang Ran looked at the job list where the pay generally ranged from 10 to 500. Surprisingly, some jobs seemed simple, yet offered high rewards. From Jiang Ran's experience, this was definitely a trap.
Chapter 38, What can you buy without money?
Every talent master had an initial 100 nightless coins, and weapons would definitely not be cheap. He just didn't know how much this 100 could actually buy.
Forget it, let's check out my tasks first.
Jiang Ran suddenly remembered that the refreshed tasks could earn him nightless coins. He found the talent's individually open domain in his mind, and a whole bunch of tasks had already updated.
Wait, how much is the reward? Before he could even look at the details of the task, Jiang Ran blurted out, what the heck?
He quickly wiped his eyes to ensure he wasn't seeing wrong. Even the lowest reward task had a whopping 1,000 nightless coins as pay. Good grief, he finally understood why this talent was rated SSS level.
It was basically money that could crush you.
However, after browsing through the tasks, Jiang Ran couldn't help but twitch his lips. Well, it wasn't that they were difficult, it was just... He figured out why the name of this talent was so strange. Jiang Ran walked out the door and followed the stairs to the first floor. It looked like an ordinary small shop, with all the usual amenities, including a ping-pong table and 2 old men chatting. Rule 2, remember, there are no people here. If you see people, act as if they are people, don't let them notice anything strange about you, and don't tell them you're a visitor. The 2 old men looked very friendly and were no different from the average person, but Jiang Ran didn't want to engage with them.
Hey, young man, I've never seen you around before, are you here visiting from out of town? Unfortunately, Jiang Ran didn't want to ignore the 2 old men, but they took the initiative to greet him.
No, I'm from Yayang community, I'm just here visiting family for a couple of days. Yayang was a relatively nearby community on the map, and Jiang Ran didn't know how long the 2 old men had been there, but clearly, if he lied and said he was from that community, he would likely leave a flaw. The 2 old men nodded slightly, and Jiang Ran stopped engaging with them and directly walked out of the community. At the entrance of the community was a shop, with a light blue flag hanging outside.
Welcome, young man, what do you need?
The front desk screen displayed a menu of all available products. At the top were daily necessities like drinks and snacks, and after flipping through for a few seconds, it took a sharp turn.
Ghost Style 7 or 6 silver bullet pistol, price, 100 nightless coins. These items must be the weapons mentioned in the rules. A pistol only costs 100 nightless coins? Isn't that a bit too cheap?
Low prices are not a good thing, meaning Jiang Ran's talent might have diminished in effectiveness. Just as Jiang Ran was about to continue flipping through, the boss, who had been sitting in the chair, had somehow ghosted behind him, silently resting a hand on his shoulder.
Young man, you're from out of town, aren't you?
No, I'm from Yayang community, I'm just here visiting family for a couple of days. The boss smiled mysteriously, leaning in closer. Right, exactly, just say that to others when you meet them. As a ghost hunter, I will provide you with some help, but my own safety comes first at all times, and don't expect anything for free. From the boss's words, he gathered a lot of information. 1. It seemed he and the other people were not on the same side, and 2. Money had to be paid, no getting chummy. Jiang Ran slapped his forehead. It seemed he first needed to go do a task. To make money, you have to work hard. In the dark, unnoticed by anyone, a strange creature resembling an octopus was secretly watching Jiang Ran.
Individual number 007, Human Observer, well-intentioned.
Human observers are a very special group of bizarre individuals who enjoy watching human behavior. They neither pose any threat to humans nor provide any help.
Well, that's all human recorded knowledge. Is this my observation subject this time?
The 54th human observer narrowed his 8 eyes. Although he wanted to lie in hell soaking in magma, he still had to observe humans properly for his summer homework. According to the textbook, humans always follow the rules, and yes, this person must be going to work to earn some night coins.
Number 54 nodded confidently, convinced that his judgment would be right.
Jiang Ran quickly boarded a bus heading into the distance, and 54 immediately followed, while the viewers in the live chat speculated about what Jiang Ran intended to do. Brother Jiang is probably going to apply to be a food delivery person.
Though each order only pays 10 coins, more orders mean more income.
Many people thought this way since other Bazaar Talk masters had also boarded the same bus, aiming to apply for the delivery job. They had no convenient smartphones like others, so they could only make the trip themselves. Almost all the Bazaar Talk masters had their next actions planned except for one.
Song Joan looked at the 4 rules posted and quietly patted his chest twice.
It seemed that completing 4 tasks would verify the truth of these 4 rules. Rules that hadn't been verified were to be avoided. Now it seemed this world of Bazaar Talks was not difficult at all. He turned to his first task. The old 8 in the toilet, complete a self-produced and self-sold task. You know what this means, wordplay doesn't count.
Damn it! Song Joan's face turned pale. Suddenly he felt like this task didn't necessarily have to be done, right?
Forget it, I'll first go buy a weapon. Song Joan decided to act as if this talent didn't exist. Even if he starved today, he absolutely wouldn't eat that thing. Arriving at the community downstairs, Song Joan quickly found a shop with a similar setup and, looking at his only 100 night coins, gritted his teeth and bought a handgun.
Wait a minute, boss, why are there no bullets? No problem, you bought a handgun, not bullets. Song Joan's eyes widened. What did you just say again? What use is a gun without bullets? Calm down, calm down.
He could still earn night coins to buy bullets.
A handgun was only 100 coins, how expensive could the bullets be? How much for a bullet?
A fair price, 500 coins each.
No bargaining, dear. 500 coins for one. Why don't you go rob a bank? Fair price?
This price made him feel defeated. You can choose not to buy it, I didn't force you. The boss chuckled, propping his legs up with a smug expression. What can you buy without money?
I'm not a charity.
Song Joan was kicked out of the shop with the handgun. Suddenly, he felt a chill down his back and noticed that everyone around was staring at him at the same time, their gazes focused on the handgun in his hand.
Chapter 39, Are Bazaar Talk Masters in Dragon Country this abstract now? Young man, what is that in your hand? It's just a toy gun, ha.
Song Joan was about to laugh it off when unexpectedly, an old woman behind him snatched the handgun away. The old woman skillfully disengaged the safety in front of everyone and immediately pulled the trigger at Song Joan.
Looks like it really is a toy gun. Here you go, young man.
Song Joan was nearly scared to death and hurried to catch the handgun thrown back by the old woman. He never expected that not having money for bullets would save his life. But this toy gun is quite realistic.
Ha, after all, I paid a lot of money to customize it.
Song Joan quickly fled from the store's entrance, not daring to linger, as everyone's eyes were glued to his back, and at that moment, they revealed strange smiles.
This is terrifying, this is terrifying. Running to the street, Song Joan was still a bit shaken. No way.
To survive here, he must have bullets for self-defense, or else he might not even be able to beat an old lady.
In the world of weird tales, where are there any humans?
All are disguised strange creatures. That old lady you think is harmless might pull out 3 heads and 6 arms in the next moment, while you are just 2 arms. Like the other weird tale masters, Song Joan arrived at the bus stop and got on the bus.
Stop, stop, stop. What's going on?
As soon as Song Joan got on the bus, the driver stopped him, making his heart race, afraid that the guy in front might notice something.
Pay up. $2 to get on. I have no money. No money? Then get the hell off my bus.
Song Joan was kicked off the bus by the driver, tumbling awkwardly on the corner for several rolls. He felt like everyone on the roadside was laughing at him as he scampered away.
Ha ha ha. Is this guy from the Dragon Country here to be a comedian?
Out of 30 people, he's the only one who dares to spend all his money right away.
Is he planning to walk to work? You can insult this kid, but don't bring us from the dragon country into it. Don't forget Brother Jiang is also in this world. By the way, Brother Jiang. What's he doing over there now? He seems to be sleeping. In the livestream, Jiang Ran was half leaning against the window, and you could occasionally hear snoring sounds. Wait, if Brother Jiang is going to deliver food, it seems he has missed his stop. No rush, no rush. There's a flyer distributing job ahead. The job isn't bad either. At first, the comments were fiercely debating what job Jiang Ran would choose, but soon they all fell silent, as Jiang Ran had already fallen asleep and reached the terminal. Brother Jiang wouldn't actually be asleep, right? Jiang Ran sleeping on the bus meant his destination was the terminal, but there were no jobs here. Why did he come here? Netizens were almost wearing out that screenshot of the map, not knowing what was special about this place, but no rules pointed to here. Sir, we've reached the terminal, please get off. Oh. Jiang Ran stretched, hands in pockets as he got off the bus. The online masters had begun a new round of analysis. I think you all are being misled. The so-called job doesn't necessarily have to come from those marked on the back of the map. So far, this weird tale world has simulated a real small county, so jobs can naturally be found anywhere. You mean Brother Jiang intends to look for hidden jobs at the terminal? Exactly. It must be like that. If I, Wang Laogo, am wrong, I'll write my name backwards. In the shadows, number 54 was still following Jiang Ran, puzzled why this human had run so far. This was all different from what he learned in the textbooks. This human ran so far, something big must be coming up next. I have to record it well. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Jiang Ran approached a roadside barbecue stall and ordered a skewer of sausages. It's starting. Brother Jiang is about to start chatting with the barbecue stall owner. No wonder it's Brother Jiang. The next step is to find out what hidden good jobs are nearby to make some money first. This thinking puts other weird tailmasters miles behind. Thank you. Jiang Ran finished the sausage in just a few bites, then got back on the bus to return. Netizens? Lin Changcheng? Number 54? You went so far just to eat a sausage? Jiang Ran was now on the bus home, taking the same route back as he did coming here, highlighting a sense of closure. This confusing action left spies from other countries completely baffled. What's up? Why did that guy ride the bus all the way there? Is there some new clue? He ate a sausage. What kind of spy are you? Be careful or you'll lose your salary. Get to the point. He can't possibly take this bus just to eat a sausage. But he really just ate a sausage. If there were any other suspicious details, they could talk about it, but the problem was that Jiang Ran went straight to the barbecue stand after getting off, not even saying much to the owner. After finishing the sausage, he left without hesitation. Look! Brother Jiang seems like he didn't sleep this time. Come on, if he could fall asleep anytime, anywhere, wouldn't he be the king of sleep? Brother Jiang leaned back in his chair, slowly flipping through that list of tasks in his mind. Task sausage a few kilometers away, completed, reward, 1,400 night coins. Taking 2 bus rides for a total of $4, and eating a sausage for $1, resulting in 1,400, Jiang Ran could only say he hit the jackpot. This task, though a bit strange, had a truly generous reward. Delivering takeout wouldn't earn him 1,400 in a day, even if he drove a clunker. Let me see if there are any other tasks to do. Brother Jiang got off. The viewers in the livestream perked up again. When Jiang Ran passed this stop earlier, he didn't get off, but now, returning, he suddenly did. He must have discovered something. Observers from other countries quickly switched their screens to the Dragon Country's livestream, with one person even accidentally tuning into Song Zhong's stream, causing him to curse his bad luck. Once Jiang Ran found a clue, as long as it was important enough, they would immediately notify their own paranormal expert. Come on. Show us your purpose. What did you come all this way for? Jiang Ran stepped off the bus and stood by the bus stop sign. A few minutes later, the next bus came roaring in, and he got back on. Back on the bus again. Are your country's paranormal experts getting so abstract now? Chapter 40, Monsters in the Shadows. Task no transfer at the same station completed, reward, 1,000 night coins. With 2 tasks completed, Jiang Ran hadn't worked a single job, and his night coins were already close to 2,500. This truly is an SSS-level talent. The return bus continued on its route, and everyone switched the screen to other livestreams. The paranormal expert from the Black Country, He Lao, was running deliveries. He thought the same as most viewers, though each order was few. A saying goes, many drops fill the bucket. Deliver a man's rules. Rule 1, please deliver the takeout to the customer within the specified time. If late, you will be punished. If the takeout is damaged during the process, you will also face the same punishment.
Rule 2, customers may sometimes have small requests, please fulfill their requirements. Rule 3, after registering as a deliveryman, you must complete at least 3 orders to resign, otherwise, this identity will follow you. When He Lao read these 3 rules, he suddenly felt uneasy. Each job had extra rules they needed to follow, but only deliverymen could see these rules. This meant He Lao had successfully registered and had no way back. Finish 3 orders and get out of here. But completing 3 orders would only earn him a total of 30 night coins. Damn, he'd be better off moving cement at a construction site. The first order came in quickly, and the location was unexpectedly close. Even without riding a bike, he could reach within 10 minutes, and on a bike, he could probably get to the building in 2 minutes. Damn, 2 minutes for $10, seems pretty good, huh? He Lao just felt relieved that this delivery wasn't too difficult, but the next second he saw the note on the delivery order. Hey, little brother, bring a finger. What kind of normal request is that? He Lao exclaimed his carelessness, this is a world of bizarre tales, and surely nothing could be judged by common sense. Hey, manager. Do we really have to fulfill such requests? He Lao hurriedly sought help from the manager, who merely glanced at the delivery order and continued to focus on his work. The customer is king, serving them is our principle. Then how about you give me a finger? Of course, you'll need to figure that out yourself as couriers, otherwise, what are you here for? He Lao had never seen someone so brazen. It turns out that couriers aren't just delivering food after all. Of course, I can still give you some reasonable help. The manager switched his tone, and He Lao was initially delighted and thanked him quickly, only to see the manager hand him a knife. This is the help you mentioned? I really appreciate it. Holding the knife, He Lao looked anxiously at his own fingers. Anyway he thought about it, trading a finger for 10 night coins would be a huge loss. A gun costs $100, he could just cut off all 10 of his fingers instead. Sure enough, being a courier is a high-risk profession. 5 minutes have passed since the order. Please deliver the meal quickly, little brother. The sudden voice prompt jolted He Lao awake. The meal must be delivered within 30 minutes, and 5 minutes had already passed. He needed to do something with this little time. A finger, but it doesn't necessarily have to be his own finger. He Lao rode his delivery bike, wandering the streets and searching for a suitable target. He soon locked his eyes on a homeless man. It's you! He Lao jumped off the electric bike and sneakily followed behind the homeless man, hiding the short knife the manager had given him in his sleeve. In this world of bizarre tales, there really aren't any true humans, so he wouldn't have any psychological burden when taking out these people. The homeless man turned around to glance at him, and He Lao whistled, pretending that nothing happened. He was afraid the homeless man would flee. After all, it wouldn't be easy to chase him down the street. But to his surprise, the homeless man actually walked into a nearby alley. He Lao hurriedly followed, remembering the rule that stated they must bring a weapon into the shadows. After all, holding a knife should count as having a weapon, right? As long as he didn't break the rules, it was all fine. A brick could count as a weapon, so why couldn't his short knife? Realizing this, He Lao looked around before also entering the alley, his body swallowed by the shadows. Don't blame me, it's those dumbass ordering takeaway you should blame. He held the knife and slowly approached the homeless man, who first showed an extremely terrified expression, but as they got closer, the homeless man calmed down. Demon Hunter, the boss who sold you that knife must be a heartless merchant. Before He Lao could understand the meaning of this sentence, the homeless man suddenly extended his tongue, which resembled a snake's, and his face twisted into something horrifying. Damn it! He Lao realized something was wrong and hurriedly swung the short knife in self-defense. The homeless man let out a crazy laugh, lunged at him, first swatting the knife away, and then ripping off He Lao's entire right arm in one claw. Ah! The homeless man took that arm and started chewing on it right on the spot, and He Lao seized the opportunity, enduring the pain to run out of the alley. The sunlight poured down on him, giving him a moment of relief. The pain that once felt unbearable seemed to numb under the sunlight. He Lao struggled to stand, looking anxiously at the dark alley's entrance. What in the world was that? Hey, since the guy brought weapons into the alley, he hasn't broken any rules. If weird creatures in this world can hurt people without breaking the rules, that's terrifying, right? No, he broke the rules. Ha! Boss, don't trick me. If a knife isn't even considered a weapon, then this wordplay is going too far, isn't it? Take a closer look at that rule. Rule 3, if you are about to enter any area that is not illuminated by sunlight, please ensure you are equipped with a sufficiently powerful weapon. Otherwise, it is advised to avoid all shadows. The point is not weapons, but sufficiently powerful weapons. This world of weird tales is probably more complicated than we imagined. Only weapons bought with nightless coins might work, and these strange creatures rank differently, needing different weapons to deal with them. This analysis came from a career weird tale master with an A-grade talent, so his words gained the trust of most people. The observer from the Black Country was sweating profusely. They had only cleared the S-grade weird tale world once. That time, as soon as research funds were released, the king was celebrated with 20 luxury cars.
Hey! You are the hope of the whole nation. As long as you do well, a car will be in my hands soon. Chapter 41, terrifying as such. Hay was afraid the homeless man would chase him out, so he didn't dare linger too long and hopped on his little electric bike to speed away. Soon, the homeless man leisurely strolled out of the alley, and the blood that had spilled on his chest mysteriously vanished. There were still 10 minutes left on the food delivery timer, and Hay didn't care about his fingers anymore. He just needed to deliver the food, even if it meant losing those 10 nightless coins. It was absolutely impossible for him to cut his fingers off. Opening the electric bike with one hand nearly made Hay crash, but thankfully he was very skilled. As long as he successfully cleared this time, the king would reward him with an electric bike. That was an electric bike. In the Black Country, this was a symbol of status. Thinking of this, Hay seemed to gain a new motivation. Stop. No delivery is allowed in. Just as Hay reached the entrance of the corresponding community, he was stopped by the security guard, which made him furious. This is ordered by the community owner. Owner? Even if it's ordered by a wild boar, it won't matter. The security guard scolded and lifted a powerless electric baton to point at Hay. I said no entry means no entry. Otherwise, I'll hit you with 2 sticks. Damn you. Hay had no choice but to stand at the door and message the customer to come down himself. You want me to come down myself? Then what use do you have? But I can't come in. Not being able to come in is your problem, giving a bad review is mine. I'm not delivering anymore. Extra meal. Hay shouted in anger, carrying the delivery bag and walking out. Sometimes he really thought he was a fool, suffering so much for those 10 nightless coins. Forget it, let's eat a meal to calm down. Hay opened the takeout bag and instantly felt nauseous. He hurriedly threw the things in his hands into the trash. This so-called takeout was actually a pile of untreated, bright red intestines. Hay saw they didn't look like pig guts or beef guts. A chill shot straight to his head, and he didn't dare think further, constantly reminding himself this was the world of weird tales. When he returned to the takeout shop, the manager showed no concern for why he lost an arm, but instead fiercely questioned him. You failed to deliver the order, so you will be fined. Hay could only accept his bad luck. He ran a wasted trip, earning no money and still having to lose. Fine for failed delivery 100, 3 bad reviews fine 300, fine for wasting food 100, hurry up and give me the money. I only earned $10 for 1 delivery, and you're fining me 500? What's up with these 3 bad reviews? It's obvious that the customer opened 3 accounts and left 3 bad reviews. You're clearly a black-hearted shop. Hay's eyes widened. Pointing with his remaining finger at the store manager, I won't pay. What can you do? It's you. Give me my salary. Not paying? The store manager squinted his eyes and waved for a 2-meter-tall, muscle-bound chef from the kitchen. Here's someone who wants to be a tyrant delivery driver. Ha, I'm kind enough to give you a job, and you have the nerve to not be grateful and still demand a salary? Truly outrageous. Looking up at the towering chef, Hay Lao swallowed hard. Big brother, let's talk nicely. There's nothing to discuss, give me the money. Hay Lao grimaced, I have no money. No money? The store manager slammed the table. You dare to come deliver without money? Do you have the guts of a bear and a leopard? Hay Lao felt something was off about that statement, but at that moment, all he wanted was to survive the chef's wrath. I can work to pay it back. No need. The store manager smiled for the first time. 500 night coins, let's settle it with your 5 fingers. Get to it. Ah. There were many strange storytellers who faced the same predicament, struggling in various jobs. It was then that netizens realized a harsh reality: earning night coins was no easy task. Song Jong had no money for the bus, so he had to find a job nearby. Thus, he became a proud security guard. He memorized the 3 golden rules of security and began his glorious journey as a guard. Meanwhile, Jiang Ran finally returned to the entrance of the community. Number 54 followed Jiang Ran, panting heavily, having already cursed his ancestors to the 18th generation. He watched as this guy first sat at the terminal and ate a sausage, then returned, got off mid-journey to board another bus, spent several stops, got off again, changed direction, and continued riding. What was most infuriating was that he even asked the driver, Master, what do you do? The bus only charged him $2, and he felt like he hit the jackpot. Number 54 blacked out large sections of his notebook on human behavior. It was different. This was nothing like what the textbook said. No way, he thought, he needed to find a new subject to observe. That guy from the neighboring community, you've been chosen. The netizens were collectively in shock, but Jiang Ran's heart was blooming with joy. After just a few bus rides, he had raked in over 5,000 night coins. That terrifying number was even more than half of all other 29 strange storytellers combined. Time to spend. Jiang Ran walked into the shop, greeted with a smile from the owner, who looked a bit puzzled. You earned money so quickly? I must remind you, we don't allow credits here. When he saw Jiang Ran's balance of night coins, he admitted he was stunned. Did you rob a bank? That didn't make sense. How could virtual currency be robbed? You didn't get involved in online fraud, did you? The horror. Pure horror. How could that be? I am a law-abiding citizen. Jiang Ran opened the list again. Now that he had money, he wanted the best equipment. His ghost-style light machine gun? 3,000 night coins? Boss, how much are the bullets? 1,000 each, no tricks here, my dear. Haha, what a bother. It seemed that over 5,000 night coins were not enough for his spending spree. Indeed, the ancient saying that money is never too much really made sense. No, but they look cooler. Forget it, I'll take a 100 night coin handgun, buy bullets with the rest. Jiang Ge is buying stuff? Wait. The cheapest weapon costs 100 night coins, he just did a few bus rides and didn't work. Where did he get the money? As Jiang Ran received the handgun and a box of bullets from the owner, not just the netizens and spies from other countries, even the higher-ups from Long Country were baffled by what was happening. Jiang Ran's every action was exposed under everyone's watchful eyes. Where did he get the night coins? The high-ranking officials in the land of cherry blossoms watching the livestream were secretly shocked. To be able to evade everyone's ears and eyes and make money, this young man is simply terrifying. Chapter 42, Dusk. That bus route must be haunted. The observer from the Black Nation immediately alerted He Lao, urging him to spend the last few bucks he had to mimic Jiang Ran's actions. Though He Lao was confused after hearing this, out of trust, he still followed the instructions. Jiang Ran returned to his room with a gun in hand. It was still early in the evening, and it seemed like there was a bit too much free time on his hands. He loaded 7 bullets into the gun and slowly walked into the bedroom where sunlight could not reach. He wanted to see what kind of ghostly things were hiding in this shadow. Even though he had a gun in his hand, Jiang Ran remained vigilant, but when he stepped into the bedroom, the expected attack did not happen, rather, nothing happened at all. It seems that shadows do not necessarily mean danger, perhaps danger is just a possibility within the shadows? If that were the case, everyone's pressure would be significantly less, but without understanding what the danger really was, letting one's guard down was still a big taboo. An entire afternoon quietly passed by. Out of 30 urban legend masters, 2 had already died. One was crushed by falling equipment while moving cement at a construction site, and the other was bitten to death by a person who came in to use the restroom while he was cleaning it. Who told him to choose to work in a place where sunlight could not reach? Rules are always the paramount premise. Such a death rate was already considered very low. A comparison with the first day's death count at the mountain would show that it was almost reversed. Many other urban legend masters also suffered from their professions, with many missing certain body parts. However, some capable urban legend masters successfully solved some predicaments and earned quite a bit of midnight currency. Yes, several hundred. Surely no one earned more than them? The internet users with God's perspective basically summarized a few very important pieces of information. 1. Besides the 30 urban legend masters who entered the urban legend world being safe from each other, all other humans are dangerous. Once they enter the shadows with them, they will be hunted. 2. Every profession has its own set of rules to follow. Violating them does not lead to immediate death, but a large amount of midnight currency will be deducted. Since everyone is poor now, it basically means losing a few fingers to settle the debt. And since the rules differ for each profession, some are simple while others are difficult, therefore, choosing the right profession can be very helpful in earning midnight currency. But clearly, the jobs listed at the back were all traps. These legitimate jobs often concealed deadly dangers. Several urban legend masters creatively found solutions. Park Bifun from the Pickled Cabbage Nation simply lay on the street acting like a beggar, and at the end of the day, he surprisingly made over 100 units. Atibio from the Three Country became a professional scammer, successfully swindling 500 units in just one day. Of course, the one who earned the most among them was a Lancer from the White Eagle Nation. He rushed into a casino shouting, "My life is in my hands, not in the heavens," and possibly due to beginner's luck, he actually won 800 units. Observers from various countries secretly noted down these methods, planning to let their own urban legend masters try them tomorrow. What kind of terrible idea did that damn observer come up with? He Lao spent the entire afternoon taking that bus back and forth, and his money was almost gone without seeing a single cent in return. When he took the same bus for the 3rd time at the same station, he clearly felt the gazes around him were a bit different. Wait until I get back to my country, I will make the king chop off your head and use it as a chamber pot. He returned to the entrance of his neighborhood, exhausted. Today, he didn't earn a single cent and instead lost several dozen bucks. Fortunately, once a ghost talker leaves the ghost world, their injuries reset, or he might have ended up permanently disabled. Stop, delivery workers are not allowed to enter. The security guard stopped him at the gate of his neighborhood. I'm not a delivery worker. I'm a homeowner, a homeowner. He suddenly realized he was still wearing the delivery boy uniform.
Unfortunately, delivery workers aren't allowed to quit unless they've completed at least 3 orders, so he couldn't take off the uniform. Now he definitely dared not go back to that shady shop to deliver food anymore. Ha, deceitful delivery worker. The security guard sneered, twisting his mouth like the Dragon King. You're not a delivery worker, but you're wearing, is that shit on you? Do you think I'm blind? But I swear I just greeted you when I left this morning. Still trying to get close? Truly full of tricks. He nearly exploded with anger. The sky was getting darker, and the sun was slowly setting. Being outside like this made him feel completely insecure. At least at home, he could lock the door. Feigning defeat, he secretly went to the back door, intending to climb over the wall. But just as he climbed halfway, a security guard directly jabbed him with a stick, sending him falling down. These delivery workers are getting bolder and bolder, thinking they can climb over walls now. The security guard, with hidden skills, continued his patrol. In the end, the heavens did not forsake the determined. He found a dog hole in a hidden spot. Wait until I have money to buy a gun, I'll definitely reward each of you with a bullet. The night was approaching, and most ghost talkers were frowning. They had all made the painful discovery that after buying a gun, they had no money left for bullets. So, what, were they supposed to use the handgun like a brick? In the White Eagle country, Aransta had less than 900 night coins in hand. He was sharp and asked the shopkeeper about the price of bullets before making his purchase. Soon, he dismissed the idea of buying a gun. He believed his 800-plus night coins were among the highest in the ghost talker community, but after counting, he realized it was enough to buy only 1 bullet. To work all day just for 1 chance to survive? That was way too much of a loss. Do you know why it's a weapon shop and not a gun shop? Boss, I'll take this short knife. Aransta's gaze locked onto a short knife priced at 500 night coins. After checking all the items, most weapons were priced according to their strength, but this short knife was 5 times the price of a handgun. That had to mean something. And the greatest advantage of close combat weapons was that you didn't need to buy extra bullets. It was undoubtedly their best choice. Good eye, Ghost Hunter. Aransta put away the short knife but did not leave the shop immediately. Instead, he asked the boss a question. From the moment I entered the shop, it seemed you knew my identity. Why did you know I was a ghost hunter? Aransta wasn't foolish enough to ask what is a ghost hunter, as that would have the opposite effect. So he tried to gather information from the boss indirectly. The boss smiled coldly. Did you not notice? You are completely out of place with everyone around here. Chapter 43, The First Night. The first night arrived, and with it came 4 new rules. Rule 5, do not fear the night. You may turn on the lights in your home. Remember, do not turn them off. This will help you safely pass through the night. Rule 6, do not let anyone see your face at night. If you meet someone, do not let them discover your identity. Of course, it's best if you stay in your room. Rule 7, at night, you are not allowed to engage in any other occupation to earn night coins. But you can kill people and exchange their hearts for the eternal coins. If you decide to do so, make sure that no other people see you. Rule 8, dogs are not gentle, they are dangerous. If you see a dog at night, make sure to take a detour. But black dogs are an exception. They can be trusted and serve as companions. Remember, it must be a pure black dog, no other colors. Most ghost story experts let out a sigh of relief after seeing Rule 5. The thing they feared the most was having to carry a weapon at night, something they couldn't afford with their meager money. No matter if this rule is true or false, they had no choice but to believe it. Then came 4 more rules, completely leaving Song Zhong dumbfounded. If you count it, that's at least 8 rules a day. What could he possibly figure out from this? He silently looked towards the bathroom. No. No matter what, I can't eat this. Jiang Ran was also carefully thinking about these 4 rules. The first 2 were obviously telling them not to leave the room at night. As long as they turned on the lights, they would be safe. Following the rule, he turned on the light, and indeed, nothing happened. But if it were so simple to survive the night, then what was the point of the other 2 rules? As long as they didn't leave the house, they would never meet other people or dogs. Plus, the rule about not eating at night gave them even less reason to go outside. Not only that, weapons had become unnecessary. Because one rule made most of the other rules meaningless, this rule had to be problematic. Either the danger can't be avoided even with the light on, just because it hasn't arrived yet, or there's something important hidden in the dark that they can't get clues to by staying in the house. As the saying goes, risk and opportunity coexist. This was an S-level ghost story world. Would it really be so kind as to let you stay safely in the house until you clear the game? It would be more fitting to go back to dreaming. Considering the rule about not letting others recognize their true face, Jiang Ran took a black cloth from his room and covered the lower half of his face.
Actually, this disguise would be easy to identify if someone stared at it for long, but with the cover of the night and a need to act quickly, there shouldn't be much of an issue. The main problem was that there were limited tools available. If possible, Jiang Ran would prefer to be fully armed. He gently opened the door and stepped into the night, becoming the first ghost story expert to make such a choice. Even a Lancesta from the White Eagles remained in his room, weighing the pros and cons. He might have guessed something, but he wasn't as decisive as Jiang Ran. It's easy to be confident when you have enough firepower. The hallway was very quiet. Jiang Ran could even clearly hear his own breathing. All the other residents kept their doors tightly shut, not even a glimmer of light showing. "Young man, it's so late, are you still out here wandering around?" An elderly woman, her body frail and her steps slow, approached Jiang Ran. She wore a kind expression as she slowly walked towards him. "Why are you wearing a cloth on your face? Was it a burn? Come, let grandma take a look." The old woman licked her lips, threw away her cane, and suddenly pounced at him with her mouth wide open. "Good boy, let grandma have a good meal." Jiang Ran raised his hand and pulled the trigger. To his surprise, the gun was silenced, which helped prevent attracting other people with the sound of gunfire. Due to the old woman's speed, Jiang Ran's shot didn't hit the vital spot. It only grazed her shoulder, but she immediately showed a pained expression and collapsed to the ground. After struggling for a few seconds, she stopped moving. It seems this gun works similarly to physical exorcism. Just hit it, it doesn't matter where, it just ends cold. Jiang Ran first looked around to make sure no other people were joining the excitement, then he crouched down. Rule 7, at night, you cannot engage in any other profession to earn night coins, but you can kill people and exchange their hearts for night coins. If you decide to do this, remember not to let other people see you. Exchange hearts for night coins? Jiang Ran discovered that the old woman's body became extremely fragile after death. Her skin was like jelly, easily torn, and inside her body, there was neither blood nor organs, but instead, it was filled with some transparent gel-like substance. At her chest, there was a thumb-sized white crystal. The old woman had no human organs, and this must be the heart mentioned in the rules. Jiang Ran pocketed the crystal, but another problem arose. From the current situation, all people are dangerous. This scary world is called City of Night Ghosts, so as soon as night falls, or rather, as long as they are in places not touched by sunlight, will these people turn into ghosts? So the question arises, besides the scary storyteller himself, everything else is dangerous. With the help of his SSS-level talent, Jiang Ran could earn thousands of night coins, while other storytellers would earn even less. Do they really have enough bullets? Why could she recognize at a glance that I'm different from them? Is it because of the night? No. Can humans really hide their identities from ghosts? Actually, from various clues, it seems possible. So how did that old woman identify him? Ah. Jiang Ran directly tore off the cloth he used to cover his face. Wearing that was simply like covering one's ears and stealing a bell. If you run around at night like a thief, how could anyone not suspect you? Ghosts only become ghosts when they discover people, otherwise, they operate as humans. They work normal jobs, eat human food, and are hardly different from humans. So as long as his identity as a person can be hidden, a ghost is just a person. With just a few bullets, Jiang Ran couldn't possibly kill all the ghosts, so he could only pretend to be a ghost. As long as his identity isn't discovered, even at night, he is safe. Rule 6, please do not let anyone see your face at night. If you encounter other people, do not let them discover your identity. Of course, it's best if you don't leave your room. This rule is ultimately just a reminder, not entirely correct. Ghosts are much smarter than imagined, doing this will only backfire. Chapter 44, He eats shit. As the first to step out of the door and successfully kill a night ghost, Jiang Ran naturally attracted the most attention. Everyone held their breath, staring at the screen, eager to see what he would do next. Jiang Ran first went up a floor, then took the corridor to go down from the other side. Brother Jiang must have his reasons for doing this. Maybe he foresaw that there would be a ghost blocking the way below. They really couldn't understand, but after Jiang Ran's last inexplicable money-making car ride experience, everyone felt every move he made must have deeper meaning. Some even specifically wrote thousands of words analyzing how Jiang Ran obtained night coins, with detailed speculations that sounded very realistic. Mission: I just want to take a detour, completed, reward, 1,000 night coins. After finishing a mission, Jiang Ran also encountered a gloomy-faced man going upstairs at the other end of the hallway. Jiang Ran simply pretended not to see and calmly continued walking down. Hey, little brother, why do I feel like I haven't seen you around before? I am from the neighboring Yaoyang community, and I have come to visit family these days. The man was still somewhat doubtful, but seeing Jiang Ran's calm and carefree demeanor as he walked downstairs, he ultimately shook his head slightly and went upstairs on his own. As expected, ghosts have no way of accurately distinguishing humans.
This will be a significant piece of information for their survival at night. Many foreign observers secretly noted this, and if their ghost master decided to go out tonight, they would directly use the hint opportunity. After leaving the community, Jiang Ran immediately rushed to the shop. The boss seemed unsurprised by his nighttime visit and welcomed him with a smile. I have to say, your speed of making money truly astonishes me. It's way more than what I make running this shabby shop. Oh, really? How about I tell you how I'm making money, and you give me the shop instead? Ha, I was just joking. Jiang Ran took out the white crystal and handed it to the boss. He didn't need to explain anything, the boss naturally understood. Is this today's good start? A white ghost stone. Then I'll buy it at market price. The boss cheerfully took the white crystal, and Jiang Ran's account instantly added 100 night coins. Exchanging $500 worth of bullets for $100 worth of crystals is truly a blood loss. But from the boss's words, he could gather new information. The boss emphasized the white crystal, meaning there are other colored crystals corresponding to different levels of ghosts. Give me a knife, and also buy another bullet. Jiang Ran also realized that using bullets to deal with these little ghosts seemed to be somewhat of a loss, but there is a reason bullets exist. Perhaps some high-level ghosts cannot be handled by blades at all. Is this the world of rule-based ghost stories? Jiang Ran always feels like he accidentally entered a certain online game. Weeps might actually be quite suitable to fight in this world. Young man, open the door. Auntie's chicken soup is too much for me to finish, I'll give you a pot. Song Jiang was huddling on the sofa, trembling. The knocking on the door kept coming, and he could only pretend he wasn't home. The aunt outside silently watched the light leaking through the door crack. Did this guy really think he could hide from her like a blind person? The knocking grew increasingly urgent, and the aunt's urging carried a hint of emotion. Song Jiang now needed immense courage to even get off the sofa, let alone open the door. Mom, I swear I will never be a troll again in my next life. Despite saying that, even if he knelt down to beg for forgiveness now, it wouldn't help him escape this world. He decided, as long as he survived tonight, he would flee first thing tomorrow. Who cares about internet violence? He had a thick skin, and he could take it. And now, the most important thing is self-preservation. The rule that turning on the lights guarantees safety may not necessarily be correct. Song Jiang was genuinely afraid that the ant outside would break in. He had a gun, yet he couldn't afford a single bullet, which was no different from having none. Fortunately, he now lived on the second floor. Escaping through the window is also a good method. How exactly can I verify whether the rules are correct or not? Song Jiang's gaze slowly drifted to the bathroom. He swallowed hard. Number 54 was hidden in the shadows, beginning to observe his second subject. It seems this is a normal human. So what choices will he make in moments of life and death? This question is definitely worth writing into the research report. Then, Song Jiang walked to the bathroom and closed the bathroom door. Using the bathroom to help himself relax? That isn't a bad method. This human has some tricks. Out of respect for the privacy of ghost masters, when they engage in activities like going to the bathroom or taking a shower, the live broadcast is temporarily obscured, which gives Song Jiang a loophole. As long as no one saw me eat, then it means I did not eat. The toilet can block the live stream picture, but it cannot block number 54. He flashed with one teleport into the shadow of the toilet and continued his watching. This size compared to the one in the textbook is a bit small. Sure enough, trusting books fully is worse than having no books. Song Jiang had already finished the first step. He stared at that lump for a long time without words. In his heart, heaven and man were fighting. He could not stretch his hand down for a long time, and also could not just turn and leave. Go all in. In ancient times, Gojian slept on firewood and tasted gall. Today I Song Jiang lie on the toilet and taste shit. Do it, brothers, Ali give. You. The nearby number 54 used his tentacles to rub his 8 eyes, and again confirmed he did not see wrong. Then he silently wrote in the notebook, major new discovery, humans will relax their mood by eating their own waste, but it looks like it is not so tasty. He felt if he stayed in this world a bit longer he could overthrow all conclusions in the textbooks, then he would be the rising new star of the tribe. Rule 4, before night comes, all food in the city is safe, only please do not eat dog meat. No matter how warm the invitation, please refuse to eat all food related to dog meat. After night comes, please do not eat anymore. The above rules are correct. What use is letting me know this rule? Anyone can guess it. Very sadly, because of the randomness of talent ability, Song Jiang did not randomly get the rule he wanted to know. He quickly comforted himself, just do one more task. The next task should not be this sick, right? Extreme survival, please without wearing any protective measures jump down from the 18th floor in one leap and keep alive. You're big. Chapter 45 Keyboard Warrior Offline. Song Jiang for the first time felt how authoritative this talent rating was. Said D level is D level. If it could let you freeload one more chance, then it could rise to C level. I can go to your grandma. This rule. Wait, all correct? Inside seems to have one rule saying do not eat at night, right? In an instant, all the lights in the room went out, the bulbs directly exploded. The room that was bright just now had turned into gloomy darkness. Song Jong secretly said bad, rushed out of the toilet and prepared to flip the window and run. The live stream picture recovered, the net users looked at the closed lights and were a bit confused. Song Jong, maybe his brain is a bit not good, but it is not to the point of turning off the lights at this time. Not right. Look, the bulb already exploded. I just came back from the MO Country live room, I know what is going on. The MO Country Weird Tale Master had B-level talent Casual Prophet. After using it he could randomly verify the truth of one rule. This also let him know that turning on the light in the room is absolutely safe. So when someone came to knock on the door, he directly without fear let that auntie in, and the result was that under the light the auntie also could not do anything to him. The two just chatted with one sentence and without one sentence. Until the MO Country Weird Tale Master took one sip of the chicken soup the auntie gave, the whole room lights instantly went out, the bulbs burst, the auntie turned into a 2-meter tall twisted creature and in one bite swallowed that Weird Tale Master into her belly. That means Song Jong also ate some kind of thing and caused breaking the rule? But there is basically nothing to eat in his home, and we did not see him buy any food back. Moreover, did he not just go to the toilet? Wait. Toilet? Holy shit. I think I found something very bad. With a loud boom, the auntie outside the door actually kicked the door open with one foot, sticking out a blood-red tongue and rushed into the room. Ha ha. Ghost hunter. Who is the hunter is not certain yet. Song Jong was almost scared to pee his pants, immediately jumped down directly from the second floor window. A plump body thudded heavily on the ground. By the moonlight, everyone could see the chocolate sauce still smeared at the corner of his mouth. 6. I wondered why you didn't buy food, turns out you had this trick up your sleeve. As they say, the white dove in the church won't kiss the crow, and the old man in the bathroom won't go home hungry. My brother Song made this great sacrifice just to save a few bucks. But alas, how could a person outrun a ghost? The ant leaped from the second floor and landed steadily on the ground, her eyes filled with a bloodthirsty urge. Song Jong immediately drew his gun and aimed it at the ant. At this moment, his hands were shaking, as he really had no bullets at all. He could only hope to intimidate the ant in front of him. Wasn't this guy already exposed as having no bullets in his gun before? He shouldn't be able to scare this ghost now, right? Not necessarily, after all, it was still noon at that time. In the afternoon, he had plenty of time to get some money, although he didn't succeed, these ghosts didn't know that. Out of caution, this ghost might indeed not make a move. Song Jong didn't want to think too much, there was only one reason he pulled out the gun, which was that he really had nothing else to draw. The ant showed no signs of stopping, continuing to close in. You bought the gun but didn't buy bullets, you must be out of money, right? Young man, I've been observing you all afternoon. Being a security guard doesn't pay for bullet money. With this statement, Song Jong's face turned pale, and he finally lost the strength to grip the gun, a lump of flesh writhing on the ground. This guy actually followed him for the whole afternoon? And he didn't even notice it. He thought that the poor lie about the toy gun could fool everyone, not knowing he had already been exposed. The sun saved him once, but it was merely delaying his time of death. Song Jong had long been targeted by countless ghosts. Originally, staying under the light might allow him to survive a night, even if he couldn't clear the level, he could at least sneak away by morning. It was foolishness, and he couldn't blame anyone else. You humans are really interesting, running fast normally, yet when disaster strikes, you collapse on the ground without even the strength to run. Isn't that laughable? The ant laughed heartily and bit off Song Jong's head. Dragon Country Ghost Story Master Song Jong dead, current death count, 4. The ant lifted her head, ready to eat the remaining chunks of flesh, when she saw a man with his hands in his pockets walking towards her on the street. Since the entire ghost story world doesn't have 30 districts, there must be several ghost story masters assigned to the same district, and Jiang Ran and Song Jong were among them. As Jiang Ran came around the corner, he saw Song Jong being eaten. Without discussing whether he wanted to save him or not, the distance made it impossible. By the time he drew his gun, it would likely be too late. Rather, it would expose his identity. When the ant saw Jiang Ran, her gaze turned fierce again, like a dog guarding its food. What? Are you worried I'll snatch the human meat from you? Jiang Ran shrugged and stepped back too. In this world, except for the madman, everyone else has some motive for their actions. So what is this ant's motive? Is she worried about her food being taken away? I'm afraid not. The number of ghosts in this world must account for at least 99%. Jiang Ran is not sure if there are any real people in this world besides those strange talkers. Obviously, human flesh seems more like a snack rather than a necessity for their survival, but this snack holds a much greater allure for ghosts than one might imagine. Since the world is already controlled by ghosts, why do they choose to live as humans? What are they afraid of, or what are they hiding? Even among ghosts, there are rules they must follow, and it is these rules that form the bizarre balance of the world. Can't a ghost be seen by other ghosts while feeding? Or can their true forms not be discovered by other ghosts? Chapter 46, Black Dog. They still know too little about ghosts. Even the most skilled impersonator will eventually be discovered among ghosts. Now, the only way is to avoid ghosts as much as possible without raising suspicion. If that fails, they must kill all ghosts who recognize their identity. After all, as the saying goes, if you kill everyone who knows the secret, it's like keeping it confidential. The night streets were devoid of ghostly shadows, quiet to the point of feeling eerie. Jiang Ran needed to find someone to validate his thoughts. Walking down the street, he soon spotted a drunken man by the roadside, holding a half-full bottle of alcohol, staggering along while hiccuping. Their eyes met. The drunken man initially paid no attention to Jiang Ran. However, upon seeing Jiang Ran display the same fierce expression as the earlier ant and lick his lips, the drunken man's demeanor seemed to show a hint of panic. Crazy. Though dismissive, the drunkard immediately quickened his pace to leave, prompting Jiang Ran to ponder the purpose of his behavior. He is afraid. Afraid of what? This drunken man definitely couldn't be human. Is he worried that Jiang Ran, as a ghost hunter, would shoot him dead in an instant? There are far too few ghost hunters, like mice hiding in shadows under the sun. One could say that as long as a ghost turns hostile, there is no way for a ghost hunter to survive. Jiang Ran is currently playing the role of a ghost, and just now, his expression perfectly mimicked that of the ant. The drunkard didn't recognize him as a ghost hunter, he only feared the ghost. Do ghosts also fear other ghosts? How interesting. Could it be that ghosts can devour each other? If it weren't for a deadly threat, they wouldn't be so scared. Thus, a preliminary conclusion can be drawn: as long as the conditions of being in the shadows and there being no observers are met, ghosts can devour each other. However, this raises a new question. These two conditions are too easy to meet, so simple that if you want to, you can almost achieve it. Therefore, there should be no trust between ghosts, they could never live in such an environment like humans. The fact that the drunken man chose to flee rather than counterattack upon sensing Jiang Ran's killing intent proves that life is still their top priority. The allure of flesh from their own kind is nowhere near as strong as that of humans. That ant risked everything to hunt Song Zhong, and the old woman in the corridor attacked upon seeing him, showing that as long as they have a slight chance, they will not give up on human flesh. Indeed, tonight's decision was correct. Jiang Ran continued forward, hoping to gather more information in the darkness of the night. As time passed, many ghost talkers felt something was off. A few had already taken weapons and gone out, while the rest remained watchful. It wasn't that they were cautious, but simply because they had no weapons. What were they going out for? To get themselves killed? In the darkness, Odbo slowly felt his way forward with a knife. After getting some money, his first thought was to buy a gun for firepower, but thankfully, their observer used the prompt in time to avoid a tragedy. He tied a triangular piece of cloth around his face, and aside from being a bit flashy, it wasn't a problem. It's settled. Odbo walked downstairs and soon encountered a young man jogging at night. The young man looked him up and down, immediately stopped, and sprinted towards him with shining eyes. Odbo touched the cloth covering his face. Such an exquisite disguise, and you saw right through it. It seems you must be a high-level ghost. With a swift motion of his hand, Odbo struck. Being already strong and boosted by buff, killing an ordinary little ghost was simply too easy. Even if it's a high-level ghost, it shall die by my hand. The higher-ups of A's country reminded their observer to consider whether to inform Odbo that wearing a mask could expose his identity. It's okay, Odbo is one of our carefully selected warriors. One person, one knife, kill whoever comes, there's no need to hide his identity. Let's save the prompt for something more useful. The observer from A's country was filled with excitement. Was it finally their turn to clear the challenge first? If so, then the prompt could not be wasted on meaningless matters. People detest two types of observers the most. The first type is those who give prompts at the slightest issues, fearing they won't use up their opportunities. The other type is those who want to save opportunities for something more useful, resulting in their ghost talkers never receiving a single prompt until they die. All observers try to avoid these two situations but inevitably move towards such outcomes unconsciously. With one ghost defeated, Odbo was full of confidence. If ghosts were of this level, as long as they didn't come in groups of 10 or 20 at once, he was truly confident he could kill his way through the entire city. But this is the world of ghost stories. Relying on brute force to clear it seems a bit ridiculous, doesn't it? This comment was quickly drowned out by a barrage of messages in the chat. Recalling the rule that hearts could be exchanged for money, Odbo cut open the young man's chest and dug out a light green crystal. How much is this thing worth? The light of wisdom still flickered in the eyes. Rule 8, dogs are not gentle, they are dangerous. If you see a dog at night, remember to take a detour, except for black dogs. They are trustworthy and can be partners. Remember, it must be a pure black dog with no mixed colors. Chapter 47, The Blade Shatters. The rules were not yet clear, and it was still unknown whether the black dog posed any danger to them. But Odbo did not see himself as afraid because he held a knife in his hand. He acted like the master. If the black dog truly was friendly, it would be like picking up an ally for free, otherwise, it merely meant one more cut to deal with. Come here, little dog. The black dog seemed to understand his words and wagged its tail as it approached.
Old Bu Biao patted its fur. The dog in front of him was indeed gentle and posed no visible threat. It seems this black dog really is okay, but how can it help me? I alone with my knife am already invincible in this city, adding a dog is just a decoration. As he spoke, Old Bu Biao flipped the dog over, only to unexpectedly discover a tuft of yellow mixed fur behind its backside. This dog is of mixed breed. No way. The rules seem to say that a trustworthy black dog must not have any mixed colors? Sure enough, at the moment Old Bu Biao saw that tuft of yellow fur, the black dog suddenly revealed a mouthful of sharp teeth and lunged at him, leaving a terrifying blood mark on his arm. Damn. Go to hell, you dead dog. Old Bu Biao instinctively tried to kick the black dog away, but the dog's strength was surprisingly great, holding onto his body tightly and not letting go. He couldn't kick it off at all. Seeing this, Old Bu Biao immediately swung his knife towards the dog's neck, but the bloody scene he imagined did not happen. To his disbelief, the short knife in his hand actually shattered. What kind of low-quality thing is this? The black dog accurately bit down on his neck. Old Bu Biao of the Asan Nation dies. The fight ended in just a few seconds, and it wasn't until the Asan Nation's livestream went completely black that viewers realized how ridiculous the statement about one person killing the whole city was. The blade could even shatter temporarily. Was this because the blade itself lacked durability, or was it due to that dog? So this guy uses $500 to buy a knife and only gets to use it once. It would have been more useful to buy a bullet. At least after the bullet is fired, it returns to its room. Actually, I'm wondering, if I really do encounter this dog, would shooting it with a bullet also cause it to bounce off? Alan Sheeta realized, upon encountering the first ghost and revealing his identity, that the piece of cloth on his face was truly unnecessary. Unlike Jiang Ran, Alan Sheeta killed every ghost he encountered as long as he verified that there was no one else around. The night coins would definitely be useful in the future, so he would not avoid getting one more crystal stone for money. He had already killed 3 ghosts, and the blade had still not shattered. This indicated that Old Bu Biao's death was not due to the blade's durability, it was simply that the dog was a ghost. Unknowingly, he had been walking on the street for 2 hours. Just as he was about to find a nearby shop to exchange the crystal stones for money, he turned around and saw a familiar figure. Jiang Ran of the Dragon Nation? The neighborhood where Alan Sheeta lived was called Sunshine, and although it was not the same neighborhood as Jiang Ran's, they were geographically very close. They happened to meet while wandering around on the street. Why are you out wandering instead of staying at home? Aren't you afraid of dying at the hands of those ghosts? It's the same for both of us. They both understood each other well. Those who chose not to go out at night either hadn't earned enough money for weapons. Either they completely failed to see the true nature of this strange world. In other words, they are all weaklings. It seems that among those who entered the world this time, only the 2 of us have high-level talents, right? Alanchta stretched his right hand into his pants pocket, but actually tightened his grip on the dagger. So, how about we cooperate? Cooperate? The words coming out of his mouth made it so hard to believe. Of course, we can. Jiang Ran tilted his head and smiled, his right hand already grasping the gun behind him. Then how about we exchange some information? Of course, no problem. Do you still remember Rule 1? Don't enter shops with blood-red flags, right? Well, that rule is wrong. Just now, I bought a bag of chips from inside. Oh really? Actually, I ran into a big yellow dog just now, so lovable, and it was fine to touch. Looks like that rule is also wrong. The 2 wore fake smiles, important information just rolled off their tongues. Alanchta cursed in his heart, he would be a fool to trust Jiang Ran's words. Wait, what if he predicted Alanchta's prediction and deliberately said the correct information to make him think it was wrong? Should he take his words literally? No, what if he predicted that Alanchta predicted his prediction, reversing his own prediction back again? As expected of Dragon Country's Jiang Ran, such cunning calculations. Let's go then, Brother Jiang. Brother Alan. Alanchta is my name, my surname is Land. Alright, Brother Land. The 2 chatted back and forth, but they were secretly trying to gather each other's information. However, whether the information they gathered could be trusted was another matter. Since the 2 began traveling together, the ghosts that encountered them merely took a distant glance and then fled. The 2 dogs they encountered along the way acted the same, their gazes seemingly filled with disappointment as they left. This further proved that when a ghost reveals its true self, it cannot be seen by other ghosts. They believed Jiang Ran and Alanchta were of the same kind, so they hid their little thoughts. Similarly, 2 ghosts traveling together also sent a message to other ghosts: I am very safe. Because they traveled together, their actions would definitely be observed by the nearby ghosts, thus the ghosts could mutually restrain each other. Until they crossed 2 more streets, a large black dog appeared in front of them. Since you don't avoid it, looks like it's a real dog. At first glance, this large dog was completely black, but judging whether it was dangerous couldn't rely solely on its fur color, but also its behavior.
The previous 2 dogs they encountered also included a black dog, but as soon as it saw them, it ran away. This one in front of them was particularly special. Brother Jiang, this dog looks dangerous. Black, after all, is unlucky. Why don't I go test the waters first? Before Alanchta finished speaking, he dashed forward and scooped the dog up, only for the large black dog to retaliate with 2 hard slaps and nimbly jump to the ground, waving its paw at the 2. Then, it swiftly dashed into a small alley on the side of the street. This big black dog was clearly an important clue, and the 2 immediately followed it into the alley. Ghost hunters. The big black dog turned its head and surprisingly spoke, "I'm glad you haven't been contaminated." Chapter 48, Contamination and Blood Red Flags. Contamination? What contamination? Alanchta felt this big black dog definitely knew something important and hurriedly asked. But the black dog sat on the ground like a person and disdainfully glanced at both of them. "I'm hungry now, get me some food." This dog was so arrogant. If it really continued like this, Alanchta would have to endure. Dog. Master. I'll go to the nearest shop right now to buy you dog food. He wondered why the shop had dog food for sale. It turned out it was waiting for a dog to be fed. Fortunately, the dog food cost 79 coins a bag, and exchanging it for an important piece of information was still worth it. Alanchta turned back to glance at Jiang Ran, who stood frozen in place, and couldn't help but snort coldly. Did he really think he could fool everyone? Getting the dog food ahead of him meant getting the information first, and once he had the information, he could easily kill the dog. Only he would know the truth. Alanchta's swift actions even earned a nod of approval from the big black dog, who then pointed at Jiang Ran with its paw. "You also go buy a bag of dog food for me, remember it has to be top quality." 2 top paranormal masters actually got the worse end dealing with a dog. This cracks me up. By the way, what brand of dog food do you usually buy for your own dog? I usually give my dog $200 and let it buy whatever it wants. 666, isn't Jiang going to buy dog food? Such important information, can he really afford to miss it? Jiang Ran squatted down and stared directly at the big black dog. "The name Dogmaster doesn't sound imposing enough, how about I help you change it?" "Oh? I actually want to hear what name you can come up with that's so imposing. Let me think. Since you're such a dog, how about Desert Death God?" Desert Death God. Desert Death God. The big black dog repeated the name, then suddenly slapped its paw down. "Wonderful. Brilliant. But why Desert Death God and not Urban Death God? Because that way, it doesn't reflect your dog side. Task a dog also wants an imposing name. Completed. Reward, 1200 no-night coins." The big black dog frowned. It felt that this kid in front of it was finding ways to mock it, but unfortunately, there was no evidence. "I'm quite satisfied with the name Desert Death God, but if the dog food isn't up to par, then don't expect to find out anything. Bring me the payment code." Just when everyone in the comments was laughing at how could a dog possibly have a payment code, the big black dog nodded, waved its paw in the air, and immediately drew a QR code on the ground. Indeed, strange beings are strange beings. In certain aspects, you can't help but admire them. Ghost payment received 200 no-night coins. That Desert Death God, go buy whatever you want. Can you tell me now what pollution actually is? The big black dog gently coughed twice. "You know, although ordinary dog food is only $70 a bag, we extraordinary dogs can't eat ordinary dog food. We need to eat the 180 kind. So, ahem, $200 for me. It's not like I really want to run this errand." Ghost payment received 200 no-night coins. "Oh. My dear ghost hunting brother, what do you want to know? What exactly is pollution? You know?" The big black dog crossed its legs, slowly speaking like a life's philosophy mentor. "Originally, there were only people here. Until the arrival of K, all the ghosts were once human, and our future might not be any different from being ghosts." Seeing that Jiang Ran showed no signs of catching up, Alanchta slowed his pace, though a hint of doubt still lingered. Was he just waiting to eavesdrop on his information? Ridiculous. At that time, he would just take the dog away. After all, he had the dog food, and surely the dog would follow him, right? The streets were filled with signs indicating some important locations, and Alanchta quietly memorized the directions to a few shops in order to quickly reach them. Just as he was about to step into a shop, he saw the fluttering blood-red flag. Of course, no problem. Do you remember Rule 1? Never enter a shop with a blood-red flag. This rule is wrong. Just now I was inside buying a bag of chips. Alanchta's mind immediately returned to Jiang Ran's words. Damn it, is he lying or is he deliberately telling the truth to mislead me? Damn. What if he doesn't even know anything and is just making things up? Alanchta quickly weighed the pros and cons. Going in had a 50-50 chance of life or death. Not going in is just a longer way to buy a bag of dog food. Aside from the time, there's no real loss. With this thought in mind, he decisively gave up on the shop in front of him. Ah. A low, slightly pained voice sounded behind Alanchta, making his hair stand on end. Who? Turning around, he only saw a thin, old man lying on the ground, with a huge tumor on his head, wobbling and even more conspicuous than the head itself. The old man displayed a bizarre smile at Alansta, a hint of killing intent hidden within that smile. Alansta felt a chill in his heart. He had never seen a ghost so clearly showing intent to kill him after tearing off the cloth from his face. Usually, he was the one to strike first. This thing is different from other ghostly things. Without giving him much time to think, the old man, looking thin, moved with incredible speed, and in the blink of an eye, the distance between them had closed to mere inches. Alansta drew his sword for a horizontal slash, but unfortunately, the weapon that had taken the lives of several evil spirits was turned into scrap metal under the old man's palm. Oh, I thought it was just a tasty little snack, but unexpectedly, it's a grand feast. Looking at the blade that belonged to a ghost hunter, the old man clearly recognized Alansta's identity, and his smile became even brighter. Rip. Nails tore through clothing, leaving 3 bloody scars on Alansta's arm. No. At this moment, there was no other choice. Alansta realized he couldn't fight the evil ghost in front of him, they were simply not on the same level. He turned and ran into the shop, and the old man tried to attack again, barely leaving Alansta with one of his shoes. Close call. Alansta collapsed onto the shop floor. If he had slowed down even a little, he would have become the old man's midnight snack. The pervasive smell of blood made Alansta feel a bit nauseous, and this smell seemed to be coming from inside the shop. Whether it was dangerous or not, this shop must be vastly different from other shops. Chapter 49, Enchanting Eye. The only thing to be grateful for is that the old man didn't chase him into the shop. In fact, ghosts can come and go from shops. Otherwise, if someone saw you enter a shop, they would know you were a ghost hunter. Alansta's actions were just a gamble. He was betting that the ghosts could not enter the shop at night or could not attack inside the shop. Furthermore, this blood-red shop might have the effect of keeping ghosts out. Whatever the reason, at least his gamble paid off. Alansta slowly stood up and scanned his surroundings. At first glance, it seemed no different from other shops, but the snack packaging was a strange dark red, and the beverages in the fridge were all red, unknown liquids. The owner was nowhere to be seen, and faint creaking noises came from the back room, the smell of blood growing thicker, making Alansta frown tightly. For him, who often watched horror movies, many people were just courting death. For instance, this back room looked very suspicious, so why would he want to go in? Without any weapons, he had too few coins on him to buy another weapon, and it was wise to stay here and wait for the old man to leave. Even if he didn't leave, waiting for dawn would still be safe. Alansta peered out the window, seeing the old man pacing at the door, with no intention of leaving. Damn it! Even if I survive today, my identity has already been exposed in front of that old man. I can only pray that there are conflicts among these ghosts and that he won't easily reveal this news. One must always think of the worst. Perhaps tomorrow, he would be chased by a group of ghosts. Is there a guest? The shop's lights changed violently, momentarily dazzling Alansta, and finally, they settled on an eerie blood red. The inner door was pushed open by something, and Alansta could only vaguely see a small, thin creature squirming out of it. The next second, an ugly face was almost pressed against his own eyes. Do you want to buy something, guest? But before that, I need to charge you an entrance fee to the shop. Would you like to pay with your heart, liver, or kidneys? The old man outside had stopped moving, sitting still in place, not believing that this ghost hunter would not come out, but just after he sat for a few seconds, a huge noise came from the shop. A thin monster rushed out of the shop, its eyes oddly misaligned, not on the same parallel line, its face lacked a nose, and its mouth nearly took up half of its face. Notably, its pupils had turned a garish purple, rippling with circular waves. The old man seemed startled by this scene, but after recalling his identity, he composed himself and warned the monster in a low voice, "That ghost hunter is your midnight snack, but if you take another step forward, don't blame me for being rude." The thin monster let out a roar, as if it hadn't heard the words at all, and tangled with him. The two ghosts were evenly matched, and soon both were injured, unable to outmaneuver each other. Alansta stealthily poked his head out from the shop, saw the two ghosts fighting intensely, and without daring to linger, slipped away. A purple light flashed in his eyes. S-class talent, enigmatic eyes. Every time in the world of strange tales, he had 3 chances. He could manipulate a bizarre creature for himself in a short time, but he could not issue commands to attack other storytellers or to self-harm or commit suicide. Before leaving, he also casually took some dog food from the shop, though it looked a bit too red. He hoped the black dog wouldn't mind. Please, even if it dies, at least tell me some information before dying. Are ghosts once humans? Jiang Ran continued to ask, so it's because of the infection you mentioned earlier, humans are infected and turned into ghosts? The black dog nodded. That's right, precisely so. Is there a way to turn ghosts back into humans? Kill him, pray he can be reborn in a good way. With some luck, he might become a person. Alright, now the most critical question comes next. Jiang Ran leaned in closer. How exactly does the infection occur? How can we avoid the infection? The infection is unavoidable. Anyone staying in this city for 3 days will be assimilated into the lowest level white ghosts, and don't even dream of leaving. K won't allow it. Staying is death, yet one cannot leave. From the black dog's words, this seems like a deadlock. Is that so? I fear there are exceptions. No exceptions, that is everyone's fate. No, there is at least one exception. Jiang Ran stared at the black dog. For example, you. What role do you play in this city? A talking black dog? It must be more than that. The black dog fell silent. Hey, at least tell me something useful for eating dog food. Jiang Ran expressed his frustration with a shrug. Don't think that just because you've said so much to me, you haven't mentioned a word about a solution. If in the future you can become something like me, that's at least better than becoming a ghost, but that still won't change your fate, eternally trapped in the city until death. The black dog pointed its paw at the sky. Kay is still watching here. I cannot say much more to you. I can only tell you to bring enough hearts from all the ghosts and go to the tall tower in the city center. Then you have the answer you want to know. Bring all the hearts of the ghosts to the tall tower in the city center? After speaking, the big black dog lay down like an ordinary dog, closing its eyes and resting, no longer answering Jiang Ran's questions. Jiang Ran knew that the only information he could get from the big black dog was probably just this, and it didn't mean the big black dog only knew this, it was just the limitation of the world of ghost stories on him. Well then, goodbye. Jiang Ran bid farewell to the big black dog and walked in the direction of his home. The big black dog watched his back and finally reminded him. Remember, take good care of your gear, and don't have any false hopes. A knife is not all-powerful, and neither is a gun. When Alancita returned, the big black dog was still lying there, and Jiang Ran had already disappeared. Did he leave because he felt hopeless for getting information, or did he already get the information? Temporarily putting Jiang Ran's matter aside, Alancita handed dog food to the big black dog. Dogmaster, I bought the dog food, can you tell me the information now? The big black dog coughed lightly. Don't call me Dogmaster, call me Desert Death. It gently pulled the dog food closer to itself with its paw, and then suddenly its eyes widened, jumping up and slapping down a paw directly on Alancita's head. You really know how to shop. Dog meat dog food. What, do you want me to treat you to a bun stuffed with human meat? Chapter 50, The Arrival of the Next Day. In the end, Alancita had to take a big detour to fetch a bag of 180 dog food, and only then did he get the same information. Walking on the way, he was still feeling very uneasy. He didn't have any weapons in hand, and any ghost could take his life. He pretended to be a night runner, disguising himself as a ghost. Fortunately, the other ghosts he encountered on the way did not attack him directly like that old man, allowing him to purchase dog food without danger. After obtaining the information, Alancita immediately returned home, not lingering in the night. Once he lost his life-saving trump card, he had to be a bit cautious, no need to use his talents if he could avoid it. That old man would actively attack me, while the other ghosts would not. Are there different types of ghosts? Jiang Ran was still moving in the night. After several hours of exploration, he had figured out some categories among these ghosts, and he had also successfully broken his knife. Actually, the most direct and convenient way to identify ghosts is to look at their hearts, which is the color of that crystal. Apart from this, the appearance of the human itself doesn't have any influence. Some strong young people might just have a white crystal in them, while old men and women could have green or blue ones, which is completely random. Currently, the spirits inside the ghosts Jiang Ran encountered were divided into 4 colors. First were the low-level white and green crystals. Both types of ghosts could easily be killed by a knife. Jiang Ran even wondered why these ghosts were split into 2 categories because their combat power was actually quite similar. Above the green ghosts were the blue ghosts, whose level undoubtedly surpassed the 2 previously mentioned because their bodies could withstand knife blades. Jiang Ran remembered when he struck one, his knife was instead broken, and he could only pull out his gun to send it off to the afterlife. The next level of spirits was already a deep purple. The biggest difference between them and the other ghosts was that they actively hunted other people or ghosts, and another characteristic was that they were very ugly. The purple ghosts could endure 2 bullets before the third one would finally kill them. This killing of ghosts truly costs a lot. 3 bullets, that's a whole 1,500 night coins. For other ghost talkers? You let them go sell, they wouldn't even make this much money. The big black dog told him to prepare all the hearts of the ghosts, but it was naturally not meant for him to kill every ghost in the city. If he had such abilities, why would he still need a brain? So, the big black dog probably wanted him to gather one of each type of crystal stone. Right now, Jiang Ran already had white, blue, green, and purple crystals. He couldn't guarantee there were only 4 types of ghosts, but these 4 were quite a lot. Maybe he could try going to the high tower in the city center tomorrow. A knife is not all-powerful, and neither is a gun. Recalling the last words of the big black dog, Jiang Ran couldn't help but fall into deep thought. So far, even the strongest purple ghost would fall under the bullets, but could there be ghosts that even guns couldn't deal with? No matter what, tonight should be the end of it. Because the bullets were all used up. Jiang Ran returned to the entrance of the neighborhood, first went into the shop to exchange some nightless coins, left 1 crystal of each color, and exchanged the rest for money.
White crystal, 100, green, 300, blue, 500, purple, 1000. Looking at it this way, only killing white and green ghosts could make money because they didn't require bullets. Purple ghosts would lose 500, and blue ghosts would do the same. Because, just by appearance, you can't distinguish the types of ghosts. Generally, you first try with a knife blade, not pulling out a gun right away. So, when encountering a blue ghost, you'd have to bear the loss of 500 for a broken knife blade. Indeed, it's hard to make money these days. The sun shone down, and the second day finally arrived. Since most of the monster talkers didn't have money to buy weapons last night, they basically stayed safe at home. Of course, some idiots didn't even manage to survive in their own homes. Overall, the survival rate on the first day was ridiculously high. It didn't even seem like an S-class world of monster talk. After all, S-class refers to the difficulty of clearing, but clearing difficulty and survival difficulty are two different things. For example, there was an especially odd SS-class world where everyone who entered was prepared to die, but after 3 days, no one had cleared it and no one had died. It really left the high-ranking officials speechless at the time. Back to the point, the other monster talkers' task during the second day's daytime was simple: make money. Without money, there were no weapons. Without weapons, it was better to leave early. While struggling to earn a little money, there were indeed some positions that were as safe as security guards. However, after a whole day, they couldn't even afford a knife. What was the point of doing these jobs? Nightless coins were virtual currency, so some small tricks didn't work. As for how to make money and how much could be earned, it all depended on the monster talker's own abilities. Of course, with the arrival of the second day's sun, there were also 4 brand new rules. Rule 9, the city lord sometimes inspects the streets. Please avoid being noticed by him. If you are noticed, quickly get away from him. Rule 10, if you see your own photo posted on a missing person notice, tear it down without others noticing. If possible, find all the people who have seen the notice and kill them all. Rule 11, if you break the order of the city and are about to be captured, make sure to escape from the police. Do not try to explain anything to them, and absolutely do not get caught. Rule 12, the city lord is very kind and approachable. If you encounter danger, you can ask him for help. Actually, there's another advantage to the Team Big Dungeon: what's written in the rules might not necessarily happen. All the monster talkers are scattered throughout the city, so maybe you'll meet the city lord, but you won't. Rules 9 and 12 are undoubtedly contradictory. The Lord's goodness or evilness is not to be mentioned for now. It is better to stay away from him. Once you really encounter him, you may not be able to escape. Alright. So the money-making life begins the next day. Last night, the one who gained was not just Jiang Ran, but also our human observer number 54. Unfortunately, when he submitted his research report to his teacher, he received a harsh scolding. What do you mean humans find joy in taking the bus and eat feces? What on earth did you observe? I swear to heaven. What I saw was truly like that. Chapter 51, The Money-Making Frenzy. The teacher was very angry. With his many years of observation of humans, he was already considered an expert on the subject. Upon looking at the report from number 54, it was clear that it was a random scribble without any logic. Enough. I will personally investigate you. The teacher called in another top student and, with number 54, teleported to the side of a strange story master. The cannon fodder from the land of Lu Run, with B-level talent, truly lived up to his name. Come on, number 32, judge what he is going to do next. Yes. Teacher. The cannon fodder did nothing. He simply went downstairs to buy a pack of instant noodles and returned home to stare into space. Number 32 smirked charmingly. In my opinion, he has no intention of clearing the game. He just wants to survive another day to get 1/7 of the reward. Number 54's 8 eyes widened in shock. We are mysterious creatures. Can you not smile like that? It scares me. Your analysis is very good. The teacher nodded, grabbing the 2 strange entities and instantly arriving at another strange story master. Come on, number 54, it's time to test your learning results. Standing in front of them was Jiang Ran. Number 54's face instantly fell. Analyze what this human in front of you wants to do. How could I possibly know? Number 32 smirked again. The few people in front of them had been staying at home for so long without moving, the answer was already very obvious. This was another coward. What, number 54, can't you guess this? You don't understand a thing. Number 54 cried out in frustration, that person just stayed at home without moving. You say he is greedy for life and afraid of death, he is simply greedy for life and afraid of death. But this person stays at home and does nothing. You think he is greedy for life and afraid of death, but in reality, he may just be counting sheep in his heart from 1 to 100, then going downstairs to buy a bucket of instant noodles, boiling them, throwing the noodles into the trash can, then taking that bag of garbage to another trash can, and finally asking the garbage collector what he is doing. Half an hour later. Absolutely correct. Number 54. You are simply a genius. Hee, let humanity be destroyed.
The audience in the live broadcast room had long been accustomed to Jiang Ran's baffling actions. With He Lao's precedent here, no one dared to rashly let their own strange story master replicate his actions. By the way, He Lao has already left this world. After all, he had lost even a finger. With no strength to hold a knife, what was he supposed to fight with? It was good enough to survive the first day. Considering the few unlucky ones who died on the first day plus a few who chose to leave the world the next morning, there were still less than 20 strange story masters making their way through the challenges. Of course, most felt surviving was simply too easy. Rather than leaving after the first day to only receive 1/10 of the reward, they preferred to stay another night to earn the 1/7 reward for the second day. So, about 5 or 6 people stayed home and did nothing. They were never planning to clear the game. Except for Jiang Ran, who used his talent to grind money, the others finally dug out their dusty brains, hoping to earn at least 500 yuan to buy a knife for self-defense. Alan Sita tasted the sweetness of gambling on the first day, but if one were to consider this as a main source of income, he would probably lose everything in no time. So, on the second day, he had no intention of heading back to the casino. Wanting to earn big money, they strange story masters had one absolute advantage. That is the time difference. Because they can choose every morning whether to leave this world, and once someone clears the game, this world will be closed. Some slow methods that come with a price become their best choice. For example, loans. You can multiply the interest by 10, no problem. After all, the young master will leave in a couple of days and has no intention of paying it back. Later, borrowing hundreds of thousands, directly going to the store to buy a heavy machine gun and shoot wildly, you will find clearing the game is that simple. Unfortunately, the world of weird tales will not let you easily exploit bugs like that. It's not that there are no loans, but if you want money, you have to go to the shadows with them. Alan Starr doesn't even have a knife right now. Do you think he dares to go? Even if he goes, the gods would come down and kill them all. Who would give him money then? With no other choice, Alan Starr directly spent $10 to buy a set of tarot cards, sitting on the street to fortune-tell, claiming that if he couldn't predict correctly, he'd refund in 3 days. In reality, if you can find him in 3 days, you win. There's an old saying in Dragon Country, a temple can run, but the monk can't. Want a reading? Fair to everyone. Alan Starr priced it at 50 per reading, which isn't too expensive, surprisingly attracting a large crowd to watch. Under the sun, there is not much difference between the routines of ghosts and humans, just treat them like people. Speaking of fortune-telling, Alan Starr was certainly sharp on 6 accounts, but he still had one left unexplained. However, this thing cannot be verified in the short term, just say good things and it's fine. Alright, I'll draw 3 cards to tell your fortune. A strong man stepped forward, handing Alan Starr 50 night coins. Good, what do you want to know? Then let's see if I can survive tonight. The big man narrowed his eyes. Alan Starr raised an eyebrow. He seemed to catch some key information from the big man's words, but on the surface, he still laughed heartily, signaling the big man to draw the cards. The first card, Death. This card has a very good meaning. Although the person in the picture looks a bit fierce, but, don't mind, the meaning is good anyway. The second card, the Tower. Great, looking tall sees far, right? It means you will definitely achieve great success in the future. Surviving tonight is not a problem. The third card, Reversed World. Alan Starr's face darkened. What kind of heavenly law did this big guy break? To accurately draw these 3 cards, one must admit his luck was quite impressive. Alan Starr turned this card over. You drew it upside down. Oh. Look what you drew. It's the world. Very lucky, sir. But I heard that this thing has different meanings when upright and reversed. No, that's not the case, you must have heard wrong. In order to make money, weird tale masters from various countries displayed their skills, using all sorts of bizarre methods. Some dressed in women's clothing pretending their child was sick to raise funds, some were scamming, and even some robbed directly. Unfortunately, the third guy is still being chased by the police. Whether he can escape is still uncertain. In Pickled Cabbage Country, Park Bifin tasted the sweetness of being a beggar on the first day. Indeed, it was not dangerous, but he really earned very little, so the next day he transformed into the leader of the beggars and switched to scamming for money. Chapter 52, The City Lord. I just realized that these weird tale masters are all talented. If they had thought of these money-making methods on the first day, I imagine last night would have been quite lively. Everyone was making money like crazy, only the sheep prince of Black Sheep Country, Yang Dianfeng, was running away. Is it necessary? It's just $500, right? He was that unlucky guy who almost got caught by the police while robbing, originally thinking $500 wasn't that big of a deal, the police shouldn't take him too seriously. And just like that, he could buy a knife. But because of this 500 yuan, the police had already chased him for 3 streets. On the way, he stopped by a store to exchange his 500 yuan for a blade, and when he came out, he almost got caught by the police. Seeing the increasing number of police closing in on him, he had no choice but to retreat into the shadows of a small alley.
Damn! These cops are simply relentless.
Yang Dianfeng gritted his teeth, his resentful gaze directed at the alley entrance, where several police officers had rushed in.
Since there was no escaping, he tightened his grip on the knife in his hand. Die!
Yang Dianfeng quickly slashed down at the first police officer who charged in, startling the other officers, the ghost hunter. The police acted together before daring to enter the shadows, trying to prevent harm from their own kind. They never expected that waiting for them would be the sharp blade of a ghost hunter.
You die too. Yang Dianfeng was already blinded by rage, swinging his knife at the second police officer.
With a crisp sound, his blade shattered into two.
How is that possible?
The people in the livestream could clearly see that it was Yang Dianfeng's blade that broke, but the police officer showed a look of terror. Not only did he not take the chance to attack Yang Dianfeng, but he also turned to face his three colleagues behind him. In the next moment, four ghosts revealed their true forms. Ugly bodies twisted around, but unfortunately, the three ghosts behind him were either white ghosts or green ghosts, easily being slaughtered by the blue ghost with the power to shatter blades.
I really don't want to kill you.
The blue ghost licked his lips, as if recalling that there was still a ghost hunter waiting for him to deal with, and then moved forward to crush Yang Dianfeng's skull with a punch. The ghost talk master Yang Dianfeng from the Black Sheep country is dead. The police officer chose to kill his own comrade instead of the ghost hunter before him, making Lin Changqing fall into deep thought.
So it's not that the hunting process cannot allow their kind to see it, but rather that their identities cannot be exposed?
Based on that police officer's ability to physically resist the ghost hunter's knife, the three other officers could easily conclude that his level was definitely no lower than the blue ghost. And even if the murder process was witnessed, it didn't matter as long as all the witnesses were killed. That's right, ghosts can devour each other, and this is absolutely advantageous to them. Under such conditions, the reason that most ghosts are willing to live quietly is simple: they want to live more than they want to profit. It is impossible to judge a ghost's level with the naked eye. This applies not just to ghost hunters, but also between ghosts themselves. Currently, ghosts can only devour those of equal or lower rank and have overwhelming advantages over those of lower rank. Therefore, many ghosts choose not to attack as long as they are unsure of the other's level. Because of this, exposing one's own level becomes fatal.
Lin Changqing used his first hint opportunity to share this discovery with Jiang Ran.
The same goes for the White Eagle country. So that's it, no wonder purple ghosts actively hunt other ghosts, because they are at the top of the food chain. Jiang Ran lightly pinched his chin, but it also carries risks, as they cannot guarantee their hunting target is not a purple ghost. Fights between ghosts of the same level are a 50-50 chance. If two purple ghosts meet, as long as one strikes, both can know each other's identity.
This leads to the necessity for them to decide a victor. Wait, is it really like that?
If purple ghosts truly exist at the top of the food chain, do they really need to fight to the death once they know each other's identities? Combined with the last words of the big black dog, there must be some higher level ghost above purple ghosts. This kind of ghost is difficult to kill with either blade or gun, which is why the purple ghost is afraid of revealing its identity. And from the fact that the purple ghost will take the initiative to attack, we can gather another piece of information: both the purple ghost and higher ranking ghosts must be extremely rare in number. Only when the danger level is low enough will they actively hunt. There is a food chain among ghosts. Those with higher colored crystals can easily hunt those with lower colors, but because they are uncertain about the levels of other ghosts, they generally won't take the initiative to attack, right? Jiang Ran always felt there was an underlying logic that had not been explained, making the hierarchy among ghosts seem exceedingly strange. Indeed, this kind of hierarchy does not match the current situation at all.
What is the most important thing in an absolutely balanced ecosystem? The City Lord.
A luxurious car slowly drove along the road, with the so-called city lord leaning half of his body out of the window, warmly greeting the people on both sides of the street. Jiang Ran hid in the darkness, peeking out with half his head to watch the city lord. The city lord himself was very enthusiastic, but the bodyguards under him were fierce and intimidating. Anyone who even seemed to want to get closer would be harshly warned away.
If that person did not listen to the warning, the clubs in the bodyguard's hands were not toys.
All the people on both sides of the street silently watched the city lord, with not a single person showing a smile. In fact, many showed expressions of disgust. From the looks of it, the city lord was expected to patrol the entire city today. As long as the ghost talkers weren't particularly unlucky, they should all see him.
Ladies and gentlemen.
The city lord cleared his throat and spoke in a voice loud enough for everyone to hear. Tonight, as the full moon night returns, we all shall gain supreme courage.
May we meet again tomorrow.
No one cheered. The car continued to move slowly, heading toward the next intersection. The city lord's words, which were a bit hard to understand, made Jiang Ran frown slightly. What does it mean that everyone will gain supreme courage tonight? When does a person have the most courage? The first night is like the calm before a storm. They naturally thought that living through the next day would be just as easy, and indeed it has been this way so far, but it seems tonight the weather is about to change.
Among those still passing the trials, how many people would survive this night? Chapter 53, Full Moon Night. Jiang Ran walked into a noodle shop, intending to take care of his lunch, just something to fill his stomach. Please, sir, here's the menu. Jiang Ran glanced at the menu and immediately stood up to walk out the door. All the noodles seemed to be related to dog meat. No matter which kind he ordered, he would end up eating dog meat, and there was even a kind of meat sauce noodle. But do you know what kind of meat was used for that meat sauce? It's like digging a pit for you to jump into. Just as Jiang Ran was about to exit the noodle shop, the boss blocked his way. What, are you going to force a sale? The boss smiled and turned over the sign that read welcome. Customer notice, once you enter the shop, you must finish at least one item from our menu, or face a hefty fine. Jiang Ran's eyes narrowed. The decoration of the boss's shop had nothing to do with dogs, only upon entering could one see this customer notice. By then, it was already too late. It was truly a clever trap. If it had been someone else, they might have gambled that the dog meat might be fine, but if the dog meat was fine, then what was the point of this trap? Besides, he had seen the big black dog last night, so eating this dog meat would definitely have problems. This so-called customer notice had the same effect as the rules of other professions, serving as a secondary rule, once not followed. That is definitely going to be a fine. Jiang Ran did not want to lose a few bullets worth of money for no reason. So, what will it be, sir? Hurry up and choose. The boss had a sly smile on his face. Of course, if you want to just sit here, I have no objections. Then I'll take this. Jiang Ran grabbed a bottle of mineral water from the counter and drank it all, while tossing 2 coins to the boss. This. May we never meet again, boss. Jiang Ran walked out of the noodle shop, and the boss watched him disappear around the corner before quickly closing the shop door and rushing after him. Damn! Where did he go? The boss looked around and finally spotted Jiang Ran entering an alleyway. Oomph, you brought this upon yourself. Jiang Ran leaned against the wall, waiting for the boss to appear before him. Demon Hunter, you are clever, but from the moment you stepped into my shop, your death was already sealed. The boss licked his lips. How laughable that you think you've escaped a disaster, not knowing only a demon hunter wouldn't eat dog meat. Oh, it's mealtime. Here comes that delicious feast. You know I'm a demon hunter and you rushed over without thinking of your own safety. Let me guess, you're not afraid of a blade, right? And as a noodle shop owner, you're in the business of waiting for prey, so you're a blue ghost, am I right? The boss's heart sank, and his face turned even fiercer. Since that's the case, I can't let you live. It sounds like you're saying that you'll spare me if I don't speak. Jiang Ran quietly pulled out his silver handgun from his pocket. Alright, talking to you is just a waste of my time. Bang. Everyone was thinking of ways to make money, and the afternoon flew by quickly. At the end of a busy day, any hard-working demon hunters who wanted to earn some cash had basically gathered enough to buy a blade, and some even had extra money to buy a gun and a few bullets. Of course, those who stayed home naturally earned nothing. However, 2 observers from different countries seemed to realize something was wrong, quickly reminding their own demon hunters to go earn money, but unfortunately, these 2 couldn't figure it out, and spent the whole afternoon unable to earn enough for a blade, so they had to stay home. Night fell across the land, and the full moon hung high in the darkness. Rule 13 *, under the full moon shine, light will no longer keep you safe. If possible, leave the room and find a safer place to hide. Tonight, only one new rule was announced, but it stirred up a huge uproar among the demon hunters. What? The light is useless. Then what can guarantee our safety? How ridiculous they thought they could get the upper hand in the world of the supernatural. Little did they know, those who chose to leave on the first day were the wise ones. Since they never planned to break through, why stay? They were just asking for trouble. They desperately wanted this rule to be wrong, but the asterisk shattered all their illusions. So, can you survive, demon hunters? As expected. At this moment, Jiang Ran was no longer in the room. He had already wandered 3 streets away. If his guess was right, everyone's identities had already been revealed. Demon hunters, which meant the information they possessed was far too little, and ghosts were very sensitive, so failing to manage the details would lead to their identities being exposed. Although Jiang Ran believed he had disguised himself quite well, he couldn't think his disguise was flawless enough that no ghost would see through his identity. Full moon night? Unleashing true nature? Fortunately, his equipment was very sufficient, so let's show those ghosts who the real hunter is. The streets tonight seemed particularly lively, with many ghosts emerging from their homes and rushing into the shadows. Park Bifan had plenty of confidence in himself. With reminders from the country, he also knew that higher-level ghosts could ignore blades, so he spent the rest of his money to buy bullets. Currently, his equipment consisted of a knife, a gun, and 2 bullets. It could be said that if he encountered a purple ghost, he would be done for, but this did not mean he would give up, because even when night fell, he still had a chance to earn night coins to buy weapons. With the knife in his hand and the white ghosts and green ghosts all around, he was confident he could earn a few more bullet coins.
Park Bifan followed a ghost into the woods. This ghost seemed very anxious, and he didn't know what it wanted to do. After about a minute of following, the ghost in front finally encountered another equally anxious ghost in the woods. The two ghosts met and swallowed nervously, looking around. Park Bifan perfectly hid behind a tree, undetected by the two ghosts. The next moment, both ghosts revealed their true forms and started fighting at the same time. 2 minutes later, the first ghost, covered in wounds, pinned down the other ghost. He dug out the heart of the second ghost and gulped it down. Park Bifan noticed that it was a light green crystal. Since the two ghosts were evenly matched in strength, the surviving ghost must surely be a green ghost. Great. Although I don't know why you are fighting to the death, since I've seen it, don't blame me for taking advantage. Park Bifan drew his short knife and slowly approached in the darkness. Everything was as Park Bifan thought. After the ghost swallowed the crystal, it began to squat down and eat its corpse, completely unaware of the danger behind it. I'll take your heart. Park Bifan suddenly exerted his strength and slashed the knife at the ghost. Along with the breaking of the blade in his hand, Park Bifan's smile suddenly stopped. Ghost Hunter, I've been waiting for you for a long time. The ghost turned its head, blood spilling from the corner of its mouth, looking both terrifying and eerie. Park Bifan felt a heavy punch smash into his chest, sending him flying and crashing to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. How is this possible? Nothing is impossible, Ghost Hunter. You were too clever for your own good. The ghost wiped the blood from the corner of its mouth. From the very beginning, I knew you were following me. You were somewhat smart and kept a distance, so I just used a little trick to make you come to me. Indeed, he was a blue ghost, who deliberately displayed the fighting strength of a green ghost to make Park Bifan misjudge. Jiang Ran put away the crystal and calmly stated the facts. It was my carelessness, but there seems to be no need for explanation. Everyone makes mistakes, and I must bear the consequences. The smile on Pu Bifang's face had turned into a bitter laugh. While he spoke like this, the resentment in his heart was not so simple. I need you to do me a favor. Jiang Ran, of course, would not help Pu Bifang out of kindness, as it brought him no benefit, only harm. If you agree to my terms, I will take you to a safe place, at least allowing you to survive tonight. If you refuse, I will walk away now, but in your current state, I can't guarantee that another ghost won't come into this forest. It seems I cannot refuse this deal. Go ahead, I'm also curious about what I can still help you with now. First, since you are no longer involved in tonight's events, hand over all your weapons to me. Of course, you can wait until I take you to a sufficiently safe place before giving them to me. Pu Bifang nodded, no problem. 2 bullets for a life seems like a worthwhile trade. Second, I need to borrow your talent to verify a guess of mine. Pu Bifang's talent had already been revealed in his last Strange Talk world, and he had not changed it at the end, so Jiang Ran proposed this condition. Pu Bifang's talent was an A-grade ability called One True Word. Once per Strange Talk world, he could use his ability to ask one question, and the talent would respond with yes or no. It is important to note that the talent can only answer with yes or no, so he cannot directly ask questions like, how can I pass this level? The talent cannot answer such questions. Likewise, the talent can only answer existing queries and cannot predict the future. It also will not answer questions like, will I die in this world? The most common use is essentially to verify the correctness of a pointed rule, making it a relatively powerful A-grade talent, but Jiang Ran clearly did not plan to use it this way. Actually, your ability has a high ceiling. With a slight adjustment to the limitations, it might even reach S-grade. Jiang Ran leaned in close to Pu Bifang's ear and whispered in a voice that could not be heard in the livestream. Help me ask, is there only one ghost higher than the level of the purple ghost? Pu Bifang's heart skipped a beat. Had Jiang Ran already explored to this extent? They had entered the world at the same time, yet the gap was so vast. I understand, I will give you the answer you want. Yes. Jiang Ran smiled slightly and picked up the gun that had fallen to the ground. If he guessed correctly, 2 bullets should already be loaded. Do you want me to return it to you now or give it to me when we reach the location? No need, keep it. Alright, then according to our deal, I naturally won't go back on my word. Jiang Ran carried Pu Bifang to a nearby ruin and struggled a bit to seal the entrance tightly. Under normal circumstances, someone sealed inside would die of thirst in a few days, but the Strange Talk world cannot be generalized. As long as Pu Bifang can survive tonight, he can choose to leave at any time. This time, I owe you a favor. Pu Bifang closed his eyes and lay on the ground, but when we meet next time, we will still be enemies. After saying this, he found it a bit funny himself. Did Jiang Ran really treat him as an equal enemy? The observer from Pickled Cucumber Nation also finally breathed a sigh of relief. At least Pu Bifang had successfully survived and could receive rewards the next day, so it wasn't a wasted trip. When a Strange Talk master leaves the Strange Talk world, all injuries sustained in the world will be healed. Otherwise, lying like Pu Bifang for a night would probably result in a lifelong disability. Jiang Ran no longer set his sights on the small ghosts by the roadside. From now on, his goal was exceptionally clear, which was the tall tower in the city center. Each kind of ghost crystal only needs one, having more is just exchanging it for nightless coin.
The function of Nightless Coin is to buy weapons to deal with ghosts, which means his ultimate goal in killing ghosts is just to kill ghosts. Jiang Ran no longer needed to earn Nightless Coin. Indeed, there was only one high-level ghost, no wonder the purple ghosts dared to hunt actively. According to the logic that a 50% death probability for ghosts of the same level, while a high-level ghost has a 100% death probability, the purple ghosts had two types of beings that could threaten them. They shouldn't have been so brave. Chapter 55, The Ecological Cycle. There was only one ghost higher than the purple ghosts, so the identity of this ghost seemed quite clear. Pu Baifan had no reason to deceive himself, he was someone who knew how to weigh advantages and disadvantages. Because the ghost talkers were a group of liars, credibility was crucial at critical moments. In front of the global live broadcast room, if Pu Baifan deceived Jiang Ran, no one would come to rescue him next time he faced such a situation. Unfortunately, his talent could only be used once, otherwise, he could verify another question. But it was fine, Jiang Ran already had the answer in his mind. Since there was no talent to trust, he would trust himself. Under the dark night, countless ghosts were slaughtering one another, the losers became food for the victors, while the winners mostly hurried to find hiding places after swallowing the crystals, a stark contrast to their previous bravery. Is this the so-called courage under the full moon? If Jiang Ran did not guess wrong, all the ghosts had to swallow another ghost's crystal tonight, or they would die. None of this mattered to him. If any foolish ghosts came to cause trouble on the way to the Black Tower, Jiang Ran would make them know who was the boss. The other ghost talkers were in dire straits, those without weapons had already died cleanly, and those who chose to stay in their rooms were killed by the ghosts bursting in, while those fleeing the streets could not escape their fate either. The most numerous ghosts in the ghost community were the white ghosts and green ghosts. People without weapons couldn't even defeat these two kinds of ghosts, so how could they survive? The ghost talkers with a knife were in slightly better condition, at least they didn't have to worry about the threats posed by the white ghosts and green ghosts. But unless they had incredible luck, could they really guarantee not to encounter a blue ghost all night? Alansda now had white, green, and blue crystals in his hands. According to what the big black dog said, he needed to collect one of each color crystal. The question is, how many kinds of ghosts are there? Another ghost poked its head around the corner. Alansda skillfully swung his knife, but the blade broke instantly. What terrible luck! Alansda was already prepared, quickly rolled sideways, and drew his gun to shoot. Bang! The bullet hit the head, but it only slightly delayed the shape of the ghost in front of him. Alansda was shocked, he didn't have many bullets left, and this ghost was certainly the one that the big black dog said couldn't even be dealt with by a gun. Thankfully, I have a backup plan. Alansda immediately turned to run toward the shop behind him, which still hung a blood-red flag. Illusory eye. The shop owner shouted madly as he rushed out to fight the ghost outside. Perhaps due to being shot, the ghost's combat power slightly decreased, making it fatal in a battle of the same level. Soon, the shop owner directly killed that ghost. Alansda dug out the purple crystal, and a long-lost smile finally appeared on his face. White, green, blue, purple, there are only these 4 colors, right? Now it's time to go to the tower. An hour later, Jiang Ran arrived at the tower first. The city lord sat in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, savoring the red wine in his hand. Behind him stood 4 bodyguards, who really didn't have the aura of true guards, but instead looked a bit like thugs. Another full moon night, ah, how wonderful. The city lord put down his wineglass and turned to look into the darkness. At night, little mice always sneak into the master's room. Let me guess which bold little ghost it is, or perhaps a ghost hunter. To Jiang Ran's surprise, the city lord's senses were so sharp, it must be said he truly deserved to be the boss at the checkpoint. Jiang Ran simply stepped forward boldly and even greeted the city lord. Such elegance, I suppose you've already eaten a crystal since the night began. Not many ghost hunters can guess this, the city lord laughed heartily, seeming to take some interest in Jiang Ran, but since you've appeared before me, you still have to die. Take him down, I want his heart, the rest of the flesh, you can share among yourselves. The 4 purple ghosts in front of him seemed to understand their companion's level so well, which should have led them to turn on each other. Was it absolute strength keeping them in line? Jiang Ran pulled out 3 hand grenades from behind and hurled them forward. Originally, I should have designed a way to lure you out and then make my move, but my equipment is surprisingly ample, so I'll skip that step. The effectiveness of the grenades was the same as bullets, 1 dealt with a blue ghost, and 3 dealt with purple ghosts. However, grenades had a wide area effect, which made them different from bullets, but relatively, they were naturally more expensive, costing 1,000 night coins each. With screams echoing, the 4 bodyguards were blown to bits under the 3 grenades. Initially, taking down 1 ghost would consume 3 bullets, costing 1,500 night coins, but now taking out 4 for just 3,000 was quite a bargain. At such a close distance, the city lord was also affected, but aside from his expensive suit being torn, his skin surprisingly remained unharmed. You're making me very angry, ghost hunter, I plan to eat you whole. The city lord slowly stood up from the leather chair, first brushing off the dust from his clothing. Even with the ghost hunter in front of him armed with so many weapons, he felt not the slightest bit of fear.
You underestimate me too much, Ghost Hunter. Coming here was the biggest mistake of your life. Even if you brought all the weapons from that shop, you wouldn't be my match. Jiang Ran chuckled. Oh really? I've been thinking about a question. Your level must surpass all ghosts in the city, so since that's the case, you can eat whoever you want, and nothing can threaten you. So why are you afraid? Or rather, what's the purpose of these bodyguards? Just to be backup food for you? If there's an absolute ruler in an ecosystem, it will ultimately turn into a massacre, as those beneath have no means to resist, only to serve as sheep to be slaughtered. So in the presence of a ruler, to maintain balance in an ecosystem, there must be a closed loop in the ecosystem. Jiang Ran grabbed the railing beside him and pressed the button in his hand. The entire tower made a loud bang, and the ground beneath the city lord's feet collapsed with a roar, his pupils instantly dilated. Explosives? How did you manage to get this much? This stuff isn't cheap, using it against you is indeed putting it to good use. As dust filled the air, the city lord fell down a level, but even so, it did not cause him any harm. He angrily climbed up from the ground, only to see an utterly ordinary young man in front of him. That was a white ghost. Chapter 56, Betting Life. Just like in the game of chess, the weakest mouse can defeat the strongest elephant, so those around you are all high-level ghosts. The explosion's power was overwhelming. Jiang Ran could not escape misfortune either. He simply opened his arms wide, welcoming the embrace of death. Mountain God Jade, activate. Immunize against one death threat. The ability to protect oneself sometimes does not have to be used just for self-preservation, it can also be used to fight for one's life against others. While immunizing against death, Jiang Ran refreshed his physical state, avoiding being blown into a disability. Although it would reset after clearing the level, of course he'd prefer not to get hurt. Ghosts are not mindless creatures, they can think like humans. So, under specific circumstances, they also belong to the category of negotiable beings. Jiang Ran placed his knife against the neck of the white ghost, forcing it to the bottom of the black tower. If you stay here safely, I will ensure you get through tonight's full moon safely. Otherwise, you cannot escape my pursuit. The white ghost looked at the city lord before him, revealing a maniacal smile, and immediately lunged forward. Bang! Everyone was taken aback. The city lord unexpectedly pulled out a handgun from behind and shot the white ghost dead on the spot. Ghost Hunter, you are truly clever. How many times have I praised you now? It doesn't matter, if a person knows their weaknesses in advance, they will naturally find ways to make up for them. Guess who allowed those shops to continue operating in this city? The sudden change took everyone by surprise. Just when almost everyone in the stream thought Jiang Ran was about to clear the level, such a huge reversal appeared before their eyes. Lin Chongqing immediately used the second hint opportunity. This might be Jiang Ran's only chance to survive now. So die, Ghost Hunter. Jiang Ran immediately threw 2 smoke bombs and rushed toward the direction Lin Chongqing mentioned, not expecting that the city lord could actually use the Ghost Hunter's weapon against the white ghost. He admitted he hadn't thought of that. But saying he would win before he had even declared defeat, Jiang Ran had also buried enough backup plans outside to ensure his successful escape after failure. However, activating that plan meant giving up the chance to clear the level. No rush, use everything around him, including other enemies. Alan Sita finally reached the bottom of the tall tower. He had just wiped the sweat from his forehead when he saw thick smoke rising before him. The whole tower seemed to be collapsing from an internal attack. Has someone arrived here before me? Soon, he saw Jiang Ran rushing towards his direction. Hey, what are you? Jiang Ran completely ignored him and rushed past him. A sense of ominous premonition rose in Alan Sita's heart, and the next moment he saw the furious city lord rushing in his direction as well. Fuck! Enchanting Eye. Alan Sita had no choice. To survive, he can only activate his talent to control the city lord. He can be killed by the white ghost. Otherwise, once the control time is up, we can only run. Jiang Ran unreservedly shared this crucial information. Only by killing the city lord could they have a chance to clear the level, and what happened after that could wait. I really am unlucky, being used as a gun by you. Alan Sita gritted his teeth. Controlling the ghost in front of him was surprisingly a bit difficult, something he had never encountered since gaining this talent. He had no better choice. To clear the level, he could only follow Jiang Ran's instructions. If it weren't for the fact that this talent couldn't control strange creatures to kill other talking masters. He wants to kill Jiang Ran first. The city lord stormed into the street in anger, killing anything in sight. Soon, 2 green ghosts fell tragically to his claws, but when he met the third ghost, that white ghost successfully turned the tables. The city lord's body lay on the ground. Alan Sita wasn't a fool. He quickly realized that the city lord's level was higher than that of the purple ghosts, so now whoever got that heart would be the ultimate victor. Clearly, he was closer to the body. Stop! Don't move! A loud shout from behind came from Jiang Ran, and Alan Sita turned around to see the dark muzzle of a gun pointed at him. If you take another step forward, I'll shoot you, Jiang Ran hissed fiercely. Killing you means I would only lose my chance to pass, and I can still leave tomorrow morning. If I have no hope of passing, of course, I would choose to do so. Don't forget, it was I who saved your life just now, Dragon Country guy. Oh, thank you. Damn it. Alancita now dared not draw his gun. He feared that the moment he made that move, Jiang Ran would shoot right away. One chance to pass was not worth a life. Hey, Dragon Country guy. If we keep dragging this out, we'll only benefit others. You know, there are always countries waiting for unused opportunities. They will come to pick up the scraps sooner or later. How about this? Let me take the crystal stone to pass, and we'll split the rewards 50-50. How does that sound? The high-ranking officials of the Dragon Country and White Eagle Nation sighed deeply. It seemed this was the best option for now. So we can't drag this out any longer, Jiang Ran said with a slight smile. From now on, I will count to 10, either you back off, or I will shoot. Would you rather ruin everything than agree to a 50-50 split? That question should be asked to you. Would you rather die than live? Jiang Ran deliberately waited until Alancita took a few steps forward before speaking. Now he stood in the most open area with no cover nearby to react quickly. You are ruthless. I admit defeat. Alancita's face turned fierce. If I get the chance next time, I will surely kill you. If you really think so, I suggest you keep it to yourself and not say it out loud. Alancita raised his hands and slowly backed away, while Jiang Ran kept a close watch on him and moved closer to the city lord's body. Until Alancita reached a wall beside him, he quickly. The opponent's intimidation still works on him, but his intimidation is already ineffective against the opponent. He had no reason to join a gamble he was certain to lose. What on earth did this guy do? How could he have made so much money? Jiang Ran had not used that gun for 2 worlds in a row, yet miraculously, he hadn't changed his talent. Many must have guessed the trick in his talent, and it would probably be difficult to rely on information gaps for an advantage in the next world. He made his way to the top of the tower. Due to the immense destructive power of the bomb, who knows how much effort he spent to get back here? Fortunately, the result was satisfying. The huge black table had 5 holes, and what should go into them was obvious. It's time to end this. 5 crystal stones shone in 5 colors, and a phantom slowly appeared ahead. Are you Kay? The face of the phantom was hidden in mist. Kay slowly turned around and let out a disdainful laugh. So someone really gathered them all? I knew a group of fools who only know how to kill each other could never hold this world. From the very beginning, I held no expectations for them. You know, kid, I infected them to become demons just to amplify the evil in human nature. Look at the spectacle on this moonlit night. Everyone ruthlessly takes the lives of others for themselves. This is the human heart. Hearing this, Jiang Ran felt somewhat disgusted, as the virtual theory before him was just too extreme. You keep saying human nature is evil, but aren't you the one who started all of this? Jiang Ran continued, you used the moonlight to make them sure to die unless they killed their own kind, forcing them to kill for survival. How can that be considered evil? It's just a desire to live. What kind of saint would choose to give up their life to fulfill others in this situation? Foolish, I've said this is just amplification. Once you go back to your own world and see those dark sides, you will naturally understand what I mean. Every group has its bad apples. You can't generalize an entire group based on the actions of a few. Many people say human nature is barbaric. I argue against that. If we swap the current status of humans with tigers or lions, or any animal in nature, can they guarantee not to kill each other? Since we subconsciously believe humans are different from other animals, let's admit it. Today's humans are more civilized than at any point in history. We have walked step by step from barbarism to now, and we won't let your little experiment deny our millions of years of effort. You're quite the debater, the phantom paused. I won't change my mind because of what you say. You are just a human, speaking for your own kind. Even out of caution, you shouldn't be the one to say this. Sometimes I really feel foolish, Jiang Ran shrugged. What's the point in discussing so much with you? We aren't even from the same world. Perhaps we may see each other again in the future. The phantom gradually faded, leaving one last statement, I am the Geek Pope. See each other again in the future, what does that mean? Could Kay appear in other Strange Tale worlds? Congratulations to Dragon Kingdom Strange Tale Master Jiang Ran for clearing the S-level Strange Tale world, City of Night Demons, overall rating 98, excellent. You will receive 100% rewards and a chance to change your talent. The 3 talent levels drawn this time will not be lower than your current talent level. 3 cards appeared, 2 shining with brilliant gold, while the one in the middle shimmered with a crimson glow. S-level talent is light yellow, SS level is gold, while crimson gold represents SSS level. Jiang Ran finally drew the SSS level talent once again. Wait, using again seems a bit off. Skipping the 2 SS level talents, Jiang Ran directly looked at that golden red card. SSS level talent handed over to Fate Plus. Effect, each time you enter a world or gain this talent, 3 SSS level talents will be randomly refreshed for you, from which you can choose one talent to gain, lasting until the end of this world.
Master your fate. Unexpectedly, he hit the upgraded version of his existing talent directly. What luck!
The number of talents went from 1 to 3, and the selection range tripled. Every SSS level talent has the ability to turn the situation around. Choosing one from 3 ensures Jiang Ran gets the most suitable ability for that world.
Change talent. The live stream finally boiled over. Ever since Jiang Ran changed his talent to SS level in the strange apartment, there hadn't been a single SSS level paranormal expert left in Long Country, and now, their SSS level expert was back. Go! Welcome our hero.
The paranormal experts from various countries were not feeling well. They were just about to guess what Jiang Ran's talent was, yet at this moment, you told me he changed talents?
What the heck?
Alanstar returned to White Eagle Country a little dejected, since he hadn't completely passed the night of the second day. He only reaped the rewards of the first day, even worse than those who left directly. At least they could conserve some brainpower.
What's this, feeling discouraged already?
Arthurius leaned against the door, smiling at Alanstar who was heading home. You can still smile, bro, I was so close to success. There's an ancient saying in Long Country, as long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not worry about firewood.
Surviving and coming back is the most important.
Arthurius patted Alanstar's shoulder. Are you planning to enter the same world with him next time to deal with him? I suggest you put that thought away. Next month, you honestly choose a low-level world to transition through.
Aren't we going to suppress his arrogant demeanor? It's okay, isn't there going to be an SS-level Strange Tale world refresh next month?
He will definitely participate, so I will personally take action against him.
The duel between the dragon and the White Eagle, the two pinnacle SSS levels.
Tomorrow marks the premiere of this book, so I'm posting this chapter in advance tonight. In the next copy, we will increase the difficulty again and focus on the contest between paranormal experts. Writing might lean towards multiple characters, and the perspective won't be constantly on the main character, otherwise, many things won't be explained clearly. Also, if you have any questions, remember to add me, I might not see direct comments. Lastly, I hope everyone can click to urge updates more during the premiere, thank you. Chapter 58 S-Level Strange Tale World, Wolf and Sheep Game. If prey shows no signs of escape when in danger, it's very likely they mistakenly think they are the hunters. Each month, only one Strange Tale World of S-Level or higher refreshes, and every 4 months, this Strange Tale World is definitely SS level, with one SSS level Strange Tale World appearing every year.
The passage in front of Jiang Ran leads to this month's SS level Strange Tale World. Although there are still memories from his previous life in his mind, this is undoubtedly his first time entering an SS level world. Little Ran, the same thing again.
Lin Changqing reminded again, if something goes wrong, immediately find a way to survive the day and then exit.
SS is not like S-level, the dangers are hard to predict, surviving is more important than anything.
The last SSS level talent paranormal expert from Long Country died in an SS level Strange Tale world. He remembered he had almost cleared it, but didn't expect all the lethal traps lay hidden until the last day. In a secret room, 18 deadly methods, he avoided the previous 17 but ultimately couldn't escape from the last heart's doorway.
Don't worry, Uncle Lin.
Jiang Ran smiled, although I can't guarantee I'll clear it.
But I assure you, I will definitely keep my life safe. Dragon Country's Ghost Story Master Jiang Ran has successfully connected to the SS-level Ghost Story World Wolf Sheep Game, not yet cleared. Previously, 3 Ghost Story Masters had challenged it. When Jiang Ran entered the world, 3 people had already arrived before him. Fortunately, this is a team copy, so the rewards won't be reduced because of this. The difficulty of SS level is so high that small countries simply don't want to send people to participate. It is even difficult to survive the first day, and they don't want to lose manpower for nothing. So usually, only a few well-known countries internationally send multiple Ghost Story Masters to participate. For example, Dragon Country, besides Jiang Ran, there are also 2 more people joining, who can be called truly trustworthy teammates since they all share the same goal of victory. The middle-aged man on the left is named Qi Long, with S-level talent. The girl on the right is named Zhang Yao Yao, with SS-level talent. It can be seen that Dragon Country has really put in a lot of resources for this SS-level Ghost Story world. Wow! Are you brother Jiang Ran? I can't believe I'm seeing a real person.
Zhang Yao Yao curiously poked Jiang Ran. The 3 of us have gathered high-level talents, and it's quite orderly.
Jiang Ran nodded, his attention completely drawn to the person across from him. It's simply because he is too famous. White Eagle Country, SSS-level talent, Arceus.
No one knows what his talent is because he looks as if he has never used a power. No matter how difficult the world, he has never shown any supernatural abilities. So many people speculate he has a hidden talent, like judging the correctness of rules or foreseeing future events. Such abilities would be invisible to others even if used. Arceus and Jiang Ran exchanged smiles, looking like old friends who hadn't seen each other in years. Due to the world's high difficulty, everyone waited for a whole morning to gather 30 people, and not a single talent level was lower than A level, truly a battle of divine beings. There were also some well-known experts, like Jeet Sanshui from Fire Luo Country and the Vortex Birdman from Fire Country, etc. The group was in a huge room. Although the ghost story world had not yet begun, they could guess some content from the name. Wolf-sheep game? Sounds a bit cliché. In front of them, a blackboard appeared with several lines of chalk writing. Jiang Ran knew this was the announcement of the rules, and like everyone else, he began to read the information above. Rule 1 *, welcome to the wolf-sheep game. Here everyone will be divided into 2 teams to compete. You can win as long as you meet the victory conditions, but please pay attention to the following points. 1. From now on, everyone must not change their talents or leave this world until death or clearing. 2. From now on, no one can accept hints from their country's observers. 3. Killing in this world will not cause you to lose qualification to clear. 4. Please leave the room and go to the outside forest. The host on the stone platform outside will tell you the game rules. When he stands on the stone platform, what he says must be the truth, so please everyone trust him completely. 5. This rule cannot be influenced by any talent, including modification or deletion. Just this one rule made everyone break out in a cold sweat. So that means, we can't leave after clearing the first day? Are you kidding? Such a situation has never happened before. Why would there be such a world? You need to know that even 1/10 of the rewards from the SS-level Ghost Story world are more than 1/2 of the rewards from the S-level Ghost Story world, which is why they are willing to risk everything to bet on surviving the first day. But now they are being told that they can't leave? And even the observers cannot give them hints, meaning they must rely on themselves to clear the game to survive. But what is even scarier is that even killing someone will not lose the qualification to pass the level, which means that the game in this world is far more terrifying than they imagined. Staying here is useless, why not go out and listen to the rules? Arceus was the first to stand up and push the door open. Due to language issues, most people present could not understand what he was saying, which was a helpless situation. The world of Strange Tales would automatically translate the language and text in front of the storytellers to ensure they could understand, but this ability was absent among the storytellers themselves. It seemed that the rules mentioned they would be divided into 2 teams to confront each other, and communication between teammates would probably be a problem. However, such rules also gave many people hope for life. Yes. They may not be strong, but as long as their teammates are strong enough, that should be enough, right? If Arceus and Jiang Ran were in the same team, and if they were also members of that team, TSK, just thinking about it feels great. Everyone, with a nervous heart, slowly walked into the forest. On the stone platform stood a strange person. He wore a pure grey coat and pants, with a huge wolf head pattern on them, but his face was covered by a white sheep mask that symbolized weakness. Seeing everyone standing before him, he opened his arms. Welcome everyone to my game. All present are players. Enough with the nonsense, hurry up and introduce the rules. Kawashiro from Sakura Country spoke impatiently, but many people noticed that his legs were trembling a little. Was he scared? It's understandable, how many people here are not frightened? Before explaining the rules, please everyone close your eyes, I will inform you of your specific identities. The host on the stone platform would not lie, so Jiang Ran followed what he said and closed his eyes. A few seconds later, a scarlet wolf head appeared in his mind. Your identity is a wolf. A wolf, huh? Jiang Ran immediately scanned the crowd with his gaze. Although this was just a simple team division segment, inherent human subconscious always revealed a slightly different expression when drawing the wolf card. A few people's expression showed subtle changes, all of which Jiang Ran observed. If possible, he hoped these fools were not his teammates. Most people still wore a blank expression. Okay, please open your eyes, now we will explain the game rules. The host snapped his fingers, and nothing happened in the world, but the live broadcast room exploded. All live screen feeds closed at the same time, leaving only one line of text, no peeking. In this world, killing would have no cost, and the outside world could not send any signals in, but now even the content inside was not open to the outside? Isn't this just a huge sealed room? As you all know, my game is called Wolves and Sheep. The host paused. You will all be assigned one of these 2 identities, with a ratio of 29:1. 29:1? This means one of them would have to fight against the remaining 29 people, what a joke. The sheep must find a way to eliminate the wolf, and the wolf must kill everyone except itself. The host grinned. Of course, due to the stark imbalance in numbers, our rules will provide some advantages to the weaker side. Everyone found a card in their hand, with 2 red flowers and 2 black flowers depicted on it. This is your life card. When all the flowers on the life card turn black, I will personally execute him, which will count as elimination. If you are killed by someone else during this process, 1 red flower on your life card will turn black, and most of your memories will be erased. You will not know who killed you. This is the protection of the wolf. It is no wonder that this time the world does not allow observers to give any hints, because that almost declares the wolf's defeat. The wolf, in addition to causing death through physical means, has another event refreshing in his mind. Once this event is met, he can directly designate a person and turn one of their red flowers black.
Is this similar to a mission? As long as the mission is completed, one can kill from a distance. Moreover, every time the wolf completely eliminates a person, one of his black flowers will turn red. The host continued, it is important to note that once a sheep takes action to kill, as long as the target it kills is not a wolf, then it will be directly eliminated, regardless of how many red flowers it has left. The announcement of several game rules was all favorable to the wolf. However, is this really enough for a wolf to triumph over 29 sheep? Jiang Ran is the wolf, so for him, everyone in the venue is an enemy, including the two people beside him. He must kill everyone to survive. I have a question. Ji Songshui from Hualua country stood up. Does the wolf have a way to replenish his red flowers? Can the sheep? He knew that this question was a bit tricky. There is only one wolf, but the group of sheep consists of a full 29 people. If each person can replenish their red flowers, then when would the wolf ever completely kill all 29 sheep? But surprisingly, the host nodded. This method is not only applicable to sheep but to everyone present. The host pointed to the depths of the forest. Inside, there will be more than 10 betting tables. You can think of this as a little game. Each game can involve two people, and the winner can obtain a red flower, with no limit on the number of times. Jiang Ran controlled his expression, showing no changes. If the previous rules had given him a glimmer of hope, then the current rules had almost thrown the wolf into the abyss. As long as two mutually trusting sheep keep using the betting tables to gain flowers, he can only kill them through physical means. There is no other method. If a sheep kills the wrong person, it will lead to its elimination. This can allow the wolf to act more easily in the early stages, but as soon as the wolf shows the slightest slip, the flock will unite against him. The rules for the first phase of the game have been announced. Everyone can now head into the forest. After 3 hours, all surviving people should return here, and I will announce the rules for the second phase. The host stepped down from the stone platform, took a drink of water to relax, and finally added, by the way, I forgot to mention, during the game, all players cannot return here until 3 hours later. So, the game begins. The ratio of 29 to 1 is simply too exaggerated. So many people harbor a sense of luck. Surely, the people from my country are not wolves, right? Everyone listen to me. Kawashiro Kai from Sakura country shouted to attract everyone's attention. There is only one wolf, right? Since this is the case, we do not need to make it so complicated. We can pass the game right now. In this moment, everyone stared at him. I invite that wolf brother to stand up voluntarily. This would be better for everyone. Kawashiro Kai began his own analysis. As long as we can eliminate the wolf first, it means that all 29 of us can get the full SS level reward, and each country will get 3 times that. Do you know what this means? This means an explosion of blue star technology. This is a feat that benefits all of humanity. The more he spoke, the more excited he became. On behalf of Sakura country, I promise that no matter who that wolf brother is, as long as he is willing to sacrifice, Sakura country is willing to offer 1/3 of this reward as compensation. Such an act will make him a hero. Everyone stared at him, but no one responded. Why aren't you replying? You know, right? There's no way the wolf can win. How are you going to kill all 29 of us? Why are you even participating in this game that you're destined to lose? Chuan Shiji appeared very worried about the wolf brother, but the people below were not fools. He represents the Sakura country? Who does he think he is to represent his own country? No one would believe his nonsense. Is it possible that no one is stepping up because a monster talker from the Sunset Country pointed directly at Chuan Shiji? You are the wolf? True, the wolf stepping up to clarify its identity to become the leader of the sheep seems like a decent tactic, doesn't it? Chuan Shiji's face darkened. That's slander. I think you're the wolf. Stop struggling uselessly and just self-destruct. The atmosphere on the field suddenly became tense. Here, no one could trust anyone. Chapter 60, The Gambling Table. As the two launched into a verbal battle, their teammates also joined the debate, making the scene chaotic. Jiang Ran knew that this group wouldn't reach any conclusion for now, so he turned to the two behind him and said, let's go. Jiang Ran always felt that this game was not that simple, so he would never act rashly. Until he thoroughly understood the rules, he would not strike against his own kind. The three quickly moved away from the initial location and entered the forest. While Jiang Ran was still pondering what the first step should be, Jiang Yaoyao seemed less tense than the others and tugged at his sleeve. With brother Jiang around, you will surely figure out who the wolf is quickly. Jiang Ran smiled helplessly. Of course, he knew, how could he not? No need to guess. Qilong turned around slowly to the two and said, my identity is the wolf. Ha? Qilong's words left the two dumbfounded, especially Jiang Ran. The host on the stone platform's words must be correct, so the number of wolves and sheep cannot be wrong. If Jiang Ran is the wolf, then why does Qilong say he is the wolf? What is his plan? You two listen to me. Both of your talent levels are higher than mine, so if one of the three must be sacrificed, I am honored for that person to be me. Drawing this identity is both a blessing and a curse for me.
You two just wait for the result and do not act against anyone else to avoid breaking the rules. I will try to eliminate those monster talkers from enemy countries. The moment I die, you will achieve victory. After saying this, Qilong didn't want to explain much and just left the team on his own. Jiang Ran then realized a problem. He seemed to know nothing about his two teammates. Qilong clearly isn't a wolf, yet he claims he is one. Who exactly is he scheming against? Did he see something? Qilong walked alone in the forest with his hands in his pockets, his expression somewhat gloomy. No one could guess what he was thinking. Soon he discovered a stone table with a stone chair on either side. Is this the gambling table? The gambling table requires two to engage, and just as Qilong was about to leave, he saw a shadow coming from the other side. From the dragon country? The visitor was Chuan Shiji from the Sakura country, and his presence signified that the commotion at the initial location had ended. What, are you here to give it a try? Chuan Shiji stroked the stone table. A single red flower is equivalent to a life. Want to give it a shot? Perhaps you might end up with a red flower yourself. To ensure Qilong understood, he even spoke in Chinese. Where are your teammates? Did they abandon you because you are too foolish? What you said really hurts my feelings. They have their own things to do. Chuan Shiji had already taken a seat on one side of the stone chair during the conversation. I will sit here. If you dare to play, then sit on the other side. If you don't dare, please don't block the way, others want to play too. As he expected, Qilong sat down the next moment. I should indeed come to see what kind of rules this so-called gambling table has. As the stone chairs they sat on emitted a faint blue light, a ghostly wolf head appeared at the center of the stone table to explain the rules of the game to the two. My game is called the liar. First, the gentleman sitting on the right will say something, then the gentleman on the left will guess whether he is lying. If this gentleman guesses wrong, then the other gentleman can earn a red flower and choose whether to make this gentleman lose a red flower. Conversely, if this gentleman guesses correctly, the rewards will be reversed. Very simple rules. Chuan Shiji sat on the right, so Qilong was the guesser. If you want to start the game, please place your hand on the stone table. The next statement you make will be considered part of the game. Listen, guy from Dragon Country. Chuan Shiji did not place his hand on the stone table, which meant what he said now would not be recorded in the game. I will definitely tell the truth next, and I ask you to guess that way. Oh? What benefit is this to you? Very simple. Chuan Shiji showed a knowing smile, then spread his arms wide. Don't you see that this so-called gambling table is simply a huge bug? The winner can win a red flower, while the loser has their red flower's fate decided by the winner. There are no limits to this gambling table, which means we can take turns being the winner until we fill up on red flowers. Qilong did not respond to him. Alright, I will still tell the truth. You can choose whatever you like. If you insist on choosing a lie to give me a red flower, I have no objection. Chuan Shiji placed his right hand on the stone table. My name is Chuan Shiji, I am from Sakura country, male, and my profession is a ghost storyteller. Having said that, he raised his right hand, indicating that he had finished speaking. Qilong rarely frowned. Chuan Shiji made a straightforward self-introduction, yet Qilong could not find any flaws. No matter how one looked at it, that statement was correct. I have shown enough sincerity. Chuan Shiji held his chin with both hands. Although we have always been at odds, we are both sheep now, so we can be considered half-teammates. I simply don't want to die. So I will do everything possible to fill up my red flowers, that's all. The voice of the wolf head ghost reappeared. Please have the gentleman on the left make a choice, limited to 10 seconds. Qilong tapped the table with his finger, closing his eyes in deep thought for several seconds, until the 10-second limit was nearly up before he slowly spoke. He lied. What? Chuan Shiji slammed his hand on the table in anger. Are you an idiot? I've made it so clear, you insist on giving me a red flower? Alright, since you don't believe me, I will gladly accept this red flower. The wolf head ghost continued to ask, are you sure of your choice? I'm sure. Qilong opened his eyes, his gaze seeming to penetrate everything, staring firmly at Chuan Shiji. You lied. Game over, the gentleman on the left wins. As soon as the wolf head ghost finished speaking, Qilong's nameplate increased by one red flower. How is this possible? Chuan Shiji felt a wave of weakness. Such a clever trick. How did the other party see through it? Chuan Shiji was merely his alias, not his real name, so when he said, my name is Chuan Shiji, he had already lied. Because he had used this name for so long, it rolled off his tongue without any change in expression, and even his colleagues did not know this. How did the man in front of him guess it? Chapter 61, The Dragon's Treasure Vault. How did you guess it? Chuan Shiji was still not giving up. If he didn't find out the reason, his heart would be in chaos. Guess? Why should I guess? Qilong waved his hand. I actually didn't care much about what you were saying at all. I don't even know where you lied. Maybe you're a transgender person? What the hell are you talking about? What do you mean I might be a transgender person?
Chuan Shiji angrily grabbed his own hair. You determined I was lying just because of this ridiculous guess? Actually, it doesn't matter what you want to say. If you hadn't said anything in advance, my chances of guessing right would be only 50-50. But because of this unnecessary action of yours, I'm sure you must be lying. Because a person would never hand over their fate to an enemy. Furthermore, if you really wanted to tell the truth, why not just say I am human? The reason you spouted so much information is simply to use a few correct pieces to cover up one lie. As for the red flower? Do you think a dignified SS-level horror story world would leave such loopholes? If you want to find someone else to brush, don't involve me. Shilong stood up from the stone chair and walked slowly toward the depths of the forest. By the way, referee, I want to deduct one of his red flowers. Under Chuan Shiji's pale face, he only had one red flower left in his hand. Jiang Ran was still walking with Zhang Yaoyao. He had to admit that this seemingly quirky little girl was not scared at all. She acted as if she was here for a vacation, looking around left and right. Aren't you afraid at all? Ha, isn't Jiang Gu here to protect me? Jiang Ran covered his forehead. He decided not to think about other things for now and focused on what was related to him. First was the talent extraction in this world. Jiang Ran put his fate in the hands of destiny and drew 3 SSS-level talent cards. The first card was an attack-type talent aimed at strange creatures. In other worlds, this would be a great choice. Unfortunately, this time it was clearly a confrontation with horror story masters, and this talent was not suitable for this world. The second card was a rule verification talent. This world was said to be a rule horror story, but it felt more like some kind of game. The only rule was marked with an asterisk, so choosing this talent was completely useless. So it seemed there was no choice but to pick the third one. SSS-level talent, Dragon's Treasure Vault. Effect, generates a treasure vault in your mind that requires 4 passwords to unlock. Hints for the passwords will refresh in the world. Unlocking the vault will grant you items. The items will definitely provide decisive help to get through this world. I hope you won't fall before opening the vault. A very standard late-game ability, which could be said to have no effect before the vault is opened. But don't forget Jiang Ran's identity is a wolf, meaning as long as he doesn't act frequently, his chances of survival are very high. Although it's not as useful as I imagined, it's still passable. Having finished selecting his talent, the next step was to determine what conditions Jiang Ran needed to meet in order to kill from a distance. Vibration. There were only these 2 words in his mind as a hint. Vibration? What vibration? These 2 words were too vague. For a moment, even Jiang Ran himself was a bit confused about what the host actually wanted. He initially thought this method was the core of the wolf's killing, but in the end, even the wolf didn't know what he should do. Directly attacking others was too risky. Not to mention whether he could avoid being discovered, he didn't have weapons independent of others. In other words, even if he launched a sneak attack, he might not necessarily win against some of the strong and sturdy big men. Because everyone's vigilance is very high, and many people are acting with ghostmasters from their own country, it is really hard to take action. Just as Chuan Shiji said, the identity of the wolf is almost bound to lose under the current rules. Jiang Ran decided to play it safe. The host said the next stage's rules would be announced in 3 hours, and the way to break the game might be among them, so within these 3 hours, he did not plan to kill anyone. Using this time to find the password to the dragon's treasure or to increase his red flower count at the betting table is currently the most cost-effective choice. If he could open the dragon's treasure within these 3 hours, it would be the best scenario for Jiang Ran. Hey, brother Jiang, look, isn't that thing the betting table? The same stone table and 2 stone chairs appeared before the two. Zhang Yaoyao curiously approached and patted it, then waved to signal Jiang Ran. Did the host say this thing could let us increase red flowers? Brother Jiang, let's give it a try. The betting table, Jiang Ran approached. This thing definitely won't let us easily increase the number of red flowers. Betting requires a cost. The host only said the winner can increase the number of red flowers, so what will happen to the loser? In an SS-level world, there is no room for any carelessness. Now I understand. So if you bet with me, brother Jiang, we'll just end up hurting each other? Zhang Yaoyao directly sat down on the left stone chair, then to avoid hurting each other, brother Jiang, you keep looking for clues while I sit here waiting for a faithful person to come. Are you confident? It's okay. When it comes to fighting, I might really be at the bottom among these 30 people, but if it's about brains, I'm very confident. Then be careful. Jiang Ran himself is the wolf, so comparatively, even if Zhang Yaoyao acts alone, the danger is not high, because a sheep wants to kill a companion, it must put its own life on the line. Moreover, as a wolf, Jiang Ran prefers to act alone. Although Zhang Yaoyao seems to be his teammate, he doesn't want her to know too much. He can guarantee that as a wolf, he will not harm Zhang Yaoyao for now, but he cannot guarantee that after Zhang Yaoyao finds out he is a wolf, she won't turn against him. Watching Jiang Ran walk away, Zhang Yaoyao put away her smile. She played with her hair, waiting for a faithful person to sit opposite her. About 10 minutes later, the A-level ghost master Jin Mushuwei from Pickled Cabbage Country arrived. Hey, little girl, here alone? Yeah, big brother, want to place a bet? Jin Mushui first looked around to confirm there were no hidden others, and Jiang Yaoyao could clearly feel he seemed to get nervous. What are you nervous about, big brother? You're joking, little girl. Jin Mushui's dangerous gaze crossed Jiang Yaoyao's eyes. Here, just the two of us alone, a bachelor and a bachelorette. If you're a wolf, wouldn't that put me in extreme danger? Chapter 62 Weapon Card. Jiang Yaoyao chuckled. Is that what you're worried about? Jin Mushui frowned. What do you mean? Shouldn't I worry about this? If you really understand the rules, you should know that every time a wolf strikes, the risk will increase, so a smart wolf would choose to deal with the biggest threats first. I don't mean to look down on you, but you're obviously not in that category. If the success rate of the wolf's first strike is the highest, then if conditions allow, he would either kill Jiang Ran from Dragon Country or kill Arceus from White Eagle Country, or even Aisha from the Northern Alliance. Because these three are all SSS-level Ghost Masters, and their own abilities are not weak, combined with strong skills, they are definitely factors that can change the situation of the battle. Jin Mushui fell silent for a moment. Then sat down opposite Jiang Yaoyao. It seems you really are smarter than me, little girl, but gambling relies on luck. I consider my luck not too bad. Jiang Yaoyao looked at Jin Mushi's expression and sighed softly, as if pondering something. If this game wants to become interesting enough, then the wolf must be one of those three SSS levels. Now it seems perhaps another possibility is greater. What are you mumbling about? Let's get started. The wolf's head phantom appeared, introducing its rules to the two. My game is called Weapon Cards. When the game starts, I will deal you 6 weapon cards each. Each round, you need to play one weapon, and based on the type of weapon, the winner is determined, deducting a bit of health from the harmed player as necessary. The game lasts a total of 6 rounds. At the end of the 6 rounds, whoever has taken the most damage loses the match, and the winner can receive a red flower and choose whether to make the loser lose a red flower. If there are no problems, please place your hands on the stone table. The game begins. Jiang Yaoyao looked at the 6 weapon cards in her hand, 3 bows, 2 shields, and 1 hammer. If the 3 weapons counter each other, then shouldn't there be 2 of each weapon? Otherwise, how can it be balanced? She glanced up at Jin Mushi, who also had a furrowed brow. Could it be that each weapon card has 4 copies, but their hands are different? If this deduction is correct, then Jin Mushi's hand should be 1 bow, 2 shields, and 3 hammers. And the counter relationship of the 3 weapons should be, the bow counters the hammer counters the shield, and the shield counters the bow. But if it is really that simple, then why not just use rock paper scissors instead? Jiang Yaoyao realized that this game might not be that simple. Each weapon card might have deeper meanings. Usually, when a person does not understand their opponent's strategies, they would choose a more conservative approach, so Jin Mushi will likely play a shield, but that is just common sense. Jiang Yaoyao played a bow. Jin Mushi played a hammer. Jin Mushi's face turned a bit pale. He thought Jiang Yaoyao would choose a safer play, so he decisively used the hammer, but it seems the opponent has predicted his prediction. The so-called luck game doesn't depend only on luck. Jin Mushi took a bit of damage first, but what happened next was unexpected for both. The judge returned Jin Mushi's hammer but took away Jiang Yaoyao's bow. Could it be that the loser can take back their cards from this round, but the winner cannot? No, it probably isn't like that. Is it really? This is the characteristic of the weapon. The image on the bow only showed 1 arrow, so that arrow had already been fired. Naturally, the bow became a useless card, while the hammer would not be damaged regardless of whether the user was hit by an arrow. It's likely that Jiang Yaoyao's previous guess was also wrong. Both sides have identical hands, and there are only 3 bows. Regardless of whether they hit, they will be consumed. The key to winning this game is to ensure as many of your bows hit the opponent as possible. Since the hammer will not be damaged, even with just 1, it can be used infinitely. That being said, this opening seems not bad. Play your card, little brother, it's the second round. You really are smarter than me. If I follow your rhythm, my probability of having my next card guessed is over 60%. Jin Mushi shook his head helplessly, then took out 3 cards, shuffled them thoroughly with the backs facing up, and finally randomly selected one. Come on, little girl, I've played my card. Trying to escape Jiang Yaoyao's rhythm and continue battling her with wits was not a wise choice. So the method of Jin Mushui is to break the ordered with the unordered. From 3 types of weapon cards, taking 1 each, what he can draw entirely depends on luck. He must find a way to make luck play a bigger role. So he handed the choice to luck, not to himself. He did not mix all 6 cards together because the number of weapon cards is different. Jiang Yaoyao could handle this with probability theory, drawing 1 each is the best way. Jiang Yaoyao looked at the card Jin Mushui played, with the probabilities of bow, shield, and hammer all being 1/3. After thinking for a moment, she played a shield. Jin Mushui revealed his card, which was also a shield. This means this round goes by without damage to anyone, and Jiang Yaoyao still leads by 1 round. It seems the choice of luck is not bad. At least I didn't get hurt and didn't waste an arrow, right?
Jean Mushuwei smiled slightly, then surprisingly took a card from the stack on the left and placed it in front of himself. This is the card I played in my third round. Jiang Yao's expression darkened. What on earth does this guy want? In the last round, he drew 3 cards from the left and placed them on the right, and 1 shield has been consumed on the right. That means there is still 1 hammer and 1 bow left. Thus, his cards on the left are 2 bows and 1 shield. If he draws 1 card from the left, it means it is either a bow or a shield. If Jiang Yao plays a shield this round, there is a high probability she'll consume one of Jean Mushuwei's bows. Even in the worst case, it would be a round with no damage. Jiang Yao picked up a shield, but hesitated to place it down. This really surprises me. I apologize for underestimating you earlier, Mr. Jean Mushuwei from the pickled vegetables. Jiang Yao placed that shield down and instead slammed another card onto the table. How about a bet? Let's bet that I will definitely win this round. Jean Mushuwei's expression darkened. My card has already been played, there's no going back. You can bet if you want, but since we are already in a gamble, to bet within a bet is superfluous. There's no reward. No, from now on, you've already lost. Jiang Yao revealed her card. It was a bow. Chapter 63, Shock. Why is it a bow? On Jean Mushuwei's left side, there are 2 bows and 1 shield, which means Jiang Yao's best result in this round can only be that they exchange 1 health point. If luck runs bad, she could even directly lose a bow. So why did she choose to play like this? Jean Mushuwei's face turned ashen as he revealed his card. It was a hammer. I have to admit, you actually have some skill. Jiang Yao smiled. It seems you did draw one of each of the 3 cards to the right, but I actually never saw those cards at all. If you had really used this random method to deal with me, I would have truly been at a loss. You didn't actually put one of each type on the right, you left 1 hammer. Given the basic assumption, I would certainly play a shield this round because no one would think there's still a hammer among your left side cards. Exactly, there is only 1 hammer. Jean Mushuwei deliberately led Jiang Yao to believe this hammer was on the right, so in this round, she wouldn't guard against the hammer. Jean Mushuwei gritted his teeth. How did you figure it out? Very simple, since I didn't take you for a fool, you shouldn't take me for a fool either. Jiang Yao continued to explain, because people don't do things that are harmful to themselves. If someone does, it means they definitely have some other purpose they are hiding. As long as I put myself in your perspective, it's easy to reason out your thoughts. With 6 rounds half over, Jiang Yao leads Jean Mushuwei by 2 damage points, and with 3 rounds remaining, he is already powerless to turn the tables. Just as Jiang Yao said, he had already lost. But I don't intend to give up. Jean Mushuwei drew a card and placed it on the table again. Let's finish this game. No, that's not necessary. Jiang Yao closed her eyes, softly humming a song, no longer paying attention to Jean Mushuwei. What do you mean? Do you look down on me? Jean Mushuwei felt a bit annoyed, but the next moment he was hit by a sharp pain in his chest, and he unexpectedly spat out a mouthful of black blood. Wait, what's going on? The intense pain caused him to fall from the stone chair, collapsing on the ground and convulsing. Everything happened so suddenly that he never thought such a situation could occur. Even if he lost at the gambling table, it would just mean losing a red flower. Why did it turn out like this? Furthermore, the game was only halfway through, it shouldn't have ended. Jean Mushuwei's eyes widened as he stopped breathing in disbelief. Ding! The massive bell rang out through the forest. Congratulations, you can designate 1 player to lose a red flower. A prompt suddenly appeared in Jiang Ran's mind. The bell, so this is shock. In the center of the forest, there must be a huge bell. Whenever it rings, he can kill from a distance. Without hesitation, Jiang Ran prepared to give this precious first opportunity directly to Arceus, but he got a prompt instead. The target has received this effect within an hour, please choose another target. If you do not choose within a minute, you will lose this opportunity. Has already received this effect? What does that mean? Jiang Ran was very certain he had not struck first, so it must have been someone else who did, but he was the only wolf, so does that mean there is a similar item hidden in this forest? This is definitely not good news. Jiang Ran immediately took out his life token, and sure enough, there was only 1 red flower left. Someone used the same method to hit him from a distance. Jiang Ran, Arceus, and Aisha, the 3 of them, as SSS level talent holders, were undoubtedly the targets of everyone else. If the items of this kind in the forest were not few, their situation would be very dangerous. The other 2's talents might not be life-saving, but his talent had nothing to do with saving his life. If it weren't for the 1-hour protection mechanism, perhaps 1 or 2 of them would be dead by now. This could be considered a small blessing, but it also meant they would lose a red flower every hour. Currently, Jiang Ran has 2 ways to increase his red flowers. One is to win at the gambling table, and the other is to completely eliminate other players. Neither of these methods is easy. Jiang Ran still needed to try to find the password to the dragon's treasure vault while studying the giant bell in the center of the forest. It was clear that 3 hours was incredibly urgent. Sigh, being too famous is not a good thing. It would be better if Arceus could die at the hands of others directly, so he wouldn't have to hunt him down himself. Jiang Ran wandered around the forest for a few more minutes, unexpectedly finding half a piece of paper sticking out of the dirt. Upon taking it out, he saw the words ballot written on it. This might be some important item, but right now Jiang Ran had no idea what its purpose was, so he could only temporarily put it in his pocket. The forest was vast, and the distribution of gambling tables was extremely wide. After walking for a long time, Jiang Ran finally encountered the next gambling table. The gambling table seemed to have a mysterious attraction for these players. As long as they wandered in the forest for a certain amount of time, they would eventually find themselves in front of a gambling table. Jiang Ran sat in the left seat, waiting for his opponent to arrive. It really doesn't seem like a world of strange tales. Not all SS levels are like this, rather, this is the only time it is so, a rare exception. About 10 minutes later, 3 people walked over together from a distance. They were 3 strange talkers from the land of the rising sun. Big brother, it's Jiang Ran from Dragon Country. The 3 also noticed Jiang Ran sitting on the stone chair and hesitated about whether to accept this challenge. Big brother, should we go? Of course we should, why not? The leader among them, named Hoskin, had won a gambling match at another place before coming here. So now he had 3 red flowers. If I get 1 more flower, my red flowers will be full. Facing the famous Jiang Ran from Dragon Country didn't make Hoskin back down. Perhaps Jiang Ran was indeed an expert in the world of strange tales, but Hoskin knew he was out of his league at the gambling table. This is like a professional basketball player dominating the court but now trying to compete in soccer. Mr. Jiang Ran, it's an honor to meet you. Mr. Hoskin, your reputation is equally impressive. Hoskin's talent level was SS rank, making him a renowned strange talker internationally, and Jiang Ran naturally recognized his identity. Chapter 64, Puppet Magic. This was Jiang Ran's first time at the gambling table, and the current situation was far from optimistic. He only had 1 red flower left. If he guessed correctly, this gambling table must come with a price, such as the loser losing a red flower. This would leave him with 0 flowers, leading to certain death. But if he chose not to participate in the gambling table, waiting for an hour would also end in death. At least there was a hope of survival at the gambling table. Unfortunately, his opponent was not simple. My game is called Puppet Magic. I will distribute 5 completely random cards to each of you at the start, and then each round, you will each receive 2 more cards. These cards are all different puppet cards, and the specific effects can only be known once the game begins. The first side to play and keep alive 7 puppets wins, or, after 10 rounds, the side with more surviving puppets wins. If the numbers are the same, it is considered a total failure for both sides. The winner gains 1 red flower, the loser loses 1 red flower. If you both are ready, please place your hands on the stone table. After the wolf-headed shadow explained the rules, Hoskin raised his eyebrows slightly. He remembered that when he first participated in the gambling table, it was the winner who decided whether the loser would lose a red flower. Was the loser now guaranteed to lose a flower? It seemed that this was a rule set to prevent them from endlessly gaining red flowers. Hoskin placed his hand on the stone table, and this time a deep blue light glowed. Then, Mr. Jiang Ran, please. He currently had 3 red flowers. If he won, he could fill his red flowers to the maximum, and if he lost, he would only return to his starting number, so Hoskin felt no psychological pressure at all. Please. For Jiang Ran, this was a matter of life and death. Win and live, lose and die. Jiang Ran looked at his 5 cards, 2 red puppets, 2 yellow puppets, and 1 green puppet. Besides that, the cards had no explanations, let alone specific effects or anything like that. Did the abilities of these puppets need to be discovered by themselves during the game? How interesting. Jiang Ran had once been an experienced strategy card game player in the original world, having played many turn-based card games, but he had never seen this type before. In the first round, please both play your cards. Currently, Jiang Ran's 3 puppets have unknown abilities, which truly leaves him at a loss. He can only bring out a red puppet to play. In the previous rounds, both sides must have just been testing, waiting to see who first understands the essence of this game. And Hoskin played a black puppet. Is there a 4th color of puppet? Moreover, looking at the card, there still is no explanation. The first round is over, both sides each have 1 puppet remaining. The 2 players each played a puppet card, but nothing happened. The 2 people behind Hoskin scratched their heads. To deal with strange creatures is still part of their job, but this thing they really cannot comprehend. Big brother, I see you are so confident. Have you guessed what these cards mean? Come closer, and I'll tell you. Hoskin revealed a meaningful smile to Jiang Ran, then leaned close to his little brother's ear. I know nothing at all. If only they wrote something to let me deduce. If I could figure it out now, I'd be a god. So, your confident demeanor was just an act. The second round, please both play your cards.
Jiang Ran drew 2 new puppet cards, 1 yellow and 1 black. Currently, his hand consists of 3 yellow, 1 red, 1 green, and 1 black puppet, with a red puppet placed in front of him. If in every round nothing happens between the two, then their total number of puppets will stabilize at 10, which means both players would lose the match. Hoskin might not mind, but Jiang Ran cannot afford the cost of a tie. Jiang Ran currently has the most yellow puppets, so he doesn't plan to use up other colored puppets first. Instead, he plays a yellow puppet. In this round, Hoskin also played a yellow card. Jiang Ran could only smile helplessly. Both had the same cards, and it seems this round also ended in a tie. Mr. Hoskin's puppet has killed Mr. Jiang Ran's puppet in this round. Currently, the ratio of remaining puppets on both sides is 1 to 2. What? Both were taken aback. Hoskin winning this round was indeed something to celebrate, but the problem is he has no idea why he won, while Jiang Ran was even more confused because their cards were completely the same. Why did his puppet get eliminated? How complex are the hidden rules of this game? The third round, please both play your cards. Can we take a break? The card play limit is within 10 minutes, as long as this condition is not violated, sir, you can think as long as you want. If they cannot understand the game rules, and both keep playing randomly, Jiang Ran's chance of winning would only fluctuate around 50%, a probability he clearly cannot accept. 2 rounds have now taken place. In the first round, both sides had red and black cards, and nothing happened, while in the second round both played yellow cards, but Jiang Ran was defeated. Could it be that as long as both have the same card, one side is randomly declared the loser? No, this probability is not high. Jiang Ran looked at the 2 cards he drew this round. 1 blue and 1 black. Thus, his current hand configuration is yellow, yellow, red, green, blue, black, black, and the addition of the blue card officially changes the colors to 5. 5 colors, huh? No, not necessarily, perhaps there are undiscovered colors. Maybe the problem doesn't lie with the 2 yellow cards, but rather with the 2 cards from the first round. Will the cards played in the previous round affect the next round? This notion is quite bold, but no one can directly dismiss this possibility. Hoskin clearly thought along the same lines as Jiang Ran at this point. Black and yellow can cooperate. This may be the only piece of information I currently know. Because the last round played was a yellow card, Hoskin took out a black doll card this round and placed it on the table. Mr. Jiang Ran, please think a bit faster, don't keep me waiting too long. There was some sort of connection between black and yellow, but the yellow card Jiang Ran played last round had already been taken by the referee, so obviously he couldn't use the same strategy as Hoskin. From the current situation, his last card should be a red doll. Which card could resonate with the red card? With limited information, the first color that came to Jiang Ran's mind was blue. It seemed natural to associate blue with red. Then let's test it out. Hoskin played black, and Jiang Ran played blue. Mr. Hoskin's doll has killed Mr. Jiang Ran's doll this round. Currently the ratio of surviving dolls on both sides is 1 to 3. Chapter 65, The True Rules of the Game. Hoskin showed a slight smile, although he was still a bit confused. He just needed to find 2 cards with a complementary color and keep alternating them, right? He still had yellow and black cards in his hand, plus 2 new cards drawn each round. If luck was on his side, he might be able to keep playing this way until the game ended. Mr. Jiang Ran, it seems my luck is quite good, isn't it? Currently, the only doll Jiang Ran had on the field was a red one, which meant that under uncertain circumstances, he could only keep trying different colors to find one that complemented red. In this process, Hoskin could gain an unimaginable advantage. Round 4, please both players play your cards. The situation on the field was utterly terrible for Jiang Ran. The new round of 2 cards dealt was red and blue, almost mocking his wrong choice from the previous round. Yellow, yellow, red, red, green, blue, black, black. This was his current hand. So far, there was still no 6th color appearing. Was it possible that there were only 5 colors of dolls? First round, red, black draw. Second round, yellow, yellow loss. Third round, blue, black loss. There are a total of 5 colors. The last card can influence the next card. If I'm guessing right, he will play yellow again next round. Indeed, Hoskin had set down a yellow doll. Mr. Jiang Ran, please hurry up. The thinking time was 10 minutes, and only a minute had passed. Hoskin was very clever, applying invisible pressure on Jiang Ran, compressing his thinking time as much as possible, making him anxious. Jiang Ran kept silently reciting all the known situations in his mind. Suddenly it seemed like a glimmer of insight struck him. This guess was bold but indeed fit the current situation on the field. If this idea was correct, then in this game, Jiang Ran would have a significant advantage unlike Hoskin. If I'm not mistaken, that card of yours should be yellow. Jiang Ran drew a red doll from his hand and slapped it face up on the table. Hoskin felt a bit confused. How could 2 different cards coordinate? It didn't make sense to play the same color as the last card. Mr. Jiang Ran's doll has killed Mr. Hoskin's doll this round. Currently, the ratio of surviving dolls on both sides is 2 to 3. Now it was Hoskin's turn to be dumbfounded. He truly didn't expect to lose this round. Did the priority of same color cards rank higher than different color cards? Jiang Ran finally smiled after so long in this game. The red card had indeed defeated the yellow card, just as he had thought. Now it was time to verify the next game rule. Round 5, please both players play your cards. This round, Jiang Ran drew a green and a blue card, just perfectly adding the 2 cards he had the least of. Yellow, yellow, red, green, green, blue, blue, black, black. Except for the red cards, the other 4 colors each have 2 cards. Mr. Hoskin, please be quick. Hoskin was still thinking about what card to play this round when Jiang Ran immediately slapped a card down as soon as he received his hand, his speed completely different from the previous few rounds. Damn, this is bad. Jiang Ran must have discerned some hidden rules of the game, which was extremely unfavorable for Hoskin. I can only take a gamble. Hoskin played a black puppet, because his yellow card was taken away last round. It meant his last card was also black. He needed to verify if there was some kind of synergy between same colored cards. Jiang Ran also played a black puppet. The 5th round is over, and the current proportion of puppets on both sides is 3:4. Nothing happened? Jiang Ran frowned slightly. Could his guess be wrong? Just as he thought this, he saw the referee reach out to Hoskin's hand and snatch away 3 of his cards, throwing them aside. Hey, what are you doing? Can the referee interfere with the game? Hoskin angrily slapped the table, deeply dissatisfied with the referee snatching his cards. I am enforcing the rules, the referee explained expressionlessly. Mr. Jiang Ran activated Earthquake, so I need to remove your 3 hand cards. Earthquake? Hoskin was stunned. In other words, Jiang Ran just activated the special effect of the puppet. He truly noticed something. Why can he activate it, but I can't? I need to correct you on one point, Mr. Hoskin. The referee's next sentence caused Hoskin's brain to short-circuit. You were the first to activate a special effect in this game. You activated sharpness back in the 2nd round already. The referee did not provide further explanation, simply saying, 6th round, please both of you play your cards. Earthquake, sharpness? Indeed. Jiang Ran nodded to himself, thinking he could take down one of Hoskin's puppets this round. It seemed that different cards had different effects. Hoskin's sharpness took out Jiang Ran's puppet of the same round. Jiang Ran's earthquake made Hoskin lose 3 hand cards. The essence of this game was not some so-called puppet trick. It could be said that removing the puppets from the picture while keeping the colors did not affect the game at all. The puppets were merely a sleight of hand to influence both parties' judgments. The true name of this game should be 5-element cards. The 5 colors yellow, green, blue, red, and black corresponded to the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Reassessing the game from this perspective means: in the 1st round, Hoskin played earth, and Jiang Ran played fire, so nothing happened. In the 2nd round, Hoskin played gold, Jiang Ran played gold, but due to the 5 elements mutual generation, earth generates gold, so Hoskin could use the skill of the gold element puppet's sharpness. It was this skill that took out Jiang Ran's gold puppet, because Jiang Ran's attribute in the previous round was fire, which could not generate synergy with gold. In the 3rd round, Hoskin played earth, Jiang Ran played water, and it was clear that neither of these cards could generate synergy with the last card, thus no skills could be activated. However, due to the 5 elements mutual restraint, earth restrains water, so Jiang Ran lost again this round. Since the rules were clear, the following development would not be surprising. In the 4th round, Hoskin played gold, Jiang Ran played fire. Although earth generates gold allowing Hoskin to use sharpness this round, it was clear that the priority of mutual restraint was higher, fire restrains gold, and thus Jiang Ran won this round. From this, it can also be understood the effect of sharpness. As long as the opponent's attribute is not restrained by one's own attribute, then they can eliminate the puppet that the opponent played this round. In the 5th round, Hoskin played the earth card, and Jiang Ran played the earth card as well. According to the 5 elements theory, fire generates earth, so Jiang Ran activated the earth-type puppet's skill Earthquake. Chapter 66, The Intensifying Game of Wits and Strategies. The 5 elements theory originated in the ancient dragon country. Although it has some recognition in the Sun Never Sets country, to be fair, a storyteller from the Sun Never Sets country would find it hard to immediately think of the 5 elements. So, this is a huge advantage for Jiang Ran. The current score on the field is 3-4, with Jiang Ran slightly behind. However, it doesn't matter, as long as he can grasp the correct rules, surpassing the score is just a matter of time. In the first 5 rounds, Hoskin continuously alternated between playing black and yellow puppets. Additionally, the last round's earthquake caused him to lose 3 cards from his hand, so he must have very few yellow and black cards left, maybe even none. Similarly, the 3 remaining colors of cards have piled up significantly, and Hoskin's hand has lost balance. Once the circle of the 5 elements becomes unbalanced, it will lead to endless troubles. This means that in the next round, there is over a 90% chance that Hoskin will not play any black or yellow cards. While he hasn't figured out the true rules in these 2 rounds, Jiang Ran must seize the opportunity to turn the score around. Metal is sharp, earth is earthquake, so what are the abilities of the other 3 elemental puppets?
Logically speaking, Jiang Ran should play the yellow puppet representing metal this round, because earth generates metal. However, the three elements Hoskin has the most of are fire, water, and wood. If he plays fire, Jiang Ran's metal will be eaten. The next card does not necessarily have to generate from the previous card, the priority is to eat the opponent's puppet. At that time, the score would absurdly rise to 3-5, making the comeback even more difficult. Jiang Ran didn't rush to play his card this round. No matter which of those three attributes Hoskin played, it could not generate with his last round's earth. So the safest attributes this round are undeniably water and wood, as these two can be countered by earth and metal, and surprisingly, his opponent lacks these two attributes in cards. Wood counters earth. Since his opponent is most likely not going to play earth this round, then there is naturally no need to play wood. It seems like a game of luck, but in this round, only one card can be played. Water. Hoskin instinctively scratched his head. It seems that every round's victory or defeat is influenced not only by the previous round's cards but also by the inherent counter relations between them. He now felt a total mess in his brain. The rhythm of the game had quietly slipped from his hands, and Jiang Ran's constant urging made him even more anxious. In the end, he could only pick a red puppet from his hand and throw it out. Mr. Jiang Ran's puppet killed Mr. Hoskin's puppet this round, leaving both sides with a live puppet ratio of 4-4. Jiang Ran secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, he didn't play a metal puppet according to the generating rules, or he would have wasted a life. Indeed, since Jiang Ran's last card was black, and a black card followed by a yellow card could trigger the sharp ability in the second round, this was known information for Hoskin. So, he instinctively thought that Jiang Ran played a yellow puppet this round. Thus, he wanted to replicate the fourth round situation by using red to eat yellow. Hoskin furrowed his brow tightly. It was obvious that Jiang Ran had mastered the counter relations among the five colors, while he could only analyze based on the existing situation. In the seventh round, please both players play your cards. Hoskin was in a state of confusion. He looked at his hand, and as Jiang Ran had guessed, he only had one yellow puppet left, alongside those three other colors. Not a single black puppet. The two had already played many black puppets in their previous matches, making it very difficult to draw this card again. Mr. Hoskin, please play your card quickly, don't keep me waiting. Jiang Ran's voice came again, and Hoskin looked up to realize he had already played his card for this round. Jiang Ran's thoughts were now incredibly clear, while Hoskin's mind was in chaos. The balance of victory had tilted. Hoskin couldn't judge what card Jiang Ran would play next. The last card on Jiang Ran's field was blue. What card could be played with blue? Unfortunately, he didn't know the answer at all. In the end, he could only choose to play the most numerous green card from his hand. In this round, both sides played green puppets, both are wood. Jiang Ran had a simple reason to play wood. The number of gold cards in Hoskin's hand must be limited. He either had only one or none at all, and even if he did, he would never rashly use this last remaining gold. Wood can generate from the last water card, and there's no worry about the threat from gold, making it really the best choice for this round. The seventh round is over. Currently both sides have a puppet ratio of 5-5. After saying this, the referee took 3 cards from the top of the deck and handed them to Jiang Ran. Mr. Jiang Ran, you activated growth this round and draw 3 extra cards. Jiang Ran smiled as he took the cards. He had more than one of every card in his hand, and the quantity difference wasn't big, but what truly made him happy was that one of these 3 cards was a black card. The draw pile had very few cards left. Hoskin, oh Hoskin, can you still draw a black card? There are 3 rounds left, and both sides have 5 puppets on the field. Whoever gathers 7 first wins. Maybe 3 rounds aren't even needed. Jiang Ran only needs to ensure he wins over Hoskin in 1 round, then keep the game tied. 8th round, please both players play your cards. Big brother, I may have figured out how to play this game. Just as Hoskin was at a loss, a younger brother behind him patted his shoulder. You know? That's right. At first, I couldn't guess the key until that referee said the green puppet and skill are called growth. No wonder the opponent could guess the game rules so quickly. This is clearly part of their country's culture. Oh? Tell me more. The younger brother became Hoskin's last lifeline, and he didn't dare to delay, directly sharing his thoughts. It's the ancient 5 elements theory of the Dragon Kingdom. Absolutely right. Sharp earthquakes and growth, combined with the 3 colors of puppets, yellow, black, and green. This corresponds perfectly to the 5 elements of metal, earth, and wood, right? The remaining 2 colors are red and blue, precisely filling in fire and water. The younger brother increasingly felt that his guess was correct, because, based on the rules of 5 elements opposing and generating each other, it seemed that all previous 7 rounds followed this pattern. I didn't expect you to be knowledgeable about the 5 elements theory. I know nothing about it. I have a little understanding. Good. Hoskin lowered his voice. Since you know better than I do, what card should I play in the next round? Let me choose? The younger brother felt a bit awkward. I'm just a nobody. I can't guarantee I can win. Nonsense, if I ask you to choose, then choose.
No matter how much of a nobody you are, you're still better than me. Fine, fine. The younger brother pondered for a moment. The card played by the opponent last round was green, which is wood. According to the 5 elements generating each other, the opponent will most likely play fire this round, which is the red card. In the 5 elements, water conquers fire, so big brother, you should play the blue card. Alright, I'll trust you this once. Hoskin drew a blue card from his hand and placed it on the table. Jiang Ran watched the two on the opposite side whispering to each other. Although he couldn't hear what they were saying, he had to think the worst. Hoskin may have already grasped the true rules of the game, and following the laws of mutual generation would almost be like revealing his cards to his opponent. Jiang Ran couldn't let Hoskin win another round. Jiang Ran withdrew the red puppet card he was about to play and instead drew a black card. In this round, Hoskin's water met Jiang Ran's earth, and the final outcome could only end in ruthless devouring. Mr. Jiang Ran's puppet killed Mr. Hoskin's puppet in this round. The current ratio of surviving puppets on both sides is 6-5. Hoskin's little brother shuddered in fright. Brother, this is what you told me to guess. I had no idea he would use earth. Hoskin helplessly shook his head. Indeed, his conversation with his little brother could not escape Jiang Ran's notice. Had Jiang Ran already predicted his little brother's choice? Knowing this, he might as well have stuck with his own choice, or at least he could have ensured a draw. 9th round, please play your cards. Whether this round ended in a draw or a victory, Jiang Ran could directly win this game. The little brother fully explained the interplay of the 5 elements, so this round would be decided by his own choice. Jiang Ran's last card played was earth, which produces gold, and the ability of gold, sharp, could kill all puppets except fire. This seemed like a good choice. Hoskin furrowed his brows. This felt like a trap. Jiang Ran might be trying to lure him to play fire, then drown him with a flood in the end. Should he play earth? But looking at his hand, things didn't look good. The only card he lacked was the black puppet card, meaning even if Jiang Ran openly played water, he didn't have a corresponding card to counter it. In the final moments, Hoskin's mind raced. If he were Jiang Ran right now, what choice would he make? That's right, Jiang Ran doesn't need to win against him. For stability, Jiang Ran would definitely want to keep this round a draw to achieve victory. From Jiang Ran's perspective, what card would he play to ensure a draw? Surely Jiang Ran could guess his yellow card and black card were both extremely rare, so the green and blue cards, which were countered by these two, became the safest choice. Jiang Ran could choose one, but Hoskin had only one option, the yellow card representing gold. Come on, Dragon Country Jiang Ran. Let me see your choice, is it wood or water? A 50-50 chance was enough for him to take a bet. Jiang Ran slowly revealed his card. Gold. Oh my, it seems our heroes see eye to eye, don't you think? How is this possible? Hoskin slumped in his chair. He had clearly thought of the right answer from the start, but had dismissed it too easily. Had Jiang Ran calculated to this extent? I lost. Mr. Jiang Ran's puppet killed Mr. Hoskin's puppet in this round. The current ratio of surviving puppets on both sides is 7-5. Mr. Jiang Ran wins this game. Thank you, thank you. Watching the red flower on the fate card go from 1 to 2, Jiang Ran finally breathed a sigh of relief. At least he didn't have to worry about dying in the next round. You two go ahead first, I still have things to discuss with Jiang Ran. This. Brother, please be careful. Who the wolf is still uncertain. Don't worry, I'll handle it. Hoskin sent his companions away and walked to Jiang Ran's side. You are indeed clever enough. Have you considered changing nationality and joining us? The sun never sets? The conditions we offer will surely be better than those of the Dragon Country. Jiang Ran smiled broadly. Mr. Hoskin. Did you really think you could succeed when you said that? Hoskin shook his head. I made such a sincere invitation, but it seems you don't take my words seriously. Well, I guess by now you've probably lost count of how many times you've received such invitations. What a pity. You won't even lie to me, so. Hoskin suddenly showed a fierce expression, drawing a military dagger from his side and lunging at him. You can die now. Jiang Ran sidestepped the attack, quickly rolling away to create some distance. He never expected Hoskin to strike suddenly, it was completely illogical. From the beginning to the end, Jiang Ran had shown no killing intent, meaning Hoskin could never have known he was the wolf. From Hoskin's perspective, he was attacking a sheep. Could it be that Jiang Ran had shown enough threat, making Hoskin willing to sacrifice himself to take him down? No, that's impossible. The logic here is just too flawed. The sheep's goal is to kill the wolf, so that means, at least from Hoskin's perspective, they were barely teammates. And this time, there were 3 SSS-level talents in the world. Even if Hoskin killed Jiang Ran, there would still be 2 huge threats outside. From any angle, Hoskin, as a sheep, had no reason to strike at Jiang Ran. What's even stranger is why he sent his own teammate away. He was clearly trying to conceal something. The dagger cut through the air with a sharp sound, and Hoskin relentlessly pursued. Jiang Ran grabbed a rock from the ground and threw it at him, but Hoskin was quick, dodging the attack with ease. Jiang Ran stood up, warily watching Hoskin. If his memory served him correctly, Hoskin's talent was SS level, but it was a rule-verifying type ability. Its effectiveness in this world was almost non-existent. Huff. Jiang Ran, you still haven't revealed your talent yet? It looks like your talent isn't combat-related. Should I call this good news or bad news? So, you attacked just to test my talent? No. Hoskin tightened his grip on the dagger and charged again. I really want to kill you. Hoskin. I'll ask you one last question. Jiang Ran stared at him intensely. Are you a wolf? Chapter 68, The Wolf Pack's Great Escape Feast. So what if I am, and so what if I'm not? Hoskin responded casually, it doesn't change the fact that you're about to die by my hand. Hoskin had a weapon, which made the situation look grim for Jiang Ran. Hoskin's own combat strength wasn't low, and some of the knives made him even more dangerous. That's why he dared to attack Jiang Ran directly, with complete confidence that he would win. Jiang Ran quickly ducked behind a nearby tree. Hoskin charged forward with his knife raised, and Jiang Ran threw the rock he was holding with all his strength. It hit Hoskin right in the back of his foot. Hoskin winced in pain, his movement slightly delayed. Jiang Ran seized the opportunity to strike an elbow into his chest, while also trying to grab his dagger. After all, Hoskin was human. Perhaps he had killed other bizarre creatures in the world of strange tales before, or maybe he had used the creatures' phones to kill other storytellers, but he had never personally killed a human. So his moves were not ruthless enough. He had the intention to kill, but not the determination. This gave Jiang Ran a chance. As they struggled for the dagger, neither of them wanted to let the other have it, and after a brief scuffle, the dagger flew out of their hands. They quickly switched to hand-to-hand combat. Hoskin found himself on the defensive. Jiang Ran's attacks caused injuries to his foot and chest, and these wounds gradually worsened in the following battle, leading to his eventual defeat. Jiang Ran found the right moment to escape from the battle and picked up the dagger on the ground. When Hoskin noticed, he immediately tried to run. Jiang Ran threw the dagger with precision, striking it into his thigh. Hoskin wanted to snatch the dagger back, but the intense pain caused him to fall down, making it impossible for him to react. This allowed Jiang Ran to get close. Sorry, since you intended to kill me, I naturally can't spare your life. Jiang Ran pulled out the dagger and fiercely thrust it towards Hoskin's neck. Only when Hoskin completely lost his breath did Jiang Ran sit on the ground, breathing heavily. This battle had so many twists and turns, that if it happened again, he truly did not have the confidence to defeat Hoskin 100%. When he looked up again, the host wearing the ram mask had come to his side, lifting Hoskin's body from the ground. According to the rules, I will take him back to the starting point and deduct one of his red flowers. Keep trying, Wolf. Jiang Ran frowned at the host, are you lying in the rules? No matter how you looked at it, Hoskin's behavior was just too much like a wolf. If Jiang Ran's identity did not also happen to be a wolf, he would definitely believe he was the only wolf. So, is there a possibility that there is not just one wolf? That is a meaningless question, player. The host shook his head. Aren't you storytellers more knowledgeable about this than us? Since the rule with an asterisk said I would not lie, then I absolutely will not lie. Instead of this, you should think about how to deal with your own troubles. The host's figure instantaneously disappeared. No, if he is a sheep, everything cannot be explained, he can only be a wolf. Jiang Ran's gaze sharpened, as if he had discovered the host's wordplay. All of you will be assigned one of these two identities, and the ratio of these two identities is 29-1. This was exactly the host's original words. It seemed that from the very beginning, he only said, the ratio of the two identities is 29-1, rather than the identities of wolf and sheep are 29-1. If that is the case, then does it not mean that there are 29 wolves among 30 people? Who knows who was so unfortunate to draw the sheep identity, they probably think they have many teammates. Jiang Ran had also had his doubts about this, but due to various factors and lack of concrete evidence, he did not dare to jump to conclusions. The winning condition for the wolf is to kill everyone other than themselves, so no matter how many wolves there are, they have no real teammates to speak of. With this deduction, everything up to this point began to connect. Why did Qi Long say at the beginning that he was a wolf? He was not scheming against anyone, there might have been some ulterior motives, but his identity truly was a wolf. And during the middle, Zhang Yaoyao's relaxed solo action was precisely to find an excuse to distract Jiang Ran, wasn't it? It seemed that the thoughts of these two teammates of his were surprisingly consistent, they did not plan to act against their kind at the beginning. It seems there should be no so-called tool to reduce red flowers from a distance in this forest, it was the other wolves who pulled the strings after completing their own tasks. Whether the opponent is a wolf or a sheep, the three SSS are primary targets to focus fire on, it might even be more than that.
Because if the majority are sheep, they would consider if these strong individuals are from the same camp and whether they might kill each other, but if they are all wolves, there is totally no such concern, because everyone except themselves is the enemy. This is not a game of two teams opposing each other, it is originally a solo battle royale. The final victor will stand tall amidst the blood of 29 people. But the main problem is, why did the host say, enhance the weaker side? It can be said that it was this very sentence that made Jiang Ran believe even more that there was only one wolf. After all, no matter how you look at it, the rules afterward are all favorable to the wolf. If this identity has any weakness, it might only be the number of people. Jiang Ran shook his head, temporarily throwing unnecessary thoughts out of his mind. Since his wolf companions were so many, he wasn't in a hurry to take action. After all, it is the one who survives to the end who wins, not the one who kills the most. Jiang Ran touched his pants pocket and felt that there seemed to be something extra inside. When he took it out, it turned out to be an envelope. The first numerical password clue for the dragon's treasure. The uncomfortable feeling in his pocket had already appeared when he won at the betting table, so does that mean the prerequisite for obtaining the dragon's treasure password clue is to win a round at the betting table? What a damn method this is. If you're not careful, you might just lose your life. Speaking of which, how exactly was this ability rated as SSS? What kind of level is the treasure inside? Jiang Ran temporarily put the envelope away. There were more important things to do at the moment. Hoskine had been killed by him once, although he would lose his memories from that time, his two little brothers would not. Even if they were all wolves, Jiang Ran believed they wouldn't miss any opportunity to throw dirt. Why hasn't the big brother come to find us yet? I don't know. Anyway, we need to be a bit careful. With a feeling of unease, the two returned to the betting table, but the place was completely empty, with no one in sight. One person's gaze swept through the grass and suddenly saw a dark red flash. Not good. Be careful. Jiang Ran appeared behind one person like a ghost, swinging his knife to cut his throat. This is the advantage of a sneak attack. Someone who would have taken time to fight could now be taken down with just one cut. Jiang Ran. Are you the wolf? Don't be silly, you are the wolf, aren't you? Jiang Ran's words stunned that person for a moment. It seemed he didn't expect someone as inconspicuous as him would be guessed as the identity so quickly. However, this moment of distraction cost him his life under Jiang Ran's knife. Lack of practical experience, it really is a common flaw of strange talkers. Chapter 69 Sheep. After some effort, he finally dealt with these three people, and now there was only one red flower left among them. Maybe it was time to find an opportunity to finish them off? In the environment of 29 wolves, after 3 hours, the number would surely decrease. Regardless of how the previous red flowers were lost, only the wolf that completely kills a player can add another red flower. Forget it, no need to rush. Jiang Ran took out the envelope, but the moment he opened it, he felt dizzy, as if his consciousness sank into a wonderful space. Around him was a closed secret room. Is this an illusion? The clock on the wall pointed to 12 o'clock, and the wall in front was painted with blood-red paint displaying 5 letters. TIFK. The scene disappeared completely. Jiang Ran returned to the world of strange talk, and he really found it hard to grasp the meaning of this so-called hint. Did these 5 letters represent the first digit of the password? But this wasn't even a word, and the order was chaotic. If the password is too complicated, and the hint is so foggy, there's no way I can unlock the dragon's treasure. Jiang Ran pondered for a moment. So a treasure that cannot be unlocked, how can it be rated as SSS level talent? As long as he doesn't overcomplicate the password, maybe solving it isn't that hard at all. Although these 5 letters seemed chaotic, perhaps they themselves weren't the key to solving the problem. They might just be used to conceal something, and this method might be deviation. Jiang Ran first shifted these 5 letters down one position. It is obvious that this is still a string of chaotic letters. Next, it is time to shift the order of the letters up by one position. Sheep. Translated, it means sheep. Jiang Ran did not know if this was a coincidence or if the key to solving the problem was sheep, but how does this relate to a numerical password? Could it be that the password is tied to that one unique sheep? That seems too funny, right? With a 1/30th chance, how is Jiang Ran supposed to find that sheep? No, there is not only this 5-letter information in the secret chamber, there is also the clock pointing at 12 o'clock. 12 o'clock, sheep. I got it. The Dragon's Treasure Vault only mentioned that the items within play an absolutely crucial role in clearing this world, but it never said the password had any relationship with this world, which means that even if it were changed to another world, the password would still be the same. Therefore, the sheep that appeared in the hint perhaps should not have been linked to the sheep in the game from the very beginning, as it was simply another meaning. 12 refers to the 12 zodiac animals, and sheep ranks 8th among them, so the first digit of the password is 8. Jiang Ran reached into the vault of his mind, where a slogan read, "Each password slot has 3 chances for error. If you input the wrong password in the same position for the 4th time, the Dragon's Treasure Vault will be completely shut down." Then let's do it. An error is just a waste of 1 chance. Jiang Ran input 8 in the first position of the password. The first slot flashed with golden light for 1 second, then no hints appeared, but since there was no hint of error and no chances were consumed, it must be correct. Now, how to obtain clues for the next password seems quite clear. As long as Jiang Ran wins a round at the gambling table, he can get a letter, and if the difficulty of the other 3 passwords is the same as the first one, Jiang Ran is confident he can solve them all. What he has to do next is clear. Jiang Ran plans to head straight toward the giant clock in the center of the forest. He needs to figure out why the giant clock is ringing, as it will be beneficial for his later plans. If he encounters a gambling table along the way, he will stop by to participate. About 40 minutes have passed, and there is still quite a long time until the 3-hour deadline, but the first hour is almost over. Jiang Ran must continuously increase his red flowers, otherwise, he risks dying at any moment. After walking for another 10 or so minutes, Jiang Ran found another voting ticket. Now he has 2 of these in his hand, which might play an important role in some future event. This forest is even larger than Jiang Ran imagined. During this time, he also encountered 2 lone wanderers. One is Uchiha Bito from the Fire Nation, who said he doesn't need teammates and can complete this game alone. That annoying expression definitely makes you want to punch him in the face, and this standard wolf team statement is really unfiltered. Being cautious, Jiang Ran did not choose to strike. The other party just stared at him meaningfully and then disappeared into the forest. The other is Iman from the Iron Tower Nation. I just came from over there. There is an empty gambling table. How about playing around? I have no objections. An hour has passed. Jiang Ran took out his life tag, which still had 2 red flowers. It seems the others haven't triggered their events that quickly, but it's only a matter of time. It's possible that a minute from now or 5 minutes from now, he could be down to just 1 red flower. At this moment, Iman had similar thoughts to Jiang Ran. Her red flowers had inexplicably decreased by 1. Only 1 red flower left made her feel extremely uneasy. She originally shouldn't do anything dangerous, but if she thought about the possibility of another red flower disappearing mysteriously, it would be too late for her. She had never participated in a betting game, but playing a game should be much easier than killing someone, right? Both of their faces showed a relaxed expression, but this was a life and death game, and the stone table not far away was the platform for their final showdown. Iman took a deep breath. The person sitting across from her was the famous SSS-level talent storyteller. It was impossible not to be nervous, but she couldn't understand how her red flower disappeared out of nowhere, so if she could replenish her red flowers, the sooner the better. Jiang Ran had been observing Iman's expression. She indeed looked a bit guilty, but it was far from fear. It seemed that everyone thought Jiang Ran was just an expert specialized in the world of storytelling. He probably was not good at actually playing this type of game. Exactly, if all my enemies could have such an idea to deal with me, that would be great. The wolf-headed shadow appeared and began to explain the rules to the 2. My game is called Necromancer Fortress. As you both can see, in my hand is a stack of 100 cards, consisting of 10 different kinds of Necromancer cards, and the 2 of you need to use these cards to adapt accordingly to win the game. There are 3 fortresses on the field, and each of you also has a main base. If you want to defend a fortress, you need to leave at least 1 Necromancer card inside. If you want to conquer the opponent's fortress, you need to kill all the Necromancer cards left in their fortress. When one side occupies all 3 fortresses, they can then attack the other person's main base. There is no limit to the number of turns in this game. If the 100 cards are used up, I will shuffle the discard pile and continue until one party's main base is broken, ending the game, and the other person wins. The winner can add a red flower, and the loser loses a red flower. If both of you are ready, please put your hands on the stone table. So, the betting table is just a turn-based card game? Iman didn't rush to put her hand on the table. She didn't play these kinds of games much. Because of the random drawing of cards, perhaps there was a certain luck factor, but more certainly involved strategy. Since we're sitting here, there's no chance to back down. Let's adapt on the fly. Iman put her hand on the table. As long as she could formulate strategies based on each card's abilities, it shouldn't be too difficult. Unfortunately, she was too naive, actually thinking there would be instructions for the abilities on the card faces. These are your starting hands. The blue gems in front of you represent the mana you can use. Mana automatically regenerates 2 points each turn. Besides this, you can also use certain cards to recover mana. When both of you decide to play a card, you can choose options like attack, defend, support, or sacrifice. Each of you can play a maximum of 3 cards per turn. Playing a card does not consume mana, but using skills requires corresponding mana. So many rules were actually announced only after the game started. I must say, this referee is quite crafty. Jiang Ran looked at his starting 5 cards, and sure enough, the artwork was exquisite, but there wasn't a single word on them. Iman was completely stunned. Huh? Mr. Jiang Ran goes first in the first round. Please play a card, and you have 10 minutes to think. 10 minutes? That seems sufficient, enough time for him to take a look at the 5 cards in his hand. The referee said there were a total of 10 different Necromancer cards, and now in Jiang Ran's 5 cards, there were 4 different Necromancers. The first card was a strong man riding a skeletal horse. Holding a gigantic sword of black and blue, let's temporarily call him the Death Knight. At the middle lower part of the card, there is a small black sword symbol, with the numbers 1/3/5 written beside it. If there's a rule that connects with numbers, it must be the magic points, right? But it's interesting that the magic points actually have 3 different situations. Jiang Ran placed the Death Knight in the fortress on the right. Alright, I choose to defend. When the specific rules of the game were unclear, this was the most reliable method. Miss Amon, it's your turn. Amon was now completely puzzled. She dared not launch an attack and only drew a card to place in the fortress on the left. I also choose to defend. It was a giant covered in rotten flesh, let's call him the Rotten Giant for now, with a symbol of a black shield and the numbers 3/5/6 next to it. Alright, Miss Amon, do you want to activate this card's ability? Can I activate the ability now? Amon was taken aback because when Jiang Ran chose to defend earlier, the judge didn't ask him this, so she instinctively thought that defending cards couldn't activate their abilities. Of course, I want to activate the ability. Then how many levels of ability do you want to activate? Another question left Amon speechless, but if she wanted to explore the rules of the skills, she could only continue. Amon didn't choose directly but asked, how many levels of abilities are there in total? That depends on the card you play, the judge explained. The card you just played has 3 levels of abilities to choose from. During their conversation, Jiang Ran nodded. Although this game seemed much more complex than the last, the rules appeared to be easier to guess. The symbol below the Death Knight he played was a sword, which represented attack, and he chose defend, so he couldn't activate the ability. The 3 numbers next to the symbol showed how many magic points were needed to activate each level of ability. Everything was so clear and straightforward, the only thing left to guess was what the 10 undead abilities were, which was crucial for the battle. I want to activate a first level ability. The judge nodded, first deducting 3 magic points from Amon, and then giving the left fortress a thin layer of shield. As expected, the card representing defend naturally had defensive abilities. Mr. Jiang Ran, it's your turn. Jiang Ran looked at the 3 remaining undead cards in his hand and gave them names. Undead Mage Sword, 2/6/9. Plague Carrier Sword, 1/8/9. Skeleton Mage Sword, 1/2/3. Among them, there were 2 Skeleton Mage cards. These 3 types of undead were all offensive types, and logically, Jiang Ran could only choose attack this turn, but he drew a Skeleton Mage and placed it in front of him. The judge's earlier words were, when both decide to play cards, you can choose attack, defend, support, sacrifice, and other options. The word other is quite clever, meaning they had other choices. Even if Jiang Ran guessed wrong, it wouldn't matter. At most, he would just take back this card and play again. The judge just glanced at Jiang Ran and then continued, Miss Amon, it's your turn. Jiang Ran nodded secretly. His guess was indeed correct, because among the 4 options presented by the judge was support, and if one wanted to fill their fortress with cards, they could choose defend, and to attack the opponent's fortress, they would naturally choose attack. So what was the significance of the support option? Where would it support from? So before support, he needed to gather troops. It can be done like this? After thinking for a moment, Amon also took out a card from her hand and placed it in front of her, mimicking Jiang Ran. As a troop builder. It was a necromancer. The difference between the necromancer and the skeleton mage card art is that the former is a mysterious figure fully concealed in a black robe, holding a staff made of bones, while the latter is a skeleton dressed in tattered clothing, its fingers glowing red, and another skull is emerging from the ground. From Jiang Ran's deduction, the necromancer should be a spellcasting profession, while the skeleton mage is a summoning profession. Chapter 71, The Power of the Undead. You really shouldn't copy my moves. Jiang Ran looked at Amon. The one who guards the 2 forts first will gain a significant advantage. I was just trying to test that hypothesis, and now that it has been validated, you need not replicate this path. Although what you say makes sense. Amon's gaze turned somewhat dangerous, but right now we are opponents, so please forgive me for not trusting your kind reminder. Sigh, in this world, to be honest, no one ever believes. Jiang Ran shook his head, so I will stick to my choice, and I will continue to explore. Jiang Ran played a card, the necromancer, but placed it directly in Amon's troop area. This turn I am launching an attack, and the target is right here. These so-called undead cards had no health or attack power, so how could the winner be determined when 2 cards clashed? Mr. Jiang Ran, will you activate your ability? As expected, the sword below the necromancer indicated that it was an attacking card, so only by launching an attack could its ability be triggered. Activating the ability was certain, but how many levels of ability should be activated? The mana cost of the necromancer was 2/6/9, and the cost of the 3rd level skill was too terrifying. It would drain 90% of Jiang Ran's mana in one go. The 2nd level was the same, 60% of mana was enough to decide a small battle's victory. It absolutely could not be used rashly. I activate the 1st level ability. With 2 points deducted from Jiang Ran's mana, the judge continued to ask, Mr. Jiang Ran, please choose the skill landing point. Right here. A blazing fireball projections appeared on the board, and Amon could only watch helplessly as her necromancer was struck by the fireball, ultimately being sent to the discard pile by the judge. Amon's troop area was captured by Jiang Ran. If you can take it from me, then naturally I can take it back. When it was Amon's turn, she did not hesitate to slam down a Death Knight in her troop area, wanting to reclaim this territory. I will activate the first level ability. The Death Knight swung a slash, and just as the judge was about to take Jiang Ran's necromancer, Jiang Ran revealed a meaningful smile, halting the judge. Wait, this turn isn't over, don't be in such a hurry to take my card. Amon was somewhat angry. What? You want to cheat? You have no more actions available this turn. It seems you are unclear about some things, Miss Amon. Jiang Ran rested his chin on his hands and smiled at her. Indeed, you can only play 3 cards in a turn, but I'm not trying to play a card, Judge. I want my necromancer to activate its first level ability again, targeting her Death Knight. Is that possible? Didn't you already use an ability once? My card was indeed played as an attacking card, right? Since that's the case, it still meets the conditions for releasing the skill. Amon looked to the judge for help, hoping for assistance, but unfortunately, the judge nodded and said to Jiang Ran, as you wish. The fireball summoned by the necromancer shattered the Death Knight body, and the judge took the card away under Amon's almost stunned gaze. This undoubtedly verified another of Jiang Ran's guesses. One attack can eliminate a card, so why is there a difference in cost for the same attack? Sure enough, the attack from the Death Knight that consumes only a bit of mana defeated the Undead Mage's fireball that cost 2 mana. The Undead Mage still remains on the battlefield, occupying Imon's barracks, and has wasted one of the Death Knight's skills, meaning Imon has wasted a bit of mana for nothing. Both sides only have 6 mana left, and from the situation, it seems like Jiang Ran has the upper hand. The second round begins. Please, Miss Imon, take the first turn. Once again, 2 new cards were drawn. Imon thought for more than a minute, and then placed a Spirit Flame Bone Dragon on her left side. The judge did not stop this action. Imon sighed with relief. It seems her guess was right. Both sides have more than 1 barracks. Jiang Ran only occupied the middle one, while she still has 1 barrack on each side. 3 barracks should correspond to 3 fortresses, each capable of supporting the nearest fortress, but whether they can support other fortresses diagonally remains unknown. Jiang Ran stared at the card Imon played, the Spirit Flame Bone Dragon, a name he just thought of. Besides the picture being more imposing, the symbol below seemed to have changed. A shield with a sword stuck in it. Could this mean this card can activate its ability for both attack and defense? Moreover, the mana cost is a terrifying 8/8/9. This means that the first and second tier skills of this card have the same mana cost. Jiang Ran had thought that higher tier skills would simply be upgrades of lower tier skills, but now it appears not to be the case. Each tier corresponds to a different ability. Each type of undead possesses 3 completely distinct abilities, which means that 10 types of undead have a total of 30 different abilities. Wow, this small card game just got a lot more complex. Additionally, Jiang Ran discovered another fatal issue. Each round, the judge only replenishes their hand with 2 cards, but in one round, they need to consume 3 cards. If this continues, there will eventually be a round where both players have exhausted their cards. In other words, as long as both stay steady, neither can break the opponent's base. The judge might lie about any rule, but he won't lie about the win-lose condition. To win, one must destroy the base, and there cannot be a tie. Does this mean I need to find a way to replenish my hand? Jiang Ran glanced at the 2 cards he had drawn this round. One was the Undead Mage, and the other seemed to be a priest, except its head was a flaming ghostly fire. Ghost Fire Priest Shield, 2/4/5. Jiang Ran placed this card next to the right fortress, beside the Death Knight. Imon was somewhat confused by Jiang Ran's action. Since he chose to defend, why not simply take over the middle fortress? Instead, he chose to place another card at the right fortress? I will activate the first tier ability. The judge nodded, drew 2 cards, and handed them to Jiang Ran. Imon's eyes widened. The ability of the Ghost Fire Priest was actually to draw cards? According to Jiang Ran's previous round's operation, as long as this card remains on the field, won't he be able to keep drawing cards? Exchanging 2 mana for 2 cards, it couldn't possibly be a bad deal. Chapter 72, The Right Fortress Battle of Attack and Defense. Imon's first thought was to quickly eliminate Jiang Ran's Ghost Fire Priest, but she realized a crucial problem. That fortress was not just 1 card, but actually 2 cards. She understood why Jiang Ran placed the 2 cards together. This is to let the Death Knight protect the Ghost Fire Priest. Indeed, choosing to face 2 with 1 is not a good option, but it seems you have forgotten something. Imon took out another card, the Undead Mage, directly playing it in the same area. Your Broken Knight cannot use its ability in defensive form, and the Priest is a support class. This is not a battle of 2 strengths, but of 2 weak and sickly beings. I will activate the first stage ability to attack the Death Knight. As Iman guessed, the Death Knight would be destroyed by the fireball, leaving the fortress with a one-on-one situation between the undead mage and the ghost fire priest. When a mage and a support face off, the winner is clear, right? Skill priority does indeed hold greater weight, but with both cards lacking priority, they could only judge the card's strength through its artwork. Before the fireball fell, Jiang Ran directly played a card onto the battlefield. It was a rotting flesh giant. Iman roared, "What are you doing? My turn is not over yet. I will rebut you again, Miss Iman." Jiang Ran smiled, meeting her gaze. "There is no such thing as your turn or my turn, this is the second turn, and I can play 3 cards this turn, you go first. So as long as you play a card, I can play a card. Do you understand, Miss Iman?" In the same turn, this is a real-time strategy game. The addition of the rotting flesh giant undoubtedly changed the battlefield of the right fortress entirely. The Death Knight fell beneath the fireball, but the rotting flesh giant stood before the ghost fire priest, blocking the next move of the undead mage. Choosing between a tank and support, it's likely neither could beat the mage in a one-on-one, but unfortunately, it's now 2 against 1. Then I will also continue to reinforce. Iman, a bit overexcited, took out a Spirit Flame Bone Dragon to join the battlefield. From the current cards on the field, the Spirit Flame Bone Dragon is undoubtedly the strongest in combat power among all undead cards. As long as the opponent doesn't activate abilities, it can even fight 2 or 3 on its own. The combination of the undead mage and the Spirit Flame Bone Dragon is truly terrifying in combat power. Iman drawing 2 Spirit Flame Bone Dragons in a row, I must say her luck is off the charts. This dragon may indeed have terrifying battle power, but it also has a fatal weakness. Jiang Ran was somewhat surprised that Iman could play a second Spirit Flame Bone Dragon, but it didn't affect his plan. Then, he played the 3rd card of this turn. It was a Death Knight just drawn by the Ghost Fire Priest. Now the fortress is in combat, so cards placed can enter as either attack or defensive form, meaning this Death Knight can activate its ability. I will activate the second stage ability, targeting the opponent's Spirit Flame Bone Dragon. The mana cost for the Spirit Flame Bone Dragon is a staggering 8/8/9. Iman has already used 2 points of her 8 points of mana on the undead mage's fireball this turn, so there's no way she can use the Spirit Flame Bone Dragon's ability this turn. Iman was anxious. She originally wanted her undead mage to use its first stage ability to kill Jiang Ran's Death Knight, but the Death Knight used its second stage ability, which obviously has a higher priority. The final result was that her Spirit Flame Bone Dragon would exchange blows with Jiang Ran's Death Knight, and this was not the result she wanted. By the way, the troops Jiang Ran has deployed in the right fortress have reached a total of 4 cards, with 3 still alive. If we talk about the greatest benefit, it must be the area damage abilities. The mage is indeed synonymous with area damage, right? This chessboard is never short of gamblers. Iman shouted, "I will activate the second stage ability of the undead mage. With a mana cost of up to 6, please, it must be a group attack ability." A meteor shower effect appeared in the sky, and Iman's heart leaped with joy. She had indeed placed her bets correctly. Now, all she needed to do was watch as Jiang Ran's undead soldiers were buried in the fiery rain. I will activate the first tier ability of the Rotten Giant. Why can you activate the ability? Iman slammed the table. Your Death Knight can activate abilities, which means only attack cards can activate abilities, right? Why should a defending card be able to? It was surprising that Iman didn't see this point. No wonder she dared to be so reckless and play her trump card. Jiang Ran almost couldn't hold back his laughter. This fortress is still my territory, so is there a problem with me having the Rotten Giant defend? And the Death Knight is only attacking your troops outside the fortress. From the start, these two actions were not the same thing. Imagine the card game as a real battlefield, where both sides' undead armies fight fiercely. Perhaps you might discover many unknown rules. This undead card game is very interesting. The two of them can't possibly understand all the rules from just one match. They might not even see all 10 types of undead. A faint shield enveloped the fortress, and as the meteor shower struck down, the shield shattered in an instant. Iman didn't have time to rejoice, as the remaining meteors were already too few to kill all the undead on the battlefield. Only the supporting, Ghost Fire Priest, fell to the remaining attacks, while the warrior type, Death Knight, and the tank type, Rotten Giant, successfully survived. Iman spent all her remaining mana to attack, which only killed a single, Ghost Fire Priest. As the Death Knight's greatsword fell, the Spirit Flame Bone Dragon was also removed from the battlefield. The undead mage was not enough to defeat 2 undead and was thus deemed dead. The right side stronghold's attack and defense battle ended with Jiang Ran's victory being announced. In the 3rd round, Mr. Jiang Ran takes the first move. With both players running low on cards, their mana decreased to 0 in the last round, leaving only a pitiful 2 mana this round. Jiang Ran looked at the 2 new cards he drew this round. One was the Spirit Flame Bone Dragon, and the other was a brand new card featuring a swirling mass of white mist with a soul figure, as if it were chanting something. White Fog Singer, Shield, 0/3/7. Since there is a type of undead skill that can replenish hand cards, there must naturally be another type of undead skill that can replenish mana. The first tier mana cost of White Fog Singer is actually 0, which is hard not to let one's imagination run wild. Chapter 73, the outcome is clear. A skill with a mana cost of 0 means it can be used continuously, right? Such a sneaky skill could not possibly exist in a balanced game, otherwise, the game would be called Who Draws the White Fog Singer first. Now that the situation is looking good, Jiang Ran prepared to apply pressure once more. It was not he who was taking risks but Iman. Jiang Ran played the Spirit Flame Bone Dragon and chose to defend the middle fortress. Thus, Jiang Ran had occupied 2 of the 3 fortresses, controlling over half of the territory. The Spirit Flame Bone Dragon could either swarm attack or use skills. In a situation where both sides had little mana, it was an incredibly troublesome unit. I have played a card. Next, I choose Support, allowing my Skeleton Mage on the side to support entering the middle fortress. Iman's face darkened. Jiang Ran occupied both the middle and right side fortresses, each with 2 undead cards. It wouldn't be easy to take them down. To win, it seemed that one could only take risks. But let's not forget about a choice that both of them had not used from the beginning. Iman drew a Plague Carrier. Then he turned to the referee and said, I want to sacrifice. This card looked pretty weak, so if he had to choose a card to sacrifice to check the effect, Iman would naturally pick this one. Alright, then may I ask which card you want to sacrifice? Iman was taken aback. She had already raised the card, and yet this guy asked her which card to sacrifice. Wasn't it obvious? Of course, I want to sacrifice this card in my hand. No, Miss Iman, you can only sacrifice a card that is alive on the field. Seeing Jiang Ran covering his mouth and smirking from the opposite side, Iman realized she had been tricked. She gritted her teeth and said, Can I not sacrifice? Once an action is chosen, it cannot be undone. You can only choose the object to sacrifice, but you cannot cancel this sacrifice. Iman cursed under her breath, then could only helplessly say, Then let's sacrifice that card, the Rotten Flesh Giant. At this moment, she only had 2 cards on the field, the Rotten Flesh Giant and the Spirit Flame Bone Dragon, so there was no need to say more about how to choose. I want the Spirit Flame Bone Dragon to support the left fortress. Iman didn't forget to move her Spirit Flame Bone Dragon to avoid Jiang Ran taking advantage of it. Miss Iman, the sacrifice is successful. The card in your hand has successfully transformed into the spell card, Plague. Please choose the release location. At the sound of an attack spell, Iman naturally threw it unhesitatingly into Jiang Ran's territory. All units in Jiang Ran's middle fortress are now poisoned and will die in 2 turns. So, sacrificing means giving up a unit on the field to cast one of her undead cards with a spell effect? It seems that depending on the unit sacrificed, the effect of the spell card would also be different. This meant Iman had used a whole 2 cards to replace Jiang Ran's 2 cards, and it wouldn't take effect until 2 turns later. Jiang Ran had to say it was a good choice. Hopefully, there would be more opportunities. Use the Skeleton Mage to attack the left fortress, activating this card's secondary ability, and then let the Spirit Flame Bone Dragon and Skeleton Mage from the middle support the left fortress. Jiang Ran reported a long string of actions in one breath, and the referee did not stop him. The 3 fortresses were interconnected on the screen, and indeed they could mutually support adjacent fortresses, allowing Jiang Ran to overwhelm the left fortress with sheer numbers. The Skeleton Mage's ability activated, and 2 broken skeletons appeared in Jiang Ran's hand. These 2 cards looked weak, probably special units among the undead cards, with combat power among the lowest. The shield covering the left fortress was shattered by the army. Seeing her Spirit Flame Bone Dragon about to be devoured by the army, Iman undoubtedly panicked and hurriedly wanted to send reinforcements. She played a Bloodsucking Zombie, a card Jiang Ran had never seen before, with stats of Sword 2/4/7. The reason for playing this card was simple. After 2 turns of consumption, Iman had very few types of undead left in her hand, and only the first level ability of the Bloodsucking Zombie had a 2-point mana cost, perfectly fitting her remaining mana. A large number of units fought fiercely at the left fortress, and the Bloodsucking Zombie used its skill to kill the Skeleton Mage, supported by the middle fortress. Both sides' 2 Spirit Flame Bone Dragons ended up destroying each other, leaving only 2 cards on the field in a standoff. Iman's Bloodsucking Zombie faced Jiang Ran's Skeleton Mage. Jiang Ran knew his card was a summoning type. He probably couldn't win in a one-on-one against the opponent's warrior type, but it didn't matter. He still had one last action opportunity this turn. Jiang Ran played the Mist Singer, choosing to defend at the middle fortress. I want to activate the first level ability of this card. After saying this, his mana value restored by 2 points, and the Mist Singer on the field exploded. Is this the restriction to prevent him from using skills indefinitely? It doesn't matter, 2 points of mana are enough. I will use the second level ability of the Skeleton Mage. Once again, 2 cards of Broken Skeleton are in hand. If you think about it carefully, Ghost Fire Priest is 2 points of mana for 2 cards, and Skeleton Mage is also 2 points of mana for 2 cards.
In this way, isn't the ability of the latter garbage among garbage? So this, broken skeleton, must have some special ability, for example, does not count towards the number of played cards. I attack the left fortress with 3 broken skeletons. At the same time, let the rotting giant in the right fortress support the middle fortress. 3 little skeletons join the battlefield, while Iman's blood-sucking corpse has to face the siege of 4 undead cards. Iman started with 5 cards in hand. After the first round only 2 remained. At the beginning of the second round she drew 2, bringing her total to 4, then played 3 leaving only 1, and now in this round she draws 2 more cards. In this round, Iman has already played 2 cards, which means she only has 1 card left in her hand. No matter what this card is, she can only play it. Come on, let me see what your last card is. As long as it's not White Mist Singer or a high power unit, I can accept it. Iman, with a heart like dead ashes, threw out that card. It was a Ghostfire Priest. Originally, Iman wanted to find an opportunity to draw cards this round, but Jiang Ran kept firmly controlling the pace, forcing her to consume precious mana to use combat skills. The support class, Ghostfire Priest, could not turn the situation around. In the end, Jiang Ran's 3 broken skeletons were all killed, but the skeleton mage still survived. Additionally, Jiang Ran had already commanded the rotting giant to support the middle fortress, so now all 3 fortresses were stationed with Jiang Ran's undead soldiers. Thus, Jiang Ran drew the last broken skeleton. I will attack your main base. A main base with no guard ultimately could not stop even a small skeleton. Game over, Mr. Jiang Ran wins. This is the final game round, and the next betting table will be conducted in a new way. After all, we can't keep playing cards, huh? Oh, by the way, I can reveal to my brothers that the reward after this world check will be very good. You will definitely like it, hee hee. Chapter 74, The Mysterious Disappearing Person. No, I can't believe I lost so quickly. This isn't real. Iman desperately held her head. She thought this game would be a long battle, but unexpectedly, the opponent defeated her in just 3 rounds. In fact, this was also Jiang Ran's tactic. He wanted to win quickly while both of them weren't familiar with the game. Otherwise, if it dragged on, it would only take longer and be harder to determine a winner. Originally, this kind of game should start from one's main base, continuously garrisoning troops to solidify development, but Jiang Ran didn't care for his main base at all from beginning to end, and this seemed to have affected Iman as well, as many of her operations were mimicking Jiang Ran's shadow. Iman lost her last red flower, and it felt like she had lost all her strength as she knelt on the ground, the wind whistling around her, and the host suddenly appeared. No. No. I can't die, my lord. I am the wolf. You still need me to hunt down other players, right? I will definitely fulfill my duties, I will definitely. The host raised his right hand. Iman's eyes were filled with despair. Ding. The huge bell sounded again, and Jiang Ran looked towards the depths of the forest, silently noting the time interval between the 2 bell tolls. Good job, wolf, I hope you can keep it up. The host merely acted on behalf of the execution. In fact, Iman could be considered dead at Jiang Ran's hands. He truly killed a player for the first time. So, another red flower was added. With the red flowers won from the betting table, Jiang Ran's red flowers now numbered a safe 3, finally free from anxiety. By the way, due to the giant bell ringing, Jiang Ran gained another opportunity to kill from a distance. Once again choosing Arceus, as expected, he was reminded that this player had already been affected by the same effect, and Jiang Ran silently mourned for him for a second, then remembered he seemed to be in similar straits. No need to think, Aisha from the Northern Alliance must also be in the same situation. At this moment, Jiang Ran thought of a seemingly suitable candidate, and let out a strange laugh of ha ha ha. Then let's choose Hoskin from the Sunless Nation. A moment later, Jiang Ran's red flowers were directly filled to 4, it seemed Hoskin lost his last red flower and was naturally eliminated. I'm truly sorry, but who told you to want to kill me earlier? Of course, it can't be ruled out that Jiang Ran didn't know the names of his 2 companions, though it was not impossible to choose, it was just too troublesome to search, so it's you, Hoskin. Poor Hoskin returned to the starting point in a daze, still confused and hadn't spun around enough times, and then he foolishly kicked the bucket. Hoskin's death could basically announce the defeat of the Sunless Nation. The remaining 2 little minions couldn't stir up any trouble. I have to say, having 4 red flowers really gives a person endless confidence. Jiang Ran walked as if he was much stronger. Before this, there was one more thing to do. Jiang Ran took out the newly appeared envelope. What's recorded inside is probably the password for the Dragon's Treasure's 2nd position. Jiang Ran opened the envelope, and his consciousness submerged within again. In the nighttime grove, 22 trees were arranged neatly on both sides, and Jiang Ran stood in the middle of the path, only seeing a pure black top hat on the ground. Jiang Ran picked it up, and countless playing cards flew out from the top hat, like a heavy rain. In this rain, Jiang Ran returned to the world of strange tales. Last time there had at least been a letter prompt, but this time there were just plain playing cards? And the speed at which the playing cards danced was so fast that Jiang Ran couldn't even see if there was any other information written on them. Maybe just like the clock last time, these 22 trees might represent something. 22, still the same saying, if the password is too difficult, it loses its meaning, so is there some cultural system in the world with a quantity of 22? Oh right, tarot cards. There are 22 major arcana cards in tarot, from the Fool at 0 to the World at 21, so the meaning of the playing cards might be the magician. The flying cards from the top hat truly represent the specialty of magicians around the world. The magician stands in the order of 1 in tarot. Jiang Ran entered 1 for the second position password of the treasure, and there was no error message. It seemed he guessed correctly this time too. For the next 2 hours, nothing major happened. Jiang Ran first went to the giant bell in the center of the forest, which was protected by a large glass cover, evidently impossible to be rung by human hands. If it weren't like this, you could imagine a scene: Jiang Ran crazily banging the giant bell, "Everybody dies for me." Jiang Ran wandered aimlessly in the forest, but apart from the vote, he didn't find anything else useful. During this time he also encountered other betting tables. Since his red flowers were full, Jiang Ran had no intention of participating. Until the second hour passed, another fool attacked Jiang Ran from a distance, causing him to lose a red flower. Jiang Ran still wanted to play at the betting table, but unfortunately, no one wanted to play with him. The winners, having enough red flowers, naturally were unwilling to take risks. The losers had already lost enough red flowers. Of course, he also did not want to take risks. The 3-hour deadline was approaching, and Jiang Ran began to head back. Interestingly, although he had no memory of the direction, as long as he followed his intuition, he could somehow find the right path. In the 3rd hour, all the remaining storytellers returned to the starting point. Jiang Ran counted the number of people present. There were still 21 left, which meant that 9 people had died in the first phase. 9 people actually disappeared? Most of the people looked confused, as they had not made a move at all. Why was there such a big difference in numbers? At this moment, many seemed to realize something. Qi Long and Jiang Yaoyao came to Jiang Ran's side, both having successfully survived the first phase. Qi Long gave a meaningful glance at Kawashishi from Sakura country. This guy is still alive? As he looked around, Jiang Ran discovered something extremely strange. Where is Balians? Aisha? No, where are the Balian people? Out of the 21 people present, not a single storyteller from the Northern Alliance remained. And among them, there were even SSS-level talent holders. SSS-level talent is not necessarily absolute strength, it varies by type. Perhaps Aisha's ability did not apply in this world, so although her death is somewhat surprising, it is not impossible, Jiang Yaoyao speculated. Chapter 75, Crisis-Ridden Second Phase. That being said, it is really too absurd that not a single person from the Northern Alliance survived, right? Everyone from Longwa survived, everyone from Baiying survived, and the Iron Tower country and the Sun Never Sets country each lost 1 person. However, the Northern Alliance, one of the 5 tigers of the world, actually had no one left. This was hard for Jiang Ran to believe. This is truly strange. Everyone, congratulations on still being alive and returning here, without dying at the hands of the wolves. The host said with a sarcastic opening line. Even though most of the people eventually died by his hands, he seemed to be an outsider. Before we announce the rules of the second phase, let's first complete the last step of the first phase. The host rummaged in his pocket and then pulled out a ballot. Everyone should have quite a few ballots in hand, right? Now it's time for the beloved voting segment. Everyone can cast their ballots for someone, and the person with the most votes will have their identity revealed and be eliminated directly. You can choose to spend all your ballots now, or you can choose to keep some for the next phase. Hopefully, you can live until then. Now, voting starts. If you want to vote, please drop your ballots into the ballot box and shout the name of the person you want to vote for. Voting will end in 10 minutes. Jiang Ran immediately realized that the rules were not in his favor. Now most people likely understood the truth of the game, that they were not just facing a lone wolf. Therefore, the threat they wanted to eliminate must be the one who posed the biggest risk. With Aisha absent, this meant their choice was between Jiang Ran and Alcyone. The person voted against would die directly, regardless of how many red flowers they had. Kawashishi from Sakura country was the first to approach the ballot box, casting all 5 of his ballots. I want to vote for Longwa's Jiang Ran. Qi Long snorted coldly. Are you so sure Jiang Ran is the wolf? Aren't you the wolf yourself, trying to eliminate the biggest threat among the sheep? There is actually no point in pretending any further, you know? Kawashishi waved his hand. Everyone is clear about this, there's no need to talk about sheep and wolves. I just want to eliminate the biggest threat here. It is best if all of you join me in voting this way. Chuan Shiji seems to be leading the situation into a place very unfavorable for Jiang Ran. As long as everyone votes for Jiang Ran, then Arceus will be safe, and Jiang Ran cannot guarantee whether Baiying and Sakura have entered into a temporary cooperation. It's correct to eliminate the biggest threat, but that person doesn't necessarily have to be Jiang Ran. Jeet Sanshui from Huoluwa country interjects, isn't Arceus of Baiying more famous? If we're talking about eliminating threats, we should deal with him first. We need to eliminate one first. Eliminate one, and then let the other one kill wildly, right?
The two were at odds with each other, while Jiang Ran and Arceus, the center of attention, stayed silent, both quietly watching the farce before them. Jit Sangshui's words made many realize one thing: Aisha was dead, and now it was essentially a confrontation between Jiang Ran and Arceus, both SSS level. Once either of them dies, the balance will be broken. What if one of their powers is so terrifying that it requires another SSS level to counter it? Chuan Shiji, you can put away your little tricks. Jit Sangshui stopped talking to him and cast his 5 votes for Arceus. As a result, the votes for both of them became equal. Only the person with the most votes will be eliminated, meaning if 2 people have the same highest vote, neither will be eliminated. Most people were prepared to watch the changes, while some were actually thinking of eliminating one person at this stage, then surviving for another round to vote out another person next time. As long as the votes are enough, they did not intend to use them. The votes for both kept increasing, and by the 9th minute, Jiang Ran had 29 votes, while Arceus had 31 votes. What a boring game. Arceus shook his head, slowly stepped forward, and added 2 votes for Jiang Ran. Thus, their votes became equal, stabilizing at 31. This is the best result. Arceus scanned everyone below with a dangerous gaze. I can tell you, even if I get voted out, I won't die, and those who dare to vote next will become my first targets. You can either not believe it or try it. Everyone swallowed hard. Arceus was right, no one dared to bet. Then Mr. Arceus, please stay away from that ballot box. Jiang Ran smiled at him kindly. After all, if you put in a vote at the last second, I won't be able to stop it. Otherwise, it will just be a matter of who has more votes. Sigh, don't always be so wary of me, Jiang Ran. I have no choice but to guard against you. Everyone kept a distance from the central ballot box. Anyone who attempted to vote would become a target of 2 SSS level opponents. The 10 minutes passed, and the first stage finally ended without incident. It's wonderful that everyone is so peaceful. The host stood on the stone platform again. Now I will explain the rules for the second phase. I believe everyone did not encounter any strange individuals in the first phase. That's because I cut off their connections. In the next phase, you may encounter any strange individual throughout the forest. And their appearance probability is 10 times that of other worlds. What? 10 times? The crowd erupted in chaos. Just handling sudden attacks from other weird talkers had them on edge, and now even strange individuals were going to join? If you are killed by strange creatures, you will only lose 1 red flower, and you don't need to panic. Because I will grant you the power to ascend. The host's voice was filled with excitement as he raised his arms towards the sky. As long as your red flowers reach for, you will be considered in the state of sheep god or wolf god. In this state, you will have powerful supernatural abilities. How about it? Isn't that thrilling? Some people with pitifully few red flowers already had dark expressions. If they were only attacked by ordinary humans, there might still be a glimmer of hope. But what if that person directly threw a fireball? What would they do then? If they did not become a god, what awaited them would be a massacre. Chapter 76, Seeing the Little Loli Again. Jiang Ran currently had 3 red flowers, just 1 more to complete his ascension and become a wolf god. The famous strange talkers from various countries probably did not have many red flowers either, while those unknown people were now secretly rejoicing. Jiang Ran did not know if there were people with 4 red flowers among the 21 present, but if he wanted to gain an advantage in the second phase, he had to gather 4 red flowers first. 1 flower was probably not enough, as he might be ambushed by some dog once he entered the forest, so Jiang Ran conservatively estimated that he needed 2 red flowers to ensure he would be in the wolf god state for the first hour of the second phase. Everyone's faces did not look good, as the addition of strange individuals and divine professions undoubtedly increased the death rate in the second phase. Everyone entered the forest one after another. Qilong still chose not to act with the 2 people, taking out a token with 4 red flowers on it, which meant he could ascend right now. Wow! Uncle Long, you actually gathered 4 red flowers so quickly? Qilong nodded. The plan remains the same. I will try to kill other strange talkers as much as possible in this phase. Perhaps I won't survive this phase, but that's okay. Qilong did not want to explain too much and directly left the team. Then Brother Jiang, let's part ways here. Jiang Yaoyao stretched lazily. You know, sheep can trust sheep, but one wolf cannot trust another wolf. At least we must ensure we do not die at the hands of our own people, right? Jiang Ran could not see through what this little girl was thinking, but she was right. In this personal battle, no one was trustworthy. After saying goodbye to Jiang Ran, Jiang Yaoyao took out her token. On it, there were indeed 4 red flowers. The addition of the ascension mechanism made many people eager to replenish their red flowers, so Jiang Ran no longer had to worry about finding opponents at the betting table. The only thing left to consider was whether he could win the victory at the betting table. This direction seems to have a betting table. Jiang Ran moved forward according to his memory and suddenly caught sight of something hanging from the branches on his upper left. Wait, what is this? A doll. With blue hair and those iconic big scissors on its back, it was a familiar face.
Individual number 520, contract doll. This time, before Jiang Ran could actively trigger anything, the contract doll transformed into human form first. Don't touch me with your dirty hands, you pervert. Gwen's face turned slightly red as she quickly took 2 steps back. Then she reacted, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Really want to sign the contract? Hee hee, then this time I will show mercy and just take one of your arms. Little Lolis should have higher pursuits and not be so fixated on people's arms. It seems you said something rude. Gwen placed her hands on her hips and moved in closer. If you don't want to give an arm, what do you want to give? A leg? TSK, forget it, that's not tasty. As the ancients said, if you eat meat until you're full, that will only fill you for one day, only when your spiritual world is rich will it benefit you for a lifetime. Did you just make that up? That's not important. No. This is very important. Gwen disdainfully poked Jiang Ran's chest with her finger. You don't think you can pull off a trick for nothing, do you? I'm telling you, there's no way. I can tell you what happens after Little Red Riding Hood reaches the transformation stage. Humph. Us strange beings also have our own bottom line. So do you want to know what realm comes after the transformation stage? Ahem, it seems this bottom line can be adjusted. Alright. Then just one of your fingers. No more bargaining. Jiang Ran's face was filled with black lines. This little girl was a bit unruly, despite his concession, she still wanted one of his fingers. Sure enough, strange beings had dark hearts. A finger is definitely out of the question, but I can tell you another story. I'm good with just Little Red Riding Hood, who knows if your new story is interesting or not. Is that so? Jiang Ran had a wicked smile on his face. Once upon a time, there was a place called Athlete's Foot Continent, where the people were ranked by their foot fungus cultivation. And the story begins with a voice saying, Foot Chi, 3 segments. That person is so despicable, publicly breaking off the engagement. Then what happened? Then it became pay-per-view content. Do you want to sign or not, fixed price? I sign. Hurry and tell the story. The author of Card 1 will not have a good end. 30 years in Jiangdong, 30 years in Jiangxi, don't bully the poor youth. Speaking of which, after Xian came to Jiangdong, he made a name for himself, known as the Iron Wall of Jiangdong. He even got his own spiritual treasure, the ancient ingot knife. As they spoke, Jiang Ran and Gwen arrived at a betting table, where another person, Kei Kuzuma from Sakura Country, was already seated. His gaze darkened. Jiang Ran from Dragon Country? So, do you want to gamble? His number of red flowers was 2, if he won, he would be 1 step closer to ascending. If he lost, it would only mean losing 1 flower, so he dared to directly challenge Jiang Ran. Is that little girl next to you a strange being? After noticing Gwen, Kei Kuzuma looked startled, he seemed to have guessed what Jiang Ran's talent was. That's right, it must be the ability to abduct lolis, crossed out, the means to tame strange beings. What is a betting table? Is it really necessary to gamble? Just keep telling your story. Gwen tugged at Jiang Ran's sleeve, trying to make him give up on the idea of the betting table. No, we definitely have to gamble. Be good, and I'll tell you more stories after I win. So how does this gambling work? Jiang Ran thought about the previous 2 betting tables. It seems to be something like playing cards. Alright. Gwen patted her chest. Then I'll help you sneak a peek at the cards on the other side, you have to win quickly. Chapter 77, The Survival Story in an Abandoned Warehouse. Can there be such operations? Speaking of which, the contract doll's ability is originally to sense things that storytellers do not know, which means that even if she doesn't sneak a peek, she can still know what cards the opponent has. Isn't this just a kind of X-ray vision? Then why hesitate, just go for it. Jiang Ran didn't plan to miss this opportunity and was now more confident than ever. The wolf-headed phantom appeared. Surprisingly, he didn't introduce the rules right away but instead stared at Jiang Ran. Seems like this gentleman is participating in the betting table for the 3rd time? So what? I remember the host said there is no limit on the betting table, right? Indeed, there isn't. But from this point onward, the difficulty of the game might be vastly different, sir. Are you sure you want to continue? This is the betting table, it's not only Jiang Ran who faces the increased difficulty. Rather, he hopes the game gets harder, ideally leaving the opponent confused and clueless. I'm already sitting here, so naturally, there's no reason to back out. Jiang Ran turned to look at Ko Erwuxi Long across from him. You surely won't back down, will you? Nonsense. How could I possibly back down? Alright then. The wolf-head shadow nodded. Next, I will introduce the game rules to both of you. My game is called Abandoned Warehouse with no one surviving. Next, I will transport both of you into 2 separate spaces of eerie tales.
You should note that there is no way to escape from this space. In here, as long as one of you can outlive the other, even by less than a second, that counts as winning the game. The winner gains 1 red flower, while the loser loses 2 red flowers. After listening to the rules of this game, you cannot exit, otherwise, it will be directly considered a failure. Please place your hands on the stone table. Lose 2 red flowers for the loser? It seemed that as the number of times one participated in the betting table increased, the penalty for the loser would grow heavier, while the reward for the winner would never change, depending only on who challenged the most in the betting table.
Silong's face turned dark instantly.
If he had known losing would cost him 2 red flowers, he wouldn't have come to this game for anything. This was a threat to his life. Unfortunately, there was no turning back now, he could only pray that he could win this match. Both placed their right hands on the stone table, and it lit up with a faint red glow. Game start. When he opened his eyes again, Jiang Ran found himself in a dimly lit warehouse, but he wasn't alone, Guin was also there.
Didn't they say only one person could enter at a time? Oh right, you're an anomaly, not quite human.
Your tone seems rather disrespectful to me. Guin shivered as if she remembered something. She beckoned Jiang Ran closer, her tone filled with fear. That wolf-head shadow is a real eerie creature.
And it seems he's quite powerful.
I definitely can't win in a real fight against him. Humans rarely judge the combat strength between eerie creatures, as even a lowly ghost could easily take most lives.
Therefore, humanity only divides eerie beings into 2 categories, those that can kill and those that cannot. In fact, almost any rule violation leads to death. The type of eerie being that kills you doesn't matter to a tailmaster.
Jiang Ran looked at Guin's small frame and comfortingly patted her head. Given your small size, your identification number is already over 500, it's normal that you can't win.
Ha!
Pervert, don't touch me.
Be careful, I punch you. Guin exploded, swinging her tiny fists. Don't look down on people. Oh no, don't look down on anomalies.
There are hardly a few, 10 types of eerie creatures capable of defeating me.
An eerie silence fell over the atmosphere.
Forget it, let's look for clues in this warehouse.
You're changing the subject, aren't you? You must be changing the subject.
I'm really not weak, you have to believe me. Jiang Ran first checked the dusty windows, which were nailed shut and clearly could not be opened. It seemed something was glowing on the other side of the window. Those were a pair of blood-soaked eyes. The woman on the other side of the window had disheveled hair and was covered in blood. She locked eyes with Jiang Ran, twisting her neck to make a cracking sound.
Found you.
The woman's face startled Jiang Ran, and when he turned back, the woman across the window had disappeared, replaced by the sound of frantic running. It seems we have to leave this room. Jiang Ran shook the only door in the room. Something outside seemed to block it, making it impossible for him to open.
If you want, I can help you break the door down. Gwen clenched her little fists, eager to try. This door cannot be opened by a human.
Jiang Ran pinched his chin. This means that the planned escape route definitely does not involve breaking the door. Doing so would put us outside the rules and make things even more dangerous. Maybe that half-human, half-ghost woman would enter the room through that door, and if he tried to go out, they might crash into each other.
That would be a very serious joke. Can we escape through the ventilation duct?
Jiang Ran looked up to survey the room, not to mention the ventilation duct. He couldn't even see a second window. The corners were full of spider webs, and the lights flickered ominously, adding to the horror. The sound of running grew closer. If they didn't leave the room in about a minute, Jiang Ran would be at risk of losing his life. If the urgency of time reduces some difficulty, then the escape route cannot be particularly hard to find. Since the door, windows, and ventilation ducts were all ruled out as escape routes, eliminating the wrong answers left only the correct answer.
Gwen, help me check if there is a basement in this room.
Gwen spread her hands helplessly. My abilities are greatly diminished here, so don't expect me to point out everything for you.
But if I stay here longer, I should gather more information. If possible, I don't want to stay here too long.
Jiang Ran clasped his hands together. Koer wu si lang, please die. The room was quite small, and Jiang Ran stomped around on the floor until he finally found a hollow spot. There must be a passage below. There was no secret door in the floor, and the floor had become weak due to corrosion, so it seemed this was the real place for a violent breakthrough.
Chapter 78, A Crisis-Ridden Chase.
Jiang Ran struck the floor hard, causing countless cracks to appear, but his own hand ached from the impact.
If only I had some tools.
Right. Even though there were no tools, he had a tool person.
Gwen. Come here.
I'll report you for exploiting child labor.
Come on. Didn't you just say you'd help me break through the door?
Breaking the floor is the same. If we wait too long, that ghostly thing might catch up. With a short sigh, Gwen punched the floor. The floor shattered instantly, revealing a tunnel wide enough for one person, and time was of the essence, so there was no room for hesitation.
Jiang Ran was the first to enter, followed closely by Gwen. The dim light in the previous room was gone, now the tunnel was pitch black. Jiang Ran was completely in the dark and could only walk along the wall. But he didn't dare slow down, he might just be caught by that thing behind him. Wait, stop. Gwen suddenly called out to Jiang Ran. What's wrong? There are nails all over the ground ahead, if you keep moving at this speed, you'll be stuck here forever. The strange creature had extraordinary night vision, what Jiang Ran couldn't see was nothing but small fry for Gwen. Setting nails on a path that humans couldn't see was frankly too sinister for this game. If he advanced quickly, he wouldn't be able to guard against the nails, but if he moved cautiously, he would be chased down by the ghost thing behind him. Jiang Ran slowly extended his foot forward to test the ground, then brushed aside the nails on the floor, and cautiously made his way through. Alright, you made it, you can speed up now. Okay. On the other side, Claire Wu Ci Lang had just broken through the floor to enter the tunnel, but within 2 steps, he heard the sound of the ghost woman knocking on the door, followed by a violent crash that scared him greatly. Don't panic. I'm not trying to escape, I just need to live longer than Jiang Ran. Claire Wu Ci Lang didn't dare to be slow, he immediately accelerated and raced through the darkness. Little ghost, you can't catch me, the cherry blossom champion. Ah. It was obvious that he had stepped on a nail. Claire Wu Ci Lang felt a sharp pain underfoot, and he fell to the ground as a large number of nails pierced his skin, causing excruciating pain that almost made him faint. Moment of reset. He, Claire Wu Ci Lang, possessed one of the rare S-rank talents from Sakura country. His talent allowed him to instantly teleport up to 10 meters in a certain direction and reset his entire body state during the process. From a survival perspective, it might not seem particularly powerful, but the important thing is he could use it 5 times in one world. Claire Wu Ci Lang instantly flashed away from the cluster of nails, cold sweat soaking his back, and with no time to regret, the ghost woman was closing in, so he could only keep moving forward. Jiang Ran had reached a fork in the road. As he walked, he found only a wall ahead. This seemed to be a T-junction, and now he had to choose one of the 2 paths to continue forward. In such a game, choosing wrong probably just meant death. The left side has wind? Jiang Ran stretched out his arm and waved between the 2 paths. A breeze was blowing from the left side, while the right side was silent. This wind feels strange, the pattern is too strong, so we should go right, little Guwan? You're still smart. Wait, what do you mean, little Guwan? Don't just give me a nickname with your twisted thoughts. It's okay, being small is also cute. I'll hit you. Claire Wu Ci Lang also arrived at the intersection. One side had wind, the other did not. It seemed easy to judge, so he charged directly into the left passage. In fact, if both had ample time to think, this game wouldn't be very difficult. Even someone of Claire Wu Ci Lang's level could probably safely get through most levels. However, the real difficulty of this game lay in the constant pressure from something behind you, leading to very little real time to think. If you couldn't come up with the correct answer quickly, it was no different from choosing wrong. Claire Wu Ci Lang dared not increase his speed too much, fearing he would step on another nail like before, so he walked nervously to the end of the left passage. There was a large electric fan, and the wind was coming from here. Damn! I was tricked. Claire Wu Ci Lang wanted to go back the way he came, but he heard the sound of footsteps behind him getting clearer. If he returned now, he would definitely run into that ghost woman. But this was already a dead end. What could he do if he didn't go back? Claire Wu Ci Lang took a deep breath, pressed himself against the wall, and heard the ghost woman's voice getting closer. He knew this poor disguise couldn't fool her. I found you. The ghost woman slashed at Claire Wu Ci Lang's chest. Just in time, he used his talent to flash away, desperately fleeing through the blood-stained corridor. 10 meters was not a safe distance. While the woman was momentarily dazed, Claire Wu Ci Lang could only run for his life. This horrible game was truly life-threatening. He rushed through the right passage.